En use. Several months ago, the author of this account was returning home from his sister's place. It was an ordinary Tuesday, approaching midnight. The highway seemed deserted, with only the headlights cutting through the darkness and the yellow lane markings flashing beneath the car's wheels. Fatigue was setting in, but the driver remained vigilant. To avoid falling asleep at the wheel, the radio was kept at a low volume. About 60 kilometers from the city, a turnoff onto a small dirt road leading into agricultural fields caught his eye. The GPS promised to save about 10 minutes, so the author turned off the highway. The road was narrow and plunged into impenetrable darkness. Tall corn stalks loomed on both sides, and the asphalt glistened from recent rain. The speed was reduced to 80 kilometers per hour to avoid colliding with a deer suddenly darting out. After 10 minutes, headlights appeared in the distance, revealing a car parked on the shoulder. Hazard lights blinked weakly against the backdrop of the cornfields. A woman in a light jacket stood near the trunk, waving both arms frantically. Her face was obscured by wind-blown hair. The author slowed down and carefully approached. When he was about 12 meters from the woman, she stepped onto the road, continuing to wave her arms energetically. At that moment, the headlights illuminated the rear of her car from a better angle. A man was crouched behind the bumper, almost completely hidden by tall grass. He wasn't changing a tire. He was watching the road intently. Instinct immediately signaled that something was wrong. Why hide if you need help? Flashed through his mind. Gripping the steering wheel tighter, the author maintained his speed and moved closer to the center line to increase the distance as he passed. The woman stepped back toward the shoulder, continuing to wave, but not as desperately as if she were acting. His gaze darted back to the man. He turned his head toward the approaching car, his left hand resting on the trunk, his legs poised to jump. A cold shiver ran through his body, and his self-preservation instinct kicked in. His foot moved from the brake to the accelerator. The engine roared louder. Maintaining a calm expression, the author looked straight ahead, pretending not to notice anything. As he passed, he saw the man's shoulders tense. He seemed ready to pounce, but something held him back. After driving about 15 meters, the author heard gravel spraying from under the tires and a woman's scream, the words of which he couldn't make out. Looking in the rear-view mirror, the author saw both strangers jump into their car. The hazard lights went off, and the headlights came on. The engine roared. The accelerator was pressed to the floor. The car wasn't exactly known for its speed, but on the straight road, it felt like a rocket. The speedometer needle crept up, passing 110 and 130 kilometers per hour. The pursuers swerved sharply onto the road, tires squealing. Their headlights were closing in the rear-view mirror. His gaze fell on the phone lying on the seat. No signal. The dirt road was too far from civilization. Calling for help wasn't possible yet. He needed to get back to the highway. The author tried to calm down and take action. Ahead, the road turned left and went under a railway bridge. For a moment, the headlights were turned off to make the pursuers lose sight of their target on the turn, a risky maneuver. Darkness engulfed the road, but just before the bridge wall, the headlights were turned back on. The calculation was that the sudden disappearance of light would make the pursuers slow down. In the rearview mirror, the pursuer's headlights wavered, then stabilized, continuing to close in relentlessly. They were only a few car lengths behind. His heart was pounding, and a metallic taste filled his mouth. Looking for a lit driveway or farmhouse, all he could see were tall cornstalks and a black sky. After the bridge, the road straightened out for 1.5 kilometers. The accelerator was pressed to the floor again. The engine howled. The distance between the cars increased, perhaps to 10 car lengths. Soon a green highway sign appeared. Exit to I-87 in 3 kilometers. Relief filled his soul. The presence of traffic and light might scare off the pursuers, but something else caught his attention. To the right, there was a dirt road used for agricultural equipment, the entrance to which was hidden by tall cornstalks. The author blinked, deciding that the road was only visible at close range. A sharp brake and a turn toward the cornfield could hide the brake lights. A glance in the rear-view mirror. The pursuers were holding the center of the road, preparing for a straight chase. The author lightly pressed the brake pedal, just enough to flash the brake lights without slowing down, hoping to trick the pursuers into thinking he was panicking. Then, 10 meters from the dirt road, he slammed on the brakes and turned the steering wheel sharply to the right. The tires squealed. The front of the car bounced on the edge of the dirt. Cornstalk slashed the windshield. The headlights were turned off, and the engine was killed. The car skidded and stopped between the rows of corn. The smell of diesel fuel hung in the air. The author held his breath. His hands were shaking so badly that the keychain rattled. Outside, it was pitch black. The only sounds were the ticking engine and his pulse in his ears. The author dared to look out the rear window. The road was empty. No headlights, no brake lights. The pursuers must have sped past without noticing. He slid lower in the seat. After a minute, he heard the roar of an engine in the distance, which gradually faded away. The author sat motionless for a long 5 minutes, counting the seconds. Finally, he started the car again, leaving the headlights off. Slowly moving forward through the cornfield, he reached another path leading toward the highway lights. Crawling at a pedestrian pace, he reached the fence, found the gate, and drove onto the paved road. Late one night, after a 3-hour drive, returning from his sister's house, the narrator found himself on a deserted highway. The moonless sky and sparse orange lights created a depressing atmosphere. Suddenly, bright headlights appeared in the rear-view mirror, quickly approaching and persistently maintaining their distance. A check of the speedometer confirmed that he was obeying the speed limit, but instead of the expected overtaking, red and blue lights flashed behind the radiator grille. A feeling of anxiety gripped the narrator as he pulled over to the side of the road, gravel crunching under the tires. Turning off the radio, he prepared to stop in the middle of nowhere. A man emerged from the pursuing car, his figure slowly approaching, obscured by the headlights. His steps sounded uneven, one heavy, the other dragging. "Driver's license and registration," a quiet, almost careless voice said. Looking closely, the narrator saw no insignia, badge, or name on the dark jacket. The absence of a gun, radio, or handcuffs on his belt only heightened his suspicions. Something was definitely wrong. Remaining calm, the narrator asked the reason for the stop. "Routine check," the stranger replied evasively. Noticing that real police officers always state the reason for a stop, The narrator's heart beat faster. Handing over his driver's license, the narrator stalled for time, pretending to look for the registration. He hoped to see the patrol car logo, but noticed only an ordinary dark blue sedan with a flashing beacon. The stranger studied the license for a long time, then asked a strange question. "Where exactly are you headed tonight?" The answer prompted even more interest. "Does anyone else on the road know where you are?" Fear reached its peak. The narrator lied, saying that his sister was tracking his location in an app, hoping to scare the stranger away. The stranger grunted and tried to look inside the car. Then came an illogical order: "Open the trunk." The stranger didn't answer the question about possible problems with the taillights, just tapped his fingers on the roof of the car as if pondering something. At that moment, the narrator was driving along a dirt road. The cell signal indicator flickered weakly. In a trembling voice, he called 911, giving the dispatcher all the details about the car and location. The dispatcher stayed on the line until 2 sheriff's cars met him at a gas station off the highway. After filing a report, the officer said that similar incidents occur along rural roads, a staged breakdown, an accomplice in ambush. The perpetrators choose quiet roads, late hours, and lone drivers, robbing victims of wallets and phones, sometimes inflicting beatings. The description of the couple matched the descriptions from another case. The narrator could have been their next victim. Arriving home at 3 a.m., he carefully checked all the locks and listened to the silence. The next day, detectives reported that the same car had passed through a toll road camera heading south shortly after the call, but the plate was stolen. The search continued. Since then, the narrator avoids dirt roads at night, preferring safety to saving time. When he sees a stranded driver, he calls for help but never stops himself. The moment when the woman stepped back and the man's eyes met his is forever etched in his memory. What could have happened if he had stopped and offered help? That question haunts him on night drives, making him vigilant when the road is empty and lit only by his headlights. He seemed to be pondering something. I realized I needed to leave immediately, but hitting the gas so close to him seemed too dangerous. So I decided to buy some time. "I can't find the trunk release button," I said, pretending to look for it on the console. He stepped back slightly, shining his flashlight on the passenger seat, giving me a slight advantage. Instantly rolling up the window and shifting into gear, I was ready to go. He slapped his hand on the glass, but I sped off. Gravel sprayed from under the tires as I shot out onto the highway. My pulse was pounding in my temples, and the steering wheel was shaking in my hands, which were numb with tension. In the rear-view mirror, I saw the headlights of a suspiciously similar car turn around and come after me. He was chasing me, but the flashing lights remained off. The distance between us was closing rapidly. I increased my speed to 130, then to 145 kilometers per hour. I knew there was a small 24-hour gas station with security cameras and possibly a night attendant at the next exit. My cell phone was on the passenger seat. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, I grabbed it and dialed 911. The operator answered, and I frantically reported my location, speed, and being chased by an unknown person impersonating a law enforcement officer. The operator advised me to continue driving toward a lighted area, stay on the line, and not stop until real police arrived. Suddenly, the sedan chasing me slowed down. Its headlights receded, flickered, and disappeared as it turned onto a dirt road. I didn't feel relieved until I saw the bright lights of the gas station ahead. Pulling up to it, I parked near the glass entrance doors and locked myself in the car, waiting for help to arrive. Within minutes, 2 sheriff's cars arrived with their sirens off, but their lights flashing. The real police officers took my statement, examined the tire tracks, and the shoulder where I had been stopped. They said there had been 3 similar reports from that same stretch of highway in the past month. Always late at night, always from lone drivers. The perpetrator had never harmed anyone, but all the victims described the same strange questions and a jacket without any identifying marks. I sat on the curb, unable to stop my hands from shaking, while the police searched the area for the fake car. Returning an hour later empty-handed, they gave me a case number and said they would increase patrols in that area of the highway. They thanked me for calling in time, which had prevented a possible search of my car. Finally, around 2:30 a.m., I got back on the road. The rest of the drive seemed 5 times longer. Every time headlights appeared in the rearview mirror, I felt a painful clenching inside, but I made it home safely at dawn. 2 days later, a detective called me and said that the abandoned sedan had been found in a field near the same highway. Inside were a magnetic flashing light, a dark jacket, and a tablet with the times and locations, presumably a schedule of planned stops. None of the fingerprints matched anything in the system, and the suspect remained at large. He might never be caught. For weeks, I replayed the incident over and over in my head. If I had opened the door, the trunk, or gotten out of the car, the consequences could have been unpredictable. I replaced the old camera in my car with a new one and installed a rear-view camera. Now, when I see flashing lights behind me, I always make sure I'm in a lighted area, near a camera, or within sight of other people before I even think about stopping. I share this story with friends when the subject of driving comes up. Most of them laugh nervously, assuring me that it would never happen to them. I hope they're right. But when the highway is deserted and the night is quiet, it's easy for a predator to hide behind a mask of authority. It was a hard lesson to learn, and one I will never forget. It was around 11:30 p.m., and I was driving home after a long shift at the diner. My beat-up Honda Civic was running low on gas, so I pulled into a small gas station just off Highway 17. It was one of those run-down places with dim fluorescent lights and a single pump that looked like it hadn't been cleaned since the 90s. There was a chill in the air, and the only sounds were the faint hum of the lights and the occasional car speeding by on the highway. I was exhausted. My feet ached from standing all day, and all I wanted to do was fill up and get back to my apartment. I swiped my card at the pump, and the machine authorized the transaction. The nozzle clicked into place, and the smell of gasoline filled the air as I filled the tank. Leaning against the car, I scrolled through my phone to pass the time. The station was deserted, save for a beat-up pickup truck parked near the convenience store, but there was no one visible inside. Maybe the half-asleep cashier was dozing behind the counter. I didn't think much of it, since things were usually quiet in small towns at night. The pump clicked off, and I hung the nozzle back up. Glancing around, I opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat, tossing my phone onto the passenger seat. Turning the key, I started the engine. Something felt off. but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it was just the creepy vibe of the gas station, or my extreme tiredness. I shrugged it off and pulled out onto the highway, leaving the station's lights behind in my rearview mirror. The rearview mirror reflected the pitch-black darkness of the night road, only occasionally broken by faint glimmers of streetlights. To avoid falling asleep at the wheel, the narrator turned on the radio, which was broadcasting the monotonous drone of a late-night talk show host discussing alien conspiracy theories. After about 10 miles, a strange sound arose in the silence of the car, resembling a quiet exhale. The driver froze, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Turning down the radio, he strained his ears, but only silence reigned. Trying to convince himself that there was no danger, the narrator suggested that it might have been engine noise or a gust of wind. However, soon the sound repeated, this time more clearly, a slow, as if deliberate, breath coming from inside the car. His heart pounded. His gaze darted to the rearview mirror, but the darkness made it impossible to see anything in the back seat. The road stretched ahead, deserted and endless, with not a single light in sight. Trying to remain calm, the narrator convinced himself that he was imagining things, that perhaps fatigue was making him hear echoes of his own breathing. But then the sound came again, a low, raspy inhale, as if someone was trying to breathe silently. And it was coming from right behind him. Slamming on the brakes, the driver stopped the car in the middle of the road. His hands were shaking as he frantically opened the door, practically falling out of the car. Without hesitation, he rushed to the side of the road, his sneakers crunching on the gravel. Turning around, he saw his car, illuminated by a dim light from inside. No one was visible in the back seat, but he had no desire to approach. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. The rear passenger side door swung open, and a figure slipped out. It was a tall, lean man dressed in a dark, hooded sweatshirt. Without looking back, he ran across the road and disappeared into the dense forest that stretched along the highway. The trees swallowed him up instantly, and only the sound of breaking branches disturbed the night's silence. Frozen in place, the narrator felt his heart pounding wildly. His phone was still in the car on the passenger seat. He didn't want to go back there, but there was no other choice than to stay on the deserted road. Taking a tentative step forward, then another, he kept his eyes fixed on the car. The back seat seemed empty, but it wasn't worth the risk. Grabbing a stick from the side of the road, not the most reliable weapon, but better than nothing, the narrator, holding it like a bat, cautiously approached the car. The interior light was still on, illuminating a bag on the floor and the phone on the seat. Leaning in, with tension throughout his body, he checked the back seat. Empty, just a sports bag and an old blanket. Grabbing the phone, the narrator retreated, his trembling fingers dialing 911. The operator answered in a calm and professional voice. The narrator tried to explain what had happened, the words tumbling out in disarray. Someone was in my car. He was in the back seat and ran into the woods, he said in a trembling voice. After giving his location, he heard that a patrol car was already on its way. While waiting for the police to arrive, the narrator stood by the road, clutching his phone and looking back at the car and the woods. Every rustle of leaves made him jump, the darkest thoughts running through his head. How long had he been there? Was he waiting for someone like him at the gas station? The thought made him feel sick. The narrator imagined the stranger slipping into the car while he was pumping gas, hiding in the shadows of the back seat. Finally, after about 20 minutes, the police arrived. A man and a woman, exiting the car, approached the narrator, who had to repeat the whole story: the gas station, the breathing, the man running into the woods. After examining the car, shining flashlights into every corner, the female police officer found a small pocket knife under the blanket. It didn't belong to the narrator. "We'll take it as evidence," she said, bagging the knife. Unfortunately, due to the darkness and the speed of what happened, the narrator couldn't remember the stranger's face. The police officer tried to search the woods, but soon returned, saying that it would be impossible to find him in the dark, offering to escort the narrator home. The police received his consent. All the way, the narrator kept looking in the mirrors, afraid to see someone in the back seat. Arriving at his apartment, he locked the door and propped it up with a chair. The night passed without sleep, every creak and every shadow making him jump. The next day, calling the police, the narrator learned that the perpetrator had not been found. However, security camera footage from the gas station confirmed that there was a man in a hooded sweatshirt there. Presumably, he slipped into the car while the narrator was pumping gas, taking advantage of the unlocked back door. The realization of his own carelessness made him feel uneasy. Since then, the narrator avoids driving at night. He bought a new car with an alarm system and always checks the back seat before getting behind the wheel. Sometimes he can still hear that breathing in his head, the slow, raspy sound. The narrator doesn't know what that person wanted, and he, doesn't want to know. He only understands that he was incredibly lucky that night. If he hadn't heard that sound, if he hadn't stopped the car, perhaps he wouldn't be alive now. For nearly a decade of service, patrolling the silent expanses of Texas highways had become routine. However, the night of August 9th, 2013, just past 1 a.m., brought a call that stood out from the usual. The radio reported a truck blocking part of US 277, approximately 4 miles south of the small town of Bronte. The dispatcher clarified that a passerby had reported the obstruction, followed by a 911 call. The caller identified himself as Brandon Lawson, 26, and urgently pleaded for help. His words were fragmented but chilling. Someone was chasing him. Despite distortion and static, the voice on the line sounded extremely agitated and urgent. As the closest patrol to the scene, the officer immediately activated his emergency lights and headed to the specified location. Highway 277, especially at night, is an extremely isolated stretch of road. The landscape is monotonous, flat fields covered in thorny mesquite, and the rare silhouettes of rabbits crossing the road. The moon that night was bright enough to cast long shadows, but this only intensified the feeling of eerie silence. Over the years, the officer had seen many vehicle breakdowns in these parts, from running out of gas and flat tires to drivers simply losing their way. Yet, there was something profoundly unsettling about this particular call. Arriving at the scene around 1:10 a.m. confirmed the dispatcher's information. Indeed, a silver Ford F-150 was there. It was parked extremely carelessly, partly on the shoulder and partly occupying a lane of traffic. The hazard lights were not on, and the driver was nowhere to be seen. The officer cautiously approached from behind, and the powerful spotlight of his patrol car cut through the pitch darkness. The truck's windows were down, and there were no keys in the ignition. There were also no signs of an accident or struggle, just an empty, abandoned vehicle. The officer radioed in the license plates and confirmed that the vehicle was registered to Brandon Mason Lawson, residing in San Angelo. Stepping out of the car, the officer felt the gravel crunch under his boots. The air was heavy, still retaining the heat of the day, and the chirping of crickets was so deafening it seemed to drown out his own thoughts. The officer carefully scanned the area with his flashlight. The beam picked out patches of tall grass and thorny bushes stretching along the road, but nothing more. No tracks, no broken branches, nothing that could provide any clue as to where this person had disappeared. A loud shout, "Brandon Lawson, Sheriff's Department," echoed through the area, then faded into absolute silence. There was no response. The officer thoroughly inspected the truck. The fuel level was at 0, which matched Brandon's words in the 911 call. A pack of cigarettes lay on the passenger seat, several empty, Doctor. Pepper cans were on the floor, and a phone charger dangled from the dashboard. Ordinary items, not immediately suspicious. The officer speculated that Brandon might have walked towards Bronte or hitched a ride. However, the words from the 911 call continued to trouble him. "I'm in the middle of a field. A guy is chasing me through the woods. Please hurry." The operator who took the call confirmed that the caller's voice sounded panicked, but the connection dropped before she could get more information. There were no woods in this area, only sparse trees and brush. What on earth was he running from? Around this time, another vehicle pulled up to the scene, a pickup truck with a gas can in its bed. It was Kyle Lawson, Brandon's brother, accompanied by his girlfriend. Kyle looked extremely worried. He explained that Brandon had called him around 2:30 a.m., saying he had run out of gas. Kyle decided to bring fuel and help his brother. The officer asked if Brandon had said anything else, perhaps about trouble or someone chasing him. Kyle shook his head, responding that Brandon just sounded irritated about the truck breaking down. The officer asked them to stay put while he searched the surroundings. He walked approximately 100 yards in both directions, illuminating the ditches and adjacent fields with his flashlight. Nothing, no bloodstains, no torn clothing, no signs of a struggle. If someone was chasing him, as he claimed, where did they disappear? There were no other vehicles in the area, and the nearest residence was several miles away. The officer called for backup, and soon another couple of sheriff's deputies joined them to assist in the search. They combed the fields until about 3:00 a.m., but Brandon had seemingly vanished. By dawn, the Texas Rangers were called in. Later that day, they deployed a helicopter that searched the area for many miles around. The results remained the same. Nothing. Soon after, Brandon's girlfriend, Ledesha, arrived in a state of extreme panic. She explained that they had argued that night, and Brandon had left to cool off, planning to go to his father's in Crowley, a 3-hour drive away. She also mentioned that Brandon had been clean from drugs for a long time, but there was an old arrest warrant for him, years old, related to a minor drug possession charge. This made the officer wonder if he had fled to avoid law enforcement. But then why call 911 if he intended to disappear? The 911 call recording was truly chilling. The officer listened to it at the station. Brandon's voice was fast, breathless, as if he was running. "There's one car here. I ran into him. A guy is chasing me." The operator tried to calm him, asking if he needed an ambulance, but he kept repeating that he needed the police. Then there was static, and the call disconnected. Law enforcement obtained his phone records. The last signal was detected near the truck, after which there was complete silence. His phone was either dead or turned off. Days seamlessly turned into weeks. Searches resumed with K9 units, volunteers, and even drones. The Rangers took over the case, classifying it as a cold case, an unsolved disappearance. Many theories circulated. Did he get lost in the brush and die of hypothermia? Did he stumble into something like a bad drug deal and get murdered? Or did he simply run away, abandoning his 4 children? None of these hypotheses formed a coherent picture. A father of 4 doesn't just vanish, not without a trace. Years passed, and then in 2022, a search expedition discovered clothing that appeared to belong to Brandon. A yellow shirt, camouflage shorts, white Nike sneakers. These items were found along with bones and a skull fragment. The DNA testing process was long and painstaking, but by 2024, it was definitively confirmed that the remains belonged to him. However, the cause of his death remained undetermined. The absence of bullet or stab wounds only deepened the mystery. How could his remains end up in the middle of the wilderness, just a few miles from his own truck? Even now, driving on Highway 277, the narrator experiences a strange sense of unease. What did Brandon see that fateful night? Who was chasing him? Or was he overcome by such intense fear, such madness, that he himself plunged into the impenetrable darkness and never returned? In his years of work, the narrator has seen many things, but Brandon Lawson's story remains with him, like a persistent echo. It feels as if the highway swallowed him whole, leaving behind only a multitude of unanswered questions. The narrator remembers working as a night guard at a warehouse on the outskirts of town. The pay was modest, but it was the only way to support his family. His wife stayed home, caring for their young son, while he spent long nights patrolling the cold, deserted aisles filled with stored goods. One night, his life irrevocably changed. He had just started his shift, and the clock showed around midnight. The warehouse was silent, broken only by the hum of the lights and the rare echo of his footsteps. He usually brought a thermos of tea and his old, barely functioning mobile phone. His son should have been sleeping peacefully at home, but around 1 a.m. his phone vibrated with an incoming call. The number was unfamiliar. Usually the narrator never answered such calls, but that night, for some reason, he picked up. A gruff voice said, "We have your child." At first, he thought it was someone's sick joke. His boy should have been safe, at home. But then he caught a faint cry in the background. It was his son's voice. The narrator's stomach clenched with terror. The man demanded money, a colossal sum of $10,000, which he could never have raised. He was a poor man working as a guard for meager wages. He said he didn't have that kind of money. The man just laughed and stated that he had until the next evening. Then the connection broke. That night, the narrator left the warehouse, trembling with fear, and rushed home. His wife was in a panic. Their boy was gone. His son's bed was empty, and the back door was wide open. They immediately contacted the police. The narrator told them everything, including the call. The police advised them to remain calm and assured them they would set a trap for the kidnappers. The narrator couldn't sleep and couldn't eat. All he did was wait for the phone to ring again. The next day, the kidnappers called back. They named a meeting place. an abandoned parking lot by the river. The police devised a plan. They would hide in unmarked cars, watching every corner, while the narrator would bring a bag that looked full of money. They promised to catch the kidnappers before anything happened. That night, he drove to the parking lot with the fake money. The place was dark, surrounded by broken streetlights and weeds pushing through cracks in the asphalt. The river made a faint noise in the distance. His hands were sweaty on the steering wheel, and he constantly looked at the passenger seat where the bag lay. The police contacted him through a small earpiece. They told him to stay calm, just follow instructions. He got out of the car and stood under one of the few working lights. The air was cold, and he could hear every beat of his heart. Minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity. Then, without headlights, a car pulled up. It slowed and stopped about 20 feet from him. His throat was dry. A man in a dark hoodie and mask emerged. He stared at the narrator, then at the bag in his hand. For a second, the narrator thought it would work. The man walked slowly but steadily towards him. Then, suddenly, he froze. His head turned slightly, as if he saw something. The narrator realized what it was. He had spotted one of the officers hiding at the edge of the parking lot. The man rushed back to his car. The doors slammed shut, and the engine roared. They sped away so fast that gravel flew into the air. Police cars chased after them, lights flashing, but the kidnappers knew the area better. The narrator stood there helplessly, clutching the useless bag. The chase ended in failure. The officers lost them somewhere in the labyrinth of old roads by the river. When they returned, all he could do was collapse onto his car, feeling that he had lost everything. That was the last time he had hope. The next morning, a package appeared on his doorstep. He knew what it was before he even opened it. Inside was the body of his child. His world crumbled. He felt dead inside. His wife screamed until she lost her voice. He couldn't even explain the pain. It was like something had torn open his chest and left it empty. He couldn't protect him. He couldn't save him. After that, the police worked day and night. It took weeks, but they finally caught those people. There were 3 of them. All had prior convictions, robberies, assaults, and worse. They confessed after hours of interrogation. They had been watching the narrator for weeks, knowing he was poor and thinking he would do anything to get his child back. Now they are in prison. The law says justice has been served. But for the narrator and his wife, nothing feels like justice. They no longer have their boy. The man's heart still drops every time the phone rings during his new night shift. Though he now works elsewhere. Passing dark corners, he invariably sees his face, hears his voice calling his name. That fateful night at the warehouse, which seemed like an ordinary shift, ended up costing him everything he held dear. No matter how many years pass, the silence of those endless warehouse spaces continues to remind him of the stillness that has settled in his own home. The tragedy occurred in May 2025. This isn't a story where fear creeps up suddenly, but it is certainly the most terrible experience of his life. The man and his friend, Brandon, both in their early 30s and from Atlanta, eagerly anticipated a 10-day trip to Universal Studios in Orlando, Florida, to escape the routine of their office weekdays. They had been looking forward to this journey for months, discussing future rides on the Velocicoaster, exploring the magical world of Harry Potter, and many other attractions. They booked a room at the Hard Rock Hotel, located right by the parks, with 2 queen beds and a magnificent view of the lagoon. Brandon asked if his girlfriend Michelle could come with them. They had met on Tinder a few months prior, and he was completely smitten with her. The man agreed without hesitation, believing it would be a fun addition to their company. At the airport, Michelle made a pleasant impression. She was about 25 years old, had brown hair, a wide smile, and was wearing a Gryffindor t-shirt. They hugged, chatted a bit about the upcoming flight, and headed to the hotel. At that point, there were no red flags, but the situation began to change rapidly. By the first day, Michelle had completely taken the lead. She insistently demanded they skip the parks to visit random restaurants she found online, whether it was some Cuban place downtown or a vegan cafe miles away. If the friends wanted to go on a ride, she would pout or cleverly change the subject. Brandon always gave in to her, and the man agreed to keep the peace. It was certainly annoying, but he attributed it to her personality quirks. Soon Michelle started talking nonstop. She endlessly chatted about her job, her ex-lovers, or strange theories, such as Disney secretly running Universal. She seemed unstoppable. Brandon suggested it might be ADHD, or perhaps she had forgotten to take her medication. At night, the man couldn't sleep either. She would talk through the bathroom door while brushing her teeth, or whisper to Brandon at 2 a.m. The man would hide his head under his pillow, but her voice drilled through it. Brandon also looked exhausted, but he just shushed her and rolled over. The worst part was that Michelle stayed in their room. Brandon asked if he minded, as she couldn't afford a separate room. The man said it was fine, thinking he was being a good friend. This was a huge mistake. The room became cramped. Her belongings were everywhere, chargers, makeup, snacks, all over the beds. There was no privacy, no quiet. By the 3rd day, the man was at his breaking point. That day, they finally managed to visit the parks. They rode the Hulk coaster, enjoyed butterbeer, and laughed in the Simpsons area. It felt like the trip they had originally planned. Afterward, the man grabbed a burger at City Walk, Antojitos, cheap and tasty. Around 8 p.m., he keycarded into their room. He is 14 now, but this happened when he was 11. His older sister was suffering from a severe toothache again. She never really brushed her teeth, and such nights were not uncommon in their house. It was bitterly cold outside, one of those nights when the air burned your nose and the windows were covered with a thin layer of frost. Mom stood in his doorway, half-dressed in her coat, and asked if he wanted to go with them to the dentist. The boy replied that he preferred to stay home. He hated the cold and liked the thought of a warm blanket and a movie. She said they would grab food on the way back. It sounded perfect. They left, and a heavy silence settled in the apartment. The kind that comes after a door closes and the building seems to settle. 2 minutes later, his phone lit up, showing a call from an unknown number. He never answered such calls, so he just watched it ring until it stopped. The phone rang again. He ignored it again. The boy convinced himself it was probably a wrong number. Some delivery person trying to reach someone else, or a scammer. The second call died down, and he tried to forget about it. His nose was running, and he sneezed 3 times in a row. He made himself a cozy nest on his bed, blanket up to his chin, pillow neatly stacked. He called his friends, and they played games on their phones for a while. After that, He put on a movie and let the sound fill the room. The kind of sound that makes you feel safe, as if you're not alone. And then he heard it, breathing, not his own. A slow, steady sound behind him, as if someone was trying to breathe quietly, but too close to the wall. His stomach dropped. He paused the movie. The room became quiet. He could still hear it. He didn't look back. He just slid off his bed and crawled into his sister's bed across the room. He kept telling himself it was the heating, or the ventilation, or a pipe in the wall, old building, old noises. He stared at the doorway leading to the hallway, listening, but the sound never quite faded into the building's general hum. 20 minutes passed, and then the lights suddenly went out. When one speaks of fear of the dark, it means something more than just the absence of light. It's the feeling when anxiety constricts your chest. It seemed as if the very space of the room had shrunk, pressing down on his rib cage. He pulled the blanket over his head, trying to slow his breathing. He knew that their apartment sometimes had power outages, especially on cold nights when everyone turned on their electric heaters. He convinced himself that the lights would surely come back on. He commanded himself to remain still. He decided to count to 100 and then try to activate the flashlight on his mobile device. Around the count of 60, his resolve wavered slightly. He abruptly threw off the blanket and grabbed his phone. The battery was only at 10%. His attempt to turn on the flashlight was unsuccessful, as the phone was in power-saving mode and would not allow that function to be activated. He desperately tapped the screen, as if these actions could change anything. No light, just a dim lock screen reflecting his own face. Enos. At that moment, the bathroom door stirred. It didn't slam shut, but slowly closed, the latch making a barely audible click. The bathroom door was light, and sometimes a draft from open windows could push it, but this time all the windows were tightly closed. The person was acutely aware of this. Their gaze was fixed on the dark silhouette of the doorway, and a flush of heat spread across their face. The person didn't want to speak, but finally uttered, "Mom." In response, there was only silence, broken only by the creaking of the building, a common occurrence in cold weather. The person sat perfectly still, hearing their own heartbeat in their ears. Thoughts turned to Mom's car pulling onto the street. The smell of takeout food came to mind. The person imagined the bright lights of the dentist's office and their sister's complaints. The mental replay of mundane things continued to ward off the rising fear. The electricity returned with a soft pop, and the lights flickered. The heating fan started, the refrigerator hummed, and the apartment was once again filled with the sounds of life. The person exhaled, not realizing until that moment that they had been holding their breath. The person convinced themselves that the sound of breathing was the heating system. The person explained to themselves that the bathroom door's movement was due to an air pressure change caused by the power outage. They almost managed to believe it. Then the phone vibrated, the same unknown number again. It filled the entire screen so casually and indifferently, as if it didn't know that for the past half hour, its existence had consumed all thoughts. The person stared at it, not answering. They watched it ring until it stopped. Then, a call was made to Mom. The person tried not to sound scared, but their voice still trembled. They said that something had been heard, that the lights had gone out, that someone kept calling. Mom replied that they were paying the bill and heading home immediately. 10 minutes, she said. Every second of those 10 minutes stretched like an entire minute. The person got up and, on shaky legs, crossed the room to the bathroom. The door was closed. Placing a hand on the handle, they stood there, almost touching the wood with their forehead, listening. Nothing. Quickly opening it, they found the bathroom empty, towels neatly in place, shower curtains still. Nothing moved. The person returned to the bedroom and tried to laugh at themselves. They turned the movie back on, making the sound too loud. When Mom and Sister returned home, the person almost ran to the door. Cold air rushed in with them, and the apartment smelled of the street, the dentist's office, and food. Mom touched their face and asked if everything was okay. The person replied that everything was fine. Everyone ate and behaved as usual, and the person convinced themselves that the night was over, but it wasn't. The next morning, the sister's phone rang as she was brushing her hair. An unknown number. She said hello as she always answered calls. There was a pause. Then she frowned and hung up. Strange, she murmured, adding that no one was there. The person advised her not to answer if it called again, and told her that the number had called them last night too. The sister grimaced and suggested, maybe it's the dentist. However, the dentist's number was saved in Mom's phone. That night, as everyone was getting ready for bed, Mom's phone rang. An unknown number. She looked at the person, and everything inside froze. She didn't answer. It rang and rang, then stopped. A minute later, it rang again. She ignored it. After it quieted, she tried to call back. The call didn't go through. She tried again. Nothing. She blocked it. 2 days later, it called again. This time during the day when everyone was home. It called once. Hung up. Called the sister's phone. Hung up. And then called the person's phone. The same pattern, as if it was moving through their house from phone to phone. The person answered, heart pounding, planning to say, "Stop calling." The phone was pressed to their ear. Breathing was heard, slow, heavy breathing. No words, no background noise, just that calm rhythm, like someone who had all the time in the world. The person listened for a second longer than they should have, then hung up. Their hands trembled so much that the phone fell onto the carpet. Mom grabbed her keys and said they were going to the police station. A report was filed. The officer was kind. He asked if the caller had said any words. He inquired about the times of the calls. He asked if anyone knew who had gotten their numbers. He told them that unknown numbers could be spoofed or hidden, and sometimes it was difficult to trace if the caller was using certain apps. He advised them to block it, keep a log and call if the situation escalated. He didn't say it would stop. The silence was supposed to come. The calls, however, didn't stop for a whole week, continuing to ring at the most unpredictable moments. They invaded the peace of deep night, woke us at dawn, interrupted daytime meals. Sometimes there was absolute silence on the line, just the echo of an unseen presence. Other times only someone's breathing was heard, light and barely perceptible. Once, we clearly distinguished a faint cough, as if someone was trying to muffle the sound by covering the microphone. To avoid looking at the screen every time, we changed the ringtones, assigning this number a unique signal that immediately betrayed its ominous origin. We spent nights with the hallway light on, creating an illusion of safety. I moved my bed closer to the door, as if that could protect me from the invisible threat. Mom kept her keys and phone on her nightstand, ready for immediate action. Even my sister, who usually needed constant reminders, started brushing her teeth without prompting, as if she believed routine could ward off the approaching darkness. And then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The calls ceased. A day passed, then 2, then a whole week. Life, as if slowly awakening from a nightmare, gradually returned to its usual rhythm, leaving behind only a vague memory of the fear experienced. The sight instantly paralyzed me. The room was completely ransacked. A lamp lay broken, its shards scattered across the floor. My laptop, an $800 MacBook holding invaluable work photos, was savagely pried open on the bed, its screen shattered. A Gringotts goblin souvenir, meant for my niece, was crushed. Clothes from my suitcase were torn, stained with wine, and some items were cut with scissors. The mini fridge stood open, its contents spilled onto the floor. Drawers were emptied, their contents strewn about. It resembled a robbery, but far more brutal and senseless. The damage amounted to hundreds of dollars. "What happened here?" I exclaimed, my voice trembling with shock. Brandon sat on the bed, pale with shaking hands. Michelle, however, sat on the floor, calmly picking at her nails as if nothing had happened. "It's not my fault," she said without looking up. "This is your room. You paid for it, so you deal with it." At that moment, I completely lost my composure. All her demands, her endless talking, and now this. "You two need your own room," I roared, unable to contain my anger. "This is insane. My things are ruined, and I've had enough." Brandon tried to say something, but Michelle slowly stood up. Her eyes were cold, completely empty. She reached into her jeans and pulled out a knife. It wasn't a folding knife, but a large one, like from a kitchen set, with a black handle wrapped in electrical tape. My heart stopped. Where could she even get that in a theme park? The thought flashed through my mind. "You can't kick me out," she said in a low voice, approaching me. "After everything." She lunged forward, swinging the knife at my face. I felt the blade whiz inches from my cheek. Pure instinct kicked in instantly. I dodged, tripped over the doorframe, and slammed the door right in front of her. The door hit her in the chest, knocking her down. The knife clattered to the floor. She cursed, reaching for it, but I had already darted out of the room and was running without looking back. I flew down the stairs to the lobby. The front desk clerk, Raj, stood behind the counter. "Call the police!" I gasped, spilling out the whole story, the knife, the trashed room, her attack. He immediately pressed the panic button. Security arrived very quickly, and then, in less than 10 minutes, the Orange County Sheriff's Office appeared. They arrested Michelle, handcuffing her while she screamed that I had ruined her life. Brandon was distraught, apologizing and offering his credit card to cover the damages. The hotel compensated my stay and moved me to a new room. That night, I locked the door tightly, flinching at every sound. Michelle was charged with assault with a deadly weapon. However, here's the catch. She was released 2 days later. Some judge let her out on $5,000 bail for reasons I will never understand. I cut my trip short, flew home to Atlanta, and blocked Brandon for a while. I needed my space. Then the situation worsened. Brandon called me a few days later from a blocked number, his voice trembling. Michelle had come for him too. The same knife, the same crazy look in his apartment parking lot in Tampa. She cut his arm, requiring 6 stitches, but he managed to fight her off and called the police. The charge is mounted: attempted murder, violation of a restraining order. She is now in jail, awaiting trial. The worst part is that Brandon isn't going to leave her. He claims he's afraid she'll come after him or his family if he does. She's not always like this, he keeps repeating, as if that changes anything. I called him a coward and cut off all contact with him permanently. He is now my ex-friend. This trip was supposed to be filled with roller coasters and magic wands. Instead, it showed me how quickly things can go wrong. 1 minute you're laughing about butterbeer, the next you're dodging a knife in a hotel room. If you meet someone online, do a deep dive into who they are, because some people hide monsters within them. And I learned that the hard way. I still double-check my locks at night. I never imagined grief could drive a person so deep into the woods. However, after my mother's passing, it was vital for me to get away. My name is Forrest. I am 32, and I work as a mechanic in a small town in upstate New York. My mom was only 58. She always had a smile despite her heart problems. She swallowed beta blockers like candy to keep her blood pressure in check. But one night, she took too many. At least that's what the coroner said, an accidental overdose. However, immediately after the funeral, rumors began to circulate. My stepfather, Rick, had been arguing with her more frequently lately. The bruises on her arms, which she meticulously hid under long sleeves, bothered me. Some diner patrons swore he'd slipped extra pills into her tea, envious of her small inheritance. Others said it was just her forgetfulness, a disease affecting her mind. The police classified it as an accident. No charges were filed. Rick got the house, and I got a crushing sense of guilt for not noticing it all sooner. I couldn't sleep in my apartment anymore, staring at the ceiling, replaying the arguments I'd heard. So I packed my old Ford pickup with a tent, a sleeping bag, a cooler with sandwiches and non-alcoholic drinks, and headed for the Catskill Mountains. He headed for the Catskill Mountains. The drive there took about 3 hours, winding through pine groves, where the air was infused with the sense of damp earth and untamed freedom. He chose a secluded spot, far from busy routes, the Black Bear campsite, but ventured deep into the woods, avoiding the proximity of families with their RVs and children's chatter. It was just him, the flickering campfire, and the silent stars. In his mind, he held out hope that 3 nights spent in complete solitude would help clear the fog that enveloped his mind. There was no cell service there, and that was the whole point of his trip. He arrived late on a Friday evening in October. The leaves had already turned yellow, crunching under his boots with every step. Quickly setting up camp, he pitched his tent by a creek that gurgled as if whispering ancient secrets. The campfire flared to life from dry branches and a lighter pulled from his pocket. After cooking a hamburger, he opened a can of Bud Light and sat watching the sun slowly dip below the horizon. The air quickly grew cold, a piercing chill that seeped into his bones, raising goosebumps on his skin. At that moment, he remembered his mother's laugh, her playful scolding about him never settling down. Then Rick's voice echoed in his mind, shouting about money a week before her death. "She doesn't need that old fool," Rick would have said. He brushed away these thoughts, convincing himself that this trip was for her, for both of them. Night fell, a heavy, inky black blanket. There was no moon visible that night, only the campfire's light casting strange, flickering shadows on the tree trunks. Around 10 p.m. he crawled into his sleeping bag, but sleep never came. The creek's whisper began to sound ominous, like distant, arguing voices. The wind rustled through the branches, making them creak like old floorboards underfoot. He lay with wide-open eyes, his heart pounding from the excess caffeine from his last soda. That's when he heard it, a soft crunch, like a branch breaking under someone's foot about 20 yards away. A deer, he thought, as there were many here. But then another crunch, closer this time. He sat up, flashlight in hand, aiming the beam into the pitch blackness. Nothing but tree trunks and swaying ferns. He tried to laugh off the fear, rolled over, closed his eyes. A few minutes later, another rustle, clearer this time, as if something was deliberately pushing aside fallen leaves. His pulse quickened. He grabbed the flashlight again and turned it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, falling on a mighty oak about 15 feet from his tent. And there, peeking from behind the trunk, were eyes. 2 crimson points, glowing like embers in a dying fire. These were not animal eyes, too high, too still. They stared directly at him, unblinking through the mesh window of the tent. He froze, his breath caught in his throat. "Who's there?" His voice came out softly, swallowed by the forest's depth. There was no answer, only those eyes continued to hold him in their steady gaze. Then, slowly, like an embodiment of sin, a hand rose from the shadows, pale with thin, crooked fingers that seemed to beckon. "Come here," it silently said. "Join me." The air around him grew thick. Cold sweat beaded on his neck. His mind frantically searched for an explanation. A bear. No, bears' eyes don't glow red. A poacher. But that hand, it was unnatural. Too long, joints bending wrong, like bones under loose skin. He shot up, heart hammering like a jackhammer, zipped up the tent flap, fumbled for his boots. Those eyes didn't move, just watched patiently. The hand waved again, gently, as if calling a lost child home. His mother's face flashed in his mind, her pale cheeks in the coffin, Rick smirking at the wake. Was it him waiting for him here? No, that was crazy. But the eyes burned brighter, drawing him in, causing a pulling sensation in his stomach, like a hunger that couldn't be ignored. He didn't hesitate. Grabbing his keys, he burst out of the tent into the cold night. Branches slapped his face as he ran, the flashlight beam bouncing erratically. The creek splashed under his boots, mud sucking at his heels. Behind him, a low chuckle, or was it the wind? He didn't look back. The ranger station was a mile down the trail marked on his map. His legs burned, his lungs burned. He pushed through thorns that tore at his jeans. Every shadow hid those eyes. Every tree hid that hand. "Help!" he yelled, but only an echo answered. Finally, the station lights appeared. Yellow bulbs on the log cabin glowed like a beacon from hell. He pounded on the door at 1 a.m., gasping for breath. Ranger Neil, a stout man in his 50s with a broom-like mustache, answered, awakened. "Better get into your camp," he grumbled, but he spilled everything. The eyes, the hand, his dead mom, the doubts. Neil radioed another ranger, poured him coffee that tasted like tar. Probably a hiker with a red LED, headlamp playing a trick, he said, but his eyes said he wasn't sure. They waited until dawn, him shivering under a wool blanket. The sun rose, gray and weak, through the clouds. They walked back, him, Neil, and his buddy Tom, a shotgun slung over Tom's shoulder just in case. The trail seemed shorter in daylight, but his stomach churned with anxiety. They reached his spot. The tent sagged, the fire pit cold ashes, no tracks but his own, and a deer's print in the mud. No eyes, no hands. Neil walked around, found his hamburger wrapper fluttering in the wind. "See anything?" Tom asked. He shook his head, examining the oak. Only bark and moss. They decided he had scared himself. Grief plays tricks. "It happens out here," Neil said, patting his shoulder. "Go home, son. Get some rest." He packed up quickly, hands trembling as he folded his sleeping bag, drove away, radio blaring classic rock to drown out the silence. Back home, he slept for 2 days, dreaming of red lights and beckoning fingers. Several months later, Rick sold his house and moved to Florida. The police officially closed the case, classifying it as an accident. However, last week, late in the evening, as he was alone fixing a carburetor in his workshop under the hum of fluorescent lights, he saw them again. In the rearview mirror of a client's crookedly parked Chevy, 2 red eyes flickered in the dark yard, and a hand slowly rose from the shadows, beckoning him. The man rushed inside and locked the door, immediately calling the police. The arriving officers found nothing, just an empty yard where the wind rattled the chain-link fence. But he was sure it was there, waiting for answers, or perhaps wanting him to join her. Whatever caused her death, it now craves company, and it definitely knows where he lives. It was September 7th, a young woman's 24th birthday, and she dreamed of something modest. She didn't want a noisy club or an overcrowded bar. Time twos. Her only wish was to have a quiet, secluded celebration in a place where she could fully relax with her closest friends. Online, she found a beautiful Airbnb house. It was a 2-story building located on the outskirts of the city, with a spacious backyard, perfect for hanging fairy lights, setting up a fire pit, and creating a cozy gathering area. She booked this house for the weekend. Moreover, she even paid extra for catering services to completely free herself from the hassle of preparing food and drinks. The catering company promised to send 3 waiters to serve appetizers and beverages. Her plan was a barbecue dinner, accompanied by music, laughter, and a complete absence of any dramatic events. The weather promised to be warm, slightly humid, but perfectly suitable for an evening outdoors. On Friday afternoon, she arrived at the venue with her best friend, Harper. Her friend helped her unload boxes of party decorations. The house looked even better in person than in the photos. Its facades were painted white, a wraparound porch encircled the building, and a tall fence securely enclosed the yard. Inside, the owner had left the Wi-Fi code and a spare key hidden under the doormat. Harper and the birthday girl spent several hours setting up folding tables, stringing lights in the trees, and blowing up balloons. By Saturday morning, the place was fully ready for a real celebration. By 6:11 p.m., the catering staff arrived as promised. There were 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in black vests and ties, carrying trays and ice buckets, exuding professionalism. One of the men was tall with a short haircut. The other had disheveled brown hair and a name tag that read Alex. The woman's name was Lisa. They offered polite smiles and immediately got to work. Guests began to gather around 7:00 p.m. The birthday girl's brother, Marcus, was the first to arrive, bringing a pack of non-alcoholic drinks. Then came Harper's friends from work, a few old college neighbors, and a couple of neighbors. Soon the grill was in full swing. Steaks sizzled on the grates. Corn wrapped in foil was ready to be served, and music streamed from a portable speaker. People laughed, enjoyed their drinks, and shared stories. The backyard glowed with string lights, and fireflies danced in the grass. The servers discreetly blended into the background. Tom, the tall waiter, constantly refilled drinks without being intrusive. Alex remained by the food table, ensuring trays were always full. Lisa cleared dirty plates. Everything ran smoothly, as if they had done it hundreds of times before. By 10 o'clock, it was cake time. The birthday girl had ordered a large vanilla cake from a local bakery, covered in white frosting and adorned with the inscription, 24 and thriving. Everyone gathered around the picnic table. Marcus lit the sparklers. All the guests sang in unison, and the birthday girl blew out the candles in one breath, wishing for a promotion at work. People clapped and eagerly dug into their slices. It was at this moment that she noticed Alex. He wasn't holding a tray. Instead, she saw him by the chair where the gifts were stacked. He unzipped her new leather purse and extracted a small item. Then he reached for a box that held a silver necklace. "Hey man, what are you doing?" her cousin Jake loudly exclaimed, catching him red-handed. Everyone turned to look. Alex froze, his hand halfway to the box. His face remained impassive, showing neither guilt nor fear. "What?" he uttered in a lifeless voice. "You're stealing," Jake said, moving closer. "Put it back." Silence fell over the yard. People stopped eating, their eyes fixed on Alex. Then Alex reached into his vest pocket. He pulled out a switchblade and flicked it open, the blade glinting under the string lights. Gasps filled the air. Harper grabbed the birthday girl's hand. "Back off," Alex said, calmly pointing the knife at Jake. "Nobody move. Call the police, and you'll regret it." He slowly retreated toward the gate. Chairs scraped across the ground as he slipped into the dark side yard. Chaos ensued. Marcus yelled for everyone to stick together. Harper called 911 and reported what had happened. People whispered, fearing he might return. Jake checked the gifts. Some money and a charger were missing, but the necklace was still there. 10 minutes later, 2 police cars arrived. Officers took statements under the light of the porch lantern. The birthday girl told them about the catering company she had booked. Quick Serve Events. They verified the name and took notes. Another officer searched the yard with a flashlight, but Alex was long gone. They advised them to lock up and stay inside. The party had to end early. People left in groups. The birthday girl stayed with Harper in the house, too nervous to sleep. Every creak in the old house made her jump. Ring. Around 2 a.m, the phone suddenly vibrated, breaking the silence. Police officers seemed to have returned to the front door. "We found him," one of them said, his words echoing in the air. The officers escorted everyone to a downstairs bathroom. The narrator's heart sank, sensing something was terribly wrong. Inside, leaning against the cold wall, was a semi-conscious man in a waiter's vest. His shirt was torn, his skin unnaturally pale, and his chin was stained with vomit. Needles and a syringe kit lay on the countertop, indicating recent medical procedures. Paramedics were already assisting him. In a weak voice, the man mumbled, "They claimed to be guests. 2 men. They offered me a drink before my shift. My throat burned terribly. I woke up here with no clothes, no knife. They said they would handle the party themselves." The officers exchanged significant glances. One of them reported that the contents of the syringe tested positive for powerful sedatives. The bitter truth hit everyone with incredible force. The man in the bathroom was the real Alex, the genuine waiter. The 2 individuals previously thought to to be Tom and Alex were merely imposters. They had cunningly drugged the true employee, taken his uniform, and infiltrated the party unnoticed. Lisa, however, was indeed who she claimed to be. She had genuinely left the event early due to a headache, but these two men skillfully played their roles throughout the night. They deftly poured drinks and served food, all the while harboring a sinister plan for robbery. By dawn, everyone had packed up and left the Airbnb. The owner promised a refund for the rental, but peaceful sleep never returned with the same ease. The narrator's thoughts constantly drifted back to the knife, to how calmly and coolly it had been aimed at Jake. The police classified the incident as attempted robbery, but to the narrator, it felt far more sinister and ominous. A month had passed since that day. She was still 24, but birthdays now felt tainted, overshadowed. She couldn't stop replaying the events of that night in her mind, reliving each moment. In her imagination, images of those men arose, smiling as they served food, subtly observing everyone present, and sometimes a disturbing question surfaced. Was stealing money truly their only objective? Or were they plotting something far worse, something that never came to pass because Jake spoke up in time? At one point, the narrator worked at a Pizza Hut located in one of Tucson's less affluent neighborhoods. This area was notoriously known for its dilapidated apartment buildings, numerous trailer parks, and duplexes that seemed long past their prime. Most customers were typically not generous tippers, and many appeared to be struggling with drug addiction or living on government assistance. This job was certainly neither the safest nor the most pleasant, but it allowed her to make ends meet and pay her bills. One evening, an order came in for a large meat lover's pizza with extra sausage. The delivery was assigned to another driver. However, even before that driver could return to the store, the customer was already calling the pizzeria, claiming the pizza was so spicy it was inedible and demanding an immediate replacement. The staff doubted the truth of his claim regarding the dish's spiciness, but the manager decided to send another pizza to resolve the conflict and appease the dissatisfied customer. When the driver returned, he was given a fresh pizza for redelivery. Everyone believed this would finally solve the problem. However, their hopes were dashed. The man called again, not once, but twice more over the next few hours. Each time, he repeated the same complaint. The pizza was too spicy, and he couldn't eat it. The staff continued to send replacements and retrieve the old pizzas, ostensibly for quality checks, though in reality, they simply threw them into the dumpster. The pizzeria believed the customer was trying to scam them for free food and hoped he would eventually stop calling. By 11,000 callers p.m., an hour before closing, he called once more, demanding another pizza. By this point, the manager's patience had worn thin. He politely but firmly explained that they could do no more. If the man came to the store the next day, he would receive a refund. Everyone assumed the incident would be over. The narrator wasn't closing the store that night, so she was at the register, counting the day's earnings. Just then, a beat-up truck screeched to a halt in the parking lot, stopping right at the front door. A heavy, unkempt man emerged from the cab, carrying a pizza box. He came inside, placed the box on the counter, and declared he was there for a refund. The narrator called for the manager. While waiting for the manager to arrive, the narrator watched as the man opened the box and began to mumble. "This pizza is so spicy," he said. "You just have to try it. Someone's putting pepper in the sauce or something." The narrator, trying to avoid conflict, told him she believed him and stepped aside. The manager approached to process the refund, but the man became even more agitated. He pushed the pizza toward the manager, insistently repeating, "You have to try this. You just have to believe me." He poked his finger into the pizza, turning it into a shapeless mess. The manager calmly explained that he didn't need to try it and asked the man to leave the premises. Finally, the man took his pizza and quickly rushed back to his truck. By this time, all the store employees had gathered near the entrance, the waitress, the cook, and other drivers. One of these drivers was the person the narrator had a secret crush on. When the man drove away, the narrator tried to lighten the tense atmosphere with a joke. "Hey, Kevin, want to try my pizza?" Everyone laughed, but the laughter didn't last long. The truck suddenly screeched to a halt, then accelerated back into the parking lot. The man burst inside again, this time enraged. He yelled at Kevin, "You think this is funny? You're laughing at me." Kevin froze as if struck by lightning. The man climbed onto the counter, shouting that he would teach him a lesson. He demanded that Kevin come outside to fight him. Kevin was only 22, slender, and clearly frightened. This man was much older, larger, and far more unpredictable. The manager managed to calm him enough to push him outside and quickly lock the door. For a moment, it seemed that it was all over. Then a rumble sounded, and the massive truck reappeared, but this time its maneuvers around the building took on a sinister tone. A gun now protruded menacingly from the driver's window, pointed directly at them. Instantly, everyone present dropped to the floor, gripped by panic. The waitress couldn't hold back her sobs, and their manager, trembling all over, blindly fumbled for the phone to dial 911. Each time anyone dared to raise their head for a quick glance, they saw the truck continuing its terrifying circular drive. Eventually, the vehicle stopped and parked neatly next to a driver's car, seemingly waiting, clearly hoping that one of the employees would come out for a delivery. They remained hidden, barely moving, until, after approximately 15 minutes, their pursuer finally drove away. The police arrived almost an hour after the incident. By that time, one of the employees had already hastily left the scene, consumed by fear that the aggressor might return if he stayed. The next day, the man continued to call the establishment. He furiously yelled into the phone, claiming that they had attacked him and even thrown pepper in his eyes. Fortunately, because they had his phone number and address recorded, law enforcement was able to promptly track down the assailant. The police arrested him, and he was never seen again after that. Following this incident, his name was permanently placed on the Do Not Deliver blacklist.
5 forests. You to better never enter forests with their towering trees, crisp air, and peaceful solitude usually seem like the perfect escape from the chaos of city life. But on Earth, there are places where this idyllic image gives way to bone-chilling horror. The 5 forested areas described below have earned grim reputations. They are eerie, mysterious, and possibly even deadly. Prepare to step into the realm of the unexplained, because these are places best avoided entirely. 5. The Devil. Footpath. Long before America gained its independence, over 120 years ago, ominous whispers already circulated among the whispering pines of Willow Creek, Oregon. Locals spoke in hushed tones about a perfectly circular patch of barren earth, roughly 15 feet in diameter where nothing ever grew. They called it the Devil's Footpath. Year after year, surrounded by lush forest, this circle remained utterly lifeless. Not a single sapling, blade of grass, or even a tiny flower dared take root. Legend has it that even deliberately planted vegetation withers and dies almost instantly. Animals seem to sense something sinister. Dogs approaching the circle tuck their tails, whine pitifully, and howl as if crushed by an invisible force. Even stranger, locals claim that any object left inside the circle, regardless of size, is mysteriously thrown outside its boundaries by dawn. Daring individuals who spent the night within this cursed spot returned with stories too terrifying to speak aloud of what they saw and heard. Boy Scouts who accidentally pitched their tents inside the circle woke the next morning to find their shelters relocated far from where they had set them up. At least 2 men attempted to stay awake all night within the circle, but both reported being lulled to sleep by a gentle voice and an enchanting melody. By morning, they too had been moved beyond the circle edge. So what makes this place so unnerving? According to legend, the devil himself walks here at night. Deep within the silent, shadowed woods, he paces the circle, scorching the earth with his hooves, fixated on the chaos and malevolence he longs to unleash upon the world. The mystery of the devil. Footpath has haunted imaginations for over a century. Passed down through generations, the tale endures. Scientists have been consulted and questioned about why this specific patch remains barren, but even they have no answers. Today, the site draws paranormal investigators. As for Willow Creek residents, most know the legend well and steer clear of the circle. Teenagers, of course, love to hang out there. Whether they had their own encounters, or seen or felt the devil guarding his sacred ground, remains unclear. 4. A man discovers a shrine to the missing. In October 2016, Marcus Chambers was enjoying a leisurely walk through Briarwood Park in Riverdale, California, when he stumbled upon a truly chilling sight. Along the trail, he noticed something odd attached to the trees. Upon closer inspection, he discovered printed sheets of paper carefully sealed in plastic sleeves, hanging from individual trees across a section of the forest. Chambers examined each one and was horrified to realize they were missing persons posters. That alone was unsettling, but what terrified him more was the realization that every poster featured real people. Deeply disturbed, he pulled out his smartphone with trembling hands and began recording. He later posted the video on Facebook, where it quickly went viral, amassing over 1 million views. Chambers showed around 25 missing persons posters affixed to trees and wondered aloud who could have created such a display deep in the woods. It seemed the area had been deliberately turned into a shrine for the disappeared. He ended the video by running away, claiming he heard voices nearby. You might assume it was a hoax, perhaps even staged by Chambers himself. But as soon as he left the forest, he immediately contacted the police and showed them the footage. Authorities investigated the area and closed the case 2 days later, stating they identified the person responsible. According to them, the landowner had hung the posters as Halloween party decorations. Despite this explanation, Chambers remains unconvinced. He argues that using real missing persons as Halloween decor is not only tasteless, but deeply disrespectful to grieving families still hoping their loved ones will be found. It's disturbing and shows complete disregard for their feelings, he said. The posters and materials looked weathered, as if they had been there for a long time. Maybe they just claimed it was Halloween decor because it was discovered right before the holiday. Some viewers offered alternative theories. One suggested it was leftover film set dressing from a new movie, The Blackwood Witch. Others speculated it was a cruel prank. Although police closed the case, many questions linger unanswered. 3. Shadow Woods, the forest, where shadows come alive. Welcome to Shadow Woods, Maine, a forest that whispers of ghosts and secrets, widely regarded as one of the most haunted places in North America. Why? There are many reasons, and each is more chilling than the last. Here dwells the terrifying Shadowwoods demon. Countless restless spirits roam, and, most haunting of all, entire ghost towns lie buried beneath the wild undergrowth. For centuries, Shadowwoods has been the birthplace of countless urban legends. The stories evolve, but their dark protagonists remain unchanged. The saga of the Shadowwoods demon began in the 1700s when the first settlers arrived. Legend tells of Elizabeth Crawford, writhing in childbirth, who in desperation cried, "Let this child be the devil." As if in answer to her curse, a creature with a pointed tail and wings was born. Moments after its birth, it attacked its family and vanished into the night. Soon, eyewitnesses began reporting its appearances. In 1901, residents of Portland, Maine were stunned when they saw and heard the creature. A trembling postman described it as grotesque, emitting unnatural sounds before dissolving into darkness. In 1925, a farmer shot a mysterious animal, killing his chickens. He showed the carcass to over 100 people, yet no one could identify the beast. Even today, the Shadowwoods demon continues to unsettle the region. Locals, paranormal investigators, and campers regularly report encounters with winged creatures or unidentifiable animals that inspire primal terror. But Shadowwoods is more than just the demon. It is also home to some of the state's most haunting ghost towns, so many that the forest is often called the Forest of Ghosts. Ruins of 18th and 19th century settlements are still visible beneath the overgrowth. Glass factories, paper mills, cranberry farms, brickworks, all now silent echoes of the past. One of the best preserved ghost towns is the village of Batstow, nicknamed the Pearl of the Pines for its remarkable condition. Once a bustling hub, it housed iron and glass workshops and even produced cannonballs for Thomas Smith's army. It has no surprise that ghosts are frequently seen and felt by those brave enough to explore these woods. One of the most famous is the spirit of a little boy, believed to be the victim of a fatal car accident. He's often spotted on Burnt Hill Road at midnight. Locals say that if you drive down the road with your headlights off, you'll see the boy chasing his ball, his small figure flickering in the beam of your lights. Another spirit is Sarah Anderson, a former enslaved woman lynched for studying and practicing medicine. There are also reports of a blonde woman, a black dog, a headless specter, and a white deer, each appearing to lost travelers, as if inviting them into their shadowy realm. Whether you were drawn to ghost towns, seeking paranormal thrills, or hoping to confront the Shadowwoods demon itself, this forest seems tailor-made for you. But beware, it doesn't let its guests leave easily. 2. Blackwood, the whispering woods of the Mississippi. Along the mighty Mississippi River lies Blackwood, a deep, dark forest whose dense canopy blocks out nearly all sunlight. Known in the US as the Black Forest, it has become synonymous with the ominous thickets that inspired the Brothers Grimm's darkest fairy tales. The forest is so densely overgrown that in most areas, sunlight never touches the ground. This creates an oppressive, eerie silence. No wonder Blackwood is rumored to be a haven for the supernatural. For instance, the Lake Luna nymphs, water spirits dwelling in the murky depths of Mystic Lake which borders the forest, are said to live under the rule of the King of Mystic Lake. Legend warns, never throw stones into the water near the forest, or you will anger the king and invite his terrible wrath. Meanwhile, in the nearly vanished town of Harpersville, tales persist of a headless horseman who rides from the woods each year, his hooves clattering along old roads. There is also Greystone Castle, where beautiful, enchanting ladies are said to reside, visible only at night, their silhouettes flickering in the windows. Stories even tell of a ghostly king who abducts young women foolish enough to wander into the forest. As if that weren't enough, Blackwood is also linked to werewolves, witches, and even UFO sightings. Because of these spine-tingling tales, paranormal experts and thrill-seeking tourists constantly explore the area. While charming towns and scenic trails lie nearby, the persistent horror stories serve as a grim reminder. Blackwood may not be a place you want to enter if you value your peace of mind. 1. Interstate 75, the highway to nowhere. To most, the trees lining one of America's busiest interstates seem unremarkable. But few know that Interstate 75 near Austin, Texas hides a horrifying secret. It is a hidden dumping ground for bodies. For decades, the entire 200-mile stretch, from the Texas border deep into southern Louisiana, has served as a grim resting place for murdered and missing persons. Beneath the rustling leaves and the roar of passing cars lie untold stories that will never be fully known. A trail of tragedy. Highway 75, Graveyard of the Innocent. Highway 75 and its surrounding forests have silently witnessed unspeakable cruelty, becoming the final resting place for at least 30 victims. There is no discrimination by age or gender. Men, women, and children have all been callously abandoned in this desolate stretch, doomed to oblivion. A lucky few have been identified, but most remain nameless ghosts. Some bodies were found naked, others clothed, some relatively fresh, others badly decomposed. In some cases, only bones were discovered by hikers, gold prospectors, or developers encroaching on these sinister woods. Much of the land around the highway is wild and untouched. Thick underbrush and rolling hills provide perfect cover for criminals to conceal their crimes. One particularly gruesome case involves David Johnson. Her remains were found in muddy, swampy waters when a woman exploring beaver dams noticed a lone shoe that looked familiar. Upon picking it up, she was horrified to find a foot bone inside. Further searching uncovered clothing, limbs, a breast implant, and more bones. It was later confirmed to be David Johnson. Johnson vanished in October 2015. She was a mother, a Navy veteran, a former bodybuilder, and a cosmetologist. Shortly before her disappearance, she had filed a restraining order against her ex-boyfriend, Emily White, and told her sister that if anything happened to her, he would be to blame. Soon after, Johnson disappeared. Although White was arrested on unrelated charges, and for violating the restraining order, he was never charged with her murder, and the case remains unsolved. A similar tragedy befell 18-year-old Emily White. She had a habit. Whenever her boyfriend called, she'd drive to a payphone near a local convenience store on Oak Ridge Road in Springdale to call him back. She always did this. But on that fateful day, after heading to the payphone, Emily was never seen again. Her worried parents found her car in the store's parking lot and soon filed a missing persons report. A week later, on September 29, 1999, her partially decomposed naked body was discovered in the woods near the highway. Why does Interstate 75 attract criminals? Investigators believe the reason is simple: convenience. The highway lies just 20 miles from downtown. Within that radius, it's easy to turn onto a back road where a vehicle can vanish instantly into the dense forest. As parts of the highway are gradually developed, police suspect many more bodies remain hidden in these woods, waiting only for time to reveal them. These, then, are 5 terrifying forests you'd better never enter. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, as Robert Frost once wrote. But they also hold secrets far beyond what we seek, and sometimes those secrets are too horrifying to uncover. After the divorce, I was left with nothing, and I desperately wanted to start over from scratch. I moved into a rundown apartment in a new city. I had no decent job, no pets, no kids, and of course, no wife. I was completely disconnected from the world, just existing. Endlessly sending out resumes for any vacancy, I eventually landed a lousy job at a lousy cafe, serving lousy coffee to equally lousy people. Boredom and despair were eating me alive. Even though I just moved to a new city, I felt I needed something more drastic. And then luck finally smiled on me. Among the thousands of random applications ID sent out was one for a fire lookout position deep in the woods. No experience required. Can you believe it? Fire lookout. Those are the people who live in total isolation in a 70-foot tower surrounded by forest, scanning for wildfires and yelling at tourists. I remember filling out that strange application because it seemed absurd that the position was filled, yet they were still accepting resumes in case it suddenly opened up. It was odd, but I sent it anyway. And now, here it was, my new job. A gruff-looking man called me and said I'd get paid and live in the tower until the end of summer, about 2 months. He stressed that it was crucial I start immediately, gave me directions, and told me I'd begin tomorrow if I agreed. I said yes. This was my fresh start. I'd just parked my car where the road ended, and now I had to hike to the fire lookout tower. It was just past 8 a.m., and Marcus, the guy who Dee called, said the hike would take about 4 hours. I expected to arrive by lunchtime. Marcus assured me my fire lookout tower, my new home, would be fully stocked with food. After that, I could radio the nearest fire lookout tower for instructions. It was cool for a summer morning, but I was incredibly excited for the hike. The woods here were famed for their beauty and peace, exactly what I'd been longing for. I reached the fire lookout tower just after 1 p.m. The hike was tough, but easy to navigate. Everything was well marked, and the trail was clear. The fire lookout tower was much bigger than I'd imagined. I'd guess it was about 100 feet tall, with a cabin perched on top, supported by 4 stilts. A spiral staircase wound around it, leading upward. Next to the fire lookout tower stood an outhouse and a storage shed, which I assumed held the food. I will explain more once I get inside the cabin and drop my backpack. The stairs were tough. I was a little tired, but I'd get used to it. The cabin was small, with a balcony wrapping all the way around. Inside stood a bed, a large radio, a table with a map, a few books, a toolbox, a small handheld radio, a lamp, binoculars, and a flashlight. The cabin walls were all windows, so I could see the surrounding forest from every angle. It was eerie, but made sense, since I was literally watching for fires. I dropped my backpack and remembered Marcus mentioning I should radio the nearest fire lookout tower for instructions. So I did. "Hello? Is anyone there?" I asked, fumbling awkwardly with the big radio. "Hey, you're the new guy, right?" Olivia," came a cheerful female voice through the static. "I've been keeping an eye on your patch of forest while you were on your way, but I couldn't see too far, so I am glad you made it." "Nice to meet you. Yeah, I am the newbie." "Adam," I replied over the radio. "Marcus said you'd explain everything." "Sure thing." "Well, you've already figured out the radio. That's a start. The outhouse is down by the fire lookout tower, and that's where the food supply is too. It gets restocked weekly by Marcus or Hakeem. As for the job itself, it is mostly observation, making sure no one camps overnight where they were not supposed to, and watching for wildfires. Olivia continued. "Also, keep the trails clear, but all that's in the manual on your table. Read it." "Thanks, Olivia. I'll do my best," I said enthusiastically. "I'll radio you if I have questions." There was no reply. Well, she seemed pleasant enough. I grabbed the manual and started flipping through it, and mostly repeated what she just told me, only in more technical jargon, but I planned to study it, cover to cover, to feel confident. As I flipped the pages, a sheet of paper fell out. It was lined paper, covered in messy, almost frantic blue handwriting. It read, "Rules to avoid the smiling lady. 1. If you see a woman in the woods with a manic smile on her face, do not approach her or draw attention to yourself. Return to your fire lookout tower immediately. 2. If your radio crackles and it's anyone other than your nearest fire lookout tower, do not respond, no matter what you hear. 3. If you hear a woman weeping between 1 and 4 a.m., ignore it. 4. Always sleep with the lamp on at night. If it starts flickering, run to turn on the main light and keep it on until morning. If your lamp goes out completely before you can do this, hide under the bed until sunrise. 5. If, at night, you hear someone running up the stairs to your lookout tower, immediately turn on the main light. If you hesitate and the creature reaches the top, it'll be too late. 6. If you wake up and see those smiling women staring at you through the window, immediately hide in the closet and hold your breath. She will enter your cabin and you will feel her icy breath right above you as if she's hovering. Not a sound, not a breath. It will only last a moment. As soon as you feel she's gone, turn on the main light until morning. 7. At any scratching sound, whether in your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the blanket until the noise stops. 8. If, while investigating a campfire at night, you hear a woman scream, run back to the lookout tower as fast as you can. 9. If, upon returning to your lookout tower, you find someone inside, run. Don't stop until you reach the next tower. Never look back. She'll be chasing you. What the hell? What sick, twisted joke is this? I thought. I reached for the radio to ask Olivia about these bizarre rules ID just found, but stopped myself. I didn't want to be the rookie who fell for a prank, so I stayed quiet. Instead, I looked around, finally ate, and got comfortable. "Good night, dude," Olivia's voice crackled over the radio just as I drifted off on my first night. I jolted awake, heart racing, and quickly replied, "Good night, Olivia. Thanks for your help today. My first day was over." After dinner, I explored the woods, practiced with a machete used for trail clearing, a great stress reliever, and reviewed forest regulations and job duties. Olivia checked in occasionally, but I never mentioned the strange rules ID found. I was still awake, probably from the fright her "good night" call had given me. I got out of bed and looked around. Nothing but endless forest. It was dark and eerie, but the darkness was also a good sign. No fires. I knew other lookouts searched for flames at night, easier to spot in the dark, but I needed to be ready in case I saw one myself. I was about to climb back into bed when I heard a scratching sound. Weird, I thought. Probably just an animal trying to get into the shed. I jumped into bed, exhausted from the first day, and reached to turn off the lamp. The moment I did, the scratching sped up, almost as if whatever was making it got excited. I yanked my hand back from the switch, and the scratching slowed. That was very strange. Even weirder was that the scratching seemed almost rhythmic, methodical. Suddenly, both my radios emitted a high-pitched whine. What the hell? Terrified, I leapt out of bed and grabbed the handheld radio. As I fumbled with the big one, I caught sight of the rule sheet again. Wasn't there something about scratching? Oh crap, I am not superstitious, but I wasn't taking chances. I quickly grabbed Rule 7. If you hear any scratching, inside your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the blanket until it stops. I shut off the big radio and dove under the blanket. What the hell, man? I could still hear the scratching, but it sounded closer now, like it had moved from a distant noise to something right at my cabin door. It grew fainter, as if whatever was making it was lightly dragging nails along the door frame. I didn't move. What the hell is this? Morning came. I'd have finally fallen asleep under the blanket last night. The scratching had stopped, but I hadn't moved an inch. Exhaustion had won. In hindsight, I feel a little foolish. I am in the woods, there are tons of animals, and radios pick up all kinds of interference. It makes sense the first night would be the hardest, adjusting to life 100 feet up, alone in the forest. But today, I am going to make the most of it, and I am sure the rest of my nights will be far less eventful. To stop thinking about that scratching last night. What was it? It must have been an animal, right? God, I hope it was just an animal. I am also trying not to think about that list, but damn, it's hard. I brought it with me just in case, though I feel a little silly doing so. Bet it was a prank. It is only my second day and they are already messing with me. My mind's racing. Anyway, I am on patrol now, just walking some trails, making sure no one is camping in open areas. It's getting dark, so I think it's time to head back. I was almost ready to turn toward my fire tower when I spotted a flash of a campsite. There it was. My first real task. Tell these people to pack up and leave. This area is for hiking only. I kept walking. The camp was set up on a large clearing surrounded by trees, just one reddish-yellow tent and a cold campfire. "Hello," I shouted. "You can't camp here. This is hike-only territory." Silence. No answer. I moved closer to the campsite, heading toward the fire pit in case something jumped out of the tent. What a coward I am, I shouted again. "Hello, is anyone there?" Nothing. At that moment, a strange feeling washed over me. Something was off. I can't explain it, just wrong. I assumed the campers had just gone for a walk and would return soon, but it was nearly dark, and that worried me. Wait, wasn't there a rule about this? I pulled the list from my pocket and scanned it quickly. Yes, Rule 8. If you investigate a campfire at night and hear a woman scream upon arrival, run back to the fire tower as fast as you can. Okay, well, not okay, but okay. I didn't hear a scream. It's just an empty campsite. There is not even a live fire. I radioed Olivia. Olivia, hey, there is a campsite here. No fire, but no people either. What should I do? Where is it? Olivia replied instantly. I read her my coordinates, checking the map with my flashlight as it grew darker. Got it. That is right on the edge of my sector. You'll head there now. You just go back to your tower, okay? Olivia said. Okay, you sure? I asked. Absolutely. Go back. Stay safe. All right, she's a professional. I will call her when I get back and ask how it went. I'd been walking for about 30 minutes, nearly back to my tower, when I noticed a clear trail leading into the trees. Weird. I didn't remember seeing this on the map. I thought the path I was on had no branches. I figured ID missed it this morning and would check it out tomorrow. I trudged back to my tower. Back inside, I sat at the table, staring at the rules. I hadn't asked Olivia about them. I didn't want to. Not until something else strange happened. Nothing weird had happened tonight, just an empty campsite, no woman screaming like the rules warned. I'd been sitting there, reading the rules for about 20 minutes when my main radio crackled. Hey, Adam, I handled the camper. He says he was relieving himself in the woods and didn't know camping wasn't allowed here, Olivia explained. He must have been doing his business when you showed up. I'm walking him to his car now. All good. All right, thanks for handling that. Good night, I replied, feeling guilty she'd gone through all that trouble for nothing. I climbed into bed. The next day came. Last night had been fine. No issues. Now I felt safer and left the list on my table. I ate a lot this morning. My appetite must be growing from all the hiking. I spent the morning just sitting in the woods near my tower. It was calming. Time for my afternoon patrol to make sure no one's camping. But first, I want to check out that strange trail that's not on any map. I reached it quickly. It was relatively close, and sure enough, it was as clear a trail as any other. Like it had been maintained just as well as the main ones. I wandered down it, not expecting much. It sloped slightly downward, but wasn't difficult. After about 5 minutes, I thought I saw the end of the trail, and that was all I saw. Just an end, leading literally nowhere, just a wall of trees. I was about to turn back when I saw it, a small red scarf hanging from the branch of the nearest tree. Interesting. I walked toward it, and as I did, I saw another one deeper in the woods, and another after that. What the hell? Am I really going to be an idiot and walk straight into a serial killer's trap by following these? Almost as if to prove I wasn't a coward, I decided to follow them. I passed 5 scarves, each bright red, no writing or markings, and I was about to reach another. This one was different. It lay on the ground. The others had been on branches. Beyond it, I saw nothing. That was annoying. As I bent to pick up the last scarf and examine it, what the hell? It was tied to something wooden and fairly heavy. I lifted it. Dirt shifted as a wooden door revealed a small bunker. It was impressive, about 10 feet deep and 10 feet wide. A ladder was built into the wall where the door had lifted. I shone my flashlight and saw a sleeping bag on the floor below, and a camera. That was it. I climbed down the ladder. That was all. With every step down into the bunker, its solidity brought a strange sense of calm. The whole bunker was surprisingly clean for an underground structure, but inside was only a sleeping bag and a camera plugged into a charger. No outlets, of course. I picked up the camera. It was dead, a fairly modern model with a screen for viewing photos slightly cracked, but the main lens was shattered. It looked like its days of taking pictures were long over. I will charge it when I get back to my tower, I thought, eager to see what was on it. I'll call Olivia as soon as I return, otherwise she'll notice I started my patrol late, and then it hit me. The campsite. It was back. Damn, it looked like it had never left. Same reddish-yellow tent, same spot as last night. Did this guy think he could sneak back unnoticed? The only difference, there was a fire burning, the only light besides my flashlight. Annoyed, I decided to deal with this jerk myself and then call Olivia with the good news that ID handled it alone. I walked up to the tent and yanked the flap open. I didn't care if I scared him. He didn't belong here, and he knew it. I pulled the flap back. What? The tent was empty. Completely. No person, no sleeping bag, no backpack, just dirt. The fire burned brightly behind me. I turned, scanning the trees lit by its glow. It felt like something was watching me. I quickly doused the fire, pouring the rest of my water to kill the last embers. In an instant, I was plunged into total darkness. I kept my flashlight pointed at the ground, unable to look up at the trees that still gave me an inexplicable sense of dread. I reached for my phone to call Olivia, when a blood-curdling scream tore through the silence, coming from the trees right behind where the fire had been. God, that scream. Nothing I could have imagined. A scream of pure pain and pure rage. A dark figure burst from the trees, still screaming, and charged at me. I only caught a glimpse of her silhouette before I ran myself. It was a woman, with long hair and arms swinging loosely at her sides as she sprinted toward me. I ran through the woods I was just beginning to know, sticking to the trail leading to my tower. She didn't stop screaming, chasing me, that long, drawn-out cry piercing my thoughts. I rounded a bend in the trail and started screaming too, though I couldn't even hear myself over hers. I was halfway to the tower. Look back? No way that would slow me down. What the hell? The scream was getting louder. She was catching up. How was she still screaming? The fire tower. I saw the dim glow of the lamp ID left on in the cabin above, cutting through the darkness ahead, giving me hope. I reached the ladder and raced up it at full speed. The spiral staircase was a bit uneven. I stumbled every few steps but didn't lose my balance. Halfway up, I heard her hit the first steps. She was fast, and I could hear her gaining on me, but I thought I could make it. I was at the top. I burst into my cabin, and the moment I slammed the door, the screaming stopped. I pressed myself against the door, adrenaline surging, flashlight in hand like a weapon, ready to fight. The sudden silence didn't help. At least when she screamed, I knew where she was. My ears still rang as I stayed pressed to the door. An hour had passed since the scream stopped, and I hadn't heard a sound since. The adrenaline had faded, but I was still terrified. I finally stepped away from the door and tried to contact Olivia, too scared to speak. If this was a prank, it was awful, though for my sake, I hoped it was. I turned on the main radio. "Olivia!" I gasped urgently. "Olivia, please answer." After what felt like an hour of silence, though it was probably only half a minute, I heard a raspy moan. That wasn't Olivia, was it? It was a woman's voice, sounding in pain. What if the monster that chased me had gotten to Olivia? Just as I was about to respond to check on her, the radio crackled again. What started as another moan grew louder, turning into a scream. The same scream, the one that would haunt my dreams, tainted with pain and fury. She was screaming through my radio. I turned it off. "Good morning, dude. How'd you sleep?" Olivia chirped cheerfully the next morning. "Olivia," I replied, "probably from lack of sleep last night." "What's that list I found?" "What list?" Olivia replied over the radio. "What list?" Olivia's voice came back, alarmed. I spilled everything. The creepy note, the scratching, and of course, the nightmare with the insane demon woman. Olivia sighed deeply, like, "Here we go again." I realized this wasn't the first time. It seemed this story repeated with every lookout assigned to this tower. "I don't know what to believe," Olivia admitted. "At first, I thought people just went crazy from isolation. I've never seen anything like it myself. But after Henry, and now you, just 4 days in, I just don't know what to think." "Henry?" I asked. "Who's that?" "The guy before you," Olivia explained. "He lived in your tower for over a year, refused to go home or take leave. Henry was a great guy, handy, always had some project going. Sometimes near the end, I wouldn't hear from him for days. I think he spent whole nights outside the tower. No idea where he went, honestly." "Near the end?" I pressed, sensing this was important. "Yeah, he disappeared. Marcus thinks he just ran off. The tower was completely empty when he checked. No bags, no belongings, no Henry, but I don't get why he'd leave after a year of refusing to leave the forest at all?" Olivia sounded confused. "But months before he vanished, he became obsessed with the smiling lady, said he saw her at night but never gave details. If I asked, he'd just go quiet." Like I said, he barely talked to me. But his disappearance didn't explain why the job posting said the position might suddenly become available. I asked Olivia about that. I don't know anything about that, she replied. I've worked here 2 years and Marcus never tells me anything. Who worked here before Henry? I wondered aloud. Another guy, Ron, Olivia said. He left just a few days after I started. But once he asked me if I'd seen a woman in the woods, a woman who smiles. I said no and didn't think much of it. Back then, I thought he was weird. I wasn't satisfied with the lack of info, unsure if she really knew little or was hiding something. I decided to ask her directly. What made you take this job? Well, I guess we are opening up to each other this morning, huh? Olivia chuckled nervously. I stayed silent, waiting. My sister, she disappeared in these woods, Olivia said, voice trembling. Right before I started working here, I took the job to, I don't know, try to find her. I try to help others who might get lost. I don't know. I'm sorry about your sister, Olivia, I said, feeling awkward for asking. That's brave of you. Brave of... I won. Ask more questions. Not yet. I am not sure how honest she's being with me, but for now, I feel she's my ally, and I want to keep it that way. I thanked her for the talk. I trust her, I think. I feel a little calmer, though I don't know why. Henry apparently just vanished, and both he and Ron claim to have seen the smiling lady. Oh, that is the same lady who chased me last night. The camera I found was now charged. Evening fell. I still hadn't slept, barely moved, trying to process everything Olivia told me. But it was impossible. Maybe the camera held answers. It powered on. 3 options on screen, photo gallery, settings. I chose gallery. The first few photos were uninteresting. Shots of a random lake, a house, a car, nothing useful. Scrolling quickly, I almost missed a photo of my lookout tower. At its base stood a family, 3 people. The father was dark-haired, tall, looked like he had outdoor experience. Big, sturdy guy. The mother was a blonde with a beautiful smile, her hand on her husband's shoulder. The third member was a boy with short chestnut hair and a striking resemblance to who I assumed was his father. I kept scrolling, but never saw the family together again, only the man. He took selfies inside my tower, photographed the view from my window, the outdoor toilet, and some trails. Was this Henry or Ron? If it was Henry, why wouldn't he leave the forest to see his family? Then the photos got even stranger. The next one was the bunker. The same bunker ID found nearby, built into the ground, holding a sleeping bag and his camera. It looked unfinished, a work in progress. With each photo, it became more complete. Whoever owned this camera built it. Olivia said Henry was handy, right? Why did he build a bunker in the woods, so close to the lookout tower? The next photo was a random tree in the dark. Actually, the next 4 or 5 were of that same tree. At its base, a shadow. The shadow at the tree's base was strange, distorted, completely illogical. What was Henry, or whoever, trying to capture? Was the smiling lady his target? What the hell just woke me up? The clock read 2:13 a.m. Total silence now. But I knew something had broken my sleep. I was so exhausted from last night I wouldn't have woken up on my own. Maybe it was... Yes, I hear it. Through the night silence came a faint, wrenching female sob. It didn't sound very close, but I sat bolt upright in bed listening to the long, mournful wails. I remembered the rule. Rule 3. If you hear a woman weeping between 1 and 4 a.m., ignore it. But how could I ignore it? It sounded so sad, so broken. Part of me desperately wanted to help her. Another part craved answers, and neither part would let me just turn away. Trying to make as little noise as possible, I quickly geared up, grabbed my flashlight and radio, and carefully opened my cabin door. Descending the stairs, I shone my light to avoid tripping. The weeping came from the woods off the trail. I moved cautiously toward the dark wall of trees. The cries were soaked in unbearable pain, deep sorrow. I could only compare them to a mother's howl after losing her child, howling in utter despair, losing a piece of her soul with every agonizing breath. I turned off my flashlight as the weeping grew louder. I crouched, moving from bush to bush, then to a tree. The air was misty, piercingly cold, and the closer I got, the stronger the frost felt. Crouching behind a tree, I finally saw her. She sat hunched against the trunk, face buried in her hands, sobbing. She had long, dark hair spilling down her back and onto the ground. Though I couldn't see her clearly, she seemed to wear a clean, intact dress. But her hands were horribly damaged, twisted, broken. One elbow was bent backward, and bones jutted under the skin of both forearms, though they didn't pierce through. Her nails were long and sharp, and her body had no fat. Skeletal, pale skin stretched over her collarbones, emphasizing her gauntness. My radio emitted a short hiss. I quickly looked down to turn it off, and in that moment realized the weeping had stopped. My eyes stayed on the radio. Damn, she heard me. I couldn't look up. Nausea overwhelmed me. I forced myself and slowly raised my eyes. She was staring at me. Her eyes were empty, dark, white, lifeless, the white stark against her dark pupils. Her eyebrows were raised. She smiled. The smile was unnaturally wide, stretching across her face farther than humanly possible, baring all her teeth. It was sinister. Her face bore traces of recent tears. Some still streamed down her sharp cheekbones and thin neck. But now she wasn't crying. She looked excited. I was going to run. I could not look away, but I desperately told myself, "Run! Damn it! Run!" I needed to run. I stared at her for about half a minute, and she hadn't moved. Her eyes were still locked on me, her smile sinister. Just as I gathered the courage to turn and flee, she made a sharp movement. Her neck snapped to the side, and she crawled into the darkness behind her. The movement was so fast, her broken arms crackled as she slithered away, and that was my chance. I turned and ran. I ran with all my might, not looking back. I dodged some trees and crashed into others, but didn't stop. Why didn't you just leave me alone? There, my fire tower. Stumbling, I raced up the stairs to my cabin and slammed the door shut. From the safety of my cabin, I heard nothing. I scanned the base of the tower, the surrounding forest. Saw nothing. Forget it. I climbed under the blanket, turned on the lamp, and jumped into bed. Shaking, I tried to calm down, to listen past my pounding heart, but heard nothing. Just silence. As I peeked out from under the blanket, gathering courage to radio Olivia, I saw it. Scratches on my cabin floor. Scratches that hadn't been there before. Scratches I must have missed in my panic. They looked like something an animal or something crawling had made. Scratches from my cabin door all the way across the room to my bed. I had seen her outside earlier because she was already inside the cabin with me. She was under the bed. I froze. I knew she was there. I felt it. She was under my bed. What should I do? I remembered the rules. Was there anything about this? Rule 6. If you wake up and see those smiling women staring at you through your window, hide in your closet and hold your breath. She'll enter your cabin and you'll feel her breath right above you as if she is hovering. Don't breathe. It will last just seconds. As soon as you feel she's gone, turn on the main light until morning. Or Rule 9, chilling me to the bone. If at any time you return to your fire lookout tower and find someone else inside, run. Run without looking back until you reach the next tower. Never look back. She'll be chasing you. My heart hammered like a trapped bird. Should I hide under the blanket and wait for her to leave, as Rule 6 says? Or run, because she's already inside my tower, as Rule 9 commands. She was already there when I entered, so that's Rule 9, right? I heard her, not loud, but clear. A soft, careful movement, like someone trying not to break the silence. Then a faint rustle. A second later, the bone-chilling crack of her arms. They moved, and with it, a low, stifled groan that froze my blood. I closed my eyes, trying to push back the terror. I had to decide. Stay under the blanket or run. Rule 6, Rule 9. Suddenly, I felt a slight tug on the bottom of my blanket, barely noticeable, lasting just a second. Then a second tug, slightly stronger, as if an invisible hand was testing my resolve. I chose Rule 9. With an adrenaline surge, I leapt from bed and burst through the door, which slammed shut behind me. I didn't see her. I did not look. Luckily, ID slept in my boots, ready to flee. Halfway down the tower, I heard a deafening crash above. The door slammed as she left the cabin. I reached the base and heard footsteps above. She was halfway down. Time was slipping away. I ran toward the trail, and behind me came a terrifying rustle of dirt and grass. She was at the tower's base. I sprinted to the bunker and struggled to open it. I jumped down the ladder and slammed the hatch shut, cutting myself off from the world. I heard her. She moved around me in the trees and grass surrounding the bunker. Her low moans pierced me, making my hair stand on end as she rasped in pain, or something else beyond explanation. I huddled in a bunker corner, staring up at the hatch, but saw nothing through the pitch black. She was still above me. I heard her movements, a strange mix of quick, sudden lunges and slow, almost confused steps. Maybe she didn't see me descend into the bunker. Maybe she didn't even know it existed. Or maybe she just couldn't enter. Was this where Henry spent his nights when he was in the tower? Olivia said she didn't know where he disappeared to sometimes. Could this be it? Now I heard nothing. 20 minutes had passed. I thought the creature had left. But I wouldn't be that foolish again. I'd stay here until morning. Eventually, I fell asleep to the soothing sound of wind whispering through nearby trees. Last night was too close. Looking back on my decision to investigate, I feel incredibly foolish. I'm not sure if it was sleep deprivation or if she'd cast some spell on me, but I want to make reckless decisions again. I'll strictly follow the rules. Morning came. I was still in the bunker. Finally, I gathered the courage to lift the hatch and peer out. Blinded by sunlight after so long in darkness, the world seemed startlingly clear. I carefully climbed out and headed to my fire tower. I was quickly ascending the stairs when I heard a voice behind me. "Hey!" I nearly wet myself from shock. Turning and almost falling off the stairs, I saw a girl at the tower's base. An ordinary girl. Chestnut hair, glasses, carrying a large backpack. Dressed in hiking gear, smiling at me. Her smile so out of place after what I'd been through. "Oh, sorry for scaring you," she said, her voice light and easy. "Hi, I'm Sarah." I just stared at her, heart pounding like a drum. "Marcus. Daughter," she explained, as if reading my mind. "I'm here to restock your food." Olivia had not mentioned Marcus or his son would be restocking. No mention of a daughter. "Oh," I replied, voice trembling with confusion. "Sorry, you scared me. I'm Adam." "Hi, Sarah," she repeated, still smiling, a hint of concern in her eyes. "You okay?" I forced a weak smile, trying to hide my shaking. "Just startled me, that's all." "I thought it was Marcus or his son restocking." She laughed. Her laugh sounded so natural and carefree. "Oh, usually it is. I just started helping recently, I guess. You were actually my first stop today. Nice to meet you, Adam." It was getting dark. I was determined to figure out what was happening in these woods. Don't get me wrong, I was terrified, but I wouldn't make bad decisions anymore. For all I knew, I was alone. I didn't know who to trust. Olivia? Maybe I needed to meet her. Right before bed, I radioed her with a question. "Hey, Olivia," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Does Marcus have a daughter?" "Ask her," Olivia replied a minute later, sounding a bit tired. I was just about to say goodnight. "I'm not entirely sure about this. I've only met his son." "Why?" "Okay, I was just asking." "You all right, Adam? Did something else happen?" "Yeah, I'm fine, Olivia. Good night." I was still terrified, but I knew what I had to do. Those rules were my lifeline. They'd keep me alive, so I had to follow them. I knew that now more than ever. I left my shoes on for the night, just in case. I decided to turn on the lamp before switching off the main light to be ready for anything. I'd been in bed barely half an hour when I heard it again. Scratching. Rule 7. If you hear any scratching inside your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the blanket until it stops. The scratching was faint, as if coming from the stairs, or maybe from the outhouse below. No time to hesitate. I grabbed my big radio and turned it off. made sure the small one was off too, then hurried back to bed and dove under the blanket. The scratching continued, growing louder. Each sound was slow and drawn out, like nails dragging across wood. After each scratch came about 10 seconds of silence, then another, sounding closer. Soon, the scratching seemed right next to me, almost on my bed frame. I held my breath and closed my eyes, breaking all the rules. I was pure terror. The next scratch was longer than the rest, either on my bed or my cabin door. I did not know. I couldn't think clearly, but I wasn't moving. The scratching stopped. For about 15 minutes, I heard only the rustle of trees below as wind swept through them, creating an atmospheric hiss that pierced straight to my heart. I already decided to stay under the blanket all night, just in case, when I heard another sound. Faint footsteps, each quick but growing louder, until I realized something was racing up the stairs. In panic, I forgot the rule. Instinctively, I jumped out of bed and dashed to the main light switch. I flipped it on, and the running stopped immediately. I froze by the switch, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. Shaking, I walked to the rule sheet I kept by my bed. I picked it up and checked if I'd done everything right. Rule 5. At night, if you hear someone running up the stairs to your fire lookout tower, turn on the main light until morning. If you don't, do it before she reaches the top. It'll be too late. Thank God. I knew the main light was in more than one rule, and I was so glad I'd chosen right. I scanned the balcony surrounding my tower, saw nothing. I watched the top of the stairs, where an eternity seemed to pass. But nothing happened. Nothing climbed up. The bright glow of the main light made it impossible to see the woods below. I sat at the table, thinking. 2 hours had passed since it tried to climb my stairs, and I knew I wouldn't sleep tonight, so I used my time wisely. I intensely studied maps of the area, learning the trails around my tower like the back of my hand. But I also learned something new. I figured out the route to the nearest fire lookout tower. It wasn't too hard, and though I still thought I could trust Olivia, I wanted to meet her in person. I wanted to see her with my own eyes and talk face to face, not hide behind a radio. I decided tomorrow I'd head to Olivia's sector. I woke early. I'd slept only a few hours, but it was enough. I was too focused to even notice. I packed a light backpack, food, water, flashlight, radio, map, and machete. I also took the camera to see if Olivia could confirm the man in the photos was really Henry. Sunlight filtered through the trees, but I.D. never truly appreciated a sunrise before. I was usually either asleep or terrified, but this was beautiful. I decided not to tell Olivia I was coming. Though I felt a certain trust, I did not want her to know my location, giving her a chance to alter or fake anything. Just in case, I laced up my boots and headed to Olivia's sector. It should take about 3 hours. The route was fairly straight, and according to the map, no steep climbs or anything like that. I noticed a stark difference when I left my zone and entered Olivia's sector. Each lookout is responsible for maintaining trails and handling issues in their area. But as I entered Olivia's sector, I saw her trails weren't maintained at all. Honestly, they weren't. It maintained whatsoever. Overgrown trees, bushes, and flora forced me to thank myself for bringing the machete as I hacked through barely visible paths. It was exhausting work, but I wanted to ensure the trails were clear enough to run on if needed. I was losing motivation and getting hungry when I reached her fire tower. It took about 5 hours due to trail clearing, but I was here. The fire tower was identical to mine. Same layout. Cabin atop 4 stilts hidden in a small woods clearing. Her outhouse was on the opposite side, but her food shed was in the same spot as mine, left of the tower base. But I immediately noticed something startling that made me flinch. What the hell? 50 feet from her tower, like a giant campfire, lay the remains of a huge fire. The surrounding stones looked heavily used. And this, despite our main job being to prevent wildfires in these woods. A bit strange, right? I started climbing the tower. I moved relatively quietly, partly not wanting her to mistake me for some crazy lady charging up the stairs, but mostly from growing nervous tension. Reaching the top, I immediately knew the tower was empty. More than that, it seemed like no one had ever been there. Old nests on the cabin, cobwebs on the railings, and dust. Dust everywhere, like a thick veil of oblivion. I tried the door. It was locked. That was odd. My tower didn't even have a lock. I pressed my face to the glass, trying to see through the thick dust on the inside window. It was darker inside than it should have been. I could make out the main radio on the table next to a stack of what looked like newspapers and folders. The bed looked dirty and unmade. A bag, seemed like a backpack, peeked out from under it. From what I saw, there were no books, no deck of cards, nothing to occupy her during the day. How did she keep her sanity? I decided to radio her. I'd come all this way. I wasn't leaving without meeting her. I grabbed my radio. "Olivia, come in." "Hey," came a quick reply. "What's up, Adam?" "Hey, just checking in," I said, deciding to scout a bit before revealing my presence. "Where are you?" "Oh, I am in my tower." "Why?" she replied. What the hell? I'm sure this is the right tower. It's her tower. I am looking at it. No one's here. She is lying to me." Nothing," I lied, trying to mask my trembling voice with fake confidence. "Just some campers on the edge of my zone. I'll handle them." No reply. Did she believe me? Does she trust me? Reply, Olivia. I need to know if you believe me or not. Cool. Good job, Adam. Thanks for that. All right. Thank God she believes me, I thought. I decided to descend the tower and sit on a nearby tree. I needed to investigate this. Maybe she was just returning to the tower, so she said she was already there. It could have been a misunderstanding. So I decided to figure this out and see what happened. Over 30 minutes passed. No sign of her. In fact, no signs of anything. This area was completely silent, completely dead. Where were the animal sounds? The noise of distant hikers? It was so quiet. Too quiet. While waiting, I told myself that if she didn't return soon, I'd break into her tower. I had no idea if it was legal. Technically, it's my employer as property, right? I guess it's illegal, but I needed to investigate, and I needed to do it soon before dark. I slammed the door with my machetes, but right above the handle. The loud bang broke the eerie silence, followed by the door as creak as it swung open, making me freeze for a second, expecting something to happen. Nothing did. I stepped inside. Dust hit my face, and I held back a cough. I needed to be quiet and fast. The cabin was cold, strangely colder than outside. I approached the stacks of newspapers and folders. The headline of the first paper I saw sent chills down my spine. Missing hiker's sister. I skimmed the article. It was these woods. 2 sisters had gone missing. Oh, was this Olivia's sister? She told me only one sister went missing. Was this another? It didn't make sense. I flipped through the rest, mostly repeating that 2 sisters were still missing until one sister found after 3 weeks. The article said one sister was found alive and well, but the other was still missing. They split up after getting lost in the woods. She never mentioned she had gotten lost too. If this was about her, did she consider it too personal? Or did she lie? I turned to the folders. Inside was a single sheet. The heading, Adam. What the hell? Below it was information about me, my divorce, why I took this job, my age, my appearance. Maybe she just kept it to remember. A strange way to try to befriend someone. Wait, how did she know we'd never met? How does she know what I look like? Something strange was going on. I turned to the bag under the bed. It was a large, dark blue backpack. I pulled it out and opened it. Inside was clothing, men's clothing, t-shirts, hiking pants, a raincoat. I dug deeper, found a hammer, then a wrench. Nothing unusual. The next item I pulled out, sunglasses with a green RS on the side, initials, dark sunglasses with a green RS on the side, initials. Definitely not Olivia's, but whose? My hand dove to the bag as bottom and felt something small and metallic. I pulled it out. A pocket knife, stunningly beautiful, custom-made, gold trim with silver and black patterns winding through it. Microscopic engraving. To my love, for you, Henry. What the hell? Why does she have Henry's knife? Are these his things? Where did his belongings go after he disappeared? I touched nothing. She'll know I was here, but I need to leave. I am not safe here. I was about to leave when a familiar voice pierced the silence. Olivia. his voice. You know, she wants you to smile. I spun around. A woman stood behind me, blocking the door. She was shorter than me, with dirty, tangled blonde hair sticking out everywhere. Her clothes, long, light brown hiking pants, were stained with ingrained dirt. Her light red plaid shirt looked like it had weathered more than one storm, wrinkled, dirty, with a torn sleeve. Her face, ordinary, human, but her eyes, bright blue irises sharply contrasted with bloodshot whites. She looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. Pure madness shone in her gaze, her arms hung limply. Her body was frail, emaciated, as if abandoned by everyone. Olivia? I stammered. What do you mean she wants me to smile? She just wants you to smile, Olivia repeated, not breaking eye contact. Okay, Olivia, what's going on? I tried to sound confident. Are you all right? Olivia started moving toward the bed. I circled her, staying near the door, a great move. She sat on the bed staring at the dusty floor. A tear rolled down her cheek. A broken woman stood before me. We got lost, Olivia whispered. Both of us. They saved me, but not her. I couldn't tell them what I did, but it was awful. And now she trailed off. What did you do, Olivia? My hand was ready to grab the machete at any moment. We got lost, and we're lost so long. She kept telling me, it'll be okay, Olivia. They'll find us. But they didn't find us for so long, and I was so hungry. She was always so positive, always smiling, but the food, we couldn't catch anything. Nothing worked. We tried, Adam. I swear we tried. Olivia's voice thinned to a whisper. All right, Olivia. I know you tried. What happened? She looked up. I flinched, but she just kept talking. She looked at me, smiling when I pushed her. I pushed her far away. It was a moment of weakness, of hunger. She fell so far. Her arms, they broke. She didn't move. I was so hungry. She looked down again. She died the way she lived. Smiling, my stomach twisted. She'd killed her own sister. I'd heard hunger drives people to madness, heard it makes you do anything for food. But after I pushed her, I couldn't do it. She looked at me again, tears streaming down her mad eyes. And the next day, they found me. My stomach clenched. They found her, just one day after. Despite my fear, I felt sympathy for Olivia. I couldn't live with that. A moment of madness defining my life forever. And for what? Literally nothing. And then she found me, Olivia whispered, looking at the ground again. Another tear rolled down her cheek. Who found you? I asked, hoping it wasn't who I thought. My blood froze. My sister. Still smiling, still hungry, Olivia muttered. She is avenging me, and she is avenging you. Olivia stood and looked at me again. All of you. I took a small step back, exiting the cabin without taking my eyes off Olivia. What have I done? I asked. She blames you all. You couldn't find her. Your job, our job, is to find her. Instead, she found me, and I'll never lose her again. Olivia started slowly walking toward me. Hey, Olivia, I wasn't even working here. I'd never even been in these woods. I started panicking, backing away. Olivia, we can help you. We can get you out. She gets hungrier each time. She'll never be full again. There's no way out. As she said this, I understood why the woods had been so silent. Henry even made 10 rules, and she still got him in the end. Rules I couldn't even understand. Olivia started smiling for the first time. And Adam, she's so hungry now, she lunged at me with a sudden, sharp shriek, arms outstretched. Her frail body was easy to overpower. I rolled to the side and shoved her away quickly. She stumbled and her foot slipped off the balcony edge. She lost balance, hit the wooden floor with a dull thud, then fell sideways off the fire tower. It all happened so fast. I collapsed to the floor when I pushed her, mostly from shock. I heard her hit something on the way down, probably the steps. followed by a heavy thud as she hit the ground below. She did not cry out once as she fell. My God, I just killed her. Oh my God. I jumped up and raced down the stairs, hoping she wasn't dead. When I reached the bottom, I saw her lying about 10 feet from the tower base. Face down, arms broken and twisted. A small pool of blood seeped from her head, feeding the soil below. Motionless. I ran back to my fire tower, stopping only briefly when exhaustion took over. I had to get there before dark. Forget it. Mom, leaving these woods. Olivia is insane. She attacked me. It was self-defense. She was damn crazy, but something she said really stuck with me. Henry made 10 rules on that sheet, which I now know was written by Henry. There were only 9. What was the 10th rule? At least it explained how Henry survived a year. Poor Ron before him, who I now suspect only had the sunglasses, and Olivia said he lasted just a week. But Henry had 9 rules. 9 ways a smiling lady could get you and how to avoid her. I am not staying to find out what that 10th rule is. I am leaving these woods. I am still running back. I feel like someone's watching me. I see my fire tower. It is almost dark. I don't know how the hell I'll reach my car, and I don't want to walk these woods at night. So I decided to spend the night in the bunker. I thought Henry spent his nights there when he wasn't tech in the tower. I thought it was the key to his long survival, and it had saved me before. I'll run to my tower, grab my main backpack, and head to the bunker. I am on the verge of passing out from dehydration, so I need water, which is also in my tower. I'll grab my stuff and be in and out. In my tower, I frantically gathered my things. I turned to leave. I heard something. It was faint, easy to miss, but it was there. I held my breath and stopped, listening. Long, slow, quiet sounds. I heard scratching. Rule 7, if you hear any scratching inside your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the blanket until it stops. You've got to be kidding me. She knows. She knows I am trying to leave. I froze in place, hoping the scratching would stop, knowing that if it didn't, I'd have to follow the rules. I turned to my radio. In the woods below, I saw a pale white face staring up at me. Same stringy, dark hair hanging from her head. Same wide, sinister smile frozen on her face. Her white skin lit by the surrounding darkness. I couldn't see her body, just her face emerging from the black night. She stared at me, her excited eyes locked on mine. She knew I was trying to escape. I'd have to spend another night here, and I felt she'd do everything to catch me. I looked away and turned off the radios before diving under the blanket. Olivia, words echoed in my head. She so hungry now. The scratching stopped soon after I got under the blanket. I literally felt her hunger in the air, hovering over my tower, focused on me. I peeked out from under the bed once I was sure the scratching had stopped. I did not want her to catch me off guard. I wanted to be ready for anything she threw at me. I stood and walked around my cabin's balcony, scanning the area where she'd stood, but she was gone. I knew she was fast. She'd outrun me back to my tower before when I found her crying in the woods. She could be anywhere. I turned to enter my cabin. I looked out one of my windows when the dim lamp's reflection started flickering behind me. Damn. Rule 4. Always sleep with the lamp on at night. If it starts flickering, quickly run to turn on the main light until morning. If your lamp goes out completely before you can do this, hide under the bed until morning. My eyes adjusted as I watched the lamp as reflection, and there she was, right in front of me through the glass, standing on my balcony. It was her. Her broken arms twisted, her wild hair white, her eyes wide, her smile broad. Rule 6. If you wake up and see a smiling woman staring at you through the window, hide under the blanket and hold your breath. She'll enter your cabin, and you'll feel her breath right above you as if she is hovering. Don't breathe. It'll last just seconds. As soon as you feel she is gone, turn on the main light until morning. The lamp flickered again, then went out, plunging me into total darkness. 2 rules, 2 conflicting rules tore at me. I couldn't look away, but I had to turn on the light. Suddenly, her neck cracked to the side and she lunged forward, fast, very fast, each step echoing loudly as she crossed the balcony toward the door at the other end. Oh crap! I spun and dashed to the switch. She was about halfway to the door when I flipped on the light. Now I faced a choice: hide under the bed or under the blanket. I chose the blanket. Rule 6 said, she'll enter your cabin, and she was about to. I leapt to the bed and pulled the blanket up to my eyes. Instantly, my cabin door burst open. I heard loud, fast footsteps charging toward me, but now, under the thick blanket, I saw only darkness. I held my breath. I felt her, just as the rule predicted. She was right above me. I felt her breath, cold, icy. My eyes were closed, but I knew she was there. I desperately tried not to breathe. My heart hammered like a trapped bird, my stomach clenched with fear, but I refused to inhale. And yet, she waited with manic impatience for my mistake. What happens if I breathe? Will she kill me right here? Claim my soul? My chest burned. I could not hold out anymore. She felt it, felt me struggling. Her ragged breaths grew more excited. I felt her hair hanging on both sides of me under the blanket, wet and cold. I can't. I need to breathe. That's it. I give up. My mouth opened. She vanished, just disappeared. I held on another 3 or 4 seconds, longer than I physically could, before coughing and gasping for air, but she was gone. No cold breath, no presence. I was alone again. I threw off the blanket. My cabin door was wide open, swinging in the wind. The main light was still on, as was my lamp. Was the lamp's flickering her way of tricking me into choosing the wrong rule? If I'd hidden under the bed, would she have killed me? Hours of silence passed. My main light and lamp still burned. I felt a bit safer, but suspected it was part of her game to lull me into complacency. I didn't let my guard down, and thank God. I saw a campfire right by my tower. The cabin, as light made it hard to see, but I spotted it. Actually, I saw not one campfire, but campfires everywhere around my tower. I walked the balcony edge. I counted 6 campfires. At each stood a dark human figure back to me. What the hell? All stood alone, staring into the flames. The figures varied in size. One looked like a child. I couldn't make out specific features in the dark, just their outlines. The 6th campfire had no figure. Why? As my eyes adjusted to the darkness below, the figures began falling into their fires one by one. The first, resembling a man. He was tall and thin. He collapsed face first into the flames, almost willingly. As the fire consumed him, his features became indistinguishable. His screams pierced the air as I watched in horror. Another figure, a woman, then fell into her fire. She screamed as the flames covered her, writhing but not trying to escape. Next, a smiling figure, a child, a boy, as he fell face first into the fire. I gasped. I couldn't scream. My whole body was in shock. The child was silent, but thrashed. Finally, as the fire burned, the 4th figure, the largest, a wide, sturdy man. He fell into his fire, grunting in pain and stifling screams, barely moving as he burned. Finally, a woman, a figure. I turned to her before she fell. I needed to see. I ran inside, grabbed my flashlight, and rushed back to where ID stood. As she fell into her fire, I shone the light on her, catching a glimpse of her wild blonde hair and red plaid shirt, the tear along her sleeve, before the flames consumed her. 1 campfire remained, the 6th, burning without a figure. As the screams below echoed through the night, I heard a faint woman was weeping somewhere in the trees below. "Adam!" A voice called as the first sun rays pierced the trees. "Adam, are you there?" I ran to the balcony carefully and saw Sarah, Marcus's daughter, standing below. She wore the same clothes as when ID last seen her. "Sarah," I shouted. "Sarah, we have to leave here." "There, Adam," she yelled back. "Adam, I know about Olivia, her sister. I know about Henry and his family, about Ron. I know everything." "Oh, we have to leave, Sarah. We can she shouted. "We have to burn her. We have to burn Olivia's sister." "Why do we have to burn her?" I yelled. "Rule 10, Adam. She'll follow you wherever you go. If you leave this place, she'll always be 1 step behind, unless you burn her to ashes. Rule 10, find her body and burn it. Rule 10, burn her body or she'll haunt you forever." "How do we find her body?" My voice sounded defeated. I know where it is, Adam. Sarah gave me a warm smile, trying to calm me. Let me explain on the way. It's very close. I survived all the other rules. Now only the last remains. I grabbed the machete. It all makes sense. This lady follows you out of the woods. That's why Henry couldn't leave, and why I needed Olivia. That's why Olivia said there is no way out, because there really isn't, until we burn her. And Sarah? Olivia said Marcus had no daughter, but that was just to confuse me, to turn me against a potential ally? Either way, I don't fully trust Sarah, not until I hear what she says. So I grabbed the machete. I carefully descended the steps, approaching Sarah. She looked at me. Her gaze flicked to the machete, but she seemed to understand my caution. Why didn't you tell me all this before? I asked. If you knew everything, why not tell me when we first met? I didn't know who to trust, Adam, Sarah explained. I knew Henry, and we didn't trust anyone, not fully, except each other. And Henry is dead now. Her words struck me. How did you know him? Yes, she looked down. It was confirmed last night. I befriended him when he worked here. I brought him extra food and just ran by to see him. That's why I'm in these woods. I was looking for Emily. But after last night, it's clear. Yes, he's dead. How was it confirmed last night? I asked. She looked genuinely heartbroken. The lady, the smiling lady, she seems to focus on one victim at a time. While she hunts someone, she ignores everyone else. That is why Olivia kept feeding her people, to keep her sister from turning on her, Sarah explained. My breath was heavy, my heart racing. She continued. Last night I was looking for Henry as usual. I saw the campfires around your tower and watched those figures fall into them. People she had taken. One looked like Henry, others like his family. I saw the 6th campfire, the one she made for you, and heard her crying, trying to lure you out. She focuses on one prey at a time, which confirms you were her target. She already got Henry. She never gives up until she gets her prey. And now you have to burn her. But I killed Olivia, not her. I pushed her when she attacked me, so why did I see her fall into the fire last night? I trembled. I hadn't actually said aloud that I killed her before. Yes, I thought you might have. The smiling lady wouldn't have attacked her while focused on you. But that doesn't mean she didn't take Olivia after her death, didn't eat her. She's always hungry. That is all she cares about. Why don't you just burn her body yourself? I shouted. This was madness. I desperately sought a way out of this nightmare. It has to be you. It has to be the one she is hunting. I tried, but I only found her body after Henry disappeared. Every time I try to burn it, the fire won, to light. I don't understand it, but I know it has to be you. She lit a fire for you last night, and it has to be you who lights hers. How the hell can I trust you? Tears streamed down my face. It made sense. While she searched for Henry, she needed him to burn the body. Sarah pleaded, I hid in the bunker last night. That's why I'm here so early. It was Henry's bunker, Adam. The smiling lady doesn't know about it. That's how he survived so long. I can show you where it is. I know where it is, I whispered. I had no choice. I had to trust her. I had to burn the body. I quickly went upstairs and grabbed my backpack. I put in a lighter and a can of kerosene. I was going to follow Sarah, but didn't let go of the machete. Of course, it's in a damn cave. On the way, Sarah explained that after being pushed, Olivia, a sister, crawled in there seeking shelter, but died from her wounds inside the cave. She explained that's probably why I heard her weeping, because these smiling ladies replay her final moments in a loop, fueling her hatred. It also explains why she is always smiling. Olivia said she was smiling when she pushed her. When Sarah stood at the cave entrance, carved into a steep hillside, I shone my flashlight inside. I saw little. It was a narrow tunnel-like structure, about 8 feet wide and 15 feet high. Not much room to maneuver if we ran into trouble. I couldn't see far enough to tell where it ended. We entered the cave. Where it ended. We entered the cave. She's closer to the cave, and Sarah whispered, her voice tense. Past the turn, about 300 feet. We'll be safe there. I have never seen your ghost during the day. Sarah fell silent, her footsteps echoing on the damp stone. She walked ahead and I followed, straining to see into the darkness. With each step, the impenetrable gloom thickened, swallowing the last traces of light. Soon, we were in pitch blackness, our flashlights the only guides. When daylight vanished behind us, sounds faded too. Only our footsteps and shallow breaths broke the eerie silence. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, we hit a wall. To the left, in the dark abyss, a steep descent led even deeper into the cave's depths. "Why the hell did she go so deep?" I whispered, feeling my anxiety rise. "If she wanted to be rescued, she didn't," Sarah said softly, her voice barely audible. "She died at the entrance. Something moved her deeper, to protect her. I think it was Olivia." We kept descending. 10 minutes later, the cave widened. Normally, eyes adjust to darkness, but mine couldn't. It was some other darkness, unfamiliar, or perhaps the smiling lady's strange, eerie influence. I don't know. I just knew that, aside from my flashlight's beam and Sarah's silhouette ahead, I saw nothing. Suddenly, a sharp, quick crack echoed behind us. My heart pounded, and I spun around, aiming my flashlight at the sound. For a moment, I saw only feet, slipping away, vanishing into the darkness we'd come from. Bare, dirty, female feet. Damn, something was with us, and it was alive. The smiling lady was here. I turned to Sarah. She was gone. What the... I was alone. Sarah's flashlight lay on the ground. What? Where was she? Was I screaming? I don't know. I left her flashlight. I needed one hand to grip the machete tightly. I couldn't let go back. The lady was behind me. I needed to find her body, and I needed to burn it. And I needed to help Sarah. I frantically swept my flashlight around, searching for Sarah, when I noticed a backpack leaning against the cave wall. I cautiously approached it, knowing something watched me from the darkness. NASA. My sweaty palm slipped on the machete's handle, but I gripped it tightly. I quickly reached the backpack, scanning the cave, but saw nothing but rocks. I turned my attention to the bag's contents. It was already open. She hadn't been here long, maybe less than a week. I barely glanced through it. An old tarp, a lighter, and the same small kerosene can ID taken. The same type provided at the fire tower, also in the bag. A knife. The same style as the one ID found in Olivia. Sector, only bigger. Same gold trim with silver and black patterns. Engraved on the knife, "Your pair of knives, your pair of hearts, my Henry." Another of Henry's knives. This was Henry's bag. I opened the knife. Recently used, its once sharp blade now dull, stained with rock residue. I shone my flashlight on the wall where the bag leaned. Carvings, scratches on the rock. 10. Sarah lies. A crack behind me. I spun and saw Sarah. She was smiling. "Sarah," I started. Her eyes were locked on me. She saw me through the darkness. Her hands began breaking, as if the air around them crushed them. They snapped, her elbows bending backward as bones jutted, hugging the skin under her forearms with each crack. Her smile widened. Soon, it stretched unnaturally across her face. Her eyes were wide with joy. Her skin turned whiter, her hair longer. She was unrecognizable. Sarah. Now I recognized her as the smiling lady. I fell for it, just like Henry. She needs darkness. That's why she roams at night. That is why I felt watched when leaving Olivia's sector. But she couldn't act in daylight. She watched me as Sarah by day, but attacked as the smiling lady at night. That note in Olivia's sector describing my appearance. Only Sarah had seen me before. God, I feel so stupid. I was safe from her in daylight, but now it's dark, and she's changing. She died in darkness, and now she lives in darkness. I stood up, my machete trembling in my hand. I cautiously approached her. I was ready to strike. In a burst of movement, I was grabbed from both sides. Creatures crawled over me. I felt their bony hands dragging me down. I counted 5 as I struggled against their grip. Too many. Too strong. My flashlight fell from my hand and now shone toward me. I made out my attackers. Faces: Henry, his wife, his child, a tall man, Ron, and Olivia. They held me. Olivia's broken arms cut me as I struggled. Her shattered bones were sharp as they all pinned me to the ground. They smiled. I glimpsed Sarah as she lunged from the darkness and sank into my chest. A new person lives in my fire tower. He has a family, and a dog that visits him. We leave the darkness only when she tells us to. She doesn't and want to lose us. I smile now, and when she tells me to burn, I burn too. I am writing this to warn you about the smiling lady in the woods. Dawn, to try to find me. This will be the last time I speak to you. Dawn, and look for me. I belong to her, and she'll never lose me.
Ennius. Undoubtedly, having a dog in the house, especially when a person lives alone, is of immense value. It's not just about having company, but also about security. Canine instincts are extraordinarily developed, allowing them to notice the slightest changes in their environment before a human does. That's why, when the author moved out of his parents' house and began living on his own, he firmly decided to get a four-legged friend who could not only brighten his loneliness, but also protect him if necessary. This loyal companion became Jenny, a German shepherd known for her boundless devotion, protective instinct, and amazing ability to sense danger. In moments when the silence in the house became oppressive and the space seemed too empty, Jenny's even breathing, or the sound of her claws gently tapping on the parquet floor, helped the author cope with feelings of loneliness. She was more than just a pet to him. She became a true member of the family. That evening started out completely ordinary and gave no indication of any trouble. The author spent most of his time comfortably settled on the couch, engrossed in watching a series on his laptop. Jenny, as usual, lay on the rug, in a semi-sleeping state, but always remaining vigilant. Around midnight, the author decided it was time to go to bed. He carefully locked all the doors, checked the windows, and turned off the lights before climbing under the warm blanket. At first, silence reigned in the house. However, suddenly Jenny jumped up abruptly. Her body tensed, her ears perked up alertly, and she turned towards the front door. The author, alarmed, sat up in bed, trying to catch the slightest sound. A moment later, a muffled knock was heard. He froze, unsure if he had imagined it. Who could be knocking on the door so late at night? Jenny barked sharply and deeply, and immediately the knock was repeated, this time more insistent. The author cautiously slipped out of bed and headed into the hallway. From there, he could see the front door, but he couldn't make out who was standing behind it. Jenny was already there, pressed against the door with her whole body and barking furiously, which made the author's heart clench. Then he heard a male voice shout, "Delivery! I just need you to come out so I can take a picture as proof." Every word seemed out of place and suspicious. Delivery services don't operate at this hour, the author thought. Besides, he hadn't ordered anything. Intuition told him to remain silent and not open the door. He hoped the stranger would realize he had the wrong address and leave. However, instead, the knocking turned into rough banging. Jenny growled with such ferocity that she seemed ready to tear the door to pieces. The man raised his voice, now sounding more insistent. "Come on, I just need you to come out for a second." The author, gripped by fear, retreated into his bedroom, locked the door, and grabbed his phone with trembling hands. He dialed 911. The operator answered immediately, asking what was happening. The author, trying not to raise his voice, whispered into the phone that someone was at his door, pretending to be a delivery person and trying to get him to come out. The dispatcher's calm voice advised him to stay on the line, not to leave the room, and not to make any noise. Police officers were already on their way, but as the author spoke, the situation began to deteriorate rapidly. The banging became stronger and stronger, and the door began to shake in its hinges. Jenny barked furiously, throwing herself at the door as if sensing imminent danger. And then there was a sharp crack of breaking wood, echoing throughout the house. The author's insides went cold. The stranger was trying to break down the door. Jenny lunged forward as soon as the door gave way. The sounds that followed merged into a chaotic nightmare, the dog's ferocious growling, the man's gasps, the crash of falling furniture. The author pressed himself against the wall, not letting go of the phone and whispering every detail of what was happening to the dispatcher. "He's inside! My dog is attacking him! Please hurry!" Suddenly, there was a metallic clang, and something fell to the floor. In the chaos, the author didn't immediately realize that it was more than just an object. It was a knife. The author's heart seemed to stop beating. The next sound caused him unbearable pain. Jenny yelped pitifully. The author's heart clenched with pain and fear. He wanted to rush to her aid, but the dispatcher begged him to stay in the room. Tears burned his eyes as he helplessly listened to his loyal dog desperately fight for his safety. The man cursed, fending off Jenny, and the house shook with every movement they made. The author couldn't tell who was gaining the upper hand in this fight. He continued to whisper into the phone, praying that the police would arrive in time, and then finally the sound of police sirens pierced the night silence. Red and blue lights flashed through the windows, painting the walls of the author's room. Loud shouts filled the house, authoritative and confident. "Police! Drop the weapon! Hands up!" The struggle moved elsewhere. Heavy footsteps echoed inside the house. The author heard the man shout, then a dull thud as he was tackled to the ground. The clanging of handcuffs marked the end of the fight. "Police! You're safe!" a voice called out, followed by a knock on the author's bedroom door. He slowly opened the door, feeling his legs trembling. Two police officers stood in the doorway, shining flashlights on him. Behind them, another officer held a handcuffed man, pinning him to the floor. Jenny stood nearby, panting heavily, her fur matted with sweat and splattered with blood. Her body trembled, but her growl remained low and steady, as if warning the stranger not to try again. One of the police officers crouched down, picked up the knife, and placed it in an evidence bag. The sight made the author's stomach churn. If it weren't for Jenny, that knife might have been used against him. He rushed to his loyal protector, kneeling down next to her. She pressed against him, her breathing heavy but steady. The police officers assured the author that Jenny had cuts, but nothing fatal. A wave of relief washed over him, with such force that he nearly lost consciousness. The man's life could have ended on that fateful night. The police officers who arrived at the scene told him something that still makes him shudder. They had thoroughly checked the intruder's details, but found no identification, driver's license, or any record of his existence. It was as if the man simply didn't exist. The police took him away, leaving the man in his house with a broken door and the echo of the recent chaos still ringing in his ears. He sat on the couch, hugging his dog Jenny, too shaken to move, let alone fall asleep. Every creak in the house seemed to him like a harbinger of the intruder's return. The rest of the night dragged on agonizingly slowly. Jenny eventually dozed off in a restless sleep next to him, but he remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the doorway, which was now just a gaping hole sealed with police tape. A lot of time has passed since then, but the memory of that incident remains as vivid as ever. The man still checks the locks 3 times before going to bed and never opens the door to strangers, regardless of their claims. And every time Jenny barks, even into the void, he pays attention because, on that fateful night, the stranger tried to trick him into leaving the house. If it hadn't been for his dog's vigilance and the prompt arrival of the police, he might not be alive to tell the story. Jenny saved his life. About 3 months ago, he moved to a new house in a quiet suburb where everyone keeps to themselves. The lawns are neatly manicured. The cars are impeccably parked in the driveways, and you can exchange a polite nod with the neighbors when you pick up the mail. His closest neighbor to the right was a man who was probably in his 40s. The man had only seen him a few times, mostly when he was leaving for work early in the morning. The neighbor seemed quiet and a bit strange, but he figured he just valued his privacy, and he was okay with that. About 2 weeks ago, the man was in his living room late at night when he heard a faint but distinct sound. It was a female voice filled with panic, crying out for help. "Help! Somebody! Help me!" His heart pounded in his chest. The sound was coming directly from his neighbor's house. The cry was followed by a muffled thud, and then silence. He turned down the volume on the TV, straining his ears to catch anything else. For 10 minutes, nothing happened. He tried to convince himself that it was probably just a normal argument between spouses and that it was none of his business. The man tried to put it out of his mind and go to sleep. However, the same thing happened 2 nights later, but this time the cry was louder and more desperate. "Oh God, help! Let me go! Help me!" The genuine terror in the woman's voice made his hair stand on end. The cry was followed by a strange sound, and then there was an eerie silence. This time he couldn't shake the feeling that something serious was happening. He began to watch the house next door more closely. Since he worked from home, he had a clear view of his neighbor's property throughout the day. He saw him leave for work every morning in his old sedan and return every evening. The neighbor was always alone. The man never saw a woman. No car other than his ever parked in the driveway, and no one ever came to visit. The cries continued every few nights, always late and always with the same horrifying desperation. His mind began to race. If there was a woman there, why had he never seen her? Was his neighbor holding her captive? The thought made him nauseous. Every time he heard her voice, he froze and his body tensed. The man felt like a coward for not doing anything. But what could he do? Call the police and report that he had heard an argument. They would probably tell him to mind his own business if he hadn't seen anything. After another week filled with anxiety and guilt, the man couldn't take it anymore. One Saturday morning, he saw his neighbor outside watering his plants and decided he had to say something. He walked over to him, forcing a friendly smile. "Good morning," he said. "Just wanted to properly introduce myself. I'm Mark. I moved in here a while ago." The neighbor looked up, looking a bit startled. "Oh yeah, I'm David," he replied, not returning the smile. "Listen," Mark began, trying to sound casual. "This is a bit awkward, but I've heard screaming coming from your house a few times. I just wanted to make sure you and your wife were okay." David's face changed from neutral to puzzled, and then to annoyed. "My wife?" he asked sharply. "I'm not married. I've lived alone for years." Mark's blood ran cold. "Oh," he said, thinking furiously. "Sorry, I could have sworn I heard a woman's voice. You must be mistaken, David replied dryly, turning back to his plants. There's no woman here. Mark was sure David was lying. The terror in the woman's voice had been real. David was hiding someone. He had had enough. Mark went back into the house, his hands shaking, and called 911. He told the dispatcher everything he knew, about the cries for help, about how he had never seen a woman, and about how his neighbor had lied to his face, claiming he lived alone. Mark reported that he believed his neighbor may have kidnapped someone and was holding them against their will. Within 15 minutes, 2 police cars were parked in front of David's house. Mark watched through the blinds as the police officers knocked on his door, and agitated David answered the door, visibly annoyed by the unexpected visit. After a brief conversation, he reluctantly invited the officers inside. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched them methodically search the rooms, moving from window to window. Time stretched on agonizingly slowly. I wondered if they would lead out a tearful woman or David himself in handcuffs. After about 20 minutes, the officers emerged, followed to my astonishment by David, not only without handcuffs but laughing. One of the officers, spotting me on the porch, addressed me. "You called the police, sir?" "Yes, that was me," I replied, feeling utterly bewildered. "Did you find her?" The officer sighed and suggested, "We've located the source of the noise. Why don't you take a look for yourself?" He gestured for me to come into David's yard. David, still chuckling, led us to the back patio. There, in a luxurious cage, sat a huge macaw, preening its vibrant blue and green feathers. The bird tilted its head, looked directly at me, and suddenly, perfectly mimicking a frightened female voice, screamed, "Help! Somebody! Help me!" I was dumbfounded. My jaw dropped. David, ceasing his laughter, explained, "I adopted him from a shelter a couple of years ago. His previous owners had a tumultuous relationship. During arguments, the wife would often call for help. The parrot just picked it up. He's a master at copying her voice." At that moment, the parrot let out another blood-curdling cry for help, and I felt a mixture of relief and utter embarrassment. It turned out that for 2 weeks I had been living in a thriller of my own making, convinced that my neighbor was a monster. But the monster only existed in my imagination. The police officers, maintaining their professionalism, assured me that I had done the right thing by calling the police, and then departed. I apologized profusely to David, who merely waved it off. But even knowing it's just a bird, I still sometimes hear those cries. My heart can't help but clench, and I can't shake the thought of the real woman whose words are now eternally repeated by a parrot in a quiet suburban yard. When I turned 12, my family finally got our first dog. Max, a golden retriever mix, was adopted from a local shelter. He was about a year old, very friendly, and quickly won the hearts of all the family members. My room was on the second floor, and it was my personal space. Small but cozy, with a window overlooking the yard. Every night Max slept at my feet, and I would fall asleep to the sound of his calm breathing. I felt safe, as if I had a personal bodyguard. However, a couple of years later, the situation changed. My parents had another daughter, a younger sister, and they decided to convert my room on the second floor into a nursery. I was moved to the basement. It wasn't really a room, but more of a utility space. The concrete walls, although painted white, were peeling in places, and the floor was covered with a thin carpet on cold cement. A small window near the ceiling let in meager daylight, so it was always dim, even during the day. The creaky staircase made a loud noise with every step, and the air was always filled with the smell of dampness, like old newspapers or wet earth. My parents tried to cheer me up, saying that posters and a lamp would help make the room cozier. I certainly wasn't thrilled, but at 14, arguing was pointless. The first night in the basement, I called Max to sleep with me, as usual. He followed me to the top step of the stairs, but when I started to descend, he stopped. His ears perked up, and he stared into the darkness below. I gently pulled him by the collar. "Come on, buddy, time for bed." But he backed away, whimpering softly. Maybe he was afraid of the stairs, I thought. They were steep and narrow, so I picked him up and carried him down. As soon as I put him on the floor in the room, he ran to the door and started scratching it, whimpering louder than ever. It wasn't a playful whimper, but a cry of desperation, as if he was terrified. I tried to pet him, give him a treat, but nothing helped. He paced by the door, his eyes wide with fear, until I finally gave up and let him out. He immediately ran upstairs and fell asleep on the couch. This story repeated every night. Max flatly refused to go down to the basement. If I tried to force him, he would whimper and cry at the door until I gave up. My parents thought it was strange, but didn't think much of it. "Dogs have their quirks," my father said. "Maybe he just doesn't like the cold down there." But it started to bother me. Why was he acting like this? The basement was fine during the day, but at night it became very quiet. Too quiet. I would lie there listening to the house settle, the floorboards creaking upstairs, and sometimes, I don't know, I would hear faint scratching sounds from the walls, as if someone was quietly scraping their nails against the wood. I convinced myself it was mice or something like that. A couple of years later, the teenager got used to sleeping alone in the basement. At 16, the family decided to get another pet, as Max, their previous favorite, was getting older and losing his energy. That's how Buddy, a young Labrador radiating energy, came into their home. The teenager hoped that it would be different with the new friend, that he would keep him company downstairs, unlike Max. On the very first night, he took Buddy with him to the basement. At first, the dog behaved normally, sniffing around the space. But as soon as the door closed and the lights went out, he froze. The fur on his back stood up, and he stared at the far corner of the room, opposite the bed, where the walls converged in a shadow unreachable by the light of the lamp. Then came the bark, not a friendly one, but a deep, aggressive growl, interspersed with sharp yelps. His attention was riveted to the empty corner, as if something was present there. The teenager sitting on the bed felt his heart pounding in his chest. "Buddy, what's wrong?" he asked. But the dog didn't stop, continuing to stare into the void. His eyes were fixed on that spot, his ears pinned back, his teeth bared. Turning on the light, the young man saw only bare walls, a little dust on the carpet, and nothing more. No insects, no moving shadows. Buddy continued to bark for another 5 minutes until his owner opened the door and let him out. The dog shot up the stairs and never returned. The same story repeated with Buddy. He disliked the basement from day one. If they tried to force him to stay, he would whimper, scratch at the door, and bark at the same empty corner. It scared the teenager. What did the dog see that he didn't? Soon he began to notice other strange things. The temperature in the room would drop randomly. Reading in bed, he would suddenly feel the air become 10 degrees colder. Even in summer, goosebumps would run down his body. Sometimes the air felt heavy, as if someone was breathing with him. One night, he heard footsteps, not from above, but a soft shuffling on the carpet in his room. Half asleep, the teenager felt the footsteps approaching the bed. Sitting up abruptly, he turned on the light, but saw no one. The door was closed. There was no one in the room. His heart was pounding so hard that he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Checking the window, he made sure it was locked and too high for anyone to climb in. From then on, he started leaving the nightlight on. Then things started to move. First, small things. A phone left on the nightstand would end up on the floor, on the other side of the room. The zipper on the backpack, which he had definitely zipped up, was unzipped. The young man tried to convince himself of forgetfulness, but deep down he knew it wasn't true. One day he found scratches on the inside of the closet door, thin lines as if from fingernails. There were only shelves and clothes in the closet. He couldn't have done it. Enna's the dog's reaction only made things worse. Even during the day when the teenager brought Buddy down to play, the dog would whine and pull toward the stairs. Max wouldn't even go near the top step anymore. Sometimes both dogs would start barking at the basement door upstairs, as if they could hear something that humans couldn't. The teenager started searching online for information about why dogs behaved this way. Some sites suggested they could sense mold or gas leaks that people didn't notice. He convinced his parents to check the basement. His father bought a carbon monoxide detector. Everything was fine. No visible mold or pests were found. But the strange occurrences continued. One night, the teenager heard whispering, faint murmurs, like a quiet voice with indecipherable words, were coming from that same empty corner. He froze under the covers, straining to listen. The whispering stopped as soon as he turned on the light. Sleep was out of the question. The scariest night happened about a month after Buddy arrived. The teenager was home alone. His parents had taken his sister to some family event. He tried to go to sleep early, but around midnight, the dogs upstairs started going crazy, barking, growling, and scratching at the basement door. When he went upstairs, he saw them staring down at the staircase, their fur standing on end. "What's wrong, guy?" he hissed. Just then, there was a loud thud from downstairs, like something heavy had fallen in his room. Grabbing a flashlight, the teenager went downstairs. The dogs refused to follow him. At first glance, the room looked fine. The door was closed, the bed was made, but the closet door was slightly ajar. He distinctly remembered closing it before. His heart was pounding. Pushing the door open, he saw a shoe on the floor, not his. An old, dirty, child-sized sneaker, covered in dust. Where had it come from? Picking it up, the teenager found a folded piece of paper inside. It was a drawing done in pencil, a crude picture of a house and a family, but one figure was furiously crossed out with a black marker. Terrified, he ran upstairs and locked the basement door. The dogs calmed down as soon as he came up. When his parents got home, they saw the shoe and the drawing. They were baffled. They guessed it was stuff left behind by the previous owners, hidden in the walls. The house was old, built in the 70s. His father inspected the closet and found an unattached panel in the back wall. Behind it was a small space, empty except for insulation and cobwebs. probably just some old junk that fell down there," he said. "But why was it happening now? And why did the dogs hate the place so much?" The panel was fixed, and the shoe was thrown away. Things quieted down after that. There were no more thuds or whispers, but the dogs still refused to go into the basement. The teenager left for college last year, and honestly, doesn't miss that basement room at all. NUS story. 1. Halloween always evoked a sense of awe in the author. At 10 years old, this holiday overshadowed all other events of the year. Preparation began long before the cherished date and included developing a unique costume and, most importantly, decorating the house. The father shared his son's enthusiasm and spared no expense in acquiring all sorts of attributes: artificial cobwebs, huge plastic spiders, terrifying skeletons hung in the trees, and even a fog generator, creating a sinister atmosphere. That year, the narrator's best friends, James and Curls, actively participated in the holiday preparations. 14-year-old James, who seemed older and more experienced, easily reached the highest branches of the trees. 12-year-old Curls, slightly older than the author, also contributed to creating a spooky atmosphere. The friends had fun in the yard, trying to turn the house into the scariest in the neighborhood. The father set up a menacing scarecrow by the porch, and the author skillfully hung cobwebs on the bushes, creating an impression of abandonment and mystery. One day, as James stood on a small ladder and placed a plastic ghost on the branches of an old oak tree growing by the sidewalk, the author noticed a stranger for the first time. The unfamiliar man, never seen in these parts before, was slowly walking down the street and suddenly stopped right in front of their house. He wasn't walking a dog or jogging. He was just standing and staring intently at what was happening. He didn't stand out externally. A man in his 30s, dressed in an ordinary jacket and jeans. However, his smile attracted attention, broad but lacking friendliness. The stranger looked directly at the narrator and said, "Wow, guys, you're doing a great job getting ready for the big night." The author, known for his friendly nature, smiled back. "Yes, we want to make the spookiest house." "I bet you'll collect a mountain of candy," the man said, glancing at the decorated house. "Are you planning to trick or treat in this area? What's your route?" The question seemed a little strange to the author, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Suddenly, the father came out of the house and, placing his hand on his son's shoulder, stood between him and the stranger. The author felt his father's hand tighten slightly. "Can I help you?" the father asked in a calm but firm voice. The stranger's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly put it back on his face, continuing to examine the decorations. "Your son is working hard," he said, looking at the author. "Be sure to get a lot of king-size chocolate bars, kid." "It's time to go inside, son," the father said, not taking his eyes off the stranger. The author obediently headed toward the front door. Looking back, he noticed how the man's face had changed. The fake smile disappeared, replaced by a cold, almost evil look. The stranger glanced at the father, then turned and silently walked away down the street. A couple of nights later, the author was awakened by a loud bang coming from the yard. The sound was like something heavy falling. The author's room was on the second floor, and the window overlooked the street and the yard. Overcome with fear but giving in to curiosity, He got out of bed and peeked through the blinds. Streetlights cast long, eerie shadows. Right in the middle of the yard stood that same stranger, partially hidden behind the trunk of a large oak tree. The sound was probably caused by him bumping into the scarecrow that the father had set up, which was now lying on the grass. The stranger did nothing, just stared at the house. His gaze was directed right at the windows, and it seemed to the author that he was looking directly at him. In fright, the author recoiled from the window, feeling his heart pounding wildly. He ran out of the room and down to the living room, where his father was watching television. "Dad, that man is in the yard," he blurted out. The father instantly jumped up from the couch and headed for the front door. He flung it open and went outside, looking around the yard. Returning a minute later, he locked the door. "There's no one there," he said, though he looked worried. "The scarecrow fell over. The wind probably knocked it down." But the author knew it wasn't the wind. The next day was October 31st, Halloween. The author was still feeling some anxiety, but the anticipation of trick-or-treating took over. James and Curls came over after school, and the friends donned their costumes. The author was a ninja, James was a werewolf, and Curls was a vampire. As soon as it got dark, they grabbed their candy bags and went outside. At first, they went to houses in their neighborhood, but soon they had the idea that houses farther away might be giving out more generous treats. So they went block after block until the author almost stopped, recognizing the streets. The bags were filling up with candy, and the friends were proud of themselves. As they approached a dark house decorated with only one pumpkin on the porch, a voice came from the shadows across the street. "Hey kids, come over here. I have something interesting for you." The friends turned around. Standing in the shadows of the driveway of an unlit house was that same stranger. He was holding a large bowl in his hands and took a step forward. The same fake, broad smile was plastered on his face. "Come on, don't be shy," he said, trying to make his voice sound friendly. Curls and the author took a step forward, because who would refuse extra candy? But James grabbed both of them by the arms. "No," he said in a trembling voice. "Don't. We need to leave." James was older and obviously sensed that something was wrong. Story 1. Suddenly it became clear something had gone completely wrong. The stranger, noticing our confusion, instantly changed. His face and his welcoming smile disappeared as if it had never been there. Dropping the empty bowl, he rushed towards us. "Run!" James shouted desperately. We didn't need to be told twice. We turned and ran as fast as our legs could carry us. The sound of his footsteps, fiercely drumming on the sidewalk, grew louder, relentlessly approaching. Our cries merged into a single scream of terror. Curls, always agile, instantly darted between the houses and disappeared into the dark opening of the yard. James, faster than me, pulled ahead. Taking a chance, I looked back. The pursuer's gaze was fixed on me. He didn't seem to notice anyone else. A grimace of inhuman rage was frozen on his face. My strength was leaving me, and the ninja costume seemed unbearably heavy. The pursuer was already close. I could hear his heavy breathing. His hand reached out and grabbed me by the back. At that moment, I was sure it was the end. "Get your hands off my son!" My father's thunderous voice rang out. He jumped out of the alley, his face contorted with a mixture of horror and anger. The stranger instantly let go of me, and I fell to the ground in surprise. He looked at my father, then at me, and without saying a word, disappeared into the darkness. My father ran over to me and hugged me tightly. A few minutes later, James appeared, and Curls timidly peeked out from behind the fence. We were all crying, unable to hold back the tears. On the way home, my father squeezed my hand so hard that it felt like he was hurting me. He said that he had started to worry when we didn't come back on time. Calling James, he found out that he wasn't home either. In a panic, he rushed to look for us. Stopping, he asked the neighbors if they had seen us. Fortunately, they said that they had seen 3 children in costumes heading to that part of town. If it hadn't been for them, it's hard to imagine how it would have ended. We never saw that man again, but his face was forever etched in my memory. That Halloween, which was supposed to be full of fun, turned into a nightmare that I will never be able to forget. Story 2. My name is Mark, and I'm 17 years old. I live in a quiet suburb near Chicago, where everyone knows each other by sight. That evening, our neighbor, Mr. Taylor, was having a small party. This elderly man, who is retired, invited a few guests for refreshments and entertainment. I decided to stop by, as my parents didn't mind, and I had no other plans. That's where I met Jake. He introduced himself as a 19-year-old guy, a distant relative of Mr. Taylor or something like that. He immediately made an impression as a cool guy, tall with short cropped chestnut hair, dressed in a simple hoodie and jeans. We started talking about video games. It turned out that he, like me, was into Call of Duty. We even played a few rounds on Mr. Taylor's old console, laughing at bad shots and funny glitches. Jake said, that he lived in another city, but often visited Mr. Taylor. We exchanged phone numbers, and I thought that he could well become a good friend of mine. Soon, my mother reminded me of the need to buy a pumpkin to decorate the porch. My father was delayed at work due to an urgent project. He works as an accountant and is constantly busy working with spreadsheets. Therefore, my mother asked me to take on this task. I shared this with Jake, and he smiled mysteriously. I know a great place. There's a farm on Country Road 47, about a 20-minute drive away. There are huge pumpkins there, and at ridiculous prices, too. Do you want to go? I thought it was a good idea. It wasn't too late yet, around 6 in the evening, and Halloween wasn't over yet. I had my mom's old Ford truck, so we jumped in and set off. As we moved away from the suburb, the road became darker. There were no streetlights, just fields and trees all around. A thick fog began to creep along the ground as in old horror movies, limiting visibility to a few meters. The headlights barely pierced the fog. We chatted about school. I was still in high school, and Jake said that he had taken a year off before going to college. Finally, we got to the farm. It was a dilapidated place with a wooden sign that read Miller's Pumpkin Patch. But there were no lights, no cars, no people, just rows of pumpkins, half hidden by the fog. Where is everyone? I asked, feeling a growing sense of anxiety. Jake shrugged. They're probably closing already. Wait here, I'll check the back. He got out of the car and disappeared into the fog. I sat in the car trying to get a phone signal, but to no avail. The minutes dragged on painfully slowly. 5, 10 minutes. I began to worry seriously. What if something had happened to him? Finally, he came back, but not alone. He was with a man in his 40s, dressed in overalls and a flannel shirt, a typical farmer. He had an ordinary face, clean-shaven, with brown eyes, but something about him was off. His smile was too broad, strained, as if he was squeezing it out of himself. "Hey, buddy," he said to me. "Jake said you need a pumpkin. Come on in, I have the best ones in the barn." The barn was an old wooden building located behind the field. The creaky doors were banging in the wind. Jake nodded. "Yes, Mark, let's go. He says the biggest pumpkins are stored there." But the farmer suddenly started asking strange questions. "Do you live here? What's your family name? Do you have any siblings? What does your father do?" This wasn't a normal small talk. It seemed like he was trying to pry out personal information. And why inside the barn? The pumpkins were right in the field. That ill-fated day, they stood right there in the middle of the autumn field. The main character glanced at Jake, but he, as if spellbound, watched indifferently, his hands in his pockets. The surrounding fog seemed to erase the boundaries of reality, and the young man imagined that a door slammed somewhere in the distance, perhaps in the old farmhouse adjacent to the barn. Were there more people there? An inexplicable anxiety gripped his insides. Both strangers were now staring intently at him, waiting for a decision. "Come on, what are you afraid of? It's just inside," the farmer repeated insistently, with undisguised impatience in his voice. "No way." The young man firmly stayed by the car. Actually, I just got a message from my mom. She's waiting for me, and I need to get back urgently. Maybe we'll just take a pumpkin from here?" He mechanically took out his phone, pretending to check the message, although there was no sign of a signal in this wilderness. Jake and the farmer exchanged fleeting glances, in which the young man thought he saw some sinister secret. However, the farmer only shrugged. "Sure, buddy. Pick anyone." They hastily grabbed the largest pumpkin lying on the edge of the field. The young man paid in cash, and they hurriedly drove away. All the way back, Jake was silent, which was very unlike his usual behavior. The young man dropped him off near Mr. Taylor's house and drove home to carve a pumpkin for Halloween with his mother. He tried not to think about this strange incident, but the image of the sinister farm was firmly stuck in his head. Later that evening, he had a small party at his house. Only the closest friends gathered, about 8 people. Pizza, soda, watching horror movies on Netflix. The young man also invited Jake, who had seemed so cheerful before. He showed up around 8 in the evening and immediately joined the company. They played board games, told each other scary stories. Everyone was laughing and having fun. Suddenly, Jake's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen and, without saying a word, slipped outside. "I'll be right back," he mumbled. No more than 5 minutes passed before the doorbell rang. The young man opened the door, assuming it was a late trick-or-treater. However, a tall stranger in a black jacket and a creepy mask that mimicked a human face, like those silicone masks you can see online, barged into the house. The sight was truly terrifying. Empty eyes, a frozen grin. It was a private party, and no one had been warned about costumes, except for maybe a harmless hat. "Who are you?" the young man asked, blocking his way. The stranger didn't answer, just stood there in silence. The young man's friends noticed the uninvited guest, and Ben and Leah approached them. "Hey, man, it's by invitation only here. Do you know anyone?" Only silence in response. Then the stranger reached into his jacket and pulled out a gun. A real one, black and heavy like a Glock or something like that. He pointed it straight at them. "All the money, phones and jewelry. Put everything in this bag." He threw a sports bag on the floor. Panic broke out in an instant. The young man's heart was pounding wildly. It felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. Everyone froze in shock and then started giving up their belongings. The young man's iPhone, Leah's necklace, Ben's watch. The robber acted quickly and assertively, waving the gun around. The young man glanced at Jake furtively. He was standing in the corner and, like everyone else, was throwing his wallet into the bag. But there was no fear or horror in his eyes. No wide eyes, no trembling. He looked absolutely calm, as if he had been in this situation many times before. The robber even took Jake's belongings, but it all seemed like a pre-planned performance. The robber grabbed the bag and, backing away, headed for the door, disappearing into the night darkness. They locked the door and called 911. The police arrived very quickly. 2 patrol cars with flashing lights woke up the quiet neighborhood. They told the police everything that had happened. They checked the street surveillance camera that the young man's father had installed last year for security purposes. The recording showed everything clearly. When Jake went outside to talk on the phone, he met the same guy in the mask, but without it yet. They talked briefly, huddling their heads together. Then the guy waited for Jake to return to the house. Everything had been planned in advance. The police arrested Jake right at the scene of the crime. He hardly resisted. At the police station, he confessed to everything. It turned out that the farmer, the owner of the pumpkin plantation, was Jake's uncle, a certain Carl, previously convicted of theft. They carried out their dirty deeds, choosing victims like the young man, looking for suitable houses through friends like Jake. The trip to the farm was just a pretext to gather information about the young man's family, to assess the presence of valuables. The strange questions were part of their plan. They wanted the young man to go inside the farmhouse, perhaps to steal keys or a phone, but he luckily refused. The robbery at the party was their main plan. Jake provided them with all the necessary information. The police raided the farm. It turned out that it was not a real pumpkin plantation at all, but just a cover for criminal activity. The things stolen from the young man and his friends were hidden in the barn, as well as things stolen during other robberies. Carl had an unregistered gun, loaded and ready to fire. He was also arrested. All the stolen items were returned to their owners, but that couldn't erase the horror they had experienced. Now the young man constantly rechecks the doors and is wary of new acquaintances. Mr. Taylor was completely unaware of Jake's criminal tendencies. He felt terrible. That Halloween taught the young man that the scariest things in life are not ghosts and monsters, but people you consider your friends. If he had gone inside the farmhouse back then, who knows what might have happened. He still gets goosebumps when he remembers it. Story 3. When the young man was still a child, about 11 years old, his family visited his grandparents every year during the holidays. They lived in a quiet provincial town in rural Ohio, in a place where everyone knows everyone else's secrets, but no one likes to talk about the oddities. They lived somewhere else, about a 2-hour drive from the town. But Thanksgiving, Christmas, and Easter always meant one thing: pack your bags and hit the road. And so the time came to set off. The house where his grandparents lived was located in a quiet cul-de-sac. The street was unremarkable, ordinary old wooden houses with spacious yards. The author's aunt and uncle lived 2 steps away from them. They had a little daughter growing up, the author's cousin, who was barely a year old. To get from one house to the other, you had to walk along the cracked sidewalk past the house in the middle. That's where she lived, a woman who inspired an inexplicable fear. No one knew her real name. The children simply called her the woman with the chain behind her back. She was striking in size, nearly 6'3", and a build like a professional American football player. An unchanging attribute of her appearance was heavy logging chains wrapped around her neck, like those used to transport felled trees. They made an ominous clanging and rattling sound with every movement she made. Her look was completed by dirty, old-fashioned dresses, as if they had come from the pages of 50s magazines, and rough work boots covered in a thick layer of dirt. Her hair, wild gray and tangled, seemed to have never known a comb. Only rarely could she be seen in the yard, digging in the garden or engaged in the strange activity of washing the walls of her house. Yes, she washed her house from the outside. Armed with a bucket of soapy water and a stiff brush, she would fiercely attack the siding, as if trying to scrub away invisible dirt. She did this constantly, regardless of the weather. Even in pouring rain, it seemed extremely abnormal. Enos, and if she noticed children playing nearby, she would start yelling in her hoarse voice, raspy from years of smoking. "You brats, the devil is coming for you. He'll drag you all to hell." Her voice, low and gravelly, sounded like she had been smoking a pack a day for decades. These cries would terrify the author and his cousins. The adults always warned the children to stay away from her. "She's just old and lonely," the author's mother would say. "Don't bother her, and she won't bother you." But the children sensed that it was more complicated than that. Whenever they had to walk from their grandparents' house to their aunt's, to borrow sugar or play with their little cousin, for example, they would run as fast as they could. The woman's house had large windows facing the street, and the children often saw her, silhouette watching them from behind the half-drawn curtains, her face pressed against the glass. They never went alone, only in pairs or groups. One day the author's older cousin swore she heard the woman mutter something about funerals for sinners as they passed her house. The children laughed it off, but those words stuck with the author. One Halloween, when the author was about 11 years old, the whole family gathered at their grandparents' house. There was the author, his cousins Jake, who was 13, and Sarah, 9, as well as a few neighborhood kids. Everyone was in costume. The author was a ghost, wearing a sheet with eye holes cut out. Nothing special. After dinner, the children went out trick-or-treating. It was dark outside, with no streetlights, only the occasional light spilling from house windows. Suddenly, a sly grin spread across Jake's face. "Hey, who here is brave enough to go up to the chain lady's house?" Everyone froze. No one ever dared to go near that house. The porch light was off, but Jake persisted. "Come on, don't be such chickens. We're all together. What's she going to do to us?" The author didn't want to look like a wimp, especially in front of Jake. His heart was pounding, but he nodded in agreement. They crept up the walkway to the house, the leaves crunching betrayingly under their feet. A musty odor emanated from the house, like the smell of damp earth. The flower beds in front of the house were raised and filled with fresh soil, which the woman must have just added. One of the children, Sarah it seemed, mustered the courage to ring the doorbell. At first, nothing happened. Then, there was a deafening crash. Loud sounds came from inside, like doors slamming. There were heavy thuds. The children nearly turned and ran right then and there, but then the door slowly creaked open. There she stood on the porch, towering over the children, chains dangling ominously, her dress stained with what looked like dirt. In her hands she held, oh God, a severed head. Some dark fluid dripped from it. The eyes were glazed over, and the mouth was slightly agape. The skin looked real, pale and veiny. The children screamed, all as one, and ran as fast as they could back to their grandparents' house. The author tripped on the sidewalk, scraped his knee, but didn't stop. When they burst into the house, gasping and crying, the adults brushed them off. "It's just a Halloween prop," the author's father said. "You shouldn't have bothered her. You scared yourselves for nothing." The adults tried to console the children with candy, but the author couldn't shake the horrifying image. That head looked too real. About a month later, just after Thanksgiving, when the author was back home in town, the phone rang late at night. The author was already asleep, but could hear his parents' muffled voices. His mother was crying. The next morning, his parents sat the author down and said, "Your aunt is in trouble. She was attacked by her neighbor." It turned out that the author's aunt was carrying groceries out of her car, holding her young daughter. It was dusk, getting dark. She didn't hear anything until it was too late. The woman had crept up behind her with one of those rope saws, with handles on both ends that they used to prune tree limbs. She looped it around the aunt's neck and began soaring back and forth furiously. The aunt found herself at the epicenter of a nightmarish ordeal. As seized by panic, she discarded her belongings and frantically kicked at the front door, desperately calling for assistance. The rope, like a serpent, bit into her flesh, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. The uncle, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the house with a fire poker in hand and unleashed a barrage of blows upon the assailant until she released her victim from her clutches. Responding police officers and paramedics provided necessary aid. The aunt was rushed to the hospital, where doctors determined that she had sustained a deep laceration on her neck, requiring stitches and surgical intervention. Fortunately, the aunt survived, but the memory of this horrific event remained in the form of a long, unsightly scar stretching from ear to ear. To conceal this mark, she often resorts to wearing scarves. However, this was only the beginning of the nightmare. The police arrested the perpetrator and searched her residence, where they discovered something unimaginable. It turned out that the woman had been digging tunnels under her house for years. These weren't just holes, but actual underground labyrinths, reinforced with wooden beams like old mines. They ran from her basement and underneath the aunts, the grandparents, and even the neighbors' houses. That's why she was always digging in her garden, carrying out buckets of dirt at night and hiding it in the raised flower beds. The gardens were overflowing with soil, but no one paid any attention. In the tunnels, the police found a gruesome shrine, a dirt-filled room lit with melted candles, with religious symbols and inverted crosses scratched into the walls, and strange drawings of devils. Lying around were severed heads, real human heads. 3 of them had been somehow preserved, placed in jars or wrapped in plastic. According to the police, they belonged to missing persons, drifters, or hitchhikers that the woman had picked up over the years. For decades, she had been living in her own deranged world without family or friends, surrounded only by her chains and her secrets. It turned out that the head from Halloween wasn't just a prop, but a real head, possibly quite fresh. The police identified it as belonging to a man who had gone missing a week prior. If the aunt had stayed out there, she might have been next. After these events, the house was torn down and the tunnels were filled in. The aunt and uncle couldn't stay there anymore and moved away. The grandparents stayed, but put up fences around their house. The narrator doesn't visit them often, but sometimes at night, he remembers the woman watching from the windows, and he wonders how many other creepy neighbors are hiding their tunnels, and something even more horrifying. This story makes one wonder who lives next door.
Children's creativity, especially drawing, serves as a means for young talents to express deep feelings and emotions that they are not yet able to comprehend and articulate. At the same time, children often depict their surrounding world, familiar objects, and situations. Therefore, if a child's drawings include figures of strangers holding their hands, it could indicate something deeper and more unsettling. Martin and his wife, raising a 6-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son, encountered an unexplainable phenomenon. Their daughter, whom we'll call Jess, had an extraordinary love for drawing, and her parents fully encouraged her hobby, providing her with all the necessary art supplies. They had a whole Crayola backpack filled with markers, colored pencils, crayons, and drawing paper. Jess's room and even her backpack were filled with numerous drawings, mostly with ordinary, innocent subjects. However, one day Martin discovered a drawing in his daughter's room that puzzled him. It depicted an unfamiliar woman holding Jess's hand. The woman didn't resemble the girl's mother, who was blonde. Instead, she had dark hair. Martin asked Jess who the woman was, and the girl replied that it was someone who sometimes visited her. Such words could be attributed to the fantasies of a 6-year-old with an imaginary friend. But when Martin asked for the friend's name, Jess said Lucia. This name immediately alarmed Martin, and he hurried to show the drawing to his wife, asking if the woman resembled her sister. Initially, Martin's wife suggested it could be anyone, but when Martin told her that their daughter had called the stranger Lucia, her face contorted in horror. Lucia was the name of Martin's wife's deceased sister, who had died long before the children were born. The couple went to their daughter's room and again asked Jess who Lucia was. The girl repeated that she sometimes visited her. Trying to find out more details, the parents asked when Lucia usually came and what they talked about. Jess replied, "She comes sometimes at night when I'm drawing." Martin's wife asked Jess that the next time she saw Lucia, she should draw her again, but with more details. Jess agreed. From that moment on, Martin and his wife started leaving Jess's bedroom door ajar so they could hear if the girl was talking to someone. A few nights later, while in the kitchen, the couple suddenly heard Jess talking to someone in her room. They quietly approached the door to listen in on the conversation. There were long pauses in Jess's speech, but it was clear she was talking to someone or something invisible, answering questions the parents couldn't hear. At one point, Jess said, "They asked about you when they saw my drawing of you. They want me to draw you again." Then Jess fell silent, and Martin and his wife entered the room, asking if she had been talking to Lucia again. The girl nodded, and the parents asked where Lucia was in the room. Jess looked around the room, then stopped at a corner and said, "She's standing right there." Martin and his wife looked at the indicated corner, where there was nothing, but both felt an unsettling sensation and discomfort. Martin's wife quietly asked Jess to draw Lucia exactly as she looked now, in full detail. Jess agreed, and the couple left the room, feeling slightly uneasy. Soon, Jess called her mom back into the room. Martin and his wife returned to their daughter, and she showed them a new drawing. This drawing confirmed the couple's worst fears. In it, Jess had depicted Lucia with blue eyes, a small mole above her lip, and dressed in white. Lucia had been buried in a white dress, she had blue eyes, and a mole above her lip. Martin's wife wasn't close to her sister, only briefly attending her funeral. Jess had never known about her deceased aunt, and there were no photos of her in the house. Martin and his wife forbade Jess from talking to Lucia. Not because Lucia had done anything terrible in life, but because it frightened the couple. They invited a priest to bless the house and ask all souls to depart in peace. According to Martin, such occurrences ceased afterward. This story was told by an elementary school art teacher. Twice a year, she held an event with each class called Draw and Tell, where children drew something meaningful to them and then told the story behind the drawing. One day, in a third-grade class, most students drew themselves, their families, pets, and other familiar things. But one boy was drawing something that resembled fire. Other children at his table were making fun of him. The teacher approached the boy and asked why he was drawing fire, when he was supposed to draw something meaningful to him. The boy replied, "I know, I'm not finished yet." The incident in the art class left an indelible mark on the teacher's memory and made her rethink her approach to children's art. During the art lesson, as the children enthusiastically transferred their fantasies onto paper, one of the students, whom we'll call Ul, declared that he hadn't finished his work yet. The teacher, showing patience and understanding, allowed him to continue. As the other children finished their masterpieces, she noticed Ul's drawing and saw that he had added a depiction of a house. Intrigued, she asked the boy to step into the hallway with her, taking the drawing. In the hallway, the teacher, concerned by what she saw, asked Ul why he had drawn a burning house, as such a picture clearly didn't fit the Draw and Tell lesson's theme. The boy's answer shocked her, "It's not. It's the house my parents tried to burn down with me inside." The teacher was speechless, unsure how to react to such a terrible confession. Confused, she kept the drawing, asked the boy to return to his seat, and announced that the Draw and Tell lesson was cancelled. Returning to the classroom, she sat at her desk for a moment, holding back tears, and then told the students that everyone would take their drawings home. This tragic story, shared by an anonymous parent, makes one wonder what secrets might be hidden behind children's drawings. Another story, involving Molly's family, a 5-year-old quiet and well-behaved girl, according to her father, also causes alarm and concern. One night, Molly came into her parents' room and said she was afraid there was someone in her closet. Brad, the girl's father, took her back to her room and showed her the inside of the closet to convince her there were no monsters there. The next night, Molly again came into her parents' room, saying there was a monster in her closet again. This time, Brad and Jane allowed Molly to sleep with them. The next day, Molly drew the supposed monster she had seen and showed it to her parents. Brad stated that the drawing, admittedly, scared him, but up until that point, it all seemed like normal childish things. Until one of the following nights, Brad and Jane were woken by Molly's crying and screaming. They rushed to her room to find out what happened, and she said, "I'm bleeding," lifting her shirt on her back, where 2 scratches were visible. Molly claimed it was the monster. Brad turned the entire bedroom and the whole house upside down, looking for anyone who could have done it. When the house was empty, Brad and Jane had no choice but to assume that Molly had probably done it herself somehow, either intentionally or accidentally. But over time, as the couple was able to think it over, the chain of events seemed too wild to be just a coincidence. While the couple was getting Molly used to sleeping alone again, Molly never changed her story that the monster had scratched her back. To make her more comfortable sleeping alone, they moved Molly's furniture into the guest bedroom and made it her new room. Molly came into her parents' room a couple more times in the middle of the night, but both times when asked if she had seen the monster again, she said, "No, I'm just scared." Fortunately, no further physical harm was inflicted upon her in her sleep. Another story, sent in by Giovanna, tells of a mysterious drawing she found on her desk in her room. Since she lets her 7-year-old brother draw on her desk, it seemed strange to her from the beginning that her brother would leave it on the desk at all, because he usually took all his drawings back to his room and hid them. But since he left this one, she felt he wanted her to see it. Looking at it, she saw that it was a fairly innocent family drawing done by a 7-year-old, but then a black figure lurked in the corner, labeled the Taking Man. Giovanna left it on her desk for a couple of days before noticing the figure in the corner when she looked at the drawing again. The man was sitting on a swing, but the family didn't own a swing set. This could be attributed to the child being 7, but he had never asked his parents for a swing set and showed no interest in them generally. Beneath the mysterious figure labeled the Taking Man, there appeared to be some object that Giovanna thought looked like a window or some kind of door in the ground. So, she went outside to check the lawn for any door, window, anything, but there was nothing. A few days later, while in the bathroom, which was across the hall from her brother's room, Giovanna was washing up when she heard her brother giggling and talking. It could have just been him playing with his toys alone, but still, after finishing her skincare routine and rinsing her face, Giovanna went to check on her brother. His door was slightly ajar, so she peeked in and saw him on the floor, talking to something under his bed. She quickly opened the door, and her brother stood up, sat on his bed, and turned his head towards the television. When she asked who he was talking to, he replied that he wasn't talking to anyone. Assuming he was just playing, Giovanna went to bed. The next morning, her brother woke up holding an empty glass and asked if she could fill it with chocolate milk. Giovanna went downstairs to fill his glass and came back upstairs with a couple of snacks for herself. She entered her brother's room and, strangely, saw him sound asleep. She woke him up and handed him the glass, but he insisted he hadn't asked for it. However, she knew he had, so she didn't argue with him and left the glass next to his bed. A glass of water had been left on the nightstand. That night, around 4 a.m, Giovanna awoke to the sounds of conversation coming from her brother's room. Without losing a second, she went across the hall to his room and peeked inside. The girl remembered her brother's voice, animatedly talking to someone, and a vague silhouette of a dark figure looming in the dim light. The next thing she remembered was waking up in her own bed the next morning. When questioned by his sister, the brother merely shrugged, puzzled, assuring her that he didn't remember any nighttime conversations. Giovanna, concerned by what she had seen and the strange drawing, shared her worries with her parents. After talking to their son, they learned that the character in the drawing was the Taking Man, who returns and takes things. The boy spoke of him with trust and even called him his best friend, mentioning red berries, similar to cranberries, that he had been given. However, according to the child, this mysterious friend would not return. Giovanna still cannot say with certainty whether what she saw in her brother's room was a dream or a sinister reality. The image of the dark figure, imprinted in her memory, was too vivid and clear to be a simple dream. But if it wasn't a dream, then what happened after the encounter with the shadow remains a mystery to her, as her memory of that period was as if erased. Since then, her younger brother has never once mentioned the Taking Man.
News. As a 16-year-old, the narrator found himself in a rather unusual situation, the details of which were forever etched in his memory, though the exact summer month of the incident remained shrouded in oblivion. His parents, having gone away for the weekend, granted him complete freedom for 2 whole days. He spent this time indulging in typical teenage pastimes, immersing himself in YouTube, playing video games, and periodically raiding the kitchen for snacks. Most of these hours were spent upstairs in his room, in solitude and with headphones on. The teenager undoubtedly enjoyed this unrestricted time in his own space, where no one could bother him. However, at some point, Completely engrossed in a game, he suddenly began to hear voices. At first, he assumed it was background noise from a YouTube video that had accidentally started playing. However, a check revealed that all videos were paused. Taking off his headphones, he instantly realized the voices were coming from outside. His bedroom window was slightly ajar, so the sounds of conversation reached him only faintly. The rain pattering outside made it even harder to discern, but it was clear the speakers were very close, literally right against the exterior walls of the house. It was impossible to make out the words or to tell if they were talking to anyone else. Only one voice was audible. By the time he got up from his chair and approached the window to listen more closely, the voices had ceased. He then decided to go downstairs and check the surroundings from other windows to see if the strangers were still nearby. Frankly, someone being so close to the house at 8 in the evening seemed quite odd. But, as it turned out, whoever it was had already left. Upon going downstairs, the narrator found no signs of their presence. Seizing the moment, he grabbed a bag of chips from the kitchen and returned to his room. He must have played there for about an hour, but time flew by unnoticed. In the middle of a game round, he suddenly heard a voice coming from outside his headset. Even through the game and his headphones, this voice was much clearer than what he had heard earlier. Not necessarily louder, but much less muffled, and the narrator was willing to bet he understood what was said. He quickly removed his headset and listened. The house was full of silence and creaks. After waiting about 15 seconds, he heard the voice again. "Luke," a man said. He used his nickname. The narrator's full name was Lucas, but his friends always called him Luke, and that's how the stranger called him. However, the voice was completely unfamiliar to him. More importantly, the narrator was almost certain the sound was coming from downstairs, as if from inside the house, directly below him. Quietly placing his headset on the desk, he stood up and walked to his bedroom door. He tried to open it as silently as possible, so it wouldn't creak or make the slightest sound. As soon as the door was slightly ajar, the stranger called his name again. Though called isn't quite the right word. He was calling, but almost softly, as if addressing someone with a simple question, very calmly and friendly. In the context of this person breaking into his house, it only intensified the unsettling feeling of the whole situation. There was a certain hoarseness in his voice. He seemed to be in his 50s and had smoked heavily his whole life. When he spoke the narrator's name again, the narrator was able to definitively confirm that the stranger was certainly inside the house, likely right at the foot of the stairs. The narrator stepped back, leaving the door open, afraid to close it and make noise with the stranger so close. Then he went to the back window, opened it wider, carefully climbed out onto the roof, and closed the window as much as possible without letting it latch. It wasn't a full roof, but more of an awning over the front porch, located directly below his window, forming a kind of sloping ledge, 3 or 4 feet wide, that one could stand or sit on. Definitely not the safest place, especially wet and slippery from the rain. But he didn't have much choice, unless he wanted to hide in the bedroom and likely be found before the police arrived. And then he realized his mistake. He had left his phone on the desk. He was too worried about getting out to even think about it. He moved back towards the window and prepared to go back inside to retrieve his phone. But as soon as he peered into the room, he saw a shadow in the doorway, moving down the hallway outside his room. He quickly pulled back so he couldn't be seen. His heart pounded in his chest. A few seconds later, he heard something rustle in his room, and then the man called his name again. "Luke," he said in the same eerie, soft tone. The narrator peeked out a little to partially see the room. All he saw was his shadow on the wall, moving around and looking at his desk. The stranger probably saw that he had a game open and was trying to figure out that the narrator must be somewhere nearby. He really wanted to look further to catch a glimpse of who he was, but he couldn't risk being caught. He began to feel that sixth sense, a premonition that he was about to be discovered. So he acted quickly, moving to the farthest point of the ledge. Below him was nothing but a small bush and grass. The fall was about 8 to 10 feet. He sort of hung first, then let go, hitting the ground with his feet and falling backward. It hurt, but he didn't break anything. He got up and ran to the nearest neighbor. Honestly, the narrator doesn't know how others in the stories he listens to do it, because in his case, no one opened the door or helped him. He means it was the middle of the night, and they probably thought he was some crazy person trying to get them to open the door and let him in. However, it still worked, because one of the houses called the police on him for knocking on their door, after which he was able to explain his situation to the officer. Eventually, he managed to explain his difficult situation to the officer. He couldn't precisely determine how long he had been at that spot. By his estimate, about 20 minutes passed until the police officer arrived. The intruder who had entered his house disappeared without a trace, but the law enforcement officer found the window in his room wide open. The stranger had probably used the ledge to leave the dwelling once the homeowner had already departed. A painful pang gripped the man's heart as he chillingly realized how close the danger had been. Over the next few days, the man's legs swelled significantly after the jump, but fortunately, no irreversible or lasting health damage was sustained. It's astonishing to realize that this split-second decision could very well have been life-saving, preserving his life or preventing the realization of any sinister intentions the uninvited guest might have harbored. He will probably always be bothered by the thought that he was on the verge of seeing this person's face, but never could. In part, he regretted not taking the risk and looking. But now, out of mortal danger, it's easy to rationalize such things. As far as he and his family knew, the stranger never reappeared or made any contact. The man was now significantly older, and therefore he didn't believe anything similar would ever happen again, and he sincerely hoped it wouldn't. He held a position as a security guard in a modest office building located within the city limits. Despite the events he had experienced, the man ultimately decided to stay at this job as he hadn't been able to find another vacancy with better pay. He was confident he would leave this place at the first opportunity. One of the reasons he accepted this job, and had no prejudice against it, was that the office building was part of a large business district or office park located in a very prestigious area of the city. In truth, he couldn't imagine anyone daring to attempt to break into such a place, as potential intruders would surely realize that in such a wealthy neighborhood, security would undoubtedly be organized, if not personal, then at least through surveillance cameras and sophisticated monitoring systems. As usual, He arrived for duty at precisely 10 in the evening, performed his initial operational rounds to activate all motion detection systems, and then headed to the security room. It must be admitted that this place resembled a storage closet more than anything. Windowless and without any amenities, which made it extremely unappealing. If he had the opportunity, he would leave this confined space much more frequently. According to instructions, he was required to get up and make rounds every hour, including patrolling the building's perimeter, but he performed his actions more often, as continuous monitoring of camera monitors, security systems, and other equipment was extremely tiring. However, on that particular night, heavy rain was raging outside, making outdoor patrols impossible. Thus, he was forced to remain inside, pacing the building's corridors. It should also be mentioned that the lenses of the outdoor surveillance cameras invariably fogged up during rain, effectively rendering all external monitoring systems virtually useless. Just 30 minutes into his shift, a disturbing alert appeared on one of the monitors. The system detected motion captured by one of the cameras, located on the building's facade. The man immediately checked the corresponding channel, but could barely make anything out, though apparently someone was standing at the front door. He only caught a slight flicker in the image. So he left his post and went down to the first floor. His intention was merely to go outside and find out what that person wanted, or to ascertain if anyone was even there. However, when he opened the door and looked out, he found no one. Outside, the same rainy chaos prevailed, and not a single soul was visible. He closed the door and reset the alarm. It was highly unusual for someone to be here on such a night. Perhaps the stranger had simply mistaken the building. In any case, it seemed he had left, so the guard decided not to dwell on it. He returned to the security room. He had only been sitting for about 5 minutes before his ears picked up the distinct ring of a phone. It wasn't the work phone on his desk in the security room. The sound clearly emanated from a lower floor from one of the many office cubicles. Annoyed, the man got up and headed there, but by then the ringing had stopped. He waited a few minutes, and almost exactly as he predicted, the phone rang again. He followed the sound to what appeared, at first glance, to be a perfectly ordinary office room. Many desks were neatly arranged in rows. The main overhead lighting was off, but right in the center of the room, on one of the desks, a small indicator from a ringing phone flickered. The man approached the device. Its display showed "Unknown caller." It seemed extremely strange to him that this particular, seemingly random phone on an office desk was ringing. Why did the call come here and not to the main phone at the reception desk, which was directly connected to the company? How could anyone even have information about the specific number of this office phone and its internal extension? He felt an unbearable urge to answer the call and find out who was on the other end. Ultimately, such an intriguing mystery was hard to ignore, but it wasn't his duty to answer arbitrary phone calls. It was highly probable that he could get into serious trouble if someone found out about his unauthorized actions, so he left the phone alone. The man didn't know how to silence it, and so for the next hour he incessantly heard that annoying thing ringing right beneath him while he was upstairs in the security room. At 1 in the morning, he got up and made a quick round of the office premises. It was a usual routine inspection. The entire round took no more than 10 minutes, and he returned to his desk in the security room. However, he hadn't even sat down when his ear caught a dull, heavy thud that echoed throughout the building. The sound reverberated, as if coming from an empty stairwell or perhaps a long corridor. What was happening scared him to his core. He quickly checked the security system, but found nothing suspicious. Then he hastily went downstairs to the first floor to re-examine the doors he had just checked. The man experienced a slight shock when, approaching the front door, he noticed a flashing green light on the alarm panel. The system was paused, which effectively deactivated the protection of that specific door. Even he himself never used such a mode. He only turned the alarm on or off completely, but never put it on temporary pause. He regularly disabled it, but never used the temporary pause function. Feeling growing unease, he cautiously pushed open the door leading outside and peered into the darkness. Outside, the rain continued to pour incessantly, but no signs of intruders were found. He tightly closed and carefully relocked the door. Something very unusual was unfolding on this night shift. For the first time since he started this job, he felt a genuine sense of anxiety and discomfort. He simply couldn't understand what was happening. The victim hurried back up the stairs, hoping that a recheck of the security system might shed light on the situation and provide some answers. Upon reaching the third floor, he suddenly froze right on the landing. It turned out that the door leading to the third floor office corridor, from which their phone call had previously come, was ajar. He approached the opening with extreme caution, trying not to make the slightest sound, and peered down the corridor. Nothing seemed amiss. It was at this moment that the world around him suddenly plunged into darkness. His sight, hearing, and apparently his entire consciousness instantly shut down for a fleeting fraction of a second. Coming to his senses, he felt completely stunned and began to helplessly retreat, stumbling. Despite the brief loss of consciousness, he instantly realized he had received a powerful blow to the back of his head. As his body desperately fought to remain conscious, he tumbled down several steps in the stairwell, and at that moment, his gaze caught only a vague, blurred silhouette of a person frozen in the doorway. He immediately got to his feet and, staggering, climbed the remaining steps, while a continuous ringing filled his ears and his head throbbed painfully. Once outside the building, he hastily pulled out his work phone, clipped to his belt, and quickly dialed 911. He took cover behind his car, waiting for the services to arrive under the furious downpour. The victim was so dazed by what had happened that he couldn't accurately determine how long he had waited. The arriving law enforcement officers found no one else inside the building. He was taken to a medical facility where a fairly severe concussion was diagnosed and treated, but overall his condition was deemed satisfactory, although the incident could have been considered a routine break-in. Numerous details pointed to a much more, shall we say, professional nature of the occurrence. The perpetrators likely chose a rainy night for their actions, when camera lenses were most likely fogged, making identification difficult. Moreover, if we assume that they made that phone call, it means they knew the internal phone number of a specific office employee, information that is not publicly available. And perhaps the most compelling evidence, they possess deep knowledge of how this security system functioned and knew how to deactivate it to enter the building completely unnoticed. All these circumstances seemed too significant to attribute the incident to a random burglar. The unknown assailant struck him with such force that the victim could not distinguish anything other than a blurry, indistinct silhouette of the attacker. Thus, he could not provide the police with any useful description of the perpetrator. Despite all assumptions, the victim realized that he would most likely never get comprehensive answers. Even months after the incident, he continues to work for the same company, but management has provided him with absolutely no information. Not a word was said about whether anything was stolen, if they knew the identity of the intruder, or even what the true purpose of his intrusion was. Absolutely no information. This circumstance seems extremely suspicious. The victim is actively looking for a new job, but until then, he intends to be much more attentive to all unusual phenomena occurring within the walls of this office. Several months ago, one of the protagonists, along with his friend Thomas, was spending an evening at his house. Since neither of them had to work the next day, they indulged in carefree relaxation, enjoying some beer. To be honest, they hadn't planned on staying up so late, but by 10 in the evening, one of the friends suggested Thomas stay the night and sleep on the couch, which, by the way, was quite a usual occurrence for them. Thomas still lived with his parents, and hanging out at his friend's place provided him with a much-needed personal space. Anyway, they also discussed and agreed upon plans for the next morning, which ultimately resulted in a very interesting and eventful day. However, given that Thomas hadn't brought a change of clothes or other necessary items, and before he had too much to drink, he quickly went home to pick up everything he needed. This way, upon his return, they could continue drinking, and Thomas would have all his necessary belongings for the next day. Naturally, he could have just stayed home, since he was going back anyway, but as mentioned, Thomas preferred spending time at his friend's place. The drive only took about 5 minutes, so Thomas's friend simply waited for his return. Initially, he intended to sit on the porch, but for some reason he hadn't noticed earlier how strong the storm was raging outside. In the end, he went back inside and just waited, sitting on the couch. He absently scrolled through his phone's newsfeed, sipping his beer and not really keeping track of time. But at a certain point, after about 15 or 20 minutes, a knock finally came at the front door. He quickly got up and casually opened the door, but almost dropped his glass when he was startled to realize that it wasn't Thomas standing on the doorstep at all. A man stood before him, dressed almost entirely in black and soaked to the bone. One could have sworn the stranger looked utterly sinister. Even in his slightly inebriated state, he wouldn't have opened the door to such a person for anything in the world. Normally, he would have confirmed the guest's identity first, had he not been expecting Thomas. Besides, with such a furious storm raging outside, what could this man possibly be doing here? Before the homeowner could utter a word, the stranger slid one foot into the doorway and stared intently at him. It was evident the man had spent hours in the pouring rain, though his face displayed not so much fatigue as a mask of indifference. The homeowner reached for the door, apologizing and explaining that he had mistaken him for someone else. However, the stranger continued to hold his foot in the doorway, merely smiling enigmatically. The homeowner began to close the door, but the stranger seemed completely oblivious to the hint, still keeping his foot firmly in the opening. The situation became incredibly strange and awkward as they simply stood facing each other for a good 4 or 5 seconds. The stranger remained silent, and the homeowner was too intoxicated to think of anything sensible to say in response. Only then did the stranger finally remove his foot and take a step back, still maintaining his smile as the door closed tightly behind him. A smile lit up his face once the front door was finally shut. Immediately returning to the soft sofa, a message was sent to Thomas, warning him about the strange stranger lurking near the door. To be honest, the message was more jocular, for after the door was locked, the whole situation seemed so absurd that it was even amusing. Perhaps the reason lay in the excessive amount he had drunk. The wait dragged on, definitely longer than it would take Thomas to return. The thought occurred that the delay might be due to the raging storm, but when he glanced at the window to check the weather, he saw that Thomas' car had already returned, parked at the curb. Confused by this turn of events, the man went to the front door and opened it, but Thomas was nowhere to be found. For several minutes, he stood in the doorway peering into the rain, but it became clear that Thomas wasn't nearby. His car was parked and off, with no movement observed inside, ruling out his presence in the cabin. He pulled out his phone and dialed Thomas's number. At that very second, a light flashed in his car. It was undoubtedly his cell phone, and it was bright enough to clearly show the absence of its owner inside. Now, genuine worry set in. The man stepped out into the pouring rain, walked to the bottom of the driveway, and looked around. He called out Thomas' name, but the street noise was so deafening that it was clear it was useless. Somehow, only after getting soaked to the bone in the rain, the man remembered the sinister stranger who had been at the house earlier. Suspicions began to creep in that he might be involved in what was happening. Feeling a strong premonition of danger, the man rushed back into the house, closing and locking the door behind him. As he took off his shoes, he quickly sensed that something else was amiss. He looked up, and the main hallway was shrouded in darkness, so dark as if no lights were on. He could have sworn all the lights had been left on, or at least several of them. Slowly he moved down the hallway. The storm outside, combined with the unusual silence inside the house, created an atmosphere far more tense than he would have liked. Reaching the end, he looked around. All the rooms were dark, but right against the wall stood a barely discernible silhouette of someone pressed against it, as if trying to remain unnoticed. His gaze must have lingered too long, because a couple of seconds later the man moved confidently and stepped forward. He raised one hand, holding something in it, and at that moment the man didn't look long enough to understand what it was before he bolted. Every muscle in his body tensed to run out the front door as quickly as possible and get as far away as he could. He hid on the porch of a random house and called the police. From there, through the veil of rain, he could see the front of his house. A few minutes later, when the police arrived, he saw 2 officers calmly approach the front door, then suddenly raise their weapons and rush inside. They had likely spotted the man still in the hallway and chased him out the back door, but later reported that he had jumped over a fence and vanished into the storm. The man ran over and told them everything, and they immediately began searching for Thomas, and fortunately found him just 5 minutes later. He was locked in the car parked on the road, bound hand and foot. It turned out that the man hiding near the house had held a gun to Thomas as soon as he pulled up to the house. Then, forcing him into the car on the road, he returned to the house and entered through the back door while the homeowner was looking for Thomas, presumably trying to do the same to him. This meant that when the homeowner saw him raise his hand, he was holding a gun pointed directly at him. If it hadn't been too dark, and if he had seen what it was, he probably wouldn't have even risked running away, which would have left both him and Thomas at the mercy of this madman. In any case, the car the guy used had been stolen earlier that night, so it was a dead end, and the guy completely disappeared into the storm. No trace. No one had the slightest idea what he was planning or why he did all this.
When people head out hunting, they often find themselves deep in the woods, far from civilization and other human beings. It seems like the perfect setting for a chilling tale, doesn't it? The following 3 stories, allegedly based on real events, illustrate just how badly a hunting trip can go wrong. Here's the first story. The protagonist had been passionate about hunting ever since his father began taking him on weekend hunting trips. He decided to pass on this tradition to his own son. At the time of the events described, his son Peter was 10 years old. The father felt this was the right age to introduce him to the world of hunting. He armed both himself and Peter with Remington Model 798 bolt-action rifles, but carried his son's rifle himself until they reached an area where game was usually abundant. They could have used a hunting blind hidden deep in the forest, but the father decided that wouldn't be ideal for a first experience. As soon as they took up position, he handed Peter his rifle. He'd already taught him the basics of firearm safety, so he hadn't brought him unprepared. He opted to stay in one spot this first time, thinking it would be easier for his son, they could move on to more advanced hunting techniques later. But the wait dragged on longer than usual. The father noticed Peter growing bored, yawning and sighing, which frustrated him. He didn't want his son to think hunting was dull, so he gathered their gear and announced they'd move to a different location. Peter seemed to perk up a little at the prospect, which pleased his father. As soon as they started walking, the father heard footsteps. He silently placed a hand in front of Peter and gestured for him to raise his rifle. Peter obeyed eagerly, but then the father spotted a figure peeking out from behind a distant tree. He immediately lowered his son's rifle, feeling both disappointed and relieved that Peter hadn't fired. With a quick, slightly apologetic wave, he acknowledged the stranger, who then vanished behind the tree. Was it another hunter? The father couldn't tell. But there was something unsettling about the man even from afar. He couldn't quite put his finger on what bothered him, but encountering anyone in such a remote area was unusual, and this person didn't look like a hunter. As a precaution, he steered Peter in a different direction. Still, no deer appeared. Predictably, Peter asked who the stranger might have been. His father admitted he didn't know and advised they keep their distance. He didn't want to lie to his son. A few minutes later, Peter complained of hunger. His father was hungry too, so they stopped to eat. He was deeply disappointed that nothing had happened so far. During their meal, he heard footsteps again. Peter heard them too and instantly raised his rifle, aiming in that direction. The father's heart raced as he spotted the same stranger peering from behind another tree. Once more, he lowered Peter's rifle and noticed his son now seemed uneasy, just as he himself felt. He told Peter to wait while he went to confront the stranger, mentally steeling himself for the encounter. About halfway there, he stopped and thought, "What the hell am I doing? My son is back there." He turned and rushed back to Peter, telling him it was time to leave. If you were alone in the woods with your child and sensed you were being watched, you'd likely want to get out fast too. They didn't run, just headed straight back toward the road. The father kept expecting the snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves behind them. When it finally came, he shoved Peter forward, spun around angrily, and marched toward the stranger, who was again peeking from behind a tree. At about 10 meters away, he saw the man disappear behind the trunk once more, followed by a dull thud, as if something heavy had hit the ground. Gripping his loaded rifle, the father cautiously approached the tree. He didn't utter a word, not even knowing why, and simply crept forward slowly. When he reached the tree, it felt as though the entire world collapsed, or rather, ceased to exist. All his attention focused on the head lying face down on the ground. There was no body, just a severed head. He didn't even look around the tree to see who might have left it there. He dropped everything and sprinted back to Peter, shouting for him to run. They made it safely home within 5 minutes, and the father was certain no one had followed them. Still, he didn't sleep all night, guarding his family. The next day, his wife told him 2 local hunters had gone missing. That's when he called the police. 4 months afterward, he remained extremely cautious before taking his son hunting again. He's still baffled by how that man managed to kill 2 hunters, men who were surely armed. Since then, he has resumed hunting with his son. This next story blends youthful adventure with hunting misadventures that befell the narrator in his early 20s. He was just 21 when he joined his friends Anthony, Christian, Tom, and Tom's girlfriend Diana on a hiking and moose hunting trip to a Colorado state park. The group brought 2 spacious tents, warm sleeping bags, 2 days' worth of food, and, of course, hunting rifles. The narrator carried a standard hunting rifle, its brand long forgotten, lent to him by Anthony. He admitted to mixed feelings about the hunt. The idea of taking the life of a creature driven by the same will to live, all for the sake of questionable entertainment, didn't sit well with him. But this was Anthony's 5th invitation, and he felt obliged to accept. En route, about halfway to their destination, he resolved not to shoot any animals. Upon arriving at camp, Anthony, who had been driving, carefully parked the car, and the group immediately began unloading their gear. After hiking about 1.5 miles into the dense forest, they found a suitable spot and set up camp. Once settled, everyone instinctively followed Anthony, who proudly shared his extensive hunting knowledge, showing off his skills with evident seriousness. The narrator longed to crack an ironic joke about the whole affair, but everyone else was completely earnest. He tried teasing Anthony, asking if he should stay quiet so as not to scare off game. Anthony snapped, and the narrator instantly realized hunting wasn't just a pastime for him, it was a solemn pursuit. From then on, he decided to stay out of it. That period of calm, however, proved short-lived. During the hunt, the group unexpectedly encountered 3 burly, unkempt men with long, greasy hair. They looked like descendants of some inbred, isolated clan living deep in the wilderness. As they passed, the men gave odd, jerky nods, perhaps a form of greeting. The group was genuinely frightened. It might sound exaggerated, but the situation felt ominous. They were far from camp, which itself was completely empty, and these strangers radiated the aura of dangerous outcasts. Thankfully, the men didn't follow them, allowing the group to continue without further incident. In the end, Anthony managed to shoot a deer, though they never saw a moose. They dragged the carcass back to camp, where it became their dinner. Anthony and Tom handled the messy task of skinning and gutting the animal, while the narrator avoided watching, stealing only quick glances. Anthony expertly prepared venison burgers, complete with buns and all the fixings. Though the narrator disapproved of hunting as sport, he was genuinely impressed by Anthony's cooking. As night fell, everyone turned in, leaving the campfire burning outside. The narrator struggled to get comfortable in his sleeping bag. Anthony and Christian seemed to fall asleep instantly. While he tossed and turned for at least 2 hours, he'd always found sleeping bags uncomfortable. Just as he was about to get up and step outside the tent, he heard footsteps. He opened his mouth to call out to Tom or Diana, but then a chilling thought struck him: what if it wasn't them? Pretending to sleep, he held his breath and listened. Suddenly, the tent zipper opened. He turned his head slightly, still feigning sleep. After a brief pause, the zipper closed again. Once the footsteps faded, he realized they were heading toward Tom and Diana's tent. He assumed it was them, probably checking if everyone was asleep so they could be alone. Deciding to play a prank, he waited about 5 minutes before slipping out of his tent and creeping toward theirs. But then he noticed their zipper was still open. That's strange, he thought. As he drew closer, intending to scare them, he instead saw two men doing something horrific to Diana. He screamed, mostly out of terror, but also to wake the others. Anthony and Christian burst from their tent, rifles in hand. When the two attackers fled, the narrator recognized them. Instantly, they were the same strangers from earlier. Tom and Anthony fired shots into the air to scare them off. But then something even more terrifying happened. After the shots, everyone turned in horror to see dozens of men emerging from the bushes and from behind trees where they'd been hiding all along. They tried to rouse Tom and Diana, but the couple seemed drugged. They had no choice but to wait until they regained consciousness, which took about half an hour. Their escape through the dark forest back to the car remains one of the most terrifying experiences of the narrator's life. No one knows who those men were, perhaps members of an isolated, inbred family, or even cannibals. It's unclear what they intended to do to Tom and Diana, but everyone was just grateful to have escaped alive. The final incident, still vivid in the narrator's memory, occurred during a night hunt. An avid hunter with 10 years of experience, he was sitting in his tree stand on forested land adjacent to his property. Equipped with a night vision scope, he was waiting for wild boars, but instead witnessed a horrifying scene. Though it sounds unbelievable, he swears the story is true, considering himself a lucky witness to something truly dreadful. While waiting, he noticed movement below. But instead of an animal, he saw a man dressed entirely in black track pants, boots, and a hooded sweatshirt with the hood up. Most alarming of all, the stranger was dragging a heavy sack. The hunter's heart pounded, he feared he was witnessing someone disposing of a body. Suddenly, the man stopped and, to the hunter's horror, looked directly up toward the tree stand. Terrified, the hunter ducked behind the wooden walls of his blind. Despite having his rifle, the thought of using it on a human filled him with dread. He stayed low, praying not to be seen even though, in the pitch-black darkness, that seemed unlikely. Tense moments dragged on as he held his breath, waiting for the stranger's footsteps to fade. Instead, he heard approaching steps climbing the wooden ladder of his stand. Each footfall sent vibrations through the structure. In his mind, a single question echoed like a drumbeat: "Can I shoot a person?" Yet, for reasons he couldn't explain, the intruder never reached the top. The hunter heard him jump back to the ground and, judging by the sounds, dragged the heavy sack away. Paralyzed with fear, he remained motionless for at least 10 minutes before daring to peek out. Convinced the threat had passed, he resolved to return home immediately and call the police. Descending the stand, he carelessly switched on his flashlight, a reckless move he later regretted. He began running toward his house but hadn't gone 10 seconds when he heard swift footsteps crunching through fallen leaves behind him. He turned and came face to face with his pursuer, now just centimeters away. Reacting instantly, he spun and shot the man in the shoulder. The attacker let out a piercing scream of pain, and the hunter seized the momentary pause to sprint toward his home. He now realizes he should have tried to detain the criminal, but the chance was lost. 15 minutes later, police arrived and accompanied him back into the woods. There, among the trees, they found a clear blood trail leading first to the sack, containing a body, and then to the wounded suspect, who had tried to hide beneath a fallen log. It turned out the man was the murderer of Jen Kwan Sakakani, owner of a local Japanese shop. While the full details of the crime remain unexplained in this account, the hunter is certain the experience is forever seared into his memory, and he'll retell this astonishing story for the rest of his life.
Music. I am a former car salesman from a Chicago suburb in Illinois. After my wife passed away, I moved in with my son, and that is when I encountered something I never could have imagined. I simply did not want to be alone, yet my son, fully aware of my mobility issues, put me in a bedroom on the second floor. Essentially, I live in this room, getting up only occasionally to shuffle down the hall to the bathroom. As hard as it is to admit, I think I was too broken by grief after losing my wife to insist that my son let me stay on the first floor. And honestly, he probably never would have agreed anyway. He's got a job, a family. He's far too busy to worry about an old codger wasting away upstairs. Sometimes I wonder, have they forgotten about me entirely? They hardly ever come into my room to talk, and lately, the characters on my TV shows feel closer to me than my own son and grandchildren. I get so unbearably bored that I have even taken to spying on the neighbors, just to have something to do. My bed sits close enough to the window that I can see their backyard without getting up. For a couple of years, I saw that family more often than my own. There was a middle-aged man named David living there with his mother and sister. I don't know who owned the house, but based on what I observed, I assumed it belonged to David. I swear, at first glance, they seemed perfectly ordinary. Nothing suspicious, just sweet, happy little lives that made my own dull, bedridden existence feel a bit more bearable. I'd watch them chatting on the back porch in the evenings or tending the garden in the mornings, and for a long time, everything seemed perfectly normal. That changed about 2 years after I moved in, around Christmas. I'd just turned off the TV and was getting ready for bed when I heard people arguing. The voices were unfamiliar, so I realized the noise was coming from the neighbor's house. At one point, the shouting escalated into screams, and then I started hearing other sounds, doors slamming, glass shattering, loud thuds. Then, suddenly, everything went silent. I was exhausted, so I figured it was just a domestic squabble that had blown over on its own. But something about it gnawed at me, keeping me awake. A few hours later, around 4 a.m., I was jolted awake by more noises. I peeked out the window and saw David in the backyard. I had no idea what he was doing, but he was dressed as the Grinch, dragging a large Christmas sack toward the tree near the garden shed. He opened the shed, grabbed a shovel, and started digging, and I realized he was burying that sack in the frozen ground. It must have taken him a full 30 minutes before he finished and went back inside. All I could think was that maybe he was some overly enthusiastic old man playing Grinch, trying to hide stolen charity donations or something like that. I don't know. ID always thought of him as a decent guy, so none of it made sense. I waited until morning to tell my son, of course, but he didn't believe me. He thought I was just a senile old fool. Everyone else in the house felt the same. No one backed me up, and eventually I started believing them myself, so I let it go and tried to forget. But here's what struck me as strange. I never saw the neighbor's mother again. She had always tended the garden, but after that night, she was never out there. I still occasionally saw David and his sister on the porch, but they never looked happy anymore. Things seemed to settle back into routine, until about 4 years later. My son tried to befriend the neighbors. He'd always make small talk, but they just stare at him blankly and say nothing, eventually retreating back inside. Both siblings were definitely odd, but things took an even darker turn right before Christmas, just like before. It felt like history repeating itself, shouting, then screaming, then a loud thud, then sudden silence. This time, I stayed awake to watch. Twice was too strange to ignore. It was again around 4 a.m. I got out of bed and moved closer to the window. I saw him step out the back door, once more dressed as the Grinch, dragging another large sack toward the tree and burying it. Then, out of nowhere, David turned and looked straight at my window. I yanked the blinds shut, but he'd already seen me. A few minutes later, I couldn't help but peek again, and there he was, standing directly across from my window, still in that costume, staring right at me. I tried to play it cool. I opened the window and called out across the yard. "Nice Grinch costume, buddy. Good night, huh?" "Sure is," he replied. "What are you doing up so late?" David just stared at me without saying a word. "Well, have a great rest of your night. Merry Christmas," I said. He gave a wave, and in that moment, I caught a flash of blood soaking his palm. He instantly realized his mistake and yanked the blinds shut, but it was too late. I lay awake the rest of the night, haunted by thoughts of what could be caused that bloodied hand. The only conclusion I could reach was horrifying. He'd killed his mother and sister and buried them in the backyard to keep it secret. I didn't tell my son. I knew he had just brushed me off again. So this time, I called the police. By morning, officers were at David S.'s house and he was arrested on the spot. It turned out David S.'s mother had died during an argument with his sister, and he helped cover it up. Over the years, his sister fell ill and, sadly, passed away young. As for why he buried her in the backyard, he claimed it was due to financial hardship. It just goes to show what people will do when they desperate for money. But if you ask me, the police barely got half the truth out of that man. I am certain something far more sinister happened in that house. This story was inspired by a truly shocking real-life incident in Chicago, Illinois. Here is a photo of the so-called Grinch, a man named Michael who was 45 at the time. He since been charged with concealing the deaths of the family members mentioned in this story, burying them in his backyard. Ominous music, nervous applause. Raising my daughter alone was incredibly tough, especially after her own mother abandoned her. Damn that whore. When my daughter was just a year old, my wife left us for another man from a wealthy family. Every night I prayed that cursed witch would burn in hell. But the Christmas season is usually when I try to keep the darkness at bay and let my daughter enjoy the holidays. So on Black Friday, I took her to Mega Mart to buy a Christmas tree. The place was packed, like vultures circling, caring only about deals. People were snatching up electronics left and right, fighting, stepping over others, lying on the floor, screaming with toothless rage. I pushed my way to the tree section, where among dozens of small, pathetic trees stood 2 large Christmas trees, and one of them seemed to pull me in. There was something special about it, something that made it stand out. I stepped closer, but as I tugged at the branches to check what it was made of, I got cursed out. Not by someone trying to claim the tree, but by a strange, unsettling man standing right in front of me. "What the hell is your problem?" the man snarled, shoving me to the ground. "I'm sorry, man," I said. "You just blended in with the trees." I was about to buy the last big one. The man, eerily Grinch-like, scowled, baring sharp teeth. "Well, whoever told you that tree is yours is wrong. It's mine. Got it?" "What is the matter, you little runt?" I got back on my feet. "Excuse me, did you just say it's your tree?" "That's right, Buster. So if you are looking for a big one, go drink your way through the forest." I couldn't tolerate this bizarre behavior. I stood my ground, determined to buy that tree. My little girl was terrified, her whole body shaking as she whispered, "Daddy, can we go now?" "Not yet, sweetheart. Just 1 more minute." "Is that what you told your wife?" The Grinch snapped. "Now get out of my way." He grabbed me by the collar and hurled me across the floor like a rag doll. Disoriented, I knew if he didn't stop, I might not survive. So I screamed for security. When they finally arrived, I told them everything. There were 3 guards and only one of him, so they warned him that if he stayed, they said they have no choice but to call the police and arrest him. Clearly furious, the man stormed off, muttering incoherently. I felt like a winner as I grabbed the last big tree and finally bought it. Back home, my daughter and I set up the tree together. On Christmas Eve, we watched a heartwarming movie by the fireplace as the flames crackled. As my daughter waited for Santa, I noticed her head nodding, her eyelids drooping. So I carried her to bed, assuring her all her presents would be under the tree in the morning. But I was sleepy too, so after tucking her in, I went to my room and passed out instantly. Later that night, I woke to heavy footsteps downstairs. But it wasn't just footsteps. I heard piercing, chilling sounds that sent shivers down my spine. "What was that?" I muttered, checking the clock. It was 3 a.m. I couldn't fall back asleep. Part 1. The Disappearance of Olivia. It was 3 a.m. Sleep fled from me like fire. Strange noises echoed through the house. I got up, opened my door, and listened. The sound seemed to come from my daughter's room, its door slightly ajar. Must be her down there, I thought. But then icy terror shot through me. A man's voice drifted from the living room. "Ah, foolish tree, silver tongue shall add a chance." My heart, once steady, now raced wildly as the sounds grew louder, more unnatural. I bolted downstairs and froze. Standing there was the same man from Mega Mart. His face was sickly green, his features twisted into a sinister grin. Slung over his shoulder was a sack stuffed with my belongings, probably stolen. He was dragging our Christmas tree toward the front door. "Hey, stop!" I shouted, trying to sound brave. "I am armed. Drop it, or you are dead." "Then voila!" he sneered. "I dare strike you, you little whore. This is Eleanor. You won't ruin my Christmas this year, buddy." His words hit like a hammer. Fear of getting hurt, or worse, paralyzed me. I let him leave, hoping the security cameras had captured enough to catch this lunatic. Once his truck vanished around the corner, I called the police and gave them every detail. The worst part? His truck had no license plate. Damn it all, over a stupid tree, I muttered in despair. I locked every door and waited. When the officers arrived, they searched the house thoroughly, every room, every corner, and then my heart stopped. My daughter was gone. Not in her room, not in the kitchen. Olivia, sweetheart, Olivia, I called desperately, but only silence answered. A horrifying thought struck me. She might have been in that sack he carried. The police promised an investigation, but over time, the case went cold. Ever since, I've spent every Christmas alone with only photographs to remind me of my lost Olivia. Part 2, The Grinch and Ethan music. I am a single mom raising a teenage son. My job takes up so much of my time that we rarely get to spend real quality moments together. So I try to bring Ethan along wherever I go, errands, shopping, anywhere. Last Christmas, we went to the mall. It was absolute chaos, but holiday deals and promotions were everywhere. I decided to dive in. I suggested a game. Whoever found the best discounts and bonus points on food stamp eligible items would win. He didn't seem excited, but he played along to avoid disappointing me. He's such a sweet kid. Still, I figured he was just growing up, too old for silly games. I was in Sneaker Palace when I suddenly realized I'd lost him. My heart dropped. I rushed out to search and saw a huge crowd gathered outside a store. I pushed through to see what was happening. There, dressed as the Grinch, was a man so perfectly costumed he could be starred in the Jim Carrey movie. And there was my son, standing in line to take a photo with him. I scolded him for running off, ready to drag him back, but he was more determined than I expected. I'm sorry, Mom. I really wanted a picture with the Grinch. What about Santa? He's boring. I want the Grinch. If I wanted a fat Santa, I'd take a photo with your ex. I decided to give him what he wanted. As we waited in line, I couldn't take my eyes off that Grinch. Something deep inside screamed, "Don, trust him." He kept glancing at us, even with the crowd around. Even stranger? He never broke eye contact. While others took photos standing beside him, when it was Ethan's turn, the Grinch sat on a bench and told my son to sit on his lap. "Merry Christmas. What's your name, boy?" "I am Ethan." "You don't have to sit on his lap if you don't want to," I said. "It's okay, Mom, I want to." "You sure? Are you deaf, lady?" He said he wants to. I was stunned. I wanted to rip his head off when he...
NUS last spring. A 17-year-old girl took a Friday night babysitting job at the Davids house, just 5 blocks from her own home in Chandler, Arizona. She was saving up for college, and the prospect of earning an extra $20 an hour seemed especially appealing. The neighborhood seemed like a safe haven, with neat single-story homes, manicured lawns, and streetlights every 30 yards. Her parents approved of the visit. She arrived at exactly 6:30 p.m. Mrs. David showed her the alarm panel, the Wi-Fi password, and emergency contacts. She changed 4-year-old Sybil and 6-year-old Tyler into their pajamas and left a portion of cool chicken nuggets in the refrigerator. Mr. David strictly reminded her of bedtime at 8:30 p.m. without any delays. The couple departed for a charity dinner downtown. As soon as the front door closed, the girl instinctively slid the bolt. The evening passed smoothly and peacefully. The children colored with crayons, then watched only half an episode of Paw Patrol, after which they brushed their teeth. At 8:25 p.m., she took them upstairs, read a brief story about a lost puppy, and turned on a nightlight in the shape of a glowing blue LED moon. The little ones fell asleep almost instantly. Downstairs, she texted her mother, spread out her biology flashcards on the kitchen island, and poured herself a refreshing cold drink. At exactly 9:15 p.m., there was a persistent knock at the door. She startled in surprise. The Davids had not mentioned any possible visitors. Peering through the peephole, she saw a man of about 40, dressed in a gray hooded sweatshirt, dark jeans, and sneakers. In his hand, he dangled a key fob, and he politely waved at the lens of the entrance camera. A black Honda idled quietly at the curb. He said in a very ordinary tone, as if he were sure she could hear him, "Hey, I'm the kid's uncle, Brandon. I left my keys earlier. I want to pick something up from the bedroom upstairs." His voice was even, without pressure. However, all the internal alarm bells in her mind howled in unison. The Davids had never mentioned any brother. Through the closed door, she replied in a firm but calm voice, "The parents didn't say anything about you coming." "That's my fault," he retorted. "I assured my sister that I had a spare key. Listen, Sybil asked for her purple blanket earlier, right? She always reaches for it when she's tired, and Tyler ate macaroni and cheese before changing into his dinosaur pajamas. I know their usual routine." His words were accurate in detail. Her stomach twisted into a knot. Maybe he really is a relative. Maybe it's just a clever trick. She stepped away from the door and launched the nursery monitor app. Both children were snoring peacefully in a steady breathing rhythm. Her gaze slid to the tablet with the living room cameras. The street lens captured the man, impatiently shifting from foot to foot, but not trying to grab the handle. She dialed Mrs. David's number. No answer. The call to Mr. David went straight to voicemail. The thought of calling 911 flashed, but she hesitated. In Arizona, there is a fine for false alarms. At that moment, a message arrived. "Sorry, it's so hectic at the banquet. Is everything okay?" From Mrs. David. The girl hurriedly typed, "There's a man here named Brandon. Your brother is demanding to be let in." The screen flashed 3 dots of anticipation. Then came the reply, "We don't have a brother. Call the police immediately." Her palms trembled. She took a deep breath and dialed 911, clearly stating the address, the stranger's description, and specifying that 2 children were sleeping peacefully upstairs. A muffled knock came from the hallway. The man knocked again, maintaining the same politeness. "I really need that blanket. I swear, just 2 minutes." She said nothing. He waited about 10 seconds. The camera caught him heading to the front windows, pressing his hands against the glass, trying to look inside. The girl hastily turned off the lights in the room to remain unnoticed. In the faint glow of the phone screen, she watched him go around the wall and approached the side gate. Soon, the motion sensor in the yard flashed and went out. The dispatcher kept in touch. "A patrol will arrive in 3 minutes. Don't go out and keep everything locked." She crept silently to the patio door. The lock was secure, the curtains securely drawn. Outside, there was dead silence. A heavy stillness hung in the house. Even the usual hum of the refrigerator seemed muffled. In the distance, she heard the wailing sirens of 2 police cars, which soon fell silent. Red and blue flashes broke through the blinds. The girl froze in the hallway until an officer called out to her from the porch, giving his badge number through the door. Only then did she crack the entrance open. The police officers thoroughly combed the yard and the surrounding streets. The Honda had vanished without a trace. Tire tracks stretched to the main highway. Neighboring door cameras captured nothing useful. The stranger had parked out of their view. In the house, the children never woke up from the commotion. The officers recorded her statement, noted her vigilance, and waited for the return of Mr. and Mrs. David, who rushed home pale as sheets. Mrs. David squeezed her so tightly that she gasped for breath and muttered, "Thank you for protecting them." By 12:30 a.m., The patrol cars had left. The parents insisted on personally driving her home. She agreed, but kept looking over her shoulder throughout the ride. At night, all the details of what she had experienced swirled in her head. How did he know about the children's dinner and the exact bedtime? Had he been peeking in the windows beforehand? Had he been eavesdropping on her conversations? Later, the Davids found a gap between the window frame and the lock. He had, probably managed to break it before her arrival and was listening from the garden. He disappeared before the police arrived, suggesting either a signal scanner or animal instincts. Weeks passed before she dared to take on evening babysitting jobs again. When she did, she brought blackout film for the windows, replaced the unreliable latches with sturdy ones, and always kept a baseball bat close at hand. She learned that a calm tone and personal details are not always a guarantee of truthfulness. The detectives who got involved later revealed that similar men had been seen near elementary schools, where they picked up snippets of conversation for greater credibility. They believed that this type had targeted 3 houses that month, invariably hiding behind family ties. This brought no relief. On the contrary, it only highlighted the sophistication of his manipulative style. The case remains open, with no arrests. She still babysits, but only for trusted relatives, and never dismisses her gut feelings. Safety hangs by thin threads, locking the gate, not engaging in conversation with strangers, verifying backgrounds. That night, her decisions saved the situation. 2 little ones continued to doze under the soft blue light of the nightlight, undisturbed by the steps of an uninvited guest. There are nights when she wakes up to the echo of that quiet knock and even voice, begging for a child's blanket. He seems so patient, almost cordial, waiting for a moment of trust. Let no one succumb. No one will believe this story, but it still hangs in the air, giving no peace. Leah isn't one for ghost stories or wild fabrications, but the events of the past month still rob her of sleep. She's 32, working as a nurse at a small hospital in upstate New York. Her shifts often run late, and she drives home on deserted highways winding through forests and fields. On ordinary evenings, it brings peace. Just her faithful old Honda Civic, and the muted murmur of the radio. But that night, everything went wrong. The clock read around 11:30 p.m. when Leah, exhausted after a 12-hour shift, finally pulled out. The main highway, Route 12, was her usual route, a 2-lane strip with dense thickets of trees on either side, and occasional gas stations blinking in the darkness. Approaching a turn 5 miles from home, she noticed orange warning signs about construction and plastic cones blocking the way. A huge arrow pointed insistently to the left, onto a secondary road that Leah had never even heard of before. The sign was concise: detour, road work ahead. She sighed in annoyance, dreaming only of a hot shower and a soft bed. But there was no choice. She had to turn onto this narrow, unlit path. From the first few feet, the detour felt ominous, like a sinister labyrinth. The asphalt barely fit 2 cars side by side, and tree branches hung down on both sides, creating a feeling of being trapped. Not a single street light. Not a single light in the windows of houses, just solid blackness and the crunch of gravel under the wheels. Leah turned down the radio to concentrate better and gripped the steering wheel tighter, feeling her palms getting clammy. The road snaked and twisted, and she kept looking for signs of road work, a crew of workers in vests, rumbling equipment, or at least a pile of equipment. Nothing like that, just an endless succession of tree trunks and the steady hum of the engine echoing in the silence. After 10 minutes, a vague unease began to grow into anxiety in Leah's soul. Not a single oncoming car, the path seemed endless, like in a nightmare. The GPS signal kept disappearing and reappearing intermittently, refusing to give clear directions. Something's not right here, she whispered to herself, fighting the rising fear. At that moment, she glanced in the rearview mirror and saw it, a truck, 100 yards back, crawling forward at a snail's pace. Its headlights were off, blending into the night background. Her stomach twisted into a knot. Who in their right mind drives around in the dark without lights? Leah tried to convince herself that it was nothing, just a local resident on the same detour, hurrying about their business. However, the truck maintained its distance, neither approaching nor pulling away, like a shadow clinging to her tail. She pressed the gas pedal, trying to break away and escape this pursuit. It reacted instantly, also picking up speed. Leah's heart beat wildly, throbbing in her temples. To pull herself together, she mentally ran through explanations. Maybe their headlights had failed, or they were just as lost in this wilderness as she was. But then her gaze fell on the side of the road. There were no more construction signs. Not a single cone, no barricades, not even a trace of detour signs. Suddenly, the realization came. She hadn't noticed any work on Route 12 either. No excavators, no torn-up pavement. Just those mysterious signs and obstacles that had appeared out of nowhere. Panic washed over her in a wave, cold and clammy. Leah grabbed her phone to dial 911. There was no signal at all. In this wilderness, she was completely alone, cut off from the world. The truck stubbornly stayed behind, its silhouette in the mirror resembling a disembodied ghost, relentlessly following at her heels. She pressed down even harder on the accelerator, and the car shook on the potholes, protesting against such driving. It didn't fall behind by a single step. Now Leah could make out the details. It was a worn-out pickup truck, painted black or dark blue, and the figure of the driver was lost in the dimness of the cab. Hang on, find a way onto the main road. Everything will be fine, she repeated to herself like a mantra. But the road continued to twist and turn, and she lost all sense of her location. Suddenly, a dim light flickered ahead, promising salvation. Headlights of an oncoming vehicle were approaching, cutting through the darkness. A wave of relief washed over Leah. It could be a patrol car or just a good Samaritan willing to help. As the SUV drew level, she slowed down and flashed her high beams twice, signaling distress. It turned out to be a white SUV. It also slowed down and pulled to the edge of the shoulder. Leah stopped, leaving the engine idling, and cracked the window just enough to call out, "Hey, I think someone's following me." The driver, a middle-aged man in thin-rimmed glasses, leaned out of the cab and asked, "Are you okay?" She pointed back. "There's a truck back there, no headlights. It's been chasing me for miles." He squinted, peering into the darkness behind her. The expression on his face changed instantly, becoming concerned. "There's no truck there." Leah turned sharply to the mirror. The road behind her was empty, as if it had never been there. Her blood ran cold. She could have sworn she had seen it just a second ago, clearly and closely. "Listen," the man said soothingly. "This road is full of strange things. I was also detoured here, but there were no repairs on the 12th. I checked myself. Drive behind me. I'll lead you back to the main road." Leah nodded silently, too stunned to argue or ask questions. She pulled up behind the SUV, keeping her eyes glued to the mirrors. Not a trace of the truck, just the bottomless darkness, swallowing up all traces. After 10 minutes, they finally burst onto Route 12. The orange signs and cones had vanished, as if they had never been placed at all, leaving only a vague memory. Leah thanked the man heartily. He promised to contact the police and report what had happened, and sped home, carefully locking all the locks. In her apartment, she couldn't close her eyes, running through the events in her mind, those sudden signs, the mysterious truck, its inexplicable disappearance. In the morning, she dialed the sheriff's office. They confirmed that no repairs had been planned on Route 12 that night. Not a single complaint of false detours. Leah dove into the internet and came across forums where others shared similar cases. Fake detours, mysterious cars leading nowhere. Some blamed it on someone's prank. Others whispered about something sinister, robbers or something worse lurking in the shadows. What exactly she saw, Leah doesn't know for sure. Maybe it was just a prank, or her tired mind played a trick on her. But the feeling of the clammy, unnatural presence of that road doesn't leave her, as if the highway harbored its own will, waiting for lonely travelers. Now Leah chooses a different route, even if it's longer, avoiding suspicious sections. And every time she sees a construction sign, her heart clenches with foreboding. She doubts she will ever feel safe driving alone again under the cover of night. When Leah was 15, she first met her future husband, who had just turned 16 in art class. Their small town didn't spoil teenagers just starting romantic relationships with a variety of entertainment, except for rare outings to the nearest Target for small purchases. The settlement, despite its modesty, had a special charm due to its rich past. Tourists came specifically to wander along the ancient mining trails or enjoy the views of the river that cut through the canyon nearby. This river, with its winding paths and panoramic vistas, served as the soul of the entire district, attracting both locals and visitors eager to immerse themselves in the embrace of a wild nature, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Leah spent her childhood exploring the trails near the river. She walked and biked them countless times, memorizing every turn and hidden corner. This place was home, like an extension of her own garden behind the house, full of cozy secrets. Usually, it gave a feeling of complete security and peace, where the rustle of falling leaves merged with the soft splash of water, creating an atmosphere of serenity and harmony. She especially liked one of the paths, a half-mile trail leading to a modest bridge across the river. The bridge itself was not striking in scale, but it offered a mesmerizing view of the rushing water below, framed by the steep slopes of the canyon, where sunlight played on the surface, creating the illusion of eternal motion. It was there that Leah always felt a surge of lightness, as if time slowed down, allowing the world to unfold in all its beauty. Time seemed to stretch out, and the surrounding world slowed down. But nearby stood another bridge, far grander in scale and fame, one of the tallest on the planet, a true engineering masterpiece that attracted daredevils and curious tourists to its base. Walks in its vicinity opened up breathtaking panoramas of the canyon and the rushing river below. However, behind all this beauty hid a dark backstory. Over the decades, the bridge had become a sinister symbol, a point on the map where the lives of suicides ended all too often. The heavy imprint of these events hung in the atmosphere, like an invisible whisper about the dark side of this structure. The woman and her husband, looking for a light adventure, chose an evening stroll along the path to the small bridge around 6 p.m. The river lurked in a deep canyon, where the steep slopes absorbed the sun's rays long before dusk. The road was familiar, but from the first steps she felt a vague excitement that she couldn't shake off. Twilight in the canyon was thickening faster than expected, the air filled with heaviness. The distance to the bridge was short, just half a mile, with a right turn leading directly to the crossing. However, the light was fading rapidly. The forest around was quieting down. The sounds that usually filled the space, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, gave way to an oppressive silence, full of foreboding. By the time they reached the turn to the bridge, there was absolute, pitch-black darkness. Although the clock showed about 7 p.m., the darkness was confusing, as if the canyon had closed in an embrace around the travelers. They lit the flashlights on their smartphones, thin beams cutting through the impenetrable blackness, but highlighting only a narrow circle under their feet. Everything else dissolved into oblivion. The woman's stomach clenched with a mounting inexplicable fear that grew in waves. This path was as familiar to her as the back of her hand. She had walked it dozens of times, but that night everything felt different, alien. She suggested turning back, but her husband, always more courageous or stubborn, insisted on continuing. Approaching a bend in the path, she suddenly stopped. Right 3 feet from the path, at the very beginning of the bridge, loomed a tall silhouette. The flashlight beam highlighted his back, and the woman's heart clenched. The figure seemed gigantic, at least 6-7 feet tall, with a powerful physique of 200 to 250 pounds. He was wearing a brown flannel shirt and dark pants, blue or black. Brown hair rose unnaturally, as if molded from clay rather than growing. However, it wasn't the size that caused horror. The proportions of the body seemed distorted, inhuman. The arms were elongated, hanging lower than usual as if belonging to an ape. The head was perfectly round, almost spherical, like a basketball mounted on the shoulders. The legs remained hidden in the darkness, which amplified the feeling of unreality. The silhouette stood motionless, staring down the slope into the complete darkness. The woman whispered to her husband, "What is that?" Her voice trembled. He also froze, not taking his eyes off the figure, holding his breath. The three of them froze in this tense, silent scene. 1 minute usually flies by unnoticed, but when your pulse is pounding in your temples and your instincts are screaming to run, it stretches on endlessly. The figure didn't stir, didn't react to their presence. The woman couldn't figure out if it was a human or something else. Thoughts swirled. How did he get here? There were no other cars on the trail. Why is he standing in pitch darkness, straying to the side, staring into the void? Why doesn't he turn around? Is he hiding his face, or what he's doing? The husband, gathering his courage, though his voice betrayed his excitement, called out firmly, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing here?" At that moment, the silhouette began to turn slowly, and the woman's stomach turned cold, nausea rising to her throat. The instinct she ignored earlier exploded with a shout, "Run, immediately!" She didn't wait to see his face. Grabbing her husband's hand, she darted back toward the car. The flashlight beam flitted in time with her steps. Her breath came in gasps. She never looked back. She didn't want to know if this creature was chasing them. Behind her, her husband shouted her name. His steps echoed. He was lagging noticeably behind. They burst out to the car, panting and shaking. The woman fumbled frantically with the keys. The parking lot was empty, not a single other car. The nearest town was 5 to 6 miles away, depending on the route, and the entire stretch of road was out of cell service. Her heart didn't calm down until the lights of the streetlights flickered into view. They barely spoke a word. Shock had tied their tongues. A few days later, curiosity outweighed fear. The woman couldn't get that silhouette out of her head. Was it a person, a joke, an illusion of light? She persuaded her husband to return during the day, bringing friends for backup. They needed to dispel their doubts. Maybe it was just a jacket on a pole, a bizarre boulder, or a prop from a local hoax. But there was nothing there. No pole, no clothing, not a single hint of an explanation. But what? She saw now sent a chill down her spine. The place where the silhouette had stood ended in a steep ledge, 4 feet down. If he was really standing there, then his height was not 6 to 7 feet, but closer to 8 to 10. The realization hit like a blow. What they had seen was not just tall, it was unimaginably huge. This river, this town, is steeped in a rich past. Some stories are full of charm, others of tragedy. Legends of mining times, lives cut short on the high bridge, the serene beauty of the canyon, all intertwined into a fabric, alive and almost sentient. What exactly they encountered that night remains a mystery. The woman shared the story with friends, relatives, anyone who would listen, but no one knew the answer. A person, a ghost, or something beyond. The memory of the motionless figure in the darkness doesn't let go. It's a fragment of the river's legacy that she will never solve. A mystery hovering like shadows in the canyon. For a long time she kept it secret. A year ago, silence seemed wiser. But now it's clear. It's useless to hide it. Someone may need a warning. He worked as a security guard at a small airport in Germany. Most flights took off in the pre-dawn hours, so his shifts were always at night. For 5 years, his service flowed monotonously, checking doors, verifying passes, monitoring cameras. Mid-July, the height of tourist season. Families with strollers, noisy groups with luggage, long lines at check-in counters. Despite this bustle, the terminal that night seemed distorted, wrong. He couldn't quite explain the feeling, so he just continued to perform his duties. Around midnight, he went out for a smoke. He went to the bakery, grabbed a chocolate bar and an energy drink, and sat down at a metal table. He was watching a short video on his phone when he felt an impulse to look back. Behind him stood a man in a black raincoat. The hood was pulled up, but his eyes were staring intently at him. His gaze didn't waver, no pretense of looking at the displays. Just him, the watcher. The guard held out for a couple of seconds, then returned to the screen. Strange types in airports are a common, daily occurrence. The vast majority of them are harmless. AirTag. The vast majority of them are completely harmless. He finished half the can, slipped the phone into his pocket, and headed to the toilet to rinse his hands before the end of his break. Returning, he noticed the same man, now standing 50 meters away, in the main hall. The stranger's head was tilted, his gaze fixed on him again. As soon as the man realized he had been noticed, he turned and silently rushed into a side corridor, without a sound, without the slightest hesitation. A quiet alarm bell rang in his head, but nothing reprehensible had happened. He returned to his post and spent the next hours patrolling the gates, checking the locks, and waiting for the first rays of dawn. With the first rays of sun, his phone died. His house was nearby, so he just put the gadget in his pocket and set off. Halfway there, he remembered the power bank in his backpack, took it out, connected the cable, and continued walking. 10 minutes before arriving, he pressed the power button to look at the charge level. The screen suddenly filled with a foreign notification. Unknown AirTag detected. It is moving with you at a distance of 800 meters. He didn't have an AirTag. He froze in place. The street was empty. Only a row of dim lights cast a faint glow. A new alert. The distance had decreased to 600 meters, then to 500. He frantically searched for a rational explanation. Perhaps someone nearby had lost luggage with such a device. The numbers continued to fall inexorably. 400, 300. He broke into a run. The phone vibrated. 200 meters. He turned the corner and dashed forward. His legs felt like lead, numb with tension. But the distance was decreasing even faster. 100 meters. Finally, he burst into the entrance, inserted the key, slammed the door, and leaned against it. The hallway greeted him with a deathly silence. The screen showed 50 meters, then 20, 10. He pressed his eye to the peephole. The street remained deserted. His hands were shaking uncontrollably. He emptied his pockets and turned his backpack onto the floor. Nothing suspicious. He wanted to dial the police, but how to explain? The signal on the display supposedly indicated surveillance. In the end, he convinced himself that he was overtired. The shift had been exhausting. His mind was in a semi-sleep state. After changing, he collapsed into bed and started a video with a scary story on his phone. The narrator's voice usually lulled him to sleep. He only remembered the beginning, and then sleep finally overcame him. Later, he woke up in complete darkness. The video had ended, but the home screen was still flickering. A fresh notification appeared. Unknown AirTag detected. It is moving with you. Distance 2M. 2 meters. That's inside the room. He froze, unable to move. He locked the phone and the screen went dark. His eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness. At the foot of the bed, near the closet, loomed the silhouette of a man in a black raincoat. The same face, staring at him again. A hoarse cry escaped his throat. The stranger stepped back, threw open the door, and disappeared into the night before he could jump up. By the time the police arrived, the apartment was empty. No fingerprints, no tracker itself. Just a wet footprint near the bed. The officers thoroughly searched the rooms, inspected the windows and the staircase. The doorframe remained untouched. He had the only key. They advised him to spend the night with relatives. He spent the night on his sister's couch, with the light on in the hallway and the phone set to motion detection. In the morning, he returned with a locksmith. They installed new reliable bolts and a camera above the door. Then, on the kitchen table, they turned over the contents of the backpack. In the lower seam of the inner pocket, under the lining, was hidden a white plastic disc, smaller than a coin, an AirTag. Someone had skillfully cut the fabric, inserted the device, and sealed the seam so cleverly that the weight was not felt. That man had apparently come close to slip his hand into the bag unnoticed, either in the bakery or at the moment when he was distracted by the clock at the exit. The mystery remained unsolved. He keeps the tracker in a plastic evidence bag. The device lies on the table as a silent warning. A threat can disguise itself as commonplace and creep up from behind without a sound. He still works nights, but he doesn't walk home anymore. Every time the phone vibrates in his pocket, that impassive face flashes before his eyes, watching, waiting for the right moment. If your intuition tells you you're being followed, trust it and react without delay. He managed to get out. The next one may not be so lucky. He had always loved camping. The scent of pine needles, the crackle of a campfire, the forest stillness, it all made him feel truly alive. Last summer, he and his friends, Jake, Matt, and Amber, planned a weekend in Blackwood Forest, a dense pine forest 2 hours from the city. It was a popular but vast place, with miles of trails and thickets where sunlight barely penetrated the canopy. They had camped there before, so they weren't particularly worried. However, this time was etched in his memory forever. Months later, he still woke up in a cold sweat, remembering Jake. They arrived in Blackwood on Friday afternoon, the four of them crammed into Matt's beat-up Jeep. The air outside was warm, but the forest was cool. They set up camp by a stream in a secluded spot away from the main trail in a clearing with a ready-made fire pit from previous visitors. Jake was in high spirits, cracking jokes, tossing a soccer ball around while Amber set up the tent. He was always the life of the party, the one to diffuse the atmosphere with laughter, even when things were tense. Matt, more reserved, was already tinkering with the campfire while he unloaded the cooler, soda, hot dogs, and other usual snacks. Twilight thickened quickly. By 9 o'clock, it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face without a flashlight. They settled down by the fire, roasting marshmallows, exchanging funny stories. Jake started talking about an ancient Blackwood legend. In the 80s, people disappeared there without a trace. Amber snorted, declaring it typical campfire nonsense, and everyone laughed. But he caught Jake glancing at the trees every now and then, as if sensing someone's presence. Close to 11, Jake announced that he was going for a walk. His usual excuse, to pee and check out the stream. He grabbed a flashlight. Amber reminded him not to go far, but he waved her off. "I'm not a kid, Mom." Classic Jake, cocky but harmless. No one paid much attention. The stream was only 100 yards away. Its splashing could be heard in the camp. Minutes dragged on, 10, 20. Amber began to get nervous, looking at her phone every now and then. "He's probably just messing around," Matt muttered, though his voice sounded uncertain. He grabbed a flashlight and called out, "Jake, stop kidding around." His voice echoed, swallowed by the trees. Silence. His stomach went cold. Blackwood is huge, but not endless. Jake couldn't have gone that far. They decided to organize a search. Amber stayed at the camp in case he returned, while Matt and he split up. He headed to the stream, sweeping the beam through the bushes. The flashlight pulled roots and boulders from the darkness, but not his friend. He called out his name every few steps, his voice fading. The forest seemed deathly silent. No chirping crickets, no hooting owls, only the crunch of his boots on the carpet of pine needles. His boot crunched on pine needles, echoing in the dense silence of the forest. The narrator expected to see his friend's familiar grin, to hear his signature joke that could diffuse any tension. However, with each step, the situation worsened. as if the forest was tightening its grip. By the stream, he stumbled upon Jake's flashlight. It was lying in the mud, still on, the beam pointing at the dense ferns. His heart clenched. Jake was never sloppy. He didn't leave things to chance. Picking it up, the narrator shouted louder, but the echo only mockingly returned with emptiness. An examination of the area revealed footprints in the mud. Jake's boot prints led to the water, and then abruptly stopped, as if he had vanished into thin air halfway. His voice broke as he called Matt. He rushed over, and seeing the flashlight, instantly turned pale, his face contorted with horror. The search dragged on for hours. Amber joined them, her voice hoarse from shouting and anxiety. They combed the stream, the paths, returned to the camp. Maybe he had just gotten lost in this web of trees. By 2 a.m, everyone was exhausted, but they didn't give up, stubbornly moving forward. Amber burst into tears, blaming herself. She shouldn't have let him go alone on such a night. Matt muttered encouraging words, assuring that Jake was okay, just lost somewhere nearby. But the narrator felt that there was something sinister here. The air seemed thick, saturated with threat, and the forest, a living guardian, watching every movement vigilantly. At dawn, when the first rays broke through the canopy, they called the police. There was a ranger station nearby, and they quickly assembled a search team, experienced rangers, tracking dogs, and even a helicopter for aerial surveillance. They presented the flashlight and the tracks, answered questions. Had Jake been acting strangely? Had he left on purpose? No, that's just Jake, they assured. Funny, a little silly, but always full of adventurous spirit. The rangers nodded, though their eyes betrayed suspicion of the worst-case scenario. Blackwood Forest had a grim reputation. People disappeared here, though not often, but inevitably. Hikers, campers, even locals. Some were found safe and sound, while others were never seen again. Days flowed into one another. The search efforts grew. Volunteers, additional dogs, drones to scan hard-to-reach areas joined in. The group stayed at the campsite, barely closing their eyes, helping as much as they could. Amber went into hysterics, endlessly blaming herself for that fateful night. Matt fell silent, staring into the endless wall of trees, as if his gaze could magically bring his friend back. The narrator, on the other hand, mentally reviewed the events of that night. Jake's strange look at the forest before leaving, the sudden silence after his step, the break in the tracks at the stream. All this didn't fit into a logical picture, like a puzzle with missing pieces. The rangers found nothing suspicious. Not a scrap of clothing, not a drop of blood, no signs of a struggle. They thoroughly checked the caves, ravines, and abandoned forest roads, but all in vain. The dogs, like the human tracks, lost the thread at the stream, as if the scent had evaporated into nowhere. One of the rangers, an older and seasoned man, took the narrator aside and said with a heavy sigh, "Sometimes people just disappear without explanation. Blackwood is treacherous. It has too many nooks and crannies." These words hit like a slap. He wanted to object, even hit, but the reality was cruel. Jake wasn't just lost, he had disappeared, as if swallowed by the very essence of the forest. Weeks stretched into months. Search operations were scaled down. The police stated that the case remained open, but in reality, they gave up, putting it on the back burner. Amber couldn't take it and left for the city, where she was trying to start over. He and Matt stopped communicating, meeting him only resurrected pain and memories. The narrator sometimes returned to Blackwood alone, went to that stream, stood where the tracks ended, peering into the water and the grass. He didn't know exactly what he was looking for, a sign, a clue, or at least comfort. Reading online articles about people who disappeared in forests like Jake. Without a trace, he came across theories. Some blamed bears or cougars, but then there would be signs of a struggle. Others talked about sinkholes or hidden caves, although the rangers had checked all this. On the internet, there were posts about the paranormal, strange lights in the canopy, whispering voices luring into the depths. The narrator didn't believe in such things, but at night, alone, his thoughts swirled. What if Jake saw something forbidden? Was he followed by a forest spirit? Dreams about Jake haunted him. In one, he was standing by the stream, smiling as if everything was okay, peaceful and serene. But as soon as he got closer, his face distorted, became empty, alien, not Jake, but something else, waking up in a panic, covered in sweat. The narrator realized the truth would remain a mystery. Will he ever know? Unlikely. But one thing was clear, he would never go camping in Blackwood again. The forest had already taken a friend, and the narrator wouldn't let it take him too. It all started with a guy named Isaiah, whom the narrator met as a landscaper a year ago. For context, it's worth noting that the narrator himself was also involved in landscaping, hence this story. He worked at a company where a lot of problems had accumulated. He won't name it. They risk being sued for disclosure. The meeting with Isaiah took place at the dump, where the narrator had come to drop off a trailer. As the driver and foreman, he often took care of such matters. Isaiah approached him. They talked about work, nothing unusual at first glance. He said that he had been in the landscaping business for only a year and dreamed of starting his own business. He handed out business cards to the narrator and his crew, but he didn't pay attention. He already had enough orders. A year passed. The narrator was fired, and he remembered the business card. He called, asked for a job. Isaiah hadn't. That evening, a DoorDash delivery driver, for whom this job was his primary source of income, was performing his usual duties. He typically aimed to dedicate at least 8 or 9 hours a day to deliveries. However, to be frank, his schedule often suffered disruptions. Day after day, he would postpone the start of his shift, sometimes not beginning work until 9 or 10 at night. This particular night was no different. He had been on the road for about 3 hours when, around 1 a.m., another order came in. He was to pick up groceries from a small convenience store at a nearby gas station. Upon arriving at the deserted gas station, the driver went inside. It was quiet, and apart from the cashier, there was no one else in the store. Returning to his car, he checked the order to ensure its completeness and accuracy. It was just one large bottle of cheap wine. This was certainly a curious order, but for him, it presented an additional inconvenience. The driver always preferred contactless delivery, where he could simply leave items on the porch and avoid any interaction. However, alcohol deliveries required an ID check, meaning he had to wait for the customer to open the door. In any case, he set off. The drive was just over 15 minutes and led into a wooded area. Most of the city was surrounded by forests, so this was not unusual. However, when he turned onto the driveway, it was extremely rough and broken, as if it hadn't been maintained in a long time. Soon he reached the house itself. It stood alone, very old and abandoned. There seemed to be no lights anywhere, and the driver could only see the front of the building, illuminated by his car's headlights. He parked and got out of the car. The forest was absolutely silent. He felt completely alone, and every sound he made seemed to be the only noise in the entire vicinity. But it was already around a.m. Standing next to his car, he opened the app on his phone, making sure everything was ready for the ID check and other necessary procedures. While he was there, his gaze accidentally fell upon a light flickering somewhere deep in the woods. However, he didn't pay much attention to it, assuming it was probably a light from another house, perhaps a porch light or something similar. But he couldn't see the house itself. The light was too far away and barely penetrated the dense tree foliage. With the app ready, he headed to the porch. He didn't find a doorbell, so he knocked on the door. He heard the knock echo throughout the house, as it usually does in an empty dwelling. It was a bit strange, but again, he just ignored it and waited for someone to answer. In fact, the only thing that seemed unusual to him until this point was the complete lack of light in the house or on the porch. His headlights were still the only source of illumination, lighting up the front of the house. The fact that it was an old house in the woods was quite common in that area, so while it sounds strange, it wasn't off-putting to him. After a good minute of waiting, he finally heard some sounds from behind the door, and a moment later, it swung open. Immediately, as soon as the door opened, he noticed how dark it was inside. The driver expected to see some dim lighting further back in the room, or perhaps for the occupants to turn on a light as they approached the door, but this didn't happen. It was practically pitch black inside. He could barely make out the man standing in the doorway. He was quite tall and slender, with shadows obscuring most of his face. The driver explained that he just needed to quickly check his ID due to the alcohol. The man nodded and seemed to smile slightly, but it was hard to tell. He asked for a minute to get his wallet. His voice was slow and raspy. The man left the door open as he turned and walked down the hallway into another part of the house, disappearing completely into the darkness, just a few feet from the doorway. Now the driver was truly alarmed. He had already felt a slight unease, but now, seeing that the person simply lived in a completely dark house, it was extremely strange. As his anxiety grew, he began to nervously look around. His gaze fell on his own car, standing ominously on the gravel driveway with its headlights on, and nothing but dark woods behind it. Then his gaze slid to the woods nearby. He noticed the light he had seen earlier again, but now it was closer. The driver stared at it, and after a few seconds, he realized the light was moving. It wasn't just shining in all directions, it was swaying or shaking slightly, as if someone was standing still, holding a flashlight and pointing it directly at him. A chill ran down his spine. The light had to be only about 15 meters into the trees. However, outside there was still absolute silence. He heard no one and nothing. But as he looked at that light, he suddenly heard something from inside the house. The driver shifted his gaze back through the doorway, peering into the darkness of the hallway. He heard faint creaks of floorboards, as if someone was cautiously approaching the doorway. The driver jumped off the porch and rushed to his car. At that moment, the light in the woods moved again, but he didn't linger to find out what was happening. He got in his car and hastily drove away, still catching his breath. He tried to collect his thoughts, got back on the road and parked back at the same gas station. It was amazing how in such situations the mind so desperately tries to immediately come up with an explanation that everything was not as it seemed. He truly couldn't understand what exactly it was, but he was too exhausted to continue working. So after that, he drove home and ended his work for the night. Tom completed his night duties. A few days later, unable to shake off the intrusive thoughts, the narrator undertook a small investigation. His goal was not so much to uncover the true circumstances of what happened, but rather to convince himself that there was no cause for alarm. However, he soon discovered some very unsettling information. It turned out that the house in question was completely abandoned. It had been vacant for over 50 years, and this wooded plot of land should, in fact, have remained uninhabited. Furthermore, there were no other structures in its immediate vicinity. The narrator still cannot comprehend the events of that night, but is deeply convinced that he narrowly escaped imminent danger. In 2019, the narrator went to his older brother's country house to dog sit for 3 days while his brother was away on a business trip. His brother didn't want to leave his dog, Cooper, with strangers. Although the narrator calls this dwelling a cabin, it was actually a fairly large, ordinary house. It only earned that name due to its location in the middle of a dense forest. The first day was spent socializing with his brother, who left around 3 p.m. There wasn't much to do at the cabin, besides relax and perhaps listen to music by the fireplace. After dinner, the narrator decided it would be nice to sit outside and enjoy the sunset by a campfire. Taking Cooper with him, they settled in the yard, watching the sun slowly descend behind the treetops. The first hour outdoors was quite pleasant. However, the narrator soon realized that after sunset, the atmosphere became quite unsettling. In fact, it took on a very sinister quality. Everything around the cabin was plunged into pitch blackness, and the silence of the forest seemed simply threatening. Not 10 minutes after sunset, the narrator put out the fire and hurried back into the house. Perhaps it just wasn't his thing, but he honestly hated that eerie feeling of being outside at night. He settled on the couch with Cooper and, ironically, put on a horror movie. However, the long drive to the cabin had exhausted him, and he drifted in and out of sleep throughout the film. At one point, the narrator woke up to find Cooper no longer beside him. He sat up and looked around, spotting the dog sitting by the front door. Calling his name, the narrator suddenly realized how strange this sight was. Cooper didn't look like he was just relaxing. He sat upright, head stretched forward, staring intently at the front door. "Cooper, are you okay, Coop?" the narrator asked. The dog glanced back at him, but only for a second, before returning his gaze to the door. The narrator got up, walked over to him, stroked his side, and looked out the peephole of the front door. Nothing was visible. He slightly opened the door and poked his head out. It was still too dark to see anything clearly, but it seemed like no one was outside, and there were no sounds of animals roaming around either. The narrator closed the door and returned to Cooper, deciding that a deer or some other harmless animal must have passed by a few minutes ago. Now, it's probably worth mentioning that Cooper was a young German Shepherd mix, meaning he was definitely an intelligent dog. The narrator had no doubt that the dog had smelled or heard something, but he assumed it was just a harmless animal wandering near the cabin. After finishing the movie, the narrator soon went to bed. In the morning, he took Cooper outside and mostly had a quiet morning, sipping coffee and relaxing in the fresh air. He tried to go for a walk, but was hesitant to go too far, fearing he would get lost in the woods. So he just stayed near the cabin. When the sun finally set, the narrator went back inside to avoid the darkness and did pretty much the same thing as the previous night. He lay on the couch and put on a movie. Cooper lay with him for a while, but eventually went to wander around the rest of the house to pass the time. However, completely unexpectedly, the narrator heard his loud, low bark coming from the back. He jumped up and yelled the dog's name, rushing to the kitchen. Cooper stood with his tail tucked and his fur bristling on his back, aggressively barking at seemingly nothing. The narrator tried to calm him, but even when he managed to get the dog to stop barking, he couldn't get him to stop making that low, deep growl. The narrator had no idea what had happened or what had scared Cooper so much. There was nothing in the kitchen. There was only a window above the countertops, but it was too high for the dog to see anything out of. The narrator told Cooper it was okay, using a soft voice, hoping to calm him down. Then he let the dog go back into the living room to sit with him on the couch. He seemed to have calmed Cooper only for a moment, before a sudden dull thud came from right inside the kitchen, where they had just been. Of course, this made Cooper start barking again, but this time the narrator didn't tell him to stop, because, frankly, he was quite scared. He got up and went back into the kitchen. There was nothing. The thud he had heard sounded like a dull impact against the outside of the window, so, naturally, he went to the kitchen window and looked out. There was nothing to be seen, really. The narrator didn't know what to think at this point. Was it a raccoon or something trying to find a way in? Or was he just not used to the sounds of being in a cabin in the woods? While at the cabin, deep in the forest, the protagonist encountered a series of disturbing events. What worried him most was Cooper's reaction, his loyal companion. If the sounds had been ordinary forest rustlings, why was the dog so panicked? It was late, and the man decided that moving to the bedroom might help them both find peace. There was a small TV there, and he continued watching the movie in bed. Coop settled beside him, his ears perked, remaining vigilant until morning. Around 11 o'clock that night, with all the lights in the cabin off, the hero began to prepare for bed. He allowed Cooper to sleep with him in the room, so he closed the door and filled the dog's water bowl, then headed to the shower to freshen up before sleep. Despite several strange incidents, the man was still enjoying his time at the cabin and was looking forward to falling asleep and waking up to enjoy his last day there. However, as he was rinsing off the soap, several sudden thuds echoed against the wall, followed once again by Cooper's barking. The hero quickly turned off the water, pulled on some clothes, and rushed into the room. Cooper was not there, and the bedroom door was open. The dog was smart, but opening doors seemed out of character. The man heard Cooper's barking coming from further down the cabin. He ran down the hallway to the other end and immediately saw that the front door was wide open. He had no time to think because he saw Cooper barking and running away from the cabin, disappearing into the woods. Within moments, Cooper vanished from sight. Only faint sounds of his barking could be heard, growing more distant. The man grabbed a flashlight from the front closet, then rushed after the dog. It seemed that as soon as he was in the middle of the woods, surrounded only by trees, Cooper's barking suddenly stopped. As this realization came to him, he froze, gripped by a kind of stupor. The forest was almost completely silent, only a light breeze rustling the branches overhead. "Cooper! Coop! Cooper!" He called the dog several times, shouting his name and hoping the dog would leave whoever the hell he was chasing and just come back. The hero must have spent a full 5 terrifying minutes there before he heard the rustling of leaves ahead of him. A moment later, Coop came running to him, his tail tucked and fear on his face. Soft whimpers could be heard as he looked back into the darkness from which he had just emerged. The man made sure the dog was following him as he ran back to the cabin, and they safely made it back inside. He called 911, then his brother, waiting for help to arrive. After that, they stayed in a hotel for the night until his brother returned the next day. Unfortunately, no further investigation into the incident followed. Someone was definitely stalking the cabin, likely for at least all the days the hero was there, and somehow got inside, only to be chased out by Cooper as soon as they entered the bedroom. What happened out there in the dark woods while Cooper was alone? He honestly didn't know, but poor Coop was apparently terrified for several weeks afterward. Thankfully, he seems to have recovered. This was definitely the most terrifying and stressful experience of his life, and if it weren't for Cooper chasing away the intruders, he didn't know if he would be here right now. It's been over 6 years since then. Coop has grown old. He's almost 10 now. The hero still loves seeing him every time he visits his brother. And even though the dog isn't his, he still loves him and appreciates what he did for him that night at the cabin, and for protecting his brother from whoever is still out there. Returning home after a long day at work, the hero found it was almost midnight. He usually took the train into the city, as it was an hour-and-a-half ride, but this time he knew he would be staying late, past when the trains stopped running. He was extremely tired, both from the prolonged work shift and because it was 2 hours past his usual bedtime. As soon as he drove out of the city and onto the long straight and deserted rural roads, the fatigue intensified, and it was hard not to fall asleep. He didn't feel an immediate threat of falling asleep at the wheel, but it was almost like torture being forced to stay awake. 40 minutes passed as he continued down the seemingly endless road, seeing no more than 4 or 5 passing cars, before he noticed something on the shoulder. It was a pickup truck, pulled off onto the grassy shoulder, but with no headlights on and no signs of people inside or nearby. Quite strange for the middle of nowhere, but probably just a car problem or out of gas, and the driver called a taxi home. The man didn't think much of it until 2 minutes later. He drove past another car. This was a sedan, but almost identical, parked on the grass near the trees by the roadside, and no signs of people. It must have been just a coincidence, but he had driven this route many times and had never seen anything like it. It helped him stay awake a bit, making him look around the sides of the road for anything else interesting. Another couple of minutes passed. He was looking at the road when suddenly something appeared in his headlights, directly on the asphalt ahead. There wasn't even time to make out what it was, or swerve off the road. He immediately ran over it with his right tire. The man was a little stunned by how it had appeared out of nowhere. He kept driving, listening for any problems with the car, but hoping he had just driven over it smoothly. He just drove over it smoothly. However, less than a minute later, he realized something was wrong. He didn't even need to wait for the tire pressure warning light to come on his dashboard to know that the tire was rapidly losing air. He pulled over to the side of the road, and almost immediately it dawned on him how striking a coincidence this was, especially compared to the two previous cars he had seen earlier. The only difference was that he was still here, in his car, and they were no longer there. He put the car in park and took a deep breath before getting out to assess the damage. He was so exhausted. There wasn't even energy left for anger, just deep disappointment and irritation that something like this had happened on such a night. He walked to the side of his car and looked around carefully. Scratches were clearly visible on the paint around the wheel, and the tire was about half flat. A tow truck and a ride home were definitely needed. Before getting back into the car, he couldn't help but look around, assessing his situation. He was on the side of a long, deserted road between towns, with nothing but trees stretching in all directions. It was somewhat eerie to be out there alone, caught in such an unpleasant situation. It was just as these unsettling feelings began to creep in that he noticed something else. Down the road, someone was approaching him on foot. He obviously couldn't make out much due to the darkness, but even more so because the figure was moving along the side of the road, as if at the edge of the tree line. It seemed this person was trying to stay away from the main road, aiming to remain unseen. His first thought was that it might be someone from the other cars he had passed, but as the figure drew closer, an unsettling premonition washed over him. He got back in his car and started calling for a tow service. About a minute later, the man was approaching, almost passing by, before he left the tree line and started making his way through the grass to the road. He came right up to the car. He watched him as he approached the window. The man said nothing, but was noticeably nervous and, how should he put it, unstable, perhaps. It was very difficult to understand him or what he was doing. However, after a few seconds, their eyes met. His gaze was incredibly disturbing and instantly made him want to get out of there. He put the car in gear and drove away. He knew he was risking further damage to the wheel, but his gut feeling told him that something was very wrong with this guy. He had only driven for 20 seconds down the road before he passed another car. This one, however, was different. Its door was slightly ajar, and the interior light was on. It seemed this guy had come from there. He continued driving. In the nearest town, he stopped and got his car fixed. He honestly thought it was just a very strange experience, and he would never truly know what that guy wanted or what had even happened. After everything was fixed, he mostly forgot about it. That was until 4 days later when he heard a disturbing story about two people who had gone missing along the road he frequently took to and from work. He immediately thought of the two abandoned cars he had seen that night and quickly looked into the matter. His body went numb when he saw that it had happened on the very same night, and those two cars belonged to the two missing people. Both cars had tire damage from hitting something on the road, likely placed there by someone to specifically strand them. He called the police to report the information, but as of today, neither of the missing people has been found. As far as he knew, there hadn't even been a single lead or trace of who was behind it or what they had done to them. The thought of how close he came to being the third missing person still haunts him.
10 years ago, when Halloween still held on to its former glory, a group of 3 friends, referred to in this story as Alex, Ben, and the narrator, set out on their annual trick-or-treat adventure. That year marked a significant milestone for them. For the first time, they were allowed to go out without adult supervision. Alex's parents, known for their overprotectiveness, usually dampened much of the fun, so their absence was a source of unambiguous joy for all 3. As for costumes, the narrator chose a terrifying clown, Ben dressed as a scarecrow, and Alex wore a white sheet with a pumpkin mask. His concept wasn't entirely clear. Perhaps he was meant to be a ghost with a pumpkin for a head, creating an enigmatic figure. Their adventure began at 5 p.m., considered rather late, but in their town trick-or-treating continued until 9 p.m., making such a start perfectly normal. The first few hours passed in carefree revelry as the friends playfully dashed from door to door, relishing every moment of the holiday. By 7:30 p.m., however, their attention was drawn to 2 men who seemed to be constantly following them. This was especially odd given that the group kept switching streets and visiting random houses without following any set route. Noticing this, the friends grew uneasy and made several extra turns, essentially looping back on themselves. To their alarm, the 2 men mirrored nearly all their maneuvers. Still, it was hard to say for certain they were being followed. The men were dressed in costumes like everyone else and approached houses as ordinary trick-or-treaters would. Yet they were noticeably larger and seemingly older than teenagers, perhaps even college students or adults, which raised suspicions. Against better judgment, Ben and the narrator agreed to Alex's suggestion to leave the neighborhood and cut through the woods to lose their pursuers and reach another part of town. Their only reason for agreeing was the presence of a well-trodden path through the forest. Though they'd never walked it at night, their familiarity with the route gave them confidence they wouldn't get lost. They hurried to the trail and plunged into the dense woods, hoping the 2 men hadn't noticed them. The deeper they went, the darker it became, so dark they could barely see anything ahead. This was long before mobile phones were ubiquitous, so none of them had a light source. They had to stop briefly, overwhelmed by the eerie and potentially dangerous situation, debating whether to turn back. But as they stood still, they began to hear footsteps crunching on gravel behind them. All they could make out were vague silhouettes of 2 approaching men before all 3 bolted deeper into the forest. The situation worsened when Ben, who'd started running last, swore he saw the 2 men chase after them the moment they left their hiding spot. In a panic, they became completely lost. Every time they paused to catch their breath, they had only 10 to 20 seconds before hearing footsteps again, forcing them to flee once more. This convinced them beyond doubt that they were not only being followed but that their pursuers had truly sinister intentions, relentlessly chasing them through the woods. They wandered for what felt like over half an hour before finally emerging onto a street. None of them knew where they were, so they picked a direction at random and, by chance, ended up in Ben's neighborhood. They rushed straight to his house, locked themselves inside, and remained glued to the windows for the rest of the night, gripped by fear and anxiety. Naturally, being children, they told no one about what had happened. Alex was picked up around 10 p.m., and the narrator stayed the night at Ben's. Notably, in the middle of the night, somewhere between 2 and 3 a.m., both friends woke up convinced they heard 2 sets of footsteps on the driveway. Ben's room was on the ground floor, right at the front of the house, so the sound was quite distinct. Yet when they looked outside, they saw no one. It might have been nothing, but the fact that they both woke up to the same sound leaves room for speculation. Nothing else happened that night. Every Halloween since has been entirely normal, yet they've always felt a faint surge of adrenaline mixed with a nervous sense of being watched, a memory that left an indelible mark. 5 years ago, on Halloween night, the narrator happened to own a lovely house in one of the city's larger neighborhoods. Larger here referred not to the size of the homes themselves but to their sheer number, which meant the streets were always teeming with children on Halloween, creating a lively, festive atmosphere. Typically, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., he'd been steadily handing out candy. Nothing unusual ever occurred, it was always the same routine. Kids would arrive, ring the doorbell, say trick or treat, receive their sweets, and leave. But near the end of the evening, the doorbell rang again. When he opened the door, he found a lone little girl on his porch. She was alone, though a man stood on the sidewalk. The narrator assumed he was her parent watching over her. Still, the girl looked somewhat odd. She wore a costume he recognized as a dead bride, a tattered white wedding dress, and her entire face was covered in white makeup. Strangely, the longer he looked at her, the older she seemed, not quite like a child. But, of course, he chalked it up to the makeup distorting his perception of her age. She didn't smile or say a word. The rest of the evening passed surprisingly quietly, as if in the calm before a storm. A few more young trick-or-treaters appeared, but the festivities seemed to be winding down. Having fulfilled his candy-giving duties, the narrator put away the leftovers and settled into his usual evening routine. He stayed up late, chatting casually on the phone with friends and tending to mundane household tasks. By his own admission, he didn't head to bed until around 1 a.m., realizing how late it had gotten. After turning off all the lights, he went upstairs to take a shower before sleeping. About 15 minutes after the water started running, he stepped out of the bathroom and instinctively checked his phone. A notification from his doorbell camera awaited him, recorded 10 minutes earlier, almost immediately after he'd entered the shower. Sometimes these alerts were false alarms, but as he reviewed the footage, his heart sank. For a split second, in the corner of the frame, the same girl in the white wedding dress appeared, then quickly retreated, as if remembering the camera and trying to stay out of view. The narrator hastily dressed, ran downstairs, and peered outside. The street was silent, the porch was empty. His heart raced. This couldn't be a coincidence, the girl had already shown up earlier. But then he heard something behind him. He spun around and stared down the shadowy hallway. Whispering came from the other end of the house, two people talking to each other. Without hesitation, he flung open the front door and bolted out, running to the other side of the neighborhood. He called the police and waited anxiously. Moments later, another notification popped up from the doorbell app. His face went pale. The footage showed the girl and the man running out of his house. He handed the video evidence to the police, who took all necessary measures. It was determined the intruders had likely forced the side door leading into the garage, then entered the house from there, but they were never found or identified. Notably, other neighbors reported similar strange encounters with the pair, though only the narrator's home was actually breached. It's likely the two had been roaming the neighborhood, seeking out those they deemed most vulnerable, though that remains speculation. To this day, no further information has emerged, and the pair has never been seen again. The narrator was 15 that year and felt too old to dress up and go trick-or-treating. Instead, he spent Halloween hanging out with his friend Aiden, lounging in Aiden's room and feeling bored. He thought they ought to do something special, given the occasion, and since his parents were at a corporate party downtown, the whole house was theirs for the night. After failing to come up with anything interesting, they did the most unoriginal thing possible, went downstairs to watch a Halloween-themed horror movie. They found one, turned off all the lights, and immersed themselves in an atmosphere of mystery. The basement was already a creepy place, unfinished, cluttered with boxes and random stored items. There was only a couch in the middle and a small TV facing it. Usually, his dad would come down to drink a couple of beers and stay late while everyone else slept. They watched the movie. For a while, getting through the opening scenes, when suddenly they heard a dull thud. They exchanged glances and paused the film. Silence enveloped the house, thick and heavy. The narrator thought it might have been from the movie, so he rewound and replayed, but there was nothing even remotely similar to the sound they'd just heard. Everything upstairs sounded muffled, yet they were certain the noise had come from the floor above. The narrator stood up, and Aiden followed as he crept to the bottom of the stairs and listened again. Very faintly, they heard more dull thuds, quieter now, moving across the upper floor. They just stared at each other in fear, not moving or speaking, both certain of what the sounds meant. It sounded like someone was quietly walking upstairs. Then, suddenly, a voice called out, "Aiden! Aiden!" It repeated his name several times, low and unfamiliar. Aiden clearly had no idea who it was. And even if he had, these people had broken into the narrator's house while his parents were away. The friends quickly found a hiding spot, a tiny closet in the basement corner. The narrator was almost certain it was a utility closet, housing the water heater and such. Just seconds later, the basement door creaked open. Through narrow gaps in the closet door, they could see The overhead light pierced the darkness, illuminating the stairs leading down into the shadowy space. After a brief pause, a man began descending. His steps were slow and deliberate, stopping occasionally to look around. He walked to the center of the basement, noticed the still running TV, stared at it intently, then called out again, "Aiden." He started searching behind boxes and even opened one, carefully examining its contents for about a minute. That box held old photo albums and cherished family heirlooms, so watching a stranger rifle through them was deeply unsettling. After about 5 minutes, he turned and headed back upstairs. His footsteps echoed through the upper hallways for a while, then complete silence fell. The narrator waited in the closet for what felt like an eternity before finally daring to emerge. He grabbed his phone and dialed emergency services. The wait was agonizing, and by the time help arrived, the intruder had vanished without a trace. In the pitch-black basement, the man's face was impossible to discern, making identification hopeless. But one thing was clear, he knew who Aiden was and that he'd be alone in the house that night. The stranger's actions left no doubt about his stalking intentions, possibly aiming to abduct Aiden, or perhaps the narrator himself. The incident was deeply disturbing, and though the narrator still keeps in touch with Aiden, the case never progressed further. The man was never seen again. This unsettling episode occurred in the last week of October, just before Halloween. The narrator lived in a cozy, modest house in a typical suburban neighborhood. While he certainly enjoyed the holiday, outdoor decorations had never been his passion. A few years earlier, his sister had given him a small ghost figurine, so he simply placed it in the yard, and that was the extent of his Halloween preparations. But a week before Halloween, there was a knock at the door. It was the narrator's day off, so he was home and answered. The man on the porch was unfamiliar, around 40, with light stubble, short chestnut hair, and wearing a thick down jacket. He smiled broadly and said he just wanted to compliment the narrator's Halloween decorations. The narrator didn't quite know how to respond. After all, there was only one small ghost in the yard. It wasn't unusual or unique at all, just a piece of wood with a painted ghost. He thanked the man, who kept smiling, and left. It struck the narrator as odd but not alarming, probably just an overly friendly person, perhaps a bit too friendly. Yet just a couple of days later, the man reappeared. This time, the narrator had just returned from work at 7 p.m. and hadn't even changed out of his work clothes when he heard another knock. Seeing him again filled the narrator with dread, and the ensuing conversation only heightened his unease. The man praised the ghost again but then tried to strike up casual conversation. The narrator gave short, disinterested replies, clearly signaling he wasn't interested in whatever the man wanted. At this point, the situation turned genuinely creepy. Eventually, the narrator claimed he was busy, but even then, the man kept trying to keep him at the door, forcing the narrator to simply shut it in his face. The man stood there for 20 seconds, seemingly considering whether to knock again. Thankfully, he changed his mind and walked away. This guy was becoming truly disturbing, but the narrator hoped that would be the end of it. Several days passed with no further incidents, so he nearly forgot about him. It was Halloween night, and the narrator had the good fortune of finishing work early, so he was home to hand out candy. He ate an early dinner and spent the evening alternating between watching TV and keeping watch at the front door. By about 7 p.m., most of the trick-or-treating crowd had dispersed, and only a few small groups of children occasionally walked by. But when he opened the door to give out candy, he happened to notice something across the street from his house. He recognized the thick down jacket and realized it was the same man who had shown up twice before. The man stood on the sidewalk, almost as if watching the narrator or his house, but the narrator couldn't be sure. It was too dark. After handing out the candy and watching the children walk away, he made sure the man didn't follow them or do anything suspicious. Maybe he was being overly cautious, but eventually the stranger walked off in the opposite direction. The narrator closed the door and tried not to worry too much. After all the kids seemed to have gone home, and the neighborhood streets were quiet and peaceful, no one else was in sight. He stayed in the living room and put on a horror movie to round out the night. He thinks it was around 10 p.m. when he started watching, and probably 11 p.m. or midnight when a sudden knock at the door startled him so badly he nearly fell off the couch. He got up and cautiously peered out the door to see the same man standing there, holding something. It was far too late for trick-or-treating. The narrator immediately knew something was wrong. He didn't open the door, but the man must have heard him inside, because he began speaking. "I've got something for you. Nothing special, just wanted to give you a little Halloween gift." He knocked again. "Hello? It's just a present. You'll like it." The narrator didn't respond. Instead, he silently dialed 911, his eyes fixed on the door as he waited for the police to arrive. The stranger kept knocking persistently, trying to deliver his mysterious gift, though its nature remained hidden. All that was visible was an ordinary box clutched in his hands. A moment later, the stranger left, taking the enigmatic item with him. The victim gave law enforcement all the information he had, but it wasn't enough to identify or locate the man. A nagging feeling told him the stranger was still nearby, perhaps even watching from outside during his call to the police, because after that night, the man never reappeared. What the gift was, and what had driven such relentless pursuit, remained a mystery. Yet every year as Halloween approaches, the obsessive dread that the stranger might return and resume his haunting never fades. Years earlier, on another Halloween Eve, a series of events left a deep mark on the narrator's memory. At the time, he was still a child, though nearing the age when many of his peers began losing interest in the traditional candy collecting ritual. That year, most of his friends decided to skip it, but the narrator and his loyal friend Jason were still full of enthusiasm. For the narrator, the real joy wasn't so much in the candy itself, but in the rare chance to wander aimlessly through the neighborhood, soaking in the festive atmosphere, enjoying time with friends, and doing things normally forbidden in everyday life. And, of course, by the end of the evening, they'd have a whole mountain of sweets enough to last for weeks. Jason lived in a slightly larger neighborhood than the narrator's, so right after school, the narrator headed to his friend's house to begin their route from there. Both boys wore the most ordinary, unremarkable costumes they could find. Neither had felt the need to put much effort into their outfits. Around 4 p.m., they set off to collect candy. Everything started exactly as expected. They went door to door, gathering as much candy as they could, running joyfully through the streets and admiring all the incredible decorations. By 6:30 p.m., they'd covered Jason's neighborhood and possibly 2 or 3 others, eventually finding themselves in a completely unfamiliar area. It looked like any other part of town, except that instead of leading to another residential zone, the road ended by disappearing into a dense forest. Lining the road were enormous houses, at least twice the size of those they'd visited, maybe even more imposing. They resembled mansions hidden among the trees. Both friends realized they had to find out what treasures these grand homes were giving out. They didn't even finish the houses they'd already started, they headed straight for the giant estates. In their excitement, they didn't even notice the sun sinking below the horizon. And, honestly, since they didn't know where they were to begin with, venturing deeper into this unknown, wooded area wasn't the wisest choice. They approached the first house. A long driveway led up to it, and only a single porch light illuminated the entire mansion. The narrator rang the doorbell, but there was no answer. After waiting a minute, they moved on to the next house. Almost immediately, they felt how eerily quiet it was. Only crickets chirped in the trees. There were no other children or parents walking around or collecting candy. Somehow, they still didn't get the hint and kept going deeper, stopping at every house along the way, but none of them opened their doors. They must have knocked on 8 or 10 houses before spotting an orange glow in the woods, the first sign of Halloween decorations they'd seen all evening. The house looked just like the others, old and extremely large, but this one had vintage-style lanterns and garden decor that matched its character. They figured that if the owners had gone to such lengths with the decorations, they were surely handing out candy. Excited, they hurried up the driveway to knock on the large wooden door. But when they reached the porch, they saw the door was already slightly ajar. Inside, the house was very dark, and everything looked outdated. Still, the narrator knocked. For a full 30 seconds, there was complete silence as they waited. Something felt off. If you had all those decorations and left your door open on Halloween, you'd likely be home, watching the door. Just as they were about to leave, a man suddenly appeared in the doorway. He was elderly, at least 50, with thinning hair and unnaturally wide-open eyes. He smiled and said, "Happy Halloween," adding that he had candy inside for them. An awkward pause followed. They expected him to go fetch a bowl, but instead, he simply stepped aside, as if inviting them in. Neither the narrator nor Jason moved. "Come on in," the man said. "It's right there in the hallway. The bowl's too heavy for an old man like me to carry." He swung the door wider and gestured again toward the corridor, clearly encouraging them to enter. But common sense, mixed with the unsettling darkness swallowing most of the house, told them not to take the risk. Jason tried to mumble an excuse, but stumbled over his words and couldn't form a coherent sentence before his friend nudged him, signaling they should just leave. Both boys hurried away without looking back to see the man's reaction. They still didn't know whether he had ill intentions or if something else was at play, but they just wanted to be safe and avoid ending up in the news as kids who'd willingly walked into some lunatic's house on Halloween. In their rush to get away, however, they unconsciously kept following the road, wandering deeper into the maze of this strange neighborhood. Still caught up in discussing the unsettling encounter, they passed several more houses without stopping. Eventually, they agreed they should leave the area and return to familiar ground. But since they'd already gone so far, it seemed logical to keep walking, hoping it would lead them to a main road. They walked for 15 minutes without stopping at any houses. The forest remained ominously silent. Now that the sun had fully set, pitch-black darkness had fallen. There wasn't a soul in sight. Suddenly, ahead of them, they saw something unusual, a car parked right on the roadside along the forest path. In the complete darkness, with its headlights off, it was barely visible. By the time they noticed it, they were only about 20 feet away. It was a very old vehicle, and with no lights on, it almost looked abandoned. Confused and curious, the boys nervously walked past it, staying on the opposite side of the road. Through the windshield, they could see nothing, the car was perfectly parked in shadow. But as they passed right beside it, one of them glanced through the side window and caught a glimpse of a person sitting in the driver's seat. In that instant, he recognized the same unnaturally wide, anxious eyes. His friend told Jason to run, and they both bolted down the road. Almost immediately, the car's headlights switched on. They kept running, and luckily, just a minute later they reached an intersection leading back into a normal neighborhood. They never saw the car follow them, but perhaps their sudden sprint made the driver realize they'd spotted him, discouraging him from pursuing them further. They went straight back to Jason's house and never told anyone, not even their other friends, about what had happened. It was their last year trick-or-treating on Halloween. When someone moves into a new home, especially in an entirely unfamiliar neighborhood, certain aspects inevitably capture their attention. First and foremost is, of course, the house itself, its immediate surroundings, and the lifestyle and habits of future neighbors. Equally important are accessibility and the availability of nearby amenities. Unfortunately, however, people often rush into hasty decisions, and haste in matters of such importance frequently leads to serious risks. Sometimes even the most seemingly insignificant detail, like the one mentioned below, can foreshadow an elaborate deception whose scale may be beyond imagination. Just such an unexpected twist awaits us in the story that follows. In the city of Chennai stands a house that compels every passerby to involuntarily slow their step and think twice before walking past, whether it's a bright sunny day, a pitch-black moonless night, or a gloomy, rainy evening. But a man named Kabir was completely unaware of these peculiarities. His job aboard a ship frequently required him to relocate from one place to another. Today, we recount how his life changed dramatically after he moved into this mysterious colony. The story begins roughly 10 years ago. Kabir's employer decided to transfer him to Chennai. Upon arrival, he was astonished to find rental prices unusually high everywhere. It seemed unbelievable that even in a major metropolis like Chennai, he would have to pay such exorbitant sums just for a roof over his head. Desperately searching for a suitable option, he eventually stumbled upon an offer from his own company, a very old building with astonishingly low rent. For Kabir, this was an obvious advantage. Though the structure was dilapidated, it was conveniently located near his office, and the port, where his ship duties often took him, was also easily accessible. Everything he needed was within reach, almost magically so. But what could possibly be the catch? On his very first day, Kabir noticed something highly unusual. As dusk fell, all parents hurriedly called their children indoors. Within an hour and a half, every child had vanished from the streets. The only person visible outside was a solitary drunkard openly drinking alcohol right on the road, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. After a while, Kabir looked down again and saw the man still sitting in the same spot, motionless. Suddenly, the old man smiled and waved at him. Kabir thought, what's so strange about that? It's raining, it's dark, there's no one outside, no children, no adults. Why is this old man sitting alone and waving at me? Then the man gestured for him to come down. Kabir decided, alright, since he's calling, I'll go down. Maybe he has something to say or needs help. As he descended, his neighbor Pyle stopped him. With unmistakable anxiety, she asked, Kabir, why are you going down at this hour? Puzzled, he replied, but it's only evening. Is it really that late? Pyle, her expression grave, said, you don't know why we never go out in the evenings in De Monte Colony. Kabir countered, no, I don't. I understand you're afraid, but I don't know why. What's going on? Insisting, Pyle asked, but why were you coming down? He explained, there was an old man down there waving at me. Pyle then walked to his window, pointed outside, and said, look, there's no one there. Seeing the street empty, Kabir was slightly surprised but quickly added, maybe he's already left. I was about to come down, so perhaps he just moved elsewhere. Yet Pyle replied with an air of mystery, you still don't understand. What you saw isn't exactly a lie, but it's not exactly the truth either. That man isn't a man at all. He's a wandering spirit you've just encountered. Then, as if lifting a veil, Pyle revealed the story. In the 19th century, a Portuguese businessman named João de Monte moved here. He acquired substantial property, and the area became known as De Monte Colony. John hadn't come alone, he brought his wife, Mary, and their 20-year-old son. They were a wealthy, harmonious family living in comfort and peace. But over time, Mary began suffering from a mental illness, gradually losing her mind until she sank into madness. Her condition worsened daily until she finally passed away, leaving her husband and son in profound grief. Soon after, perhaps unable to bear the weight of his loss, their son suffered a heart attack and died as well. João de Monte was now the sole survivor, broken and alone. He spent his days sitting and drinking incessantly, trying to drown his sorrow, seeing no purpose in life. He idled away his time, drank, and disturbed the colony's residents with his inappropriate behavior until the day he, too, died and left this world. Yet just months after John's death, every resident of the colony began noticing something strange, deeply, chillingly strange. Whenever they sat with their families, wives, and children, laughing and playing, they would hear from afar the sound of weeping filled with unbearable sorrow. Drawn by curiosity and fear, they would follow the sound only to find none other than John, sobbing bitterly, as if his soul could find no peace. Gradually, everyone became aware of this phenomenon, and a cold, penetrating fear gripped the entire community. Pyle explained that this was precisely why no one dared go outside in the evenings, when shadows lengthened and the world sank into twilight. No one wanted to be out there, for everyone knew the tragic, inexplicable history of this place. Then Pyle warned Kabir once more, her voice firm and compelling, Kabir, I strongly advise you not to go down now, it will turn out very badly for you. With that, Pyle hurried away, leaving Kabir alone with his thoughts and growing unease. Back in his room, as if trying to shield himself from an invisible threat, Kabir made a firm decision, no, I won't go down. I'll stay inside. But at that moment, the piercing ring of the telephone shattered the silence. Kabir picked up the receiver, it was his boss, demanding his immediate presence at the office in a commanding tone. Something urgent had happened, a critical error requiring his instant attention. Kabir tried to explain he couldn't come, but his boss refused to listen, his voice unyielding. Trapped by circumstances, Kabir reluctantly left the building, unaware of what awaited him beyond the threshold. When Kabir returned, the clock neared 11 at night. As he entered the colony, he found the atmosphere unchanged from 6 hours earlier, absolute silence reigned, and not a soul was in sight. No one appeared on the horizon. All windows and doors were tightly shut, with only faint light seeping through curtains hinting at inhabitants. No one dared step outside at such a late hour. Kabir walked quickly, almost nervously, toward his home, feeling a sharp, piercing tremor stirred by the eerie tales he'd heard. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a glass bottle rolling across the asphalt. As if guided by an invisible force, it rolled straight toward his feet and struck them. It was an empty wine bottle. Kabir instantly sensed this incident might be an omen. Still, he pressed on. Then a piercing wail shattered the silence. Kabir immediately understood it was none other than the wandering spirit of the Portuguese businessman, seemingly trying to disorient him. He kept moving forward, step by step, straining to hear through the darkness. Now he could hear only his own footsteps echoing in the dead silence. But this lasted only a moment. Soon, other footsteps joined his, uninvited and frighteningly close. Instinctively, he quickened his pace. Almost running, he finally reached his building. And just as he arrived at the entrance, a cold hand landed on his shoulder. Kabir spun around. The old man stood before him, weeping inconsolably. Still crying, he said to Kabir, "You look so much like my son. May I stay at your place tonight?" In panic, Kabir jerked the stranger's hand off his shoulder and bolted for the elevator. He burst into his room and frantically began packing, determined to leave immediately. His luggage was already neatly packed. He grabbed his briefcase, and just then, the first drops of rain tapped against the window. Moments later, a torrential downpour began. Kabir had no choice but to accept his circumstances. He would have to spend the night in this house. It was deep night. He'd arrived at the colony around 11, and now it was probably 1 or 2 in the morning. He sat in his room, overwhelmed by anxious thoughts, utterly unable to sleep. Outside, a furious storm raged, and Kabir desperately waited for the weather to calm so he could flee at once. The house seemed empty except for him, and the only sound was the relentless drumming of the rain. Yet, Kabir felt with every fiber of his being that he was not alone. From deep within the house came the steady drip of water. And another sound, growing clearer and closer. A voice persistently asked, "Are you my son?" Kabir felt intense tension seize his body. He turned sharply again. And right before him, as if from nowhere, stood the same old man. But this time, his appearance was truly horrifying. He was soaked to the bone. Every thread of his clothing dripped with water. At that moment, Kabir trembled with fear and revulsion. When the old man received no answer, he asked again, this time with fierce aggression and unmistakable anger, raising his voice, "Why don't you answer? You are my son, aren't you?" Kabir grew more terrified as the old man's voice grew louder and more piercing by the second. Anyone in such a situation would undoubtedly feel bone-chilling dread. As the voice intensified, objects around Kabir began falling and shattering. Chaos erupted. The old man stood before him, arms outstretched, repeating his question again and again with mounting obsession, "Are you my son?" Hearing the commotion, Pyle rushed from her home and pounded on Kabir's door with all her might. Inside, the old man slowly turned his head toward the noise. The moment his attention shifted, Kabir seized the opportunity, lunged for the door, and flung it open. When Pyle looked inside, she was astonished to see no one but Kabir. Yet she knew exactly whose voice had shaken the walls. Breathless, Kabir recounted everything that had just happened. And as soon as the rain finally eased, Kabir left immediately, never to return. To this day, that part of Chennai continues to inspire both fear and reverence, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Time seems frozen there, preserving the area exactly as it was a decade ago. As dusk falls, once the clock passes 6 in the evening, the streets sink into silence, becoming utterly deserted. No living soul dares disturb this peace, except one, John de Monte. His unseen presence is felt everywhere, he remains ever present in these streets. The only one who continues to wander the area regardless of scorching heat, torrential rain, or biting cold is his disembodied spirit. This Chennai neighborhood, known as De Monte Colony, is widely infamous, surrounded by countless legends. It's no surprise that its haunting allure has inspired numerous TV series and films. The very fact that filmmakers invest heavily in adapting its chilling story is a testament to its extraordinary notoriety and terrifying mystique. Not every spiritual manifestation is malevolent, just as not everyone is benevolent. The essence of these encounters lies in their desire to share their profound, sometimes unbearable, suffering with the living. They do not seek to bestow joy or comfort, that is not their purpose. Their sole wish is to show what they endured during their earthly lives. If their departure was agonizing, they will strive to convey that pain because causing distress is the only way they can express their unimaginable suffering. Such is the true nature of these phenomena. As for Damonte Colony, it is, without the slightest exaggeration, a cursed place. Jokes or casual attitudes have no place here. Countless online articles, films, and series dedicated to this location only reinforce its ominous reputation. It is indeed a profoundly haunted site, where the boundary between worlds feels especially thin and permeable. And should fate ever lead anyone there, they need only glance at the clock. What if it already shows 6 in the evening? In such a sinister place, absolutely anything could happen.
NUS last spring, a young woman, 17 at the time, got a job as an evening babysitter for the Davids, whose house was just 5 blocks from her own in the quiet town of Chandler, Arizona. Eagerly saving money for upcoming college expenses, she couldn't resist the prospect of earning an extra $20 an hour. Besides, the Davids' neighborhood seemed the epitome of safety. Neat, single-story homes, well-manicured lawns, and evenly spaced lampposts every 30 yards. These factors convinced the girl's parents to give their consent. At the appointed time, 6:30 p.m., she arrived at the Davids' house. Mrs. David meticulously instructed her on using the alarm system, provided the Wi-Fi password, and a list of emergency phone numbers. The caring mother had already prepared 4-year-old Sybil and 6-year-old Tyler for bed, dressing them in pajamas and leaving leftover, appetizing chicken nuggets in the fridge. Mr. O. David, in turn, reminded her to strictly adhere to the 8:30 p.m. bedtime. After these parting words, the Davids departed for a charity dinner in the city center. As soon as the front door closed behind them, the girl, acting on instinct, carefully slid the bolt shut. The evening began surprisingly peacefully. The children enthusiastically drew with colored pencils, watched half an episode of the popular animated series Paw Patrol, and diligently brushed their teeth. At 8:25 p.m., the young babysitter led the children upstairs, read them a touching story about a lost puppy, and turned on a nightlight, an LED lamp shaped like a moon, emitting a soft blue glow. The children quickly drifted off to sleep. Coming back downstairs, the girl texted her mother, spread out her biology flashcards on the kitchen island, and poured herself a glass of refreshing drink. At 9:15 p.m., an unexpected doorbell rang. The girl involuntarily flinched. The Davids hadn't mentioned the possibility of visitors. Peering through the peephole, she saw a man in his 30s, dressed in a gray hooded sweatshirt, dark jeans, and sneakers. The stranger held a set of keys and cheerfully waved at the camera mounted by the door. A black Honda was parked at the curb with its engine running. The man addressed the girl in a calm, even voice, as if confident he was being heard. "Hi, I'm the kid's uncle, Brandon. I forgot my keys. I need to grab something from the bedroom upstairs." His tone was friendly and casual. Despite this, alarm bells went off in the girl's head. The Davids had never mentioned a brother. Through the locked door, she replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "Your parents didn't tell me anyone was coming." "That's my fault," the man replied. "I told my sister I had a spare key. Look, Sybil asked for her purple blanket earlier, right? She always wants it when she's tired, and Tyler ate mac and cheese before changing into his dinosaur pajamas. I know their routine." He was absolutely correct. The girl's stomach churned. Maybe he really was a relative, or maybe not. She stepped away from the door and opened the Video Baby Monitor app. Both children were sleeping soundly in their beds, snoring softly. The girl glanced at the security system tablet mounted in the living room. The outdoor camera showed the man shifting from foot to foot, but not trying to open the door. She tried to call Mrs. David, but no one answered. Next, she tried to contact Mr. David, but the call went straight to voicemail. The girl seriously considered dialing 911, but hesitated. Arizona has penalties for false calls. Suddenly, a text message arrived. "Sorry, it's very noisy at the banquet. Is everything okay?" It was Mrs. David. The girl quickly typed, "There's a man here, says he's Brandon. Your brother, he needs to come in." 3 dots appeared on the screen, indicating that the other person was typing a response. Then the message arrived. "We don't have a brother. Call the police now." The girl's hands trembled. She took a deep breath and dialed 911. Reporting the address and the situation, she emphasized that there were 2 young children asleep upstairs. At that moment, a soft knock came from the hallway. The man knocked again, still politely. "I really need that blanket. I promise I'll only be 2 minutes." The girl didn't answer. He waited about 10 seconds. Then the camera on the door recorded him walking over to the windows, cupping his hands to peer inside. The girl turned off the interior lights so he couldn't see her. In the dim light of her phone screen, she watched the stranger walk along the wall to the side gate. A moment later, the motion sensor in the yard turned on, then off. The dispatcher stayed on the line. "Units will be there in 3 minutes. Stay inside and keep the doors locked." The girl cautiously crept to the patio door. The lock was intact, the curtain tightly drawn. There was no movement outside. An eerie silence fell over the house. Even the hum of the refrigerator seemed muffled. Soon, the approaching sound of police sirens could be heard, which suddenly stopped. The red and blue strobe lights flashed through the blinds. The girl remained in the hallway until an officer shouted his badge number from the porch through the locked door. Only then did she dare to open it. The police thoroughly searched the yard and the nearby streets. The Honda had vanished without a trace. Tire tracks led toward the main road. Questioning the neighbors yielded no results. The stranger had parked in a spot not covered by surveillance cameras. Inside the house, the children slept peacefully, unaware of what had happened. The officers took the girl's statement, praised her for her vigilance, and waited for Mr. and Mrs. David to return, their faces pale with fear. Mrs. David hugged the girl so tightly she could barely breathe. She repeated endlessly, "Thank you for protecting them." By 12:30 a.m., the patrol cars had left the scene. The parents insisted on driving the girl home. She agreed, although she kept looking over her shoulder the entire way. That night, she replayed every second of what had happened in her head. How did the stranger know about the dinner and the children's bedtime? Had he been watching the window beforehand? Had he overheard her conversation? Later, the Davids discovered a small gap between the window frame and the lock. Perhaps the intruder had pried it open before the girl arrived, listening from the yard. His disappearance before the police arrived indicated that he either had a scanner app or simply a well-developed intuition. With her heightened intuition, the author did not immediately return to her evening job after the incident. Only after a few weeks did she resume her duties, but with increased caution. Special films were installed on the windows to protect against prying eyes. unreliable latches were replaced, and a baseball bat was always kept within reach. She stopped trusting calm voices and personal details, realizing that they could be just part of a carefully crafted strategy. Later, the detectives working on the case reported that similar men had been seen near schools, where they listened to snippets of conversations to use them to gain trust. It was suspected that the perpetrator had attempted to break into 3 homes within a month, posing as a relative. This information did not bring the author relief, but only confirmed that his polite approach was the result of training. The case remains unsolved, and the perpetrator has still not been found. Despite what happened, the author continues to work as a babysitter, but now only for family members. She never ignores her intuition, understanding that safety depends on many small decisions: locking the side gate, cutting off conversation with a stranger, double-checking information. By making those decisions that night, she saved 2 children from possible danger. Sometimes, late at night, she is awakened by the memory of the soft knock and the even voice asking for a child's blanket. That voice sounds patient and almost friendly, waiting to be believed. The author hopes that something like that never happens again. The narrator, who introduced herself as Leah, does not consider herself a fan of ghost stories or a wild imagination. She is 32 years old and works as a nurse in a small hospital in upstate New York. Her shifts often end late, and she has to drive home on quiet roads through forests and farmland. Usually she is accompanied only by silence, her old Honda Civic, and the radio. But one night, everything changed. Around 11:30 p.m., after a 12-hour shift, Leah was driving down a main road lined with trees and occasional gas stations. Approaching a turn 5 miles from her house, she saw orange road signs and cones blocking the road. A large arrow pointed left onto a dirt road she had never driven on before. The sign read, "Detour, road work ahead." Leah sighed, dreaming only of a shower and bed, but she had no choice. So she turned onto the narrow, unlit road. The detour immediately felt ominous to her. The road was barely wide enough for 2 cars, and dense trees loomed on either side. The lack of streetlights and houses only heightened the sense of darkness and isolation. The car's headlights cut through the night, but didn't reach far. Leah turned off the radio to concentrate and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The road twisted and turned, but there was no sign of roadwork or equipment, only endless trees and the faint hum of the engine. After about 10 minutes, Leah began to feel uneasy. She hadn't seen another car, and the road seemed to go on forever. The GPS was glitching, constantly rerouting. "This isn't good," she muttered. Just then she noticed a truck in her rear-view mirror, moving slowly about 100 yards behind her with its headlights off. Fear gripped Leah. Who drives at night without lights? She tried to convince herself it was just a local resident taking the same detour. But the truck wasn't getting closer or farther away, maintaining the same speed. Leah sped up, hoping to increase the distance between them, but the truck followed suit. Her heart pounded. She tried to calm herself, telling herself she was overreacting and that the truck might have broken headlights or the driver was lost. But then she noticed the road signs had disappeared. Leah realized she hadn't seen any signs of road work on Route 12 either. No equipment, no torn-up road, just the signs and cones blocking the way. Panic set in. She grabbed her phone to call 911, but there was no signal. She was alone in the middle of nowhere. The truck was still behind her, a dark shadow in her rearview mirror. Leia pressed on the gas, the car rattling down the uneven road, but the truck kept pace. Now she could make out its shape. An old pickup truck, possibly black or dark blue, with no visible driver in the darkness. Leia started talking to herself, trying to stay calm. Just find your way back to the main highway. You're okay. But the road continued to twist and turn, and she had no idea where she was. In the distance, she saw the faint headlights of another car. Leia felt a surge of relief, hoping it was a police officer or someone who could help. As the car drew closer, she slowed down and turned on her high beams, trying to get their attention. In the pitch black of the night, on a deserted road, a desperate plea for help echoed. A white SUV came into view, which, like me, slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road. Stopping my car, I left the engine running, only slightly opening the window to shout words full of anxiety. "I think someone is following me!" The driver, a middle-aged man with glasses perched on his nose, looked out the window of his car with concern. "Are you okay?" "Well," he asked with genuine worry in his voice. I pointed to the road behind me. "There's a truck back there driving without lights. It's been chasing me for miles." The man peered into the impenetrable darkness, his face contorted in surprise. "There's no truck there," he said. As if struck by lightning, I turned sharply to look in the rearview mirror. The road was completely empty. A chilling dread washed over me. It had been there just seconds ago. I had seen it. "Listen," the man said. "This road is kind of strange. I got detoured here too, but there's no construction on Route 12. You better follow me. I'll lead you back to the main road." Unable to argue, I simply nodded, still trembling from the experience. I followed his SUV, never taking my eyes off the rearview mirrors. But the truck was nowhere to be seen, only the impenetrable darkness. After about 10 minutes, we were back on Route 12. The road signs and cones had disappeared, as if they had never been there. Thanking the man who promised to report it to the police, I hurried home, locking all the doors behind me. After getting to my apartment, I couldn't close my eyes. The events of that night replayed in my head over and over. The signs, the truck, its sudden disappearance. The next day, I called the sheriff's office, where I was informed that no roadwork had been scheduled on Route 12 that night, and no reports of detours had been filed. Looking for answers, I turned to the internet, where I found several local forums where people recounted similar experiences. Fake detours, strange vehicles, roads leading nowhere. Some considered it a cruel joke. Others hinted at something more sinister, such as thieves or something even worse. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was someone's cruel prank, or maybe I was just too tired and imagined it all. But I can't shake the feeling that there's something wrong with that road, as if it was waiting for me. Now I drive home on a different route, even if it's longer. And every time I see a road sign, my heart skips a beat with fear. I don't think I'll ever feel safe driving alone at night again. The narrator hesitated for a long time to share her experience. It happened at a time when being open could be unsafe. However, she believed that silence did not benefit anyone, and she felt the need to warn others. She had often been on that trail, but something felt wrong that day. The woman suggested turning back, but her husband, who was either brave or perhaps just stubborn, insisted on continuing. Approaching a bend, she froze in horror. A few steps from the trail at the beginning of the bridge stood a tall figure. The beam of the flashlight illuminated its back, and the narrator's heart skipped a beat. The figure was striking in its size, standing at least 6-7 feet tall, and its massive build suggested a weight of 250 pounds. It wore a brown flannel shirt and dark pants, possibly blue or black. Chestnut hair stood on end, as if it had been deliberately styled, giving it an unnatural shape. However, it wasn't just the figure's height that was frightening, but also its disproportion. The arms seemed too long, hanging unnaturally. The head had a round, almost spherical shape, resembling a basketball perched on its shoulders. The legs were not visible, which only heightened the surreal nature of the moment. The figure stood motionless, staring into the darkness. "What is that?" the woman whispered to her husband. Her voice trembled, and she noticed that her husband had also frozen, staring at the figure. All three stood in tense silence. The minutes seemed like an eternity as her heart raced and her instinct demanded flight. The figure did not move or pay attention to them. The narrator couldn't understand if it was a person or something else. Questions raced through her mind. How did it get here? There were no other cars on the trail. Why is it standing in the dark away from the trail and staring into nothing? And why doesn't it turn around? Is it hiding its face or something else? The husband, in a trembling but steady voice, shouted, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing?" At that moment, the figure began to turn slowly, and a wave of nausea washed over the narrator. The instinct for self-preservation took over, ordering her to flee immediately. Without waiting for the figure to turn around, the woman grabbed her husband's hand and ran back to the car. The beam of the flashlight darted from side to side, and her breath came in ragged gasps. She didn't look back, not wanting to know if they were being pursued. Behind her, she could hear her husband shouting and the sound of his footsteps. The woman ran, several feet ahead of her husband. Reaching the car, they frantically searched for the keys, gasping and shaking. The parking lot remained empty. The drive to town was 5 to 6 miles, and there was no cell service in that area. The woman's heart pounded until they saw the first streetlights. They remained silent the whole way, shaken by what had happened. After a few days, curiosity took over. The narrator couldn't stop thinking about the figure. Was it a hallucination, someone's joke, or a trick of the light? She persuaded her husband to return to the spot during the day, bringing friends along for safety. She needed to figure out what had happened. Maybe it was a jacket thrown over a post, a strangely shaped rock, or a forgotten prop. However, there was nothing where the figure had stood. But something else made the woman's blood run cold. The spot where the figure had stood ended in a steep, 4-foot drop. This meant that the figure was not 6-7 feet tall, but 8 to 10. The realization struck her. Whatever they had seen, it was incredibly tall. This area is steeped in history, both beautiful and tragic. Stories of miners, of lives cut short on the high bridge, of the beauty of the canyon. All of this has intertwined into something alive, almost animate. The woman didn't know what they had seen that night. She shared the story with friends, family, and anyone who would listen, but no one could provide an answer. Was it a person, a ghost, or something else? The memory of the motionless figure in the dark still haunts her. It is part of the river's story that she will never fully understand, a mystery that hangs in the air like the shadows in the canyon. Currently, the narrator works as a security guard at a small airport in Germany. Most flights depart before dawn, so her shift is always at night. For 5 years, the job has been routine, checking doors, scanning passes, monitoring cameras. But in mid-July, at the height of the summer holidays, there was something uneasy in the terminal. The woman couldn't explain what it was, so she just continued to do her job, relentlessly continuing my work. Closer to midnight, I decided to take a break. Heading to the nearest bakery, I bought a bar of chocolate and a can of energy drink, settling down at a modest metal table. Busy watching a short video on my phone, I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to turn around. Before my eyes stood a man, dressed in a black raincoat. His hood was down, revealing a gaze fixed directly on me. He didn't look away, didn't pretend to examine the shop windows, but looked exclusively at me. After holding his gaze for just a few seconds, I turned my attention back to my phone. Hundreds of strangers pass through airports every day, and most of them pose no threat. After drinking half of the drink, I put my phone in my pocket and headed to the restroom to wash my hands before the end of my break. Enas, upon returning, I noticed the same individual standing approximately 50 meters away in the main hallway. His head was tilted slightly and his gaze was fixed on me once more. As soon as he realized I had spotted him, he abruptly turned and disappeared down a side corridor without making a sound. A quiet alarm went off in my head, but his actions hadn't broken any rules. Back at my post, I spent the next several hours walking the perimeter of the gate, checking the locks, and waiting for dawn. By morning, my phone battery was completely dead. Since the walk home was short, I simply put the phone in my pocket and started on my way. About halfway there, I remembered the external battery pack in my backpack. After connecting the cable, I continued my walk. 10 minutes from my apartment, I decided to check the charge level by pressing the power button. A message appeared on the screen, one I'd never seen before. Unknown AirTag detected. This AirTag has been moving with you. The distance was 800 meters. I've never owned an AirTag. I stopped and scanned the empty street, lit only by dim streetlights. Soon, another notification appeared. Distance 600 meters, then 500. I was trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe someone nearby had lost luggage with a tracker, but the numbers kept decreasing. 400, 300. I broke into a light jog. The phone vibrated again, showing 200 meters. Turning the corner, I ran as fast as I could. My legs went numb, but the numbers continued to plummet. 100 meters. Reaching my building, I fumbled with the key, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it. The hallway was silent. The phone screen displayed 50 meters, then 20, and finally 10. Peeking through the peephole, I saw only an empty street. My hands were shaking. I emptied the contents of my pockets and bag onto the floor, but found nothing unusual. I wanted to call the police, but what could I tell them? A signal on my phone indicated that someone was tracking me. I tried to convince myself that I was simply overtired. The shift had been long, and my mind was in a semi-conscious state. After changing clothes, I got into bed and put on a horror narration video on my phone. The narrator's calm voice usually helped me relax. I only remember the first few minutes before sleep overtook me. Awakening sometime later in complete darkness, I saw that the video had ended and the phone screen was glowing. Another notification awaited. Unknown AirTag detected. This AirTag has been moving with you. The distance was 2 meters. 2 meters meant the tag was in my room. I couldn't move. Locking the phone, I allowed my eyes to adjust to the darkness. At the foot of the bed, near the closet, I saw the silhouette of a person in a black raincoat. The same face that had been watching me before. A raspy scream escaped my throat. He stepped back, opened the door, and vanished before my feet hit the floor. By the time the police arrived, the apartment was empty. No fingerprints, no tracker, only a wet spot near my bed. The officers thoroughly searched every room, checked the windows and the stairwell. The door frame was intact, and the only key was in my possession. They advised me to stay with relatives. I spent the night on my sister's couch, leaving the hallway light on and setting my phone to alert me to any movement. The next morning, I returned to my apartment with a locksmith. We installed new deadbolts and a camera above the door. Then, we turned my backpack inside out on the kitchen table. Tucked into the bottom of the seam of an interior pocket, hidden beneath the lining, was a white plastic disc smaller than a coin, an air tag. Someone had cut the fabric, inserted the tracker, and glued the seam so neatly that I hadn't felt a thing. This person had gotten close enough to slip their hand into my bag unnoticed. Perhaps it happened at the bakery, or when I was checking the time at the gate. I'll never know for sure. Now I keep the tracker sealed in a plastic evidence bag. It sits on my desk, a reminder that danger can hide behind an ordinary facade and lurk right behind you without making a sound. I still work night shifts, but I no longer walk home. Every time my phone vibrates in my pocket, I remember that silent face, watching me and waiting for the right moment. If you ever feel like you're being followed, trust your instincts and act immediately. I was lucky, but the next person might not be. Story 2. I've always had a special love for hiking. The smell of the pines, the crackle of a campfire, the peaceful silence of the woods. It's where I truly feel alive. Last summer, my friends Jake, Matt, and Amber and I planned a weekend trip to Blackwood Forest, a dense pine forest about 2 hours from our town. It was a popular spot, but vast, with trails winding for miles and sections where the trees barely let in sunlight. We'd been there before and never felt uneasy, but this trip is one I'll never forget. Months have passed, but I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about Jake. Cold sweat breaks out on my skin as thoughts return again and again to Jake. On Friday afternoon, our group arrived at Blackwood. The 4 friends were crammed into Matt's beat-up Jeep. The daytime air was still warm, but a pleasant coolness filled the depths of the forest as we set up camp near a small stream. Our spot was off the beaten path, in a small clearing with a fire pit left by other campers. Jake, as always, was full of energy and optimism, cracking jokes and tossing a football while Amber set up the tent. He was always the life of the party, the guy who could make you laugh even in the tensest moments. Matt, quieter and more even-keeled, was already tending to the campfire, and I was unloading provisions from the cooler. Our modest menu, as usual, consisted of soft drinks and hot dogs. Night fell unexpectedly quickly. By 9 o'clock it was pitch black, so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face without a flashlight. We sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing funny stories. Suddenly, Jake started talking about an old legend he'd heard about Blackwood. about mysterious disappearances in the 80s of people who were never found. Amber just rolled her eyes, calling it a typical campfire story, and we all laughed along. But I couldn't help but notice that Jake kept glancing furtively toward the dark trees, as if expecting someone to emerge from the woods at any moment. Around 11 o'clock, Jake announced that he was going for a short walk, as he usually did. "Just gonna take a leak and check out the stream," he said, grabbing his flashlight. Amber told him not to go too far, to which he just waved her off, replying, "I'm not a kid. I know what I'm doing." That was Jake all over, confident, but without any malice. We didn't think much of it. The stream was only 100 meters from the camp, and we could hear its gentle murmur while sitting by the fire. 10 minutes passed, then 20. Amber started to get worried, checking the time on her phone every few minutes. "He's probably just messing with us," Matt suggested, but there was uncertainty in his voice. I grabbed my flashlight and shouted loudly, "Jake, cut the crap!" My voice echoed through the area swallowed by the dense trees. But in response, there was only silence. It was at that moment that I felt a knot of anxiety in my stomach. Blackwood was a big forest, sure, but not that big. He couldn't have gone that far. We decided to organize a search. Amber stayed at the camp in case Jake returned, while Matt and I split up to cover as much ground as possible. I headed toward the stream, shining my flashlight into the undergrowth. The light revealed tree roots and rocks, but no sign of Jake. I shouted his name every few steps, but my voice grew quieter and quieter, as if fading into the surrounding silence. The forest was eerily silent. No crickets, no hooting owls, just the sound of my boots crunching on the fallen pine needles. I kept hoping that I would see him any minute, grinning from ear to ear and ready to scare me half to death. But the further I went into the forest, the stronger the feeling of unease became. Finally, I reached the stream and found his flashlight. It was lying in the mud, still on, shining on a patch of ferns. My heart was pounding. Jake was a very careful person. He wouldn't just drop his flashlight like that. I picked it up and called Jake's name again, loudly. But in response, there was only silence. Shining the light around with a trembling hand, I noticed footprints in the ground. Jake's boot prints led to the water, and then they suddenly stopped, as if he had vanished halfway there. Overcome with panic, I called out to Matt in a shaky voice. He came running, and when he saw the flashlight, his face instantly turned pale. We searched for Jake for hours. Amber joined us, her voice hoarse from shouting. We walked along the stream, checked the forest trails, and even returned to the camp, hoping that maybe he had just gotten lost. By 2 a.m, we were completely exhausted, but we couldn't stop. Amber was crying, repeating that we shouldn't have let him go alone. Matt kept saying that Jake was probably fine, just a little lost, but I knew that wasn't the case. Something was wrong. The air felt heavy and ominous, as if the forest was watching us. At dawn, we reported the incident to the police. There was a ranger station nearby, and they immediately sent out a search party. Rangers, dogs, even a helicopter. Everyone was involved in the search. We showed them the flashlight and the footprints. They asked if Jake had been acting strangely, if he had said anything about wanting to leave. I replied that he had been himself, happy, a little goofy, an adventure-loving Jake. The Rangers nodded, but I could see that they were preparing for the worst. Blackwood had a bad reputation. People disappeared here. Not often, but it happened. Tourists, hikers, even locals. Most of them were found, but some weren't. Days passed. The search expanded. Volunteers joined. More dogs. Drones were used. We stayed at the campsite, barely sleeping, helping in any way we could. Amber was in terrible shape, blaming herself for everything that had happened. Matt stopped talking, just silently staring at the trees, as if expecting them to spit Jake out if he stared long and hard enough. I kept going back to that night in my mind, trying to figure out if I had missed something important. The way Jake had been looking at the forest, the silence after he left, those footprints stopping at the stream. It all seemed completely illogical. The rangers found nothing. No clothing, no traces of blood, no signs of a struggle. They checked caves, ravines, and even old logging roads deep in the forest. The dogs lost the scent at the stream, as if Jake had vanished into thin air. One of the rangers, an older man, took me aside and said, "Sometimes people just disappear. Blackwood is a treacherous place. Too many places to get lost." I wanted to punch him. Jake hadn't just gotten lost. He had vanished. In the shadow of the forest, the disappearance of Jake and its aftermath. In an instant, as if dissolving into thin air, Jake vanished. He simply got lost, and this lost became a sinister synonym for disappeared. Weeks dragged into months of unsuccessful searching. Hope dwindled and the search efforts gradually faded away. The police didn't formally close the case, but their eyes reflected hopelessness. Amber, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, left town, leaving a gaping void. Conversations with Matt ceased, as if each encounter reopened unhealed wounds. The narrator, driven by an inexplicable force, periodically returns to Blackwood, to the ill-fated stream where her friend's tracks ended. She searches for a sign, a hint, any explanation for what happened, but the forest remains silent. Memories resurface of stories of people who disappeared without a trace in the forest wilderness, of cases similar to Jake's disappearance. Locals whisper about bears and cougars, but where are the signs of their feast? Others speak of treacherous sinkholes and hidden caves, but the forest rangers thoroughly comb the area. The internet is rife with mystical theories, mysterious lights wandering between the trees, voices beckoning into the thicket. The narrator dismisses these superstitions, but the darkness of night creeps in with doubts. What if Jake saw something inexplicable? What if, obeying an unknown call, he delved deeper into the forest? In dreams, Jake returns, standing by the stream, illuminating everything around with his smile. But as she approaches, his face distorts, becoming empty and alien. Awakening brings suffocation and a racing heartbeat. The mystery of Jake's disappearance will likely remain buried forever beneath the forest canopy. But one thing the narrator knows for sure, she will never set foot on the trails of Blackwood again. The forest took her friend, and she doesn't intend to give it a chance to swallow her, too. Story 3, Isaiah. This story began with an encounter with Isaiah, a landscaper, about a year before the events described. The narrator, also working in landscaping, met him at a dump while dropping off a work trailer. The hardships of working for a troubled company, whose name she withholds for fear of legal action, led to this chance encounter. Isaiah, noticing her, struck up a casual conversation. The narrator shared her plans to start her own business. Isaiah handed her a business card, but she didn't think much of it then, being employed. However, being fired from her job made her remember Isaiah. She called the number on the business card, and he, recognizing her, offered to pick her up for work at 6 a.m., not having her own transportation. She gave him her address, happy at the prospect of a new job. Waking up at 4:30 a.m. was due to the early schedule of her ex and his father. After they left, she made the rash decision to use an illegal substance. Immediately after, Isaiah called. In a rush, she threw on jeans, work boots, a hoodie, and ran out the door, tying her laces as she went. Meeting Isaiah, they exchanged greetings. The narrator asked if she could vape, and they drove onto the highway. It was then that a strange atmosphere hung in the air. Isaiah's unexpected question about morning sausage and his ambiguous laughter made her uncomfortable. She asked him not to bring up topics like that. During a brief stop to check the trailer, she had a bad feeling. Back in the car, Isaiah began asking strange questions, such as whether she had considered a career as a dancer. Receiving a negative answer, he became insistent, trying to convince her that she had talent. The narrator reminded him of her boyfriend and her lack of interest in such activities. Along the way, Isaiah started touching her leg. When she asked him to stop, he just laughed and removed his hand. At a gas station, she took advantage of the moment to use an illegal substance again. Returning, she found a message from Isaiah offering her a drink. She asked for Red Bull. Thanking him after he returned, she felt a growing sense of dread. She called her sister, sharing her foreboding feelings. Her sister initially didn't take it seriously, but the narrator insisted on the seriousness of her concerns. The conversation was interrupted by Isaiah's return. Back on the road, he opened the glove compartment, pulled out a knife, and told her to be quiet. Then, stating that it was a joke, he explained that the knife was for cutting fruit. She laughed nervously. Arriving at a gated community, they began working. Isaiah gave the guard both addresses and the narrator's name. She, paralyzed by fear, didn't dare object. The first job, lasting only 30 minutes, turned into a nightmare. Isaiah constantly invaded her personal space. At the second house, where they spent about an hour, his behavior became even more intrusive. He made increasingly inappropriate comments about her appearance. She tried to remain firm and push him away. At the same time, she was texting her sister, detailing what was happening. Isaiah, noticing this, asked who she was texting. She lied, saying she was discussing plans after work. At that moment, she was terrified. She felt that this man was capable of harming her, and no one would know. A dark tale of survival, a glimpse into the abyss. In the pitch-black darkness of mystery, a chilling story unfolds where the line between life and death becomes frighteningly blurred. The protagonist, whose name remains in the shadows, faces a trial that will forever alter her destiny. In search of a fleeting boost of energy, she opens a can of Red Bull, unaware that this insignificant act will become the starting point of a nightmarish journey. The fourth job becomes the arena where she must fight for her safety. An unexpected offer to drive her to the restroom turns into an ominous omen. A stranger, claiming to be a friend, takes liberties, using a nickname that grates on her ears. The request to stop is not ignored, but the apologies cannot drown out the growing sense of unease. In the solitude of the restroom, she seeks solace in the voice of a former lover, sharing her fears with him. Futile attempts to contact her sister only amplify her sense of isolation. Desperately trying to maintain a clear mind, she resorts to extreme measures, using the remnants of illegal substances. Returning to the truck brings new questions. The unexplained delay raises suspicions, and the subsequent conversation in Spanish, the meaning of which remains a mystery, only increases the discomfort. An innocent question about plans for the evening becomes a cause for alarm when the stranger reveals his knowledge of her boyfriend's routine. The suggestion to rent a hotel room plunges her into a state of panic. In a desperate attempt to warn her loved ones, she sends messages, but to no avail. The surrounding area seems alien and hostile. A sudden question about drugs causes confusion, and the subsequent phone call and sinister laughter make her blood run cold. Inappropriate questions regarding her age and personal life force her to resort to evasive answers, hoping to confuse the stranger. Finally, they return to the city. The last drop of Red Bull instills hope for escape. The conversation about family, which the stranger initiates, seems absurd against the backdrop of his predatory behavior. A stop at a bank near her home becomes a moment of truth. Gathering her courage, she tries to appeal to his humanity, asking how he would react if something similar happened to his loved ones. Response: she receives a blow to the head against the glass. Overcoming the dizziness, she tries to remain calm. The stranger states that the money was intended for plans to which she did not agree. Driving past her street, she sees her mother and grandmother, and she has to hold back tears. Remembering the possibility of sending a message to 911, she gives her name, age, and the circumstances of what is happening. Receiving a response, she relays all available information about her location. The stranger asks how she is feeling, and she realizes that drugs have been added to her drink. However, the other substances in her system seem to be blocking their effects. When offered a stop and a drink, she agrees, hoping for a chance to escape. During a stop at a gas station, a stranger threatens her, forcing her to stay in the truck under his watchful eye. At the next stop, she asks for permission to buy food and go into the store. Once inside, she deliberately creates chaos by knocking items off the shelves. Seeking help from the clerk, she heads to the restroom, where she tells her ex-boyfriend about what's happening over the phone. A woman in the restroom offers her assistance. Soon the police knock on the door. She hugs one of the officers, overjoyed at her rescue. Outside, she sees the stranger's truck, surrounded by police. He tries to approach her, but they stop him. She tells the officers everything that happened. They take her to a car and inform her that the stranger denies everything. She asks them to test the drink, and the analysis confirms the presence of a sedative. Despite this, the police treat the situation as a he said, she said dispute. They take her home and collect her clothing as evidence. They advise her to stay inside and lock all the doors. She calls her mother, and her parents pick her up. Later, she realizes that the substances she consumed may have saved her from losing consciousness. In tears, she tells her family what happened. She lives elsewhere for a while and then returns to her parents' home. In 2025, at the age of 22, she continues to work in landscaping. However, she has been experiencing strange occurrences lately. Unknown calls where someone breathes into the phone and hangs up, and photos left at her house. The police consider it a prank, but she's not so sure. The fear hasn't completely disappeared, but she survived. Story 4, backstage at the stadium. Ella, a 17-year-old girl, works at a football stadium. For personal reasons, she doesn't disclose its location or name. There are 3 main clubs at the stadium: the women's club, Inter F, and ZAG, where she works as a waitress and beverage server. In the recent past, a series of terrifying events unfolded at one of the stadiums where exciting football battles took place. In the lead-up to a major match between 2 renowned teams, the atmosphere at the stadium was electric. Time twos. While familiar faces of regulars could usually be seen at the counter, being served with warmth, this time the crowd was filled with the random visitors who only stopped by once. During the first half, everything went as usual, but then came the long-awaited intermission, and club members rushed inside to enjoy the prepared food. Her responsibilities included maintaining order, replenishing silverware, monitoring the food line, taking photos of families, and, of course, serving thirsty customers at the soda bar. As she tried to keep up with the growing line, pouring soft drinks, an older man, around 60-70 years old, approached her. "Hello, what can I get for you?" she said, using her practice line with a forced smile. "A cola," came the raspy reply, as if seasoned by years of smoking. After serving the drink and starting to serve the next customer, she noticed that the man wasn't moving. "Straws are over there," she pointed to the counter, assuming he was waiting for a straw, but he continued to stand there, staring intently at her. After a long wait, he finally moved away, but soon returned. "Hello again. Can I help you with anything else?" she asked, trying to hide the fatigue in her voice. "How old are you?" came the raspy question. Confused, the girl chuckled nervously. "I'm not allowed to disclose that information according to company policy," she replied, hoping to get rid of the annoying visitor. But he only smirked, revealing yellowed and cracked teeth. Looking at her badge, he let out a laugh that pierced her to the core. Ella, a lovely name for a lovely lady. Such frivolities were not uncommon, as many visitors were quite drunk and impressed by the game. The girl just smiled and thanked him, after which he left. In the back room where the kitchen was located, she shared her concerns with her colleagues. They just laughed, acknowledging the situation as unpleasant. Fortunately, she didn't see the man again for the rest of the evening. After the end of the match, as everyone was cleaning up and heading to the main kitchen downstairs, where the dirty dishes and linens were stored, she saw him again. He was standing near the bathrooms, staring intently at them. Intuition told her that something wasn't right. The game had ended half an hour ago. Why was he still here? Weren't there restrooms at the entrance and exit? Dismissing these thoughts, she continued on her way. Finishing her workday, she headed towards the main street where she usually parked her car. The presence of police officers directing pedestrian and vehicle traffic inspired some confidence. However, after walking a block and seeing flashing red and blue lights in the distance, she felt anxious. Turning around to get her keys out of her bag, she saw him again. He was walking directly under a streetlight. She recognized him. Quickening her pace, she noticed that he was also picking up speed. Reaching her car, she felt her hands tremble with fear and adrenaline. As she tried to open the door, she suddenly felt a cold hand grab her shoulder. Turning sharply, she saw the same man. He was standing too close. He had something in his hand, but it was impossible to make out the object due to the darkness of the alley. Horror gripped her body. Without saying a word, he grabbed her arm and dragged her away. In desperation, she tore out a lock of hair and threw it on the ground, so that her DNA would remain in case she disappeared. Fighting back with all her might, she scratched and clawed at his arm. Suddenly, 2 men appeared from around the corner of a small parking lot. "Help!" she screamed, begging for rescue. The strangers rushed to help, one grabbing her arm and the other pushing the old man away. Crying, she dialed 911 with trembling hands. The arriving police arrested the assailant. Thanking her rescuers, she hurried away. 2 weeks have passed since then, but the fear still hasn't left her. The police identified the detainee. It turned out that he was involved in 2 other attempted kidnappings at other stadiums. Now she finds it difficult to trust anyone. She tries to park as close as possible and always carries some kind of weapon for self-defense. She is endlessly grateful to the 2 men who were in the right place at the right time. If it weren't for them, there's no telling how it would have ended. This incident taught her a lesson. Always trust your intuition, because if something seems wrong, it probably is. Night beckoned for a clandestine adventure. It was well past midnight when they arrived. Despite the proximity to the ancient fort, the road was bustling, so the van had to be left 2 sharp turns away. Total darkness became their ally, not a single light, not even from phone screens. Each scout made sure to camouflage all the shiny details on their backpacks with a dark cloth. They spoke only in whispers, freezing into statues at the approach of each vehicle until the headlights disappeared into the distance. The only way inside the fort was through a crack high in the wall. Long before, experienced scouts had installed climbing bolts there. One by one, they clipped their safety harnesses to the rope. The stone was cold and damp to the touch. Halfway up, they heard the sound of an approaching truck. Instinctively, the person pressed their body against the wall, feeling the bright headlights slide across the stone just below their boots. Their heart pounded, but the truck passed by. Continuing the ascent, the scout squeezed through the opening at the top. Inside the fort, the atmosphere was completely different. Regardless of the season, it was always around 14 degrees Celsius. The sounds of the road instantly disappeared. Even breathing seemed to pause. A light breeze brushed past their legs as if the fort was exhaling. The darkness was absolute, impenetrable. No flashlights. That was an unbreakable rule. They moved only by touch, relying on memory. The tunnels were narrow, barely allowing shoulders to turn. A straight back meant hitting your head on the ceiling, so they had to walk hunched over. Damp walls brushed against their sleeves. Every step echoed as if someone was following, creating the illusion of an invisible shadow. This time, the scout was assigned the role of guide. He was the first to enter the fort, to wait in a side tunnel and direct the arrivals so they wouldn't get lost. They weren't supposed to know he was there. It was an element of surprise, designed to teach them to remain calm in the dark. Counting his steps, he found his niche and sat down against the wall, placing his gloves on the cool concrete. All that was left was to wait. Time dragged on agonizingly slowly in this absolute silence. His hearing sharpened, picking up the slightest sounds, the beating of his heart, the rustling of fabric, the faint hiss of the tunnel wind. After about an hour, a faint light appeared at the far end of the passage, swaying like a candle in the hand of a person walking. The scout assumed that someone had hidden a match in a birthday candle. Flashlights were forbidden, but candles hadn't been mentioned. He decided to step out, scare the stranger, and take the candle. The flame approached, but it was smaller than he expected, the size of a pea, a cold white glow, not orange. He listened for footsteps, but heard nothing. 5 meters away, the light suddenly went out, as if someone had pinched it. The corridor plunged back into absolute darkness. He leaned forward, trying to make out any glow on the floor or wall, but there was none. The silence was oppressive. A quiet sound, like the rustling of fabric against stone, whispered right in front of him. Warm, moist air brushed his face. He smelled sweat and earth, the smell of someone who had traveled a long way. Someone was standing inches from him, but he couldn't see them. He held his breath. The stranger did the same. They froze, sharing the same small pockets of air. Seconds stretched into minutes. His lungs burned. His ears rang. He didn't dare move, not knowing who or what was standing before him. Finally, the warm breath slid to the left. The air became cool again. A faint red glow appeared somewhere in the distance, and then disappeared. Silence returned. He slowly counted to 40, and then exhaled. His legs were shaking. He wanted to run back to the rope, but the younger scouts were due to arrive soon. He had to stay at his post. Finally, he heard footsteps to his left, the heavy thud of standard army boots. Relief washed over him. Only scouts wore such boots on this outing. A tall figure filled the passage. He reached out and placed his hand on the stranger's shoulder. "Go straight ahead, then turn into the first tunnel on the right. Stay together," he said. The stranger nodded. The scout paused and asked one quick question in a whisper. "Who climbed up first tonight?" The stranger frowned. "I did," he replied. "I was first. If he was first, then who had been standing next to him just minutes ago?" He let the stranger pass and listened to his receding footsteps. The tunnel wind seemed colder. The rest of the night dragged on endlessly. 3 more scouts passed his station. He directed them with a quiet touch on the shoulder and a few words. None of them had seen any light. None had heard another person. When the last scout had passed, he waited another 10 minutes and then stood up. His knees cracked. The silence inside the fort suddenly felt like a weight on his chest. He headed towards the exit tunnel, feeling the wall with his fingertips. Every time his foot landed on the ground, he heard an echo behind him. One extra step, not his. He quickened his pace. The echo quickened. He told himself it was just the strange acoustics of the tunnels, and kept repeating it until he reached the shaft. Having descended into the shaft, the protagonist discovers that getting back out is no easy task. His hands tremble with tension, but he clings to the rope, gathering all his strength to climb. A pale streak of dawn glows in the east, and birds greet the new day with their ringing trills. The world seemed to have returned to normal. At the van, he is greeted by the other scouts, who are cheerfully discussing the bruises and scrapes they got from the rope. They notice his paleness and ask why. He just waves it off, saying he's tired. On the way home, with the windows down, he lets the fresh morning air drive out the remnants of the cold that reigned in the fort. He prefers to keep silent about what he experienced in the dark, the flickering white light and the warm breath. However, Every summer, when the troop plans another overnight stay at Fort 17, he makes one significant change. He never stays alone inside again. Let someone else guide the scouts while he stands guard at the rope. The fort can keep its dark secrets, but the protagonist has heard enough of its breath. In the eastern part of Salt Lake City, he rents a small blue house, perfect for him and his ginger cat, Maple. The street seems quiet and safe. The rent is quite affordable, and the mountains serve as a picturesque backdrop. The only thing that mars this idyllic picture is the neighbor from the adjoining duplex. Practically every night, the neighbor turns on music with the deafening bass, keeping him awake until 2 or 3 in the morning. The walls vibrate, the windows rattle, and the dishes in the cabinets make an alarming clatter. The protagonist has tried everything: earplugs, white noise apps, and polite knocks on the wall, but all in vain. The neighbor doesn't react. After a month of sleepless nights, he files a noise complaint through the city website, hoping this will put an end to the torment. However, he is in for an unpleasant surprise the next morning. Going outside, he finds that all 4 tires of his Honda are flat to the rim, cuts with long, even slashes. Buying new tires and having them installed wipes out all his savings. The police officer taking the report just shrugs, noting that evidence and motive are different things. His words don't calm his frayed nerves. In the evening, the protagonist knocks on the neighbor's door again, hoping for a peaceful conversation. The music stops, but no one answers. He stands in silence, listening to his own heartbeat, until the music resumes, sounding even louder than before. A week passes. The protagonist keeps a close watch on the street at night, locking the doors 3 times. One Tuesday, Maple doesn't come home for dinner. The protagonist shakes a bag of food, wanders through the alley, calling her name until midnight. He puts up posters, visits animal shelters, but all to no avail. The house feels empty without her familiar warmth on the couch. A week after the cat's disappearance, he finds a single envelope in his mailbox, without a stamp or return address, only his name written in shaky block letters. Inside is a note: "Next time, it will be you." The protagonist's hands are shaking so badly that he almost drops the letter. The arriving police officers take the message away in a plastic bag and inspect the yard. No fingerprints, no security cameras, no witnesses. "Lock your doors and call if anything happens," one of them advises. The protagonist installs motion sensors, window alarms, and 3 cheap security cameras. On the first night, the alarm goes off because of a raccoon. On the second night, nothing. On the third night, at 2:14 a.m., his phone vibrates, alerting him to motion in the yard. The screen shows only darkness. In the morning, he finds that the camera is gone. Only screws remain in the siding. Now he sleeps on the couch with a baseball bat in his hands. Every creak makes him jump. At work, he gets startled when someone laughs too loudly. He starts leaving the lights on when he leaves, so the house doesn't look empty. Fear doesn't need proof. 2 weeks later, a quiet tapping wakes him before dawn. The sound is coming from the attic. The protagonist climbs up the folding ladder, a flashlight shaking in his hand. The beam of light picks out clouds of dust in the darkness. Next to the vent, Maple's blue collar lies on the floor with a broken clasp. No fur, no blood, just the collar. The protagonist falls to his knees. The police search again, but find no signs of forced entry. The detective, tired but friendly, says, "We need a face on camera." The protagonist nods, barely finding the strength to breathe. He installs a more reliable camera above the porch and replaces the one in the yard. As an extra precaution, he buys plywood and boards up the small windows in the basement. The landlord expresses displeasure with the appearance of the house, but the protagonist is adamant. One day, on a cloudy afternoon, he drives up to the house and sees a white van outside the neighbor's duplex. The neighbor himself is standing in the doorway, laughing with two men who are carrying out large speakers. He turns, catches the protagonist's gaze, and slowly waves. A chill runs down his spine. That evening, before entering the house, the protagonist sits in the car for 10 minutes. He makes a list: sell the house, move, find a second job to cover the higher rent. Before going to bed, he calls 3 real estate agents. Real estate websites show high demand in his area, giving him a glimmer of hope. At 3:07 a.m., the camera on the porch sends a signal. The footage shows a figure standing in the shadows. The dark silhouette raises a hand, in which there is a small object, possibly a key, possibly a knife, and then retreats. The protagonist saves the recording and sends it to the detective, who calls back at lunchtime. The attacker is wearing a mask. The house number is not visible. Helpful, but not enough for a warrant, the detective states. All of that is needed for a warrant, he stated. Later that day, while inspecting the car's interior, the narrator discovered a screwdriver tucked away beneath the floor mat. The screwdriver had been left untouched. Instead, the finding was photographed, carefully sealed in a bag using gloves, and added to the ever-growing file of evidence. The detective expressed his gratitude via email, but offered no guarantees regarding further developments. Deciding to relocate temporarily, the narrator packed a suitcase and spent the night at a friend's house. The following morning, fresh scratches were found on the front door, right near the lock. The friend assisted in arranging for the sale of the house. Within a week, an investor was found who purchased the property site unseen. The narrator resolved never to return to that house. He moved into a secured apartment complex with around-the-clock security and surveillance cameras installed in every hallway. Maple never came back. The threatening letter, the missing pet's collar, the video footage of the suspicious silhouette, the screwdriver found in the car, none of it led to any charges being filed. The case was suspended and archived. Despite this, the narrator still checks his mail with trepidation. Every time he hears music coming from behind a wall, a queasy feeling rises in his throat. Somewhere out there, a person skilled in the art of silently deflating tires, abducting pets, and surreptitiously delivering letters to mailboxes is at large. He knows the narrator's name. He knows that fear still haunts him. At night, the narrator thinks he hears Maple. Perhaps he is waiting for the right moment to strike again. NOS, a tragic anniversary, remembering a fateful day. September 6th, 1990, was a warm Saturday, the day I turned 30. I planned a modest party with close friends to share the joy with my 12-year-old daughter. Nothing extraordinary. A birthday cake and the warm company of friends. As was our tradition, my sister and I took our children to our parents' house for Saturday morning bagels. My mother, or rather my stepmother, Linda, had entered our lives about 5 years earlier after the untimely passing of my real mother. This woman always gave me an inexplicable sense of unease. Her cold, piercing gaze seemed to assess everything around her, as if counting invisible dollars. In Linda's conversations, topics of the house, savings, and my father's assets constantly surfaced. It seemed that her marriage to him was based more on financial gain than on love. However, I tried to ignore it, respecting my father's feelings. That morning, my father wasn't home. He had gone to his parents' house to mow their lawn, as he did every weekend. My father's morning phone call was, as always, cheerful and lively. "Happy birthday, Rebio. See you later." I laughed and said our traditional phrase, "Love you, Daddy." Bagels, cream cheese, salmon, and other traditional treats awaited us at the table. The children, engrossed in games, were laughing. Everything was as usual. About 45 minutes later, the phone rang. Linda, who was in the kitchen, answered it. Suddenly, her face turned deathly pale, as if all the blood had drained from it. She repeated in confusion, "Stroke, stroke." Her voice trembled, but there was a strange artificiality to it. Hanging up, she turned to us with wide eyes and said, "It's your grandfather, your father. He's in the hospital." My world collapsed in an instant. "Dad! Hospital!" My husband and brother-in-law, alarmed, rushed to comfort Linda. Without wasting time, my sister and I grabbed the children, put them in the car, and raced to my grandparents' house. On the way, I tried to reassure myself by resorting to absurd omens. If I get all greens, my father will be okay. If I see children playing, he'll be fine. If a bird flies by, everything will be all right. The warm September wind ruffled my hair, but everything felt wrong. As we pulled up to the house, I heard a heart-wrenching wail, a sound I had never heard before. This loud, desperate cry came from inside the house. My grandmother, my real grandmother, stood on the porch, hunched over and sobbing so loudly that her voice echoed down the street. That sound still haunts me, embodying pure grief and pain. Running to the house, my daughter noticed broken and bent glasses on the grass. Picking them up in confusion, she said, "Mom, there's our grandpa's glasses." Confusion flashed through my mind. No, wait. Dad was her grandfather. No, my dad was her grandfather. My brain refused to accept reality. My dad is dead. Her grandfather. I felt sick. My grandfather returned from the hospital shortly afterward, shaking his head helplessly. He was silent at first, but his face spoke volumes. Relatives began to arrive, uncles, aunts. Then the terrible truth came out. My father didn't have a stroke. It was a massive heart attack. He had collapsed right on the lawn while mowing. Passing sanitation workers witnessed the tragedy. They rushed to help him, trying to give him CPR along with my grandfather. But it was all in vain. He died before he hit the ground. The rest of the day passed in a haze. The party was, of course, out of the question. Everyone sat in a daze, overwhelmed by grief. Linda, who arrived later, feigned inconsolable sorrow, hugging everyone. But her eyes, they darted around the room, as if she were already contemplating her next steps. The house, the money. It filled me with a horrible irritation that I tried to suppress. Grief can do strange things. For the next 15 years, I couldn't bear to hear birthday greetings without shuddering. I forbade them. If anyone dared to say those words, I would scold them severely. Even now, 36 years later, I don't celebrate my birthday in a big way. September 6th is just a day to get through. But I have enormous respect for sanitation workers, considering them true heroes. A few months after my father's death, even stranger things began to happen. I was helping to sort through his belongings in the house. Linda, who lived there alone, was eager to sell everything as quickly as possible. "We need to move on," she said, but her voice sounded more greedy than grieving. One day, while cleaning out the kitchen cabinets, in the furthest corner where you rarely look, I found a bottle of syrup hidden behind old jars. It was a plain glass bottle with a thick, dark liquid without a label. A strange place for syrup, I thought. Taking it home, I started searching for information online. It turned out it wasn't ordinary syrup. The description, the color, even a photo uploaded to several forums, all pointed to one thing. It matched the description of a homemade mixture with digoxin, a heart medication derived from foxglove. It's prescribed for heart problems, but in large doses, it's deadly, especially for elderly people like my father, who was in his 50s. It can cause irregular heartbeats, leading to a massive attack. And worst of all, it's hard to detect in an autopsy unless you specifically look for it. Story 1. My father's death was ruled a natural cause, raising no suspicion of foul play. However, traces of a substance were found in one of the bottles, which tested positive after an anonymous sample was sent to a lab. Gradually, sinister details began to emerge. Linda, a former nurse, had knowledge of medications. She expressed dissatisfaction with my father's unwillingness to do household chores and how property taxes were draining their savings. She longed to possess everything alone. The sinister glances and the hasty organization of the house sale began to form a single picture. She had probably been adding the poisonous substance to his food or coffee, gradually accumulating to a critical dose. Working in the garden was probably the final straw that pushed his heart over the edge. After this discovery, sleep deserted me, and nightmares of my father falling and Linda's cold smile haunted me. First, I anonymously contacted the police, providing them with all the details. They reopened the investigation, tested the contents of the bottle, and exhumed my father's body for a toxicology examination. Traces of digoxin were found. Linda vehemently denied any involvement, but foxglove was found in her garden, hidden in a secluded spot. Emails with information about natural heart remedies and inheritance laws were found on her computer. A week later, she was arrested. Despite her cries of innocence, the evidence relentlessly mounted. The trial was swift, and she was sentenced to life in prison for murder. That day, my grandmother sincerely mourned her loss, but Linda's tears were later revealed to be fake. She had taken my father's life out of greed. Story 2, my 16th birthday, is etched in my memory as if it happened just yesterday, even though it was years ago. My name is Smith, and I live in a quiet suburb near Chicago. My older brother, Alan, who was 22, was always known for his love of pranks. He declared that he was going to make my birthday unforgettable, and took it upon himself to organize a party at our house. Our parents were away for the weekend, visiting relatives in Ohio, so it was just me, Alan, and about a dozen friends from school at the house. The party started around 7 o'clock on Friday evening. Alan decorated the living room with balloons and streamers, ordered pizza from Domino's, and got a cake from the local Walmart bakery. My friends gradually arrived, guys like Ben, Tyler, and Chris, and a few girls, including Sophia and Emily. We played video games on the Xbox, enjoyed music from Spotify through a Bluetooth speaker, and just hung out. Alan was acting mysterious, smirking at me. About an hour in, he pulled me aside in the kitchen and told me about a surprise. He had hired actors from a local theater group to stage a fake home invasion. They were supposed to burst in wearing masks and wielding toy guns, scare everyone a little, and then reveal the prank. He asked me to play along and pretend to be scared. I chuckled, knowing Alan's penchant for such antics. Last year, he hid in my closet, dressed as a clown to scare me. I figured it would be harmless fun, and agreed to play along. We went back to the party, and everything seemed normal. Guests were taking selfies on their iPhones, sharing moments on Snapchat, and snacking on chips from Costco bags. Around 9 o'clock, something strange happened. The lights started flickering, which Alan had probably arranged using Philips' Hue smart bulbs. Then the back door burst open, and 4 guys in black ski masks stormed in, shouting, "Everyone on the floor! This is a robbery!" They had guns that looked like toy models, with orange tips, the kind you can buy on Amazon, and one had a knife that looked like plastic. My friends screamed and dropped to the floor. Sophia burst into tears, and Ben exclaimed, "What the hell?" I tried to feign shock, but inside, I was smirking. I even whispered to Tyler, who was standing next to me, "It's Alan's prank, relax." The robbers started herding us into the living room, tying our hands with cheap plastic zip ties from Home Depot. Alan was tied up too, winking at me when no one was looking. One of the guys, who I'll call Mask 1, was tall and skinny. He demanded our wallets and phones, threatening, "Give us your stuff or else." His voice sounded fake and gruff. The guests panicked, but I kept saying, Guys, it's probably just a joke. Alan likes this kind of stuff." Emily gave me an angry look. "Smith, shut up. This isn't funny at all." That's when I started noticing details that seemed off. The script Alan had described was simple. Scare us, take fake loot, and then take off the masks and laugh. But one of the robbers, a short, stocky guy, Mask 4, wasn't following the plan. He was quiet, moving around the edges of the room and rummaging through drawers in the kitchen, while the others were yelling. I saw him pocket my mom's jewelry box, which had her real gold earrings from Macy's in it. Hey, that's not part of the prank, I thought, but I decided not to make a big deal of it. Maybe Alan had added something else. The real horror started when Mask 4 came back. He had a knife in his hand, but up close, it didn't look like plastic. It had a serrated edge, like a real kitchen knife from our IKEA set. No shiny fake glint, just dull steel. He leaned over Sophia, who was sobbing on the carpet, and pressed the knife to her arm. "Give me your necklace," he growled in a low, raspy voice that didn't sound theatrical. Sophia struggled to take off her necklace, a cheap silver chain from Target, but her arm was slightly cut. A thin line of blood appeared and she cried out in pain. She let out a painful moan. The narrator's heart pounded in his chest. "Wait, that's real blood," he muttered, not believing his eyes. His gaze darted to Alan, who was standing on the other side of the room, his eyes wide with horror. He whispered almost inaudibly, "What?" The narrator tried to croak in response. "Yell, Alan, this isn't a game, the knife is real." But one of the actors, hidden by the mask, drowned out his words, rudely interrupting, "Quiet, kid," as if following a pre-written script. The friends, unaware of the danger, took his words for another joke. Chris even laughed nervously. "Smith, stop fooling around. It's creepy enough as it is." The chaos was escalating like an ominous wave. The robbers were supposed to be ending their performance. But Mask 4 continued to escalate the situation. He smashed a vase that stood on the mantelpiece, a real ceramic vase, not a cheap prop, and began collecting phones in a black duffel bag apparently purchased at Dick's Sporting Goods. "No calling the police," he said, but his tone was menacingly serious, devoid of any playfulness. The narrator remembered Alan's words that the actors would pretend to cut the phone lines. But this madman ripped the cord of the landline phone out of the wall and stomped on it with his rough boots. Timberlands, it seemed. The narrator desperately tried to free himself from the zip ties which were tied too tightly. "Guys, listen, that's not an actor," he hissed to Ben and Tyler. "Look at his knife, it's from our kitchen." Ben glanced in the indicated direction and frowned. "Dude, you're paranoid." Alan thought of everything, he countered. But at that moment, Mask 4 snatched Emily's purse and rudely began rummaging through it. When the girl tried to protest, he pushed her toward the couch. She hit her head on the armrest, and a bruise formed on her forehead. This was no longer a game. Alan finally realized what was happening. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Okay, the prank's over, guys! Stop it!" The three actors hesitated, glancing at each other in confusion under their masks. Mask 1 tore off his mask. Underneath was some college student named Ryan, whom Alan knew from working together at Starbucks. "Wait, what's going on?" Ryan asked in confusion. "We're supposed to follow the plan." But Mask 4 ignored him. He lunged for the front door with the duffel bag full of phones, wallets, and jewelry. "Screw this," he muttered, his voice muffled by the mask. Panic erupted. Alan shouted, "That's not one of ours!" The actors began hastily untying the captives, rummaging in a drawer for scissors. Everyone rushed in pursuit of the robber, but he turned out to be nimble. He jumped over the fence in the backyard, an ordinary chain-link fence from Lowe's, and disappeared into the night. Distant sirens wailed. Someone must have called 911 from the house next door, hearing the screams. The police arrived in about 10 minutes. 2 patrol cars from the local precinct. They took statements, but there was complete chaos. The friends were in a state of deep shock. Sophia needed stitches on her arm, and Emily was diagnosed with a concussion. The actors confessed everything, producing emails from Alan, who had hired them through Craigslist for $200 each. Alan was in serious trouble, community service, and a fine for making a false police report. But the real criminal got away scot-free. The police officer speculated that he had probably seen the actors arrive in advance, lost himself among them in a similar mask that he had acquired somewhere, and used the prank as the perfect cover. There had been an increase in burglaries in the area that summer, targeting homes in suburbs like this one. He was never caught. The phones disappeared without a trace. iPhones, Samsungs, all with photos and contacts. Insurance covered only part of the losses, but the feeling of insecurity remained. The narrator still double-checks the locks before going to bed, and celebrates birthdays modestly, without much fanfare. Alan apologizes every year, but that night still haunts him. What if he had raised the alarm earlier? What if the knife had gone in deeper? It's frightening to think how a stupid prank can turn into a real nightmare in a matter of seconds. Story 3. The narrator was turning 21 and was over the moon. He'd been planning this party for weeks. He rented a large Airbnb house in suburban Atlanta, Georgia, one of those old houses with a spacious backyard, perfect for a barbecue. He invited about 30 friends from college and high school, as well as a few family members. His younger brother, Jake, who was only 14, came along too because his parents wanted him to keep an eye on things. He mostly stayed in the living room, glued to his Nintendo Switch, playing Fortnite. The party started around 7:00 p.m. on a warm June day. Drake and Post Malone blared from a Bluetooth speaker, and burgers from Walmart sizzled enticingly on the grill. Everyone was laughing and taking selfies on their iPhones. It was one of those nights that sticks in your memory forever. Around 9 p.m., a stranger knocked on the door. He was in his early 30s, maybe a little older, with short brown hair, wearing a plain black hoodie and jeans. He had a backpack slung over his shoulder. The narrator didn't recognize him, but people often bring friends to parties like these. The stranger smiled and said, "Hey, happy birthday. I'm a friend of Mike's." Mike was one of his college buddies who had invited a few more people, so the narrator didn't think much of it. He let the stranger in and pointed him to the snack table. "Help yourself to some chips or whatever." He nodded and blended into the crowd. The narrator didn't pay much attention, as he was busy hanging out with his friends and playing cornhole in the backyard. The birthday celebration was in full swing in the moonlit yard. However, as time passed, worrying details began to emerge. The stranger, whose name remained a mystery, kept to himself. He loomed near groups of people, listening to their conversations but not joining in. From time to time, he discreetly pulled tiny plastic baggies from his pocket, like the ones sold in pharmacies. These manipulations occurred surreptitiously when he thought he wasn't being watched. A concerned friend, Nicole, pulled the narrator aside around 10:30. "That guy in the hoodie is creeping me out," she whispered. "He's been staring at people, and I think I saw him slip something into someone's drink." A chill ran down the narrator's spine. He hadn't witnessed it himself, but Nicole wasn't prone to making things up. They decided to keep an eye on the stranger. The narrator's attention focused on the suspicious guest. He circled near the kitchen table, which was set with red plastic cups. The narrator noticed him leaning over one of them, making a quick hand movement, as if throwing something inside. His heart pounded. Was this man trying to poison someone? After making sure that Nicole stayed near the other friends, the narrator headed for Jake. Immersed in his headphones, he was still in the living room, oblivious to what was happening. Returning to the kitchen, the narrator came face to face with the stranger. "Hey buddy, what's going on?" he asked, trying to keep it casual. He replied with a strained smile. "Just enjoying the party, birthday boy." There was an unpleasant sweetness in his voice, as if he was hiding something. The narrator stated that he didn't know him and demanded that he leave. The stranger shrugged, grabbed his backpack, and left the house. That seemed to be the end of it. Around midnight, the guests began to leave. The narrator was cleaning up when he received a frantic call from his mother. "Where's Jake?" she asked. His heart sank. The narrator rushed to the living room. His brother's game console was left on the couch, but Jake himself was gone. The search encompassed the entire house, the backyard, every corner. Not Jake. Friends joined the search, but it was all in vain. Nicole remembered seeing Jake talking to someone at the front door, but didn't think anything of it. Panic began to mount. The narrator called 911, NS. The police arrived promptly. The narrator shared all the information, including a description of the stranger, black hoodie, jeans, backpack. Several friends confirmed they had seen the person. One of the cousins mentioned seeing him talking to Jake on the street, offering to show him some cool game. The narrator's legs went weak. Could this person have taken his brother? The police immediately issued an alert and began scouring the area. Everyone was told to stay indoors in case Jake returned. Time crawled by agonizingly slowly, and the narrator began to lose control, imagining the worst. Around 4 a.m, a call came from the police. The stranger had been found hiding in an abandoned building about a mile away, an old warehouse on Peachtree Road, a place where teenagers often hung out. Jake's phone and several plastic baggies containing a white powder were found on him. The police suspected it was narcotics, possibly a sedative. The stranger was immediately arrested. Jake was found not far from the warehouse, frightened but unharmed. He said the stranger offered to show him a new game on his phone, lured him outside, and tried to drag him to some cool place. Scared, Jake ran, but the stranger managed to grab his phone. The police are continuing their investigation to determine the stranger's true intentions, but it is suspected that he was preying on children at parties for robbery or something even more sinister. The narrator can't shake the feeling of guilt. It was his party, his house, and he let the man in. Jake is safe, but deeply shaken, as is the narrator himself. His thoughts keep returning to those plastic baggies. What might have happened if Nicole hadn't been vigilant, or if Jake hadn't run? The 21st birthday was supposed to be an unforgettable event, but it turned into a nightmare that will never be forgotten.
After my divorce, my life collapsed, and I longed to start over from scratch. I moved to an unfamiliar, unremarkable town where emptiness awaited me. No decent job, no cozy home, no family. I was alone, cut off from the world, merely existing. Desperately, I sent out resumes for any vacancy I could find, and eventually ended up in a shabby cafe, pouring terrible coffee for equally gloomy customers. Boredom and despair choked me. Despite having just moved, I knew I needed a radical change. And then, like manna from heaven, fortune smiled upon me. Among countless applications, descent at random, was one for a fire lookout position deep in the heart of a national forest. No experience required. Yes, exactly that. A fire lookout, one of those hermits living in a 70-foot observation tower, scanning for smoke and keeping an eye on hikers. I remembered this listing because of an odd note. Position currently filled, but we accept resumes in case it becomes unexpectedly vacant. I thought. That's strange, but sent it anyway. And now, this job was mine. A gruff-sounding man named Marcus called me. He said I'd spend the rest of the summer, about 2 months, in the lookout tower. Marcus insisted I start immediately, gave me brief instructions, and offered me the job starting tomorrow if I agreed. Of course, I agreed. Onward, to a new beginning. I just parked my car where the road ended and now faced a long hike to the tower. It was just past 8 a.m, and Marcus, the same man who called, warned the trek would take about 4 hours. I hoped to arrive by lunchtime. He assured me the tower would be fully stocked with food and that I could radio the nearest lookout for guidance. It was cool for a summer morning, but excitement surged through me. The national forests here were famed for their pristine beauty and peaceful atmosphere, exactly what I'd been missing. I reached the tower a little after 1 p.m. The path had been tough, but clear markers and a well-maintained trail made getting lost impossible. The tower was far taller than I imagined, probably 100 feet high, perched on 4 massive pilings. A spiral staircase wrapped around it, leading upward. Nearby stood an outhouse and a storage shed, likely where supplies were kept. I'd figure everything out once I got inside and dropped my pack. The stairs were damn steep and the climb exhausted me, but I knew I'd adjust. The cabin at the top was small with a balcony encircling it. Inside, a bed, a large radio, a table with a map, a few books, a toolbox, a small portable radio, a lamp, binoculars, and a flashlight. The walls were almost entirely windows, offering a panoramic view of the endless national forest. It was eerie, but logical, since I was supposed to spot fires. I set down my backpack and remembered Marcus's instruction to contact the neighboring tower by radio. I did just that. "Hello? Is anyone there?" I asked, fumbling with the large radio. "Hey, you're the newbie, right?" "I'm Evelyn," came a cheerful female voice through the static. "I've been watching your sector while you were en route, but my view doesn't reach far, so I'm glad you re-here. Nice to meet you. Yes, I am the newbie." "Oliver," I replied into the mic. "Marcus said you'd explain everything." "Sure thing. Well, you've already figured out the radio, so that's a good start. The outhouse is at the base of the tower, and food supplies are stored there too. They were replenished weekly by Marcus or Hakim. As for the job itself, it's mostly observation. Make sure no one camps overnight where they're not allowed, and watch for fires," Evelyn continued. "Also, keep the trails clear, but all that's in the handbook on your table. Read it." "Thanks, Evelyn. I'll do my best," I said enthusiastically. "I'll radio if I have questions." No reply came. Well, she seemed pleasant enough. I reached for the handbook and began flipping through it. It mostly repeated what Evelyn had just said, only in more technical jargon. But I de-studied it cover to cover to feel confident. As I turned the pages, a sheet of paper slipped out. It was lined notebook paper, covered in frantic blue ink. The handwriting was messy, almost feverish. It read, "Rules to avoid the smiling lady. 1. If you see a woman in the national forest with a manic smile on her face, do not approach her or draw attention to yourself. Return immediately to your lookout tower. 2. If your radio rings and it is not your nearest lookout tower, do not answer, no matter what you hear. Answer no matter what you hear. 3. If a woman, as weeping, pierces the silence between 1 and 4 a.m., forget it. Ignore it completely. 4. At night, your lamp must always be on. If its light begins to flicker as if in agony, run to the main switch before it goes out entirely. If darkness swallows it before you reach the switch, dive under the bed and don't emerge until dawn. 5. If, at night, you hear footsteps racing up the stairs toward your tower, don't hesitate. Turn on the main light and keep it on until morning. If she reaches the top before you flip the switch, it will be too late. 6. Upon waking, you may see them, smiling female faces peering through your window. In that moment, hide under furniture and hold your breath. She will enter. You'll feel her breath hovering just above you as if she is floating. Do not breathe. It will last only a moment. As soon as you sense she is gone, turn on the main light until morning. 7. Any scratching, whether in your tower or near the outhouse, means one thing. Turn off all radios and dive under the covers until the sound stops. 8. If, while checking a campfire at night, you suddenly hear a woman scream, run. Run back to the tower as fast as you can. 9. If, upon returning to your tower, you notice someone inside, run. Don't stop until you reach the next tower. Don't look back. She will chase you. What the hell was this? Some twisted, horrifying prank? My hand reached for the radio to ask Evelyn about these insane rules, but I stopped myself. I didn't want to be the rookie who fell for a joke and became the laughingstock for being scared. Fine. I'd explore, eat, and settle in instead. Good night, dude. Evelyn, as a voice crackled over the radio, as I was nearly asleep on my first night. I jolted in surprise and quickly replied, "Good night, Evelyn. Thanks for your help today." My first day was over. After dinner, I explored the forest, practiced using a machete to clear trails, a great stress reliever, and reviewed both the national forest regulations and my duties. Evelyn checked in occasionally over the radio, but I never mentioned the strange rules ID found. But now I was wide awake, probably because of the fright from Evelyn, is unexpected. Good night. I got up and looked out at the vast forest. It was dark and eerie, but darkness was also a blessing, no fires. I knew other lookouts watched for flames at night because they were easier to spot, but I still needed to be ready in case I saw one. Just as I was about to climb back into bed, I heard a creaking sound. Strange, probably just an animal at the storage shed, scratching to get in. I jumped into bed, exhausted from my first day, and reached to turn off the lamp. The moment I did, the scratching sped up as if whatever made the sound had been excited. I yanked my hand back, and the scratching slowed. That was damn weird. Even stranger was how methodical it sounded. Rhythmic. Suddenly, both of my radios began emitting a high-pitched whine. What the hell? I leapt up, switched on the portable radio, and while fiddling with the big one, I caught sight of the rule sheet again. There's something about scratching? Oh, damn. I'm not superstitious, but I wasn't taking chances. I quickly recalled Rule 7. If you hear any scratching, whether in your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the covers until it stops. I switched off the big radio and dove under the blanket. What the hell? I could still hear the scratching, but it was closer now, almost at the wooden door of my cabin. It grew fainter, like fingernails lightly dragging across the door frame. I did not move. What the hell was this? Morning came. I'd eventually fallen asleep under the blanket. The scratching had stopped, but I hadn't yet moved all night, finally succumbing to exhaustion. In hindsight, I feel foolish. I am in a national forest, full of animals, and radios pick up all kinds of interference. I figured the first night would be the hardest, adjusting to life 100 feet up, alone in the middle of nowhere. Today, I'd make the most of it, and I was sure the coming nights would be far less eventful. But I couldn't stop thinking about that scratching. What was it? Had to be an animal, right? God, I hope it was just an animal, and I kept trying not to think about that list, but damn, it was hard. ID brought it with me just in case, though I felt a little silly doing so. I was sure it was a prank. It's only my second day, and they were already messing with me. Day 2, the mysterious forest, and red scarves. On my second day, and they are already pranking me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. I was on patrol, walking familiar trails, ensuring no one had illegally camped. Dusk was falling, and I was about to head back to my tower. Just as I turned onto the path leading to my post, I caught something in the corner of my eye. A campsite. There it was. My first real duty, politely but firmly tell the hikers they had to pack up. This area was for day hikes only. I approached the camp. It sat in a large clearing surrounded by trees, just one reddish-yellow tent and a cold fire pit. "Hello," I called, trying to sound confident. "You can decamp here. This is a day-use zone." Silence. No reply. I stepped closer to the fire pit, just in case someone burst out of the tent. What a coward I am, I thought. "Hello? Is anyone here?" I called louder. Still nothing. That is when a strange feeling gripped me. Something was off. I couldn't explain it, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. Sure, maybe the campers had just stepped away for a walk and would return soon, but the encroaching darkness made me uneasy. Wait, wasn't there a rule about this? I frantically pulled the list from my pocket and scanned it. Yes, Rule 8. If you check a campfire at night and hear a woman scream upon arrival, run back to your tower as fast as you can. Well, okay, not exactly. Okay, but okay. I hadn't heard any screams, just an empty camp and no fire. I should radio Evelyn. "Evelyn, hey." There's a campsite. No fire, but no people either. What should I do? "Where?" Evelyn replied instantly. I gave her my coordinates, checking my map by flashlight as it had grown fully dark. "Got it. That? Right on the edge of my zone," Evelyn said. "I'm heading there now. You just head back to your tower, okay?" "Okay. You sure?" I asked, feeling uneasy. "Positive. Go back. Stay safe," came her calm voice. Fine. She was a pro. I decided to radio her once I returned to find out what happened. I walked about 30 minutes, nearly back to my tower, when I noticed a distinct trail veering deep into the forest. Strange. I didn't remember it on the map. I thought the path ID taken had no branches. Figuring I missed it that morning, I promised myself to check it tomorrow. With a tired sigh, I trudged back to my tower. Back inside, I slumped at the table and stared at the rules. I hadn't asked Evelyn about them. I didn't want to. Not until something even stranger happened. Tonight hadn't been that weird, just an empty camp. No screams as the rules warned. I'd been reading the rules for about 20 minutes when my main radio rang. "Hey, Oliver," Evelyn's voice came through. "Sorted out the camper. He says he was relieving himself in the woods and didn't know camping was banned here. He must have been behind a tree when you showed up. I am walking him to his car now." "All good." "Good. Thanks for handling that." "Good night," I replied, feeling a bit awkward that she'd gone to all that trouble over nothing. I lay in bed, trying to sleep. The next day arrived. Last night had been quiet, uneventful. I felt far more confident and left the rule sheet on the table. This morning, I ate a lot. Apparently, all this walking was boosting my appetite. I sat in my tower, enjoying the view of the forest, and it calmed me. Time for my afternoon patrols to ensure no one was breaking rules. But first, I decided to check that strange trail not on the map. I reached it quickly. It was fairly close, and sure enough, it was as clear as any main trail, seemingly maintained just as well. I walked slowly down it, expecting nothing special. The path sloped gently downward, but was easy to navigate. After about 5 minutes, I thought I saw the end. A dead end, oddly, just a wall of trees. I was about to turn back when something caught my eye, a small red scarf tied to the branch of the nearest tree. Interesting. I stepped closer, and immediately spotted another, deeper in the woods. Then another. What the hell? Was I about to be an idiot and follow them straight into a serial killer's trap? Almost as if to prove I wasn't a coward, I decided to follow. I passed 5 scarves, each bright red, plain, no markings. Then I reached another, but this one lay on the ground. All the others had been hanging. Beyond it, I saw nothing. That was annoying. I bent to pick up the last scarf and froze. It was tightly fastened to something wooden and heavy. I lifted it. Dirt crumbled away, revealing a small underground hatch. Cool. It was about 10 feet deep and wide. A ladder was bolted to the wall beside the door. I shone my flashlight down and saw a sleeping bag on the floor and a camera. That was it. Just a sleeping bag and a camera. I carefully climbed down. The ladder was surprisingly sturdy. The whole bunker looked neat for such a place. But as I said, only a sleeping bag and a camera plugged into a charger, though the charger wasn't connected to anything. It was an underground bunker after all. I picked up the camera and tried to turn it on. The battery was dead. It was a fairly modern model. The screen showed 3 options: photos, gallery, settings. I chose gallery. The first few images were boring. A lake, someone, his house, a random car, nothing helpful. I scrolled quickly, almost missing one, a photo of my own lookout tower. At its base stood a family, 3 people. The father, dark-haired, tall, an experienced-looking hiker, strong. The mother, blonde, with a charming smile, her hand on her husband's shoulder. The third, a boy with short chestnut hair, strikingly similar to the man I assumed was his father. I kept scrolling but saw no more group shots, only the man. He took selfies inside my tower, photographed the views, the outhouse, some trails. Was this Henry or Roy? If it was Henry, why wouldn't he leave the forest to see his family? Then the photos grew stranger. Next, the underground bunker itself, the one I'd just found, half-built, with a sleeping bag and his camera. He was building it. Evelyn had said Henry was handy, right? Why build a bunker so close to the tower? Then, a random tree in darkness. The next 4 or 5 photos were the same tree. At its base, a shadow, distorted, meaningless. What was Henry, or whoever this was, trying to photograph? Was he trying to capture the smiling lady? What was that sound? 2:13 a.m. Something woke me. I heard nothing now, but something had definitely pulled me from sleep. I'd been so exhausted I wouldn't have woken on my own. Maybe it was. I heard faint weeping. A woman is weeping. Not too close, but I sat up in bed, listening to long, mournful sobs. I knew Rule 3. If you hear a woman sweeping between 1 and 4 a.m., ignore it. But I couldn't ignore it. It sounded so sad, so broken. Part of me wanted to help. Another part wanted answers. None of me wanted to ignore it. As quietly as possible, I geared up, grabbed my flashlight and radio, and opened the cabin door. I carefully descended the stairs, lighting my way to avoid tripping. The weeping came from off the trail, so I crept toward a dark cluster of trees. The cries were filled with such pain, such grief, I could only compare them to a mother who'd lost her child, howling in utter despair, losing a piece of her soul with every anguished breath. I turned off my flashlight as the weeping grew louder. Crouched low, I moved from bush to bush, tree to tree. The air grew misty, colder the closer I got. Crouching behind a tree, I saw her. She sat at the base of a tree, face buried in her hands, weeping. Long dark hair spilled down her back, tangled in the dirt. Though I couldn't unsee her clearly, her clothes looked clean and intact. But her hands were twisted and broken. One elbow bent backward, bones protruded under the skin of both forearms, though not piercing through. Her nails were long and sharp. She was skin and bone, skeletal. Her pale white skin glowed in the dark, clinging to her collarbones, emphasizing her gauntness. My radio crackled, just for a second. I quickly looked down to turn it off, and in that moment, the weeping stopped. Damn, she'd heard me. I couldn't look up. I felt sick. I forced myself to slowly raise my eyes. She was staring at me. Her eyes were empty, dark white orbs, lifeless. The whites sharply contrasted with her black pupils. Her eyebrows were raised. She was smiling. Her smile was unnaturally wide, stretched across her face beyond what should be possible, baring all her teeth. It was like some dark medicine. Tears still streaked her sharp cheekbones and thin neck, but she wasn't crying anymore. She looked excited. I was going to run. I couldn't look away, but I told myself, damn it, run. I needed to run. Dee stared at her for about 30 seconds, and she hadn't moved. Her eyes stayed locked on mine, her smile sinister. Just as I gathered the courage to turn and flee, she moved in one swift motion. Her neck snapped sideways with a crack, and she crawled into the darkness after it. The movement was so fast, her broken arms crackled as she retreated. The snap of branches under her heavy body was my signal, my chance. I bolted like a madman, not daring to look back. Dodging some trees, crashing into others, I did not stop for a second. Why did you just leave me alone? There it was. The lookout tower. Stumbling, I raced up the stairs, burst into my cabin, and slammed the door shut. Safe behind walls, I listened. Silence. I scanned the base of the tower, the forest stretching around. Nothing. Forget it. I dove under the blanket, clicked off the lamp, and jumped into bed. Shaking, I tried to calm down enough to hear anything beyond my own heartbeat. But there was only silence. Just as I gathered courage to peek out from under the blanket to radio Evelyn, I saw them, scratches on my cabin floor. Marks that hadn't been there before. Marks I must have missed in my panicked rush. They looked like something an animal or something crawling had made, from the door, across the room, all the way to the bed. I had not seen her outside because she was already here, with me, under the bed. I froze. I knew she was there. Felt her presence, under my bed. What to do? I frantically recalled the rules. Was there anything for this? Rule 6. If you wake and see smiling women peering through your window, hide under the blanket and hold your breath. She'll enter your cabin, and you'll feel her breath hovering above you as if she was floating. Don't breathe. It lasts only seconds. Once you feel her leave, turn on the main light until morning. Or Rule 9. If you return to your tower and find someone inside, run. Don't stop until you reach the next tower. Don't look back. She will chase you. Hide under the blanket and wait, as in Rule 6. Or run, since she was already inside, as in Rule 9. She'd been here when I entered, so that was Rule 9, right? I heard her. Not loud, but clear. A sound of someone moving slowly, trying not to break the silence. Soft shuffling. A second later, the faint crack of her arms moving, and with it, a low, muffled moan. I closed my eyes. I had to decide. Stay under the blanket or run. Rule 6, Rule 9. I felt a light nudge under the blanket. Not strong, just for a second. Then a second nudge, slightly harder. I chose Rule 9 in a flash. I leapt from bed and burst out the door, which slammed shut behind me. I didn't see her, didn't look back. Luckily, I was wearing shoes. Halfway down the stairs, I heard a thud above, the door slamming as she left the cabin. I hit the ground, and above me I heard footsteps. She was descending too. I sprinted toward the trail, and behind me came the rustle of dirt and grass. She was at the tower's base. I ran to the underground bunker. The noise behind me grew louder. She was gaining. She was on the trail. I reached the bunker and flung it open. I dropped down the ladder and slammed the hatch shut. I could hear her above me, moving through the trees and grass around the bunker. Her low moans pierced me, making my hair stand on end as she gasped in agony. I sat in a corner of the bunker, staring up at the hatch, but saw nothing in the pitch black. She was still above me. I heard her movements, a mix of sudden, quick jerks and slow, almost confused motions. Maybe she hadn't seen me descend. Maybe she didn't know about the bunker, or couldn't get in. Did Henry spend his nights here when not in the tower? Evelyn said she didn't know where he slept. Was this it? Now I heard nothing. 20 minutes had passed. I think the thing above me had left, but I wouldn't and be an idiot again. To stay here until morning. Eventually, I fell asleep to the soothing sound of wind in the nearby trees. Last night had been too close. Looking back on my decision to investigate, I felt foolish. Whether from sleep deprivation or some spell she'd cast, I wouldn't make such choices again. I would stick to the rules. Morning came. I was still in the bunker. Finally, I gathered the courage to lift the hatch and peer out. Blinded by sunlight after so long in darkness, everything seemed clean. Carefully, I climbed out and headed back to my tower. As I quickly ascended the stairs, I heard a voice behind me. Hey, I nearly pissed myself. Whirling around, almost falling off the stairs, I saw a girl at the tower's base. An ordinary girl. Chestnut hair, glasses, a large backpack, dressed in hiking gear, smiling at me. Suddenly, a figure in hiking clothes appears before me, radiating a disarming smile. Oh, sorry to scare you, she says softly. Hi, I am Sarah. My heart pounds wildly. I stare at her stunned. Marcus's daughter, she explains. I'm here to restock your food. Evelyn hadn't mentioned Marcus or his son coming, let alone a daughter. Oh, hi, I stammer. Sorry, you startled me. I'm Oliver. Hi, Oliver, she repeats, that same warm smile. You okay? I force a weak, unnatural smile, trying to hide my confusion. Just caught me off guard. I thought Marcus or his son would come. She laughs brightly. Oh, usually they do. I just started helping, and you were my first stop today. Nice to meet you, Oliver. Evening falls. My resolve to unravel the forest's mysteries only grows stronger. Yes, I am scared, but I want to make foolish mistakes again. As far as I know, I am completely alone. I don't know who to trust. Evelyn? Maybe. I need to meet her. Before bed, I radio her with one question. Hey, Evelyn, I say. Does Marcus have a daughter? Ask her, Evelyn replies after a pause. I was just about to wish you good night. I'm not sure about a daughter. I've only met his son. Why? Oh, just curious. You okay, Oliver? Something else happen? No, I am fine, Evelyn. Good night. Fear still grips me, but I know exactly what to do. These rules are my lifeline. They will save my life, and I must follow them. Now I understand that more than ever. I decide to sleep in my boots tonight, just in case, and turn on the lamp before switching off the main light. I.D. lay in bed about 30 minutes when I heard it again, scratching. Rule 7. If you hear any scratching, whether in your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the covers until it stops. The scratching was faint, seeming to come from the stairs, or maybe the outhouse below. I immediately rushed to my big radio and switched it off. I checked my small radio. It was already off. I quickly returned to bed and dove under the blanket. The scratching continued, growing louder. Each scratch was slow and long, mimicking fingernails on wood. After each, about 10 seconds of silence, then another, closer than the last. Soon, it seemed right beside me, almost on my bed frame. I held my breath and closed my eyes. Not a rule. I was just terrified. The next scratch was longer than the others, either on my bed frame or the cabin door. I didn't know. I couldn't think clearly, but I wouldn't move. The scratching stopped. For about 15 minutes, I heard only the rustle of trees below as wind whistled past my cabin. ID decided to stay under the blanket all night when I heard another sound. Soft footsteps, quick but growing louder as she ran up the stairs. In panic, I forgot the rule. Instinctively, I leapt from bed and ran to the main light switch. I flipped it on, and the running stopped immediately. I froze by the switch, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. Shaking, I walked to the rule sheet by my bed, checked it, and confirmed. ID done right. Rule 5. If you hear someone running up the stairs to your tower at night, turn on the main light until morning. If she reaches the top before you do, it is too late. Thank God. I'd remembered the main light was key in multiple rules, and I was so glad ID chosen correctly. I scanned the balcony, saw nothing. I looked up the stairs. Nothing came. The bright main light made it impossible to see the forest below. I sat at my table. 2 hours had passed since she'd tried climbing my stairs, and I wouldn't sleep tonight. So I used my time wisely, studying maps of surrounding areas, memorizing trails around my tower. I also learned something new, the route to Evelyn's nearest tower. It wasn't too hard. Though I still thought I could trust Evelyn, I wanted to meet her in person, to see her with my own eyes and talk face to face, not through a radio. I decided ID go to Evelyn's tower tomorrow. I woke early. ID slept only a few hours, but it was enough. I was too driven to notice. I packed a light backpack, food, water, flashlight, radio, map, machete, and the camera so Evelyn could confirm if the man in the photos was Henry. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, but D, never truly appreciated dawn's beauty. Usually I was either asleep or terrified, but today the sunrise was magnificent. I decided not to tell Evelyn I was coming. Though I trusted her somewhat, I did not want her changing anything if she knew my location, just in case. Lacing my boots, I set off for her tower. The hike should take about 3 hours, fairly direct, not too steep. I immediately felt a sharp difference leaving my zone and entering Evelyn S. Each lookout's job was to monitor their own trails, but Evelyn were completely overgrown. Honestly, they weren't maintained at all. Trees, bushes, and dense vegetation made me grateful I'd brought my machete. I hacked my way through, ensuring the trails were clear enough to run on if needed. Losing motivation and feeling hungry, I finally reached her tower. Clearing the trails had taken about 5 hours, but I made it. The tower was identical to mine. Same layout, same 4-piling structure in a small forest clearing. Her outhouse was on the opposite side, but the storage shed was in the same spot. But I immediately noticed one huge difference. What the hell? About 50 feet from her tower lay the remains of a massive fire pit, ringed with stones. It looked heavily used, though our job was to prevent fires in the national forest. That was odd, wasn't it? I began climbing the tower quietly, partly to avoid seeming like a smiling lady running up her stairs, but mostly because I was nervous. At the top, I saw no one inside. In fact, it looked like no one had ever been there. Old nests were everywhere. Cobwebs hung from the rails. Dust coated everything. I tried the door. It was locked. Strange. My tower didn't even have a lock. I squinted through the dusty window. Inside was darker than it should be. I made out the main radio on the table beside stacks of what looked like newspapers and bottles. The bed was dirty. Unmade, a backpack stuck out from under it. From what I could see, there were no books, no cards, nothing to pass the time. How did she stay sane? I decided to radio her. I hadn't come all this way to leave without meeting her. I grabbed my radio. "Evelyn, come in." "Hey," came a quick reply. "What is up, Oliver?" "Hey, just checking in," I said. Yeah, I decided to probe a bit before telling her I was here. "Where are you?" "Oh, in my tower." "Why?" she answered. What the hell? I was sure this was the right tower. I'm looking at it and it's empty. She's lying. Oh, nothing, I lied, masking my shaky voice. Just some tourists on the edge of my zone. I'll handle it. No reply. Did she believe me? Answer, Evelyn. I need to know if you trust me or not. Cool. Good job, Oliver. Thanks for that. Okay, thank God she believed me, I thought. I decided to descend and hide behind the nearest tree. Maybe she was just returning, so she said she was already there. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. ID watch and see. Over 30 minutes passed. No sign of her. In fact, no sign of anything. This area was completely silent. Dead. Where were the animal sounds? Distant hikers? It was too quiet. While waiting, I told myself that if she didn't, I'd return soon, I'd break into her tower. I did not know if it was legal, but technically it was my employer's property, right? I assumed it was illegal, but I needed to investigate, and I needed to do it before dark. I slammed the back of my machete against the door, just above the handle. The loud crack broke the eerie silence, followed by the door creaking open, freezing me for a second as I waited for something to happen. Nothing. I stepped inside. Dust filled my nose, and I held back a cough. I needed to be quiet, and fast. Cold permeated the cabin, an inexplicable chill, as if the air itself was denser, heavier than outside. My footsteps echoed as I approached stacks of newspapers and folders. The headline of the first paper sent chills down my spine. Tourist sister missing. I frantically skimmed the article. These national forests. 2 sisters missing. 2? But Evelyn had only told me about one missing sister. Was this another, or was she hiding something? It didn't make sense. I flipped through more issues, same story, 2 sisters still missing, until I hit a headline. One sister found after 3 weeks. The article said one girl was found alive and well, but the other was still missing. They'd gotten separated while lost in the forest. Evelyn never mentioned she had been lost too. If it was her, did she consider it too personal? Or was she lying? My attention shifted to the folders. One held a single sheet titled Oliver. What the hell? Below it, information about me, everything I'd told her about my divorce and why I took this job, my age, my appearance. Maybe she just kept it to remember. A weird way to be friendly. Wait, how did she know this if we'd never met? How did she know what I looked like? Something was seriously wrong. My eyes fell on the backpack under the bed, a large dark blue one. I pulled it out and unzipped it. Inside, men, clothes, t-shirts, hiking pants, a raincoat. I dug deeper, found a hammer, then a wrench. Nothing unusual. Next, sunglasses with green frames and initials that weren't T. Evelyn S. I reached to the bottom and felt a small metal object. I pulled it out. A pocket knife. A beautiful knife. Custom made. Gold outline with wavy silver and black patterns, engraved in tiny letters, "To my love, yours, Henry." What the hell? Why did she have Henry's knife? Were these his things? What happened to his belongings after he disappeared? I didn't take anything. She'd know I'd been here, but I had to leave. I didn't feel safe. Just as I turned to go, I heard a familiar voice behind me. Evelyn S. You know, she wants you to smile. I spun around. A woman blocked my path to the door. She was shorter than me, with dirty, unwashed blonde hair sticking out like a nest. Her clothes, long light brown hiking pants, were stained with old dirt and grime. Her light red flannel shirt looked like it had seen better days, wrinkled, dirty, sleeve torn. Her face was normal, or at least human. Her bright blue irises sharply contrasted with bloodshot whites. She looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. Her manic stare screamed madness, fixed on me. Her hands hung at her sides. Her frail body was starved, abandoned. Evelyn, I stammered, voice trembling. What do you mean she wants me to smile? She just wants you to smile, Evelyn repeated, not breaking her manic gaze. Okay, Evelyn, what is going on? I tried to sound confident, though my heart pounded. Are you okay? Evelyn moved toward the bed. I circled the cabin, staying closer to the door. Now I was at the exit. Good. She sat on the bed, staring at the dusty floor. I saw a tear roll down her face. She was a broken woman. We got lost, Evelyn called. Both of us. They saved me, but not her. I couldn't tell them what I did, but it was bad. And now she trailed off, her voice breaking. What did you do, Evelyn? I was ready to grab my machete, tension rising. We got lost, and we were lost so long. She kept telling me, it'll be okay, Evelyn, they'll find us. But they didn't find us for so long, and I was so hungry. She was always so positive, always smiling. But food, we couldn't catch anything. Nothing worked. We tried, Oliver, I promise. We tried, Evelyn said, her voice fading, growing weaker. Okay, Evelyn, I know you tried. What happened? She looked up. I flinched, but she kept talking. She looked at me, smiling when I pushed her. I pushed her far away. It was a moment of weakness, of hunger. She fell so far. Her arm, they cracked. She didn't move. I was so hungry, she looked down again, despair in her eyes. She died as she lived, smiling. My stomach twisted. She'd killed her sister. I'd heard hunger drives people to madness. I'd heard it makes you do anything for food. But after I pushed her, I couldn't. She looked at me again. Tears streamed down her already mad eyes. And the next day, they found me. My heart clenched in horror. They found her. Just one day later, though I feared Evelyn, I couldn't help feeling sympathy. I couldn't live with that moment of madness defining my life. And for what? Literally nothing. And then she found me. Evelyn whispered, staring at the floor again. Another tear rolled down her cheek. Who found you? I asked, hoping it wasn't who I thought. My blood ran cold. My sister. Still smiling, still hungry, Evelyn murmured. She is avenging me and avenging you. Evelyn stood, her gaze locking onto mine again. All of you. I took a small step back, exiting the cabin, eyes never leaving Evelyn. What did I do? I asked, voice trembling. She blames you all. You did not find her. Your job, our job, was to find her. Instead, she found me, and I'll never lose her again. Evelyn slowly moved toward me. Evelyn, I wasn't even working here. I'd never even been in these forests. I started panicking, stepping back. Evelyn, we can help you. We can get you out of this. She gets hungrier each time. She will never be full again. There's no way out, she whispered, and in that moment, I understood why the surrounding forest was so deathly quiet. Henry had written 10 rules, but she still got to him. Rules I couldn't even grasp. Evelyn smiled for the first time. And Oliver? She's so hungry now. She lunged at me with a sudden, piercing shriek, arms outstretched. Her frail body was easy to overpower. I rolled aside and shoved her away. She stumbled, her foot slipping off the balcony edge. Losing balance, she thudded onto the wooden floor before crashing down the side of the tower. It happened so fast. I collapsed to the floor from the shock. I heard her hit something on the way down, probably the stairs, followed by a dull thud as she hit the ground. Not a single cry escaped her lips during the fall. Oh my God, I just killed her. Oh my God, I jumped up and raced down the stairs, desperately hoping she was still alive. At the base, I saw her, lying about 10 feet from the tower. Face down, arms unnaturally broken and twisted, a small pool of blood seeped from her head, feeding the soil. Motionless. I bolted back toward my tower, stopping only when exhaustion hit. I had to reach it before dark. To hell with everything. I was leaving this forest. Evelyn was insane. She attacked me. It was self-defense. She was damn crazy. One thing she said stuck in my head. Henry had written 10 rules on that sheet. I now knew it was Henry S., but there were only 9. What was the 10th rule? That at least explained how Henry survived so long. A whole year. Poor Roy before him, who I now suspect only had the sunglasses, and Evelyn said he lasted only a week. But Henry had 9 rules. 9 ways the smiling lady could get you and how to avoid her. I wasn't, staying to find out. I was leaving this forest. I was still running back. I felt someone watching me. I saw my tower. It was almost dark. I did not know how I'd reach my car, and I didn't want to walk these forests at night. So I decided to sleep in the underground bunker. I figured Henry spent his nights there when not in the tower. I thought it was key to his survival, and it had saved me before. I go up to my tower, grab my main pack, and head to the bunker. I was on the verge of collapse from dehydration, so I needed water from my tower. I grab my things and be in and out fast. In my tower, I frantically gathered my things. I turned to leave and heard something. Faint, easy to miss, but there. I held my breath and froze, listening. Long, slow, quiet sounds, scratching. Rule 7. If you hear scratching, whether in your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the covers until it stops. You've got to be kidding me. She knows. She knows I am trying to leave. I froze, hoping the scratching would stop, knowing that if it did, I'd have to follow the rules. I turned to my radio. In the forest below, I saw a pale white face staring up at me. Same stringy dark hair. Same wide, sinister smile, her white skin glowing in the darkness. I saw nothing but her face emerging from the black night. She stared at me, her excited eyes locked on mine. Her piercing eyes, like magnets, held my gaze. She knew I planned to escape. Another night here, and I felt her gathering strength to catch me. I abruptly broke eye contact, switched off the radio, and dove under the blanket. Evelyn's words echoed in my ears. She so hungry now. The scratching stopped the moment I hid under the blanket. I literally felt her hunger hanging in the air, thickening over my tower, focused on me. Peeking from under the bed, I confirmed the awful sounds had ceased. I did not want her to catch me off guard. I wanted to be ready for any trick. I stood, walked the balcony, scanning the area. Where she'd stood, she was gone. I knew she was incredibly fast. She'd outrun me before when I found her weeping in the forest. She could be anywhere. I turned to re-enter the cabin. Glancing at a window, I saw the reflection of my dim lamp behind me begin to flicker. Damn. Rule 4. At night, always sleep with the lamp on. If it flickers, quickly run to turn on the main light until morning. If it goes out before you can, hide under the bed until dawn. My eyes adjusted to the dark as I watched the lamp's reflection, and then she appeared right before me through the glass, standing on my balcony. It was her. Broken arms outstretched, wild white hair, huge eyes, and that horrifyingly wide smile. Rule 6. If you wake and see a smiling woman peering through your window, hide under the blanket and hold your breath. She'll enter your cabin and you'll feel her breath hovering above you as if she's floating. Don't breathe. It lasts only seconds. Once you feel her leave, turn on the main light until morning. The lamp flickered again, then went out, plunging me into darkness. I had 2 rules, 2 conflicting rules. I couldn't look away, but I knew I had to turn on the main light. Her neck suddenly twisted sideways and she began walking. Very fast, each step loud as she moved across the balcony toward the door on the other side. Oh damn, I spun and sprinted to the main switch. She was halfway to the door when I flipped the light on, and now I had to decide. Hide under the bed or under the blanket. I chose the blanket. Rule 6 said, she'll enter your cabin, and she was about to. I dove to the bed and pulled the blanket over my eyes. The moment I did, the cabin door opened. I heard loud, fast footsteps rushing toward me, but I saw only darkness under the thick blanket. I held my breath. I felt her, just as the rule predicted, right above me. Her breath, cold, washed over me. My eyes were shut, but I knew she was there. I desperately tried not to breathe, heart pounding, stomach clenched, but I refused to inhale. And still, she waited, desperate for me to give in. What if I breathed? Would she kill me right there? Possess me? My chest ached unbearably. I couldn't hold on. There it was. I lost. My mouth opened. She vanished. Just gone. I held out 3 or 4 more seconds until my body physically couldn't before coughing and gasping. But she was gone. No cold breath. No presence. I was alone again. I threw off the blanket. The cabin door was wide open, swinging in the wind. My main light was still on, as was the lamp which had reignited. Had she used the lamp's flicker to trick me into choosing the wrong rule? If I'd hidden under the bed, would she have killed me? Hours passed in silence. Both lights still burned. I felt a bit safer, but suspected it was her tactic, to lull me into complacency. I stayed alert, and thank God I did. I saw a campfire right at my tower as base. The cabin lights made it hard to see, but I spotted it. In fact, I saw more than one. Fires burned all around my tower as perimeter. I walked the balcony, counting 6 fires. At each stood a dark human figure, back to me. What the hell? All stood alone by a fire, staring into it. Figures of different sizes. One looked like a child. I couldn't make out features in the dark, only silhouettes. The 6th fire had no figure. Why was no one there? As my eyes adjusted to the darkness below, the figures began falling into their fires one by one. The first, a tall, thin man, fell face first into the flames, almost willingly. As he writhed, fire consumed him, making his features indistinguishable. His screams pierced the air. As I watched in horror, a woman fell into her fire. She screamed as flames covered her, writhing but not trying to escape. Then a smiling figure, a child, a boy, fell face first into the fire. I gasped. I couldn't scream. My whole body was in shock. The child was silent, but twitching. Finally, the 4th, a large, broad-shouldered man, fell into his fire, grunting in pain, stifling screams, barely moving as he burned, motionless as she burns. Finally, a woman, a silhouette. I spun toward her, trying to catch her before she fell. I rushed inside, grabbed my flashlight, and sprinted back. She fell into her fire, and I just caught a glimpse in the beam. Tangled blonde hair and a red flannel shirt, torn at the sleeve, before flames swallowed her. Only one burning fire remained, the 6th, the one with no figure. As screams echoed through the night, I heard faint weeping somewhere below among the trees. "Oliver!" A voice called as the first sun rays pierced the trees. "Oliver, are you there?" I cautiously stepped onto the balcony and saw Sarah, Marcus's daughter, standing below. She wore the same clothes as our last meeting. "Sarah!" I shouted. "Sarah, we need to get out of here." "There, Oliver!" she yelled back. "Oliver, I know everything about Evelyn, her sister, about Henry and his family, about Roy. I know it all. Oh, we need to leave, Sarah." "We can't," she cried. "We have to burn her. We have to burn Evelyn as sister." "Why do we have to burn her?" I shouted, despair rising in my throat. "It is Rule 10, Oliver. She'll follow you wherever you go if you leave this place. She'll be one step behind you forever unless you burn her. Rule 10, burn her body or she'll haunt you eternally." "How the hell do we find her body?" I yelled, feeling utterly broken. "I know where it is, Oliver." Sarah smiled warmly, trying to calm me. "Let me explain on the way. It's nearby. I'd survived all the other rules. Now I had to survive one more." I gripped my machete tightly. It made sense. This lady follows you out of the forest. That's why Henry couldn't leave and why he needed Evelyn. That's why Evelyn said there was no way out, because there isn't unless we burn her. And Sarah. Evelyn said Marcus had no daughter, but that was just to confuse me, to turn me against a potential ally. Either way, I didn't fully trust Sarah, not yet. Not until I heard what she had to say. So I grabbed my machete. I descended the stairs, approaching Sarah. She looked at me. Her eyes flicked to the machete, but she seemed to understand my caution. "Why didn't you tell me all this before?" I asked, voice trembling. "If you knew everything, why not tell me when we first met?" "I did not know who to trust, Oliver," Sarah explained, her expression turning serious. "I knew Henry and we trusted no one, not fully, except each other. And Henry is gone now." I was stunned. "How did you know him?" Yes, she looked down, pain on her face. "It was confirmed last night. I befriended him while he worked here. I brought him extra food and ran errands just to see him. That is why I'm in this forest now. I was looking for him, but after last night, yes, he's dead." "How was it confirmed last night?" I asked, seeing her genuine grief. "The lady, the smiling lady, seems to focus on one victim at a time. While she hunts someone, she ignores everyone else. That is why Evelyn kept feeding her people, to keep her sister from turning on her," Sarah explained. My breath grew heavy, heart racing. She continued, Last night, I was looking for Henry, as I always did. I saw the fires around your tower, and I saw those figures fall into them. People she's taken. One looked like Henry, others like his family. I saw the sixth fire, the one she made for you, and heard her weeping, trying to lure you out. She focuses on prey one at a time, which confirms you are her target. She already got Henry. She never gives up until she gets them. And now it's you. You have to burn her. But I killed Evelyn, not her, I said, pushing her when she attacked me. So why did I see her fall into the fire last night? I trembled, barely holding myself together. I hadn't said aloud before that I killed her. Yes, I thought you might have. The smiling lady wouldn't have attacked her while focused on you. But that doesn't mean she didn't take Evelyn after her death, didn't eat her. She's always hungry. That is all she cares about. Why don't you just burn her body yourself? I shouted, despair overwhelming me. This is madness. I am desperate to escape this nightmare. It has to be you. It has to be the one she's hunting. I tried, but I only found her body after Henry disappeared. Every time I try to burn it, the fire won, to light. I don't understand it, but I know it has to be you. She lit a fire for you last night, and it has to be you who lights hers. How the hell can I trust you? Tears streamed down my face. It made sense. While she searched for Henry, she needed him to burn the body. Sarah pleaded, I hid in the underground bunker last night. That's why I am here so early. It was Henry, his bunker, Oliver. The smiling lady doesn't know about it. That's how he survived so long. I can show you where it is. I know where it is, I whispered, hopelessness tightening my throat. I have no choice. I have to trust her. I have to burn the body. I have to burn that body. Trusting her, Sarah, was a mistake. I raced upstairs, grabbed my backpack. It already held a lighter and a can of kerosene. I followed Sarah, but didn't let go of my machete. Of course, it all happens in this cursed cave. On the way, Sarah explained that after being pushed, Evelyn's sister crawled there seeking shelter, but died of her wounds inside the cave. She said this explained why I might have seen her weeping. The smiling ladies replay her final moments endlessly, feeding her hatred. It also explained her eternal smile. Evelyn was smiling when she pushed her. Sarah stopped at the cave entrance, carved into a steep hillside. I shone my flashlight inside, but saw little. It was a narrow tunnel, about 8 feet wide, 15 feet high, barely room to maneuver if trouble arose. I couldn't see where it ended. We entered the cave. She's near the end, Sarah whispered. There's a turn about 300 feet in. We'll be safe. I've never seen your ghost during the day. Sarah fell silent. She walked ahead. I followed, but the deeper we went, the harder it became. Soon, darkness swallowed us. Only our flashlight beams pierced it. Leaving daylight behind, we plunged into impenetrable blackness, and all sounds vanished. Our footsteps and shallow breaths were our only companions. Suddenly, we hit a wall. To the left, a steep slope led deeper into the cave's abyss. What the hell? Why did she go so deep? I whispered. If she wanted to be rescued? She didn't, Sarah replied softly. She died at the entrance. Something moved her deeper, to protect her. I think it was Evelyn. We pressed on. After 10 minutes, the cave widened. Normally, eyes adjust to darkness, but mine did not. This was a special darkness I'd never experienced, or maybe the smiling lady was affecting us. I didn't know. I just knew that beyond our flashlight beams, I saw nothing. A crack behind me. I heard a quick, clicking snap. My heart leapt and I spun, shining my light where the sound came from. For a split second, I saw only legs, bare, dirty, female calves disappearing into the darkness we'd come from. Damn, something was with us. And it was alive. The smiling lady was here. I turned to Sarah. She was gone. What? I was alone. Sarah's flashlight lay on the ground. What? Where was she? Should I shout? I did not know. I'd leave her light. I needed one hand for the machete. I couldn't go back. The lady was after me. I had to find her body. I had to burn it, and I had to help Sarah. I swept my flashlight around, looking for Sarah when I saw a backpack leaning against the cave wall. I cautiously approached, knowing something watched me from the dark. My sweaty palms made the machete hard to grip. I clutched it tightly. I quickly reached the backpack, scanning the cave with my flashlight, but saw only rocks. I checked the bag, OAS contents. It was already open. It hadn't been there long, maybe less than a week. I barely glanced inside. An old tarp, a lighter, and the same small kerosene can ID taken. The same type provided at the tower. Also in the bag, a knife. The same one ID found in Evelyn's cabin, only larger. Same gold outline with silver and black patterns. Engraved, "Your matching knives, my Henry." Another of Henry's knives. This was Henry's bag. I opened the knife. Recently used. Its once sharp edge was now dull, stained with rock residue. I shone my light on the wall beside the bag, scratched into the rock. 10. Sarah lies. A crack behind me. I turned and saw Sarah. She was smiling. "Sarah," I started, but her eyes locked onto mine. She saw me through the darkness. Her hands began breaking, as if the air around them was snapping them. They jerked violently. Her elbows bent backward as bones protruded, stretching the skin under her forearms with each crack. Her smile widened. Soon, it stretched unnaturally across her face. Her eyes widened with joy. Her skin paled, hair lengthened. She was unrecognizable. Sarah. Now I knew her as the smiling lady. I'd fallen for it, just like Henry. She needed darkness. That's why she roamed at night. That's why I had felt watched leaving Evelyn's cabin. I was, but she couldn't act in daylight. She watched me as Sarah by day, but attacked as the smiling lady at night. That note in Evelyn's cabin describing my appearance, only Sarah had seen me before. God, I felt so stupid. I'd been safe from her in daylight, but now it was dark, and she was changing. She died in darkness, and now she lived in darkness. And she dwells in this pitch-black void. I jerked upright. The machete in my hand trembled traitorously. Step by step, I approached her, ready to strike, but suddenly, explosive movement from both sides. I was grabbed. Creatures crawled over me, their bony fingers and claws digging into my flesh, dragging me down. 5. I counted 5, desperately resisting their grip. Too many, too strong. My flashlight fell, its beam now shining directly on me. In its light, I saw my attackers, faces, Henry, his wife, their child. The tall man, Roy, and Evelyn. They held me tight. Evelyn's broken arms, sharp as razors, dug into me as I struggled. Her shattered bones cut me as they all pinned me to the ground. They smiled. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sarah burst from the darkness and felt her teeth sink into my chest. A new person now lives in my lookout tower. He has a family, and a dog that visits him. We leave the darkness only when she commands. She doesn't want to lose us. Now I smile, and when she tells me to burn, I burn too. I write this to warn you of the smiling lady in the national forest. Don't try to find me. This is my last conversation with you. Dawn, and look for me. I belong to her, and she'll never let me go.
NUS. In the distant year of 1977, when I was 16, an incident occurred that would forever be etched in my memory. The events unfolded in picturesque Colorado Springs, where young Alice was working as a babysitter for her neighbor, Mrs. Carter. Tommy, 6, and Lily, 8, were model children, obedient, quiet, and went to bed without complaint. The babysitting job seemed like a breeze, just a few hours of vigilance to keep the house from burning down, and a little extra pocket money. However, the evening of February 7th turned into a nightmare that would haunt Alice for years. Mrs. Carter, a single mother exhausted from her worries and rushing to a night shift at a local diner, lived in the same apartment building as Alice's family. An advertisement in the community center had caught her eye. Reliable teen babysitter, $2 an hour. The proximity of their homes and the modest wage were decisive factors in Alice's favor. On that ill-fated evening, after putting the children to bed and receiving a meager $5, Mrs. Carter instructed, "I'll be back by midnight. Lock the door, Alice." The girl nodded, flipping through channels on the old television. The small apartment was a mess, toys scattered about, belongings strewn around, children's clothes everywhere. Tommy and Lily, dressed in pajamas, were cozily settled on the couch. After reading their favorite Dr. Seuss book, the children were asleep by 8:30. Alice tucked them in, checked the windows, and locked the front door, following her usual routine. Silence settled in the apartment, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional noise of passing cars. Alice, lounging on the couch with a bag of chips, watched a simple sitcom, turning the volume down so as not to wake the children. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, there was a faint thud, as if something had fallen in the kitchen. The girl froze, a chip halfway to her mouth. The apartment was on. The first floor and the kitchen window faced the parking lot. Trying to reassure herself, Alice assumed it was just a cat on the windowsill, but her heart was pounding. Grabbing the old rotary phone, she placed it beside her. In those days, cell phones were an unaffordable luxury. Only a cord connected her to the outside world. On tiptoes, Alice crept into the kitchen and turned on the light. Nothing suspicious. The window was closed, the sink empty. Laughing at her own apprehension, she returned to the television. But suddenly, there was a scraping sound, as if metal were scratching against glass. The sound came from the back door, which led to a tiny patio. Turning off the television, Alice strained her ears. The children were sleeping peacefully. Only Tommy's quiet snores could be heard from their room. Silently sliding her socks across the linoleum, she crept toward the back door. There was a small window in the door, covered by a thin curtain. Pulling it back an inch, Alice peered out. The patio was plunged into darkness, the light from the street lamp barely penetrating the night. But the girl swore she saw a shadow moving behind the glass. Animal fear gripped her. Checking the lock, which was fastened, Alice stepped back. Just as she was about to call her mother, she heard footsteps. Not outside, but inside the apartment. Heavy, measured steps were coming from the hallway leading to the children's room. Grabbing a kitchen knife, Alice felt her hands trembling. "Who's there?" she whispered barely audibly. In response, silence, only another step. Slowly, knife in hand, she moved toward the hallway, holding her breath. The door to the children's room was ajar, as before, but the atmosphere felt oppressive, as if someone were watching her. Pushing the door open, Alice saw Tommy and Lily sleeping peacefully in their beds. Exhaling in relief, she felt her knees weaken. But then her gaze fell on a shadow in the corner. Tall and still. Frozen in place, Alice felt the knife slip in her sweaty hand. "Get out!" she said louder. The shadow didn't move. Turning on the light, she expected to see only emptiness, a figment of her imagination. But in the corner stood a man, about 20 years old, near the children's dresser. Tall, with disheveled hair and dark eyes staring at her. In his hand was a knife, larger than Alice's, the blade gleaming in the lamplight. Screaming, Alice backed away. The man didn't say a word, just stepped toward her. She rushed to the front door, frantically trying to unlock it. Her hands slipped with sweat. Hearing him approaching, Alice threw open the door and ran into the parking lot, desperately screaming for help. A light came on in one of the windows and someone shouted, "Call the police!" Alice ran, not feeling the cold asphalt under her bare feet, until she reached her own apartment. Her father, alarmed by the noise, had already run outside. Grabbing her, he dragged her inside and called the emergency services. The police arrived immediately. The man had fled, the back door lock broken. The children, fortunately, were unharmed. Blood was found on Alice's overalls, not hers. It had smeared when the girl pressed herself against the wall in a panic. Experts collected blood samples and fingerprints from the back door. The perpetrator was William Kernan, a college student who knew Mrs. Carter. He had been seen in the apartment and the surrounding area. He was not caught that night. He disappeared without a trace. Only years later, in 2024, did Alice learn that the case had been solved. DNA extracted from the blood samples matched Kernan's DNA, who had died in 2010. Confirming this for sure was impossible, as the body had been cremated and there were no surviving relatives. But the police were certain. That same night, Kernan had stabbed 14-year-old Maria Hansel, who was babysitting in another apartment. She did not survive. The cold-blooded cruelty and indifference of the Millers left an indelible mark on her memory. She could not erase the horror of that night from her mind, and nightmares haunted her, presenting before her eyes cold and empty children's eyes. After what she had experienced, she decided never to babysit again and left that apartment complex forever, shuddering at how close she had come to becoming a tragic statistic herself. At the age of 12, she began babysitting for the Millers, and by 15 it had become a regular routine. Every time she followed the same path, walked 2 houses down, spent time with their 6- and 8-year-old rascals, received a modest reward, and returned home. The children were noisy, disobedient, and clever in the worst way, but the money she earned helped her buy the necessary school supplies and save up for a coveted used bicycle. On that fateful Friday, Mrs. Miller, throwing on her coat, announced that they would not be back until 11 o'clock in the evening. "Just a regular night," she said. The girl simply nodded in response, already mentally planning to put the children to bed by 9 o'clock, then do her homework at their kitchen table, and head to her own bed before midnight. By 8:30, silence had settled in the house. A lone lamp on a side table cast a soft light in the living room. Cartoons were playing at minimum volume. Outside the window, a storm was raging. Rain pounded furiously against the glass, and from time to time the headlights of passing cars slid across the curtains. The children, exhausted from an hour of restless running around, curled up on the couch, covered in blankets up to their chins. The girl held the remote control, ready to mute the sound during annoying commercials that could wake the dozing rascals. The clock hands passed 9. She decided to give them another 10 minutes of rest. Before taking them to their bedrooms, getting up, she stretched and headed to the thermostat to raise the temperature a little. It was at that moment that there was a deafening knock on the door. Heavy, insistent, unlike the crack of a broken branch or a gust of wind. The lampshade trembled. Then came a second blow, more muffled, as if someone were pressing their ear against the door, trying to hear what was happening inside. Her heart pounded in her chest. She glanced at the children, whose eyes were wide with fright. Putting a finger to her lips, she whispered, "Hide behind the couch, and don't peek out." The children surprisingly obeyed without question and scurried under the knitted blanket. The girl turned off the television and the lamp, plunging the room into complete darkness, broken only by the dim light of the digital clock on the cable box. In the ensuing silence, the sound of the rain seemed deafening. but she could clearly hear someone moving at the door, the rubber sole of a shoe sliding on the mat. Frantically, fumbling for her phone in her pocket, she found no signal. Due to the raging weather, their Wi-Fi often went down, and it was impossible to contact anyone by phone. Retreating to the kitchen, she opened a drawer near the sink and grabbed the largest steak knife, the one she had recently washed after making frozen pizza for the children. Holding her breath, she made her way along the wall to the hallway leading to the front door. Every inch of the floor in this old house creaked, so she tried to step on her heels to soften the noise. Halfway there, she heard another sound, the click of the mail slot opening and then slamming shut. The stranger outside was methodically checking all possible openings, probably looking for a lock that could be broken. The thought flashed through her mind to run through the back door with the children, but the backyard was not fenced, and beyond it stretched a dark and impassable forest. If the intruder bypassed them, they would be trapped in the open air. It seemed safer to meet him here, where she at least knew the layout of the house. Clutching the phone in her left hand and the knife in her right, she rounded the corner and raised the blade to shoulder level. Her pulse was pounding in her temples so loudly that she almost missed the moment when the front door burst open. Two tall figures stormed into the house, their arms wide and shouting, "Boo!" For a moment, her mind refused to match the faces she saw with names. Suddenly, a flash of lightning outside illuminated them, and she recognized Mr. and Mrs. Miller, whose raincoats glistened with rain. They burst into unrestrained laughter, bending over and patting each other on the back. A scream caught in her throat, her breath taken away. The tip of the knife trembled a few inches from Mr. Miller's chest. Straightening up, he noticed the blade, and the smile immediately disappeared from his face. "Hey, take it easy," he said, raising both hands in a protective gesture, as if facing an armed police officer. Mrs. Miller wiped tears from her cheeks, continuing to giggle. "We just wanted to see how brave you were," she said. "Looks like you passed the test." The girl lowered the knife, but anger, displacing fear, filled her soul. Her legs trembled treacherously. "You could have been stabbed," was all she could manage to say. Mr. Miller waved away her words. "Come on, it's just a joke. We came home early and decided to play a little trick on you. Test your nerves." He turned to hang up his coat. "Put the kids to bed, okay? We're starving. We're going to make grilled cheese sandwiches." She froze, expecting an apology, or at least permission to go home. But instead, they headed to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and began to rattle the dishes. Returning to the living room, she was still shaking from what she had experienced. The children, embarrassed and frightened, peeked out from behind the couch. She told them that their parents were back and carried the 6-year-old upstairs, while the 8-year-old trudged behind. Putting them to bed was awkward. They sensed her subdued mood. She spoke in an even and curt voice. "Good night. Your parents are downstairs." Turning off the light in the hallway, she still held the knife in her hand. Returning it to the drawer, she carefully washed her fingerprints from the steel and wiped the blade dry. From the hallway, she could see the adults through the kitchen doorway. They stood at the stove, hugging and swaying, laughing at some joke only they understood, spreading butter on bread. The smell of frying cheese spread throughout the house, but it only made her stomach churn. She sat down at the dining table, placing her phone face down. No one offered her food. No one thanked her for not plunging the knife into Mr. Miller's ribs. The babysitter and the haunted house, a tale of fear and growing up. Working with the Miller family left an indelible mark on her young soul. On that ill-fated evening at 10:30 p.m., her patience reached its limit. Mrs. Miller finally graced her with her attention. "You can go," came the cheerful permission. Payment as usual. Accompanied by the drizzling rain and the squishing of her shoes, the girl headed home, the coveted bills clutched in her hand. At night, in the silence of her room, her gaze was fixed on the ceiling. The image replayed over and over in her mind, the door bursting open, the blinding flash of lightning, the ominously gleaming knife blade. Mr. Miller's raincoat seemed dark and slippery, like a character from a crime drama. The realization of how close she had come to a fateful line that would have changed not only her life, but also the fate of others, filled her with dread. At that moment, another realization dawned. Her fear meant nothing to them. An empty sound. The whole spectacle had been staged for their amusement, for their dubious entertainment. After that incident, she no longer agreed to babysit their children. She responded evasively to Mrs. Miller's persistent messages, which came in over the next 2 weeks, citing a busy study schedule. Soon the inquiries ceased. In the evenings, passing by their house on the way to the bus stop, she saw the usual scene, yellow light streaming from the windows, toys scattered on the lawn. But forever etched in her memory was the chilling horror they had created for a moment's amusement. This incident taught her 2 important things. Panic feels indistinguishable from real danger, and some adults never grow up, remaining children at heart. Since then, she carefully checks every door she enters, even the door to her own home. Her phone is always charged and within reach, and when someone suggests a harmless joke at someone else's expense, the very knife that trembled in her hand appears in her imagination, and she resolutely shakes her head, saying a firm no. Before this incident, she didn't really believe in ghosts, but after working at the Thompson house, her beliefs wavered. The seemingly ordinary house was located at the end of Willow Street, across from St. Mary's Church. The girl's mother, who worked at a preschool, knew the Thompson sons, Ethan and Liam, from her classes. One evening, Mrs. Thompson called her, asking her to babysit because their regular nanny had suddenly cancelled. The 17-year-old needed the money and agreed, thinking it would be an easy job. How wrong she was. The beginning of the evening was unremarkable. Ethan and Liam, 6 and 8 years old, turned out to be cute but energetic boys who ran around their old 2-story house. The house was built in the 70s and had all the hallmarks of that era: creaky wooden floors and a faint, musty smell, as if it had absorbed all the years it had seen. Mrs. Thompson left her clear instructions: feed the boys, bathe them, and put them to bed by 9:00 p.m. The task seemed simple. Around 6:30 p.m., she was in the kitchen with the boys preparing dinner. The children wanted tacos, so they were taking ingredients out of the refrigerator. Liam carelessly slammed a plastic container of salsa on the table. The girl turned away to get the cheese, and suddenly the container exploded. Salsa flew everywhere, splattering the walls, cabinets, and refrigerator. The kitchen looked like a crime scene. The boys screamed, their voices mixed with laughter and fright. The girl stood, clutching a piece of cheese, in complete shock. She tried to convince herself that it was just old salsa that had fermented and created gas. With these thoughts, she grabbed paper towels and began cleaning up. The boys helped her, giggling nervously, but Ethan kept glancing toward the living room, as if expecting something to appear there. It took about 20 minutes to clean up the mess, but a sharp tomato smell lingered in the air. They were still in the kitchen, scraping the last bits of salsa off the refrigerator, when a loud crash came from the living room. The sound was as if something heavy had fallen. Telling the boys to stay put, the girl entered the living room, her heart pounding. 2 framed photos, one of the boys on the beach, the other of their parents' wedding, lay on the floor, having fallen from opposite walls. The glass was not broken. The frames lay face up, as if someone had deliberately placed them there. She checked the walls. The nails were in place. No cracks or damage. All the windows were closed. There was no wind. Ethan, who had followed her despite being told not to, whispered, "That happens sometimes." The girl forced a smile, leaned the frames against the walls but didn't hang them back up. She felt uneasy, but she kept telling herself it was just an old house. After dinner, it was time to bathe. She took the boys upstairs, filled the tub, and let them splash around, while she stood in the hallway, leaving the bathroom door ajar. Across the hall was their father's home office, a small room with a cluttered desk and an old desktop computer. Leaning against the wall and scrolling through her phone, she heard a faint sound, then another. The computer monitor flickered, the fans whirred. The screen lit up blue, showing the Windows login page. The girl froze in amazement. No one had touched the computer. The boys were in the bathroom, and she was far from the desk. Entering the office, she expected to see a cat or something else on the keyboard, but the room was empty. The mouse wasn't moving, and there was a thin layer of dust on the keyboard. She tried to convince herself it was an automatic update, but after the incidents with the salsa and the frames, it seemed unlikely. Yanking the monitor's power cord, she hurried back to the hallway. By 9:15 p.m., she had put Ethan and Liam to bed in their shared bedroom upstairs. The children were exhausted and quickly fell asleep, their quiet snores filling the room. Closing the door, she went downstairs to wait for the Thompsons to return. Flipping through channels on the old square TV, she suddenly heard footsteps. Slow and heavy, they came from the hallway upstairs. Turning off the TV, the girl felt her heart pound. She assumed the boys had gotten up. Tiptoeing upstairs, she quietly stepped on the creaky stairs. The door to the children's bedroom was closed. Opening it a crack, she saw that the boys were fast asleep, exactly as she had left them. The hallway was empty, the air still. Checking the other rooms, the guest bedroom, the bathroom, and the office, she made sure there was no one there. Goosebumps rose on her skin as she went back downstairs. 10 minutes later, the creaking repeated, this time slower, as if someone were walking from one end of the hallway to the other. She didn't go up again. Curling up on the couch, the girl texted her boyfriend, telling him about her fear. "Just stay calm," he replied. "Old houses always have noises." But she didn't believe him. Sitting in the corner of the couch and clutching her phone, she counted down the minutes until 10:30 p.m. Upon the arrival of the Thompsons, the narrator, seeking to hide her confusion, probably betrayed herself with a bewildered look as Mrs. Thompson did not fail to inquire about her well-being. In response, She vaguely praised the boys and hastily threw on her jacket, eager to leave the house as soon as possible. She did not utter a word about the strange salsa, the mysterious frames, the ominous computer, or the dancing footsteps, driven only by the desire to be out on the street as soon as possible. All the way home, she was haunted by Ethan's mysterious whisper. "That happens sometimes." And us. After that incident, she babysat the children a few more times, but she avoided staying late. She always brought a friend with her, so she wouldn't be alone in that strange house. To this day, she is haunted by questions about what was really going on in the Thompsons' house. She is sure that it was not just a figment of her imagination. There was something inexplicable and sinister about that place that has been etched into her memory forever. NUS deep in the heart of Germany, in the western part of the country, lay Cologne, and not far from it, nestled a small village named Pors. This was a place where time seemed to slow down and life flowed at an unhurried pace, free from major upheavals. In those distant years, the population of Pors consisted primarily of elderly individuals, lending the area a peculiar quietness and serenity. Rarely did anything truly spectacular happen here. The only source of vital activity and the village's unique pulse was the nearby airport, which provided employment for many of Pors's residents. However, even this quiet corner began to feel unsettling in the early 90s. From time to time, rumors of missing children spread through the village, and parents' hearts tightened with fear. The police, of course, made every possible effort to solve these mysterious disappearances, but unfortunately, their actions yielded no results. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. People now hesitated to let their children play outside alone, gripped by uncertainty. Had the children run away, or had they become victims of abduction? The narrator's mother was also consumed by this widespread fear and adamantly refused to let him go out alone. Her anxiety was too great. The boy, being a child, understood her worry, but at the same time felt an irresistible urge to push the boundaries. And so, one day, yielding to an impulse, he saw his mother asleep on the sofa. This was his chance. He quickly put on his shoes and slipped out of the house, unnoticed. Carelessly wandering the surroundings, the boy let his imagination run wild, completely losing track of time. He ventured deep into the nearby forest, hoping to meet other children. Hours flew by, and soon it began to get dark. He was about to head home when something completely unexpected happened. In the distance, he noticed the village church. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but then his eye was caught by something like a light flickering inside. It seemed strange to him, and being a curious child, he cautiously crept towards the building. Usually, no one should have been there at this time of day. So what could be happening there? Reaching the back entrance, the boy slowly circled the building. As he passed one of the windows, he thought he heard voices. He stood up just enough to peer inside. The village priest was there. The boy could barely make him out. Only a few candles were lit, casting the priest's enormous shadow on the wall. He couldn't understand what the priest was doing, so he decided to sneak inside. The back door was unlocked. He entered, trying not to make the slightest sound. Eventually, he got close enough to hear the priest. He seemed very nervous and didn't look nearly as friendly as he did on Sundays. Something was definitely wrong. The boy knew the priest shouldn't see him. It would be very bad for him. He stayed quiet and waited patiently. At some point, the priest went down to the basement. This was the moment the boy had been waiting for. He quickly rushed into the room and hid behind the pews. When the priest returned upstairs, he was on the phone. Soon after, 2 other men entered the church. One of them asked the priest why he had left the door unlocked. The priest froze for a moment, then said he must have simply forgotten. "I have everything ready," the priest said, and told the 2 men to go down to the basement. They obeyed and went downstairs. The priest glanced around the room for a moment, then followed them. Now the boy was sure something was terribly wrong. He tried to hide as best as he could. Voices and metallic sounds, like something clicking, echoed from the basement. The boy tried to get closer to hear better, and then what he feared happened. His foot brushed against a metal candlestick, and it crashed to the floor. Suddenly, everything went silent. The boy quickly found a new hiding spot. Then footsteps were heard. Many footsteps. They were all coming upstairs. "What was that?" one of the men asked. "Something just fell," the priest replied. "Don't worry about it." "All right, I'll give you half now, and I'll bring the rest of the money tomorrow," one of the men said. "Okay," the priest replied, and the men exited through the back door. When the priest was alone, his expression suddenly changed. He looked angry. He slowly walked through the church. His steps were heavy but confident. The boy knew the priest realized he was still there. "I saw you, boy," the priest said. The boy's blood ran cold. He knew the priest was aware of his presence. "You can't hide for long. You don't need to hide. I'm a good man. Come out. Let's play." But the boy knew the priest didn't want to play. He had seen something he shouldn't have. If the priest found him, he would be in serious trouble. He even tried to breathe as quietly as possible. The priest walked around the church a few more times, then said to himself, maybe he really left. He gathered a few things, extinguished the candles, and left the church. The boy remained there for at least 20 more minutes, frozen with fear. What had just happened? He couldn't believe it. Eventually, naive as he was, he crawled out of his hiding place. He just wanted to go home. It was all too much. Just leave. Get out of there. As he headed for the back door, he saw the moon shining through the same window where he had first seen the priest. A shadowy silhouette lay on the floor. The boy looked out the window and thought he would die. The priest stood there, looking at him with an evil smirk. I knew I saw you, you foolish boy. Let's play. He lunged into the church, and the boy hid again. The priest ran wildly throughout the building. I'll kill you, you stupid boy, he screamed, desperately searching for him. He was getting closer and closer. The boy was inside a cabinet and could see him through a crack right in front of him. The priest had nothing in his hands. Suddenly, he chuckled quietly and said, You really are a stupid boy. He had found him. He grabbed the cabinet door. This was it. He was going to kill the boy. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, a thunderous command rang out. Police, get on the floor. The clergyman complied without resistance, and in the next moment, law enforcement officers stormed into the church. The narrator's mother was the last to enter the sanctuary, as if she had a premonition that he would try to slip away. It turned out she had thoughtfully hidden a tracking device in his shoe and set out to search for him with the police. This circumstance alone saved his life. He openly told the officers everything that had happened. The police officers descended into the basement, where they found 2 children who had previously been reported missing. It was revealed that the priest was a member of a criminal group involved in kidnapping children for the purpose of selling their organs. The narrator's recklessness almost cost him his life, but his mother's foresight saved him from imminent death. After that experience, he was no longer a deeply religious person. What he had seen and lived through simply wouldn't allow him to be. However, for most of his 20s, his entire life revolved around the church. It was one of those large, modern community churches with a coffee shop in the lobby and services accompanied by a band with electric guitars, drawing hundreds of congregants. The atmosphere there felt like a big family. It was in this community that he met Anna. Anna was one of his best friends. She had a sweet disposition, was a woman of few words, and was simply kind. She was the type of person who remembered birthdays and actually called to wish you well. Anna was married to David. In the eyes of all the churchgoers, David seemed like the perfect man. He was charismatic, played the guitar masterfully in the worship band, and always hugged Anna tenderly. They gave the impression of an exemplary married couple. However, when he was alone with Anna, the narrator began to notice disturbing details. He saw David's gaze turn empty and cold if Anna laughed too loudly at someone's joke. He noticed David gripping her wrist too tightly when he wanted to leave a party. David himself called it caring, but the narrator interpreted it differently, as blatant control. Sometimes Anna confided in him, whispering about incidents. She shared how David would accidentally break her things, or how he would block a doorway with his body and jokingly say he wouldn't let her go until she uttered words of love. These small things, taken individually, might seem like manifestations of a passionate or complicated marriage, but when you line them up, they form a clear picture of abuse. The narrator repeatedly urged her to leave, again and again. He told her his apartment was always open to her. But Anna was terrified not only of David, but also of what the church community would say. Their pastor insisted very, very strongly on the sanctity of marriage. Divorce was considered the greatest sin, worse than anything else. On that fateful night, when everything happened, he received a call at 3 a.m. It wasn't Anna calling, but a nurse from the local hospital. She reported that Anna had been in an accident and had listed him as an emergency contact. His heart simply froze with fear. He drove to the hospital, shaking so badly he could barely hold the steering wheel. He was allowed into Anna's room. The entire left side of her face was covered in bandages and dried blood. She was conscious, staring at the ceiling. He did it, Anna said. She told him everything. She had finally made up her mind. She was packing her bag while David was out. She was just zipping it up when he unexpectedly returned early. He saw the bag. He didn't yell. That scared her the most. He just walked into the bedroom, opened the closet, took out the gun he kept in a safe, and came back to her. He held the barrel directly to her temple. "Do you really think you're going anywhere?" he asked. Anna confessed that she thought she would die right there in her hallway. All she could think about was that she didn't want him to be the last person she saw. So she acted. She grabbed his wrist and pushed, trying to shove the gun away, and it fired. The sound was deafening. She said it felt like her whole head exploded. She collapsed, clutching her ear, convinced she was dead. The bullet passed right through the top of her ear, only grazing her scalp. Another centimeter lower, and she would have been gone. David, she said, simply dropped the gun and started crying. "I didn't mean to," he wailed. "Oh God, Anna, I didn't mean to shoot. It was an accident." He was the one who called 911, claiming she had tried to grab his gun, and it went off. The narrator took her home from the hospital. The police had already confiscated his weapon, and Anna obtained an emergency restraining order. The next day, she filed for divorce. He thought the nightmare was finally over, that she was safe. That's when the real horror began. They didn't attend church for 2 weeks. When they finally returned, the atmosphere was extremely unpleasant. People looked at them, not with sympathy, but with judgment. After the service, the pastor's wife, a woman the narrator had always admired, approached them. She placed her hand on Anna's. "Anna, dear," she said, her voice dripping with false concern, "we've all been praying for you and for David." He must be having such a hard time. The narrator just stared at her. "A hard time for him?" he asked. The woman ignored him. "David is just heartbroken," she continued. "He's been in Pastor John's office every day, crying and repenting. He told us all about this. All an accident." "It wasn't an accident," Anna said. Her voice was quiet but firm. "He held a gun to my head." The pastor's wife smiled, a tight, awful little smile. "Yes, but he didn't mean to shoot, did he? That's what he said. He said you pushed him. Anna, you know you can't do that. A wife is supposed to be a calming spirit for her husband, not provoke him." The narrator felt sick. He physically felt the blood drain from his face. The situation continued to worsen. Over the next week, church congregants, their mutual friends, began receiving calls. The message for everyone was consistently, "You know, the Bible talks about forgiveness." One of the elders, speaking with her on the phone, insisted, "Marriage is a sacred covenant. It can't just be broken over one mistake." Another echoed him, "He is your husband. It is your duty to support him, not abandon him when he needs your help the most." Then came a truly horrifying blow. A group of 3 women from her Bible study group showed up at the narrator's apartment. They stated that they needed to speak with Anna. Sitting her down on the narrator's couch, they staged what they called an intervention. "We love you, Anna," one of them began, "but we are genuinely concerned for your soul. You are allowing bitterness and anger to overcome you. David is a good man," another added. "He just has that kind of personality, but you knew that. And the story we're hearing, well, we heard that if you hadn't pushed him, the gun would never have fired." They had, in effect, accused her. They openly blamed her for being shot in the head. They claimed that a spirit of rebellion lived within her, and that she was the one who had disturbed the peace in the home. They insisted if she truly loved God, she should cancel the restraining order, stop the divorce proceedings, and return to her husband to help him heal. Anna just sat silently, the stitches on her ear still bright red. That was the last time she ever set foot in that church. A month later, she moved to another state to live with her sister. She changed her name. The narrator hasn't seen her in person since, though they sometimes exchange messages. The narrator stayed there for a few more weeks. He couldn't believe what was happening. He watched as David was welcomed back into the community. He would stand during services and give tearful testimonies about his struggles and how some enemy tried to destroy his marriage, and people nodded. They patted him on the back. They prayed for him. The man who held a gun to his wife's head was declared a victim. The woman who was shot was called a sinner. The narrator finally realized the truth. True horror isn't always found in the monster with a gun. Sometimes it's the smiling faces in the room who, after you've narrowly escaped danger, try to convince you to return to the monster's cage, because to them, your safety was never as important as their rules. And then the narrator converted to Islam. This happened in 2018 when the narrator was working as a cleaner at St. Mary's Church, located in a quiet suburb of Chicago. He was 28, single, and desperately needed a steady job after a series of temporary construction gigs. The church was an old brick building constructed in the 1950s. Nothing remarkable, just a main hall with pews, a small office, a storage room in the back, and a basement for supplies. Father Ali managed the place. He was a kind elderly man in his 60s, living in the rectory next door. The narrator's shifts usually fell in the evenings, cleaning after services or events, mopping floors, dusting the altar, and other similar tasks. It was a quiet job and he enjoyed the silence there. The pay wasn't great, but it was significantly better than dealing with noisy construction sites. One of the unique features of this church was the front door, which emitted a long, drawn-out creak every time it was opened. The reason lay in the old rusty hinges that needed lubrication. However, Father Ali always claimed it gave the place a special character. He joked that the sound was like the church itself, announcing visitors. The narrator heard this creak constantly during the day when people came for prayers or meetings, but at night, when he was alone, the sound stood out particularly strongly. The door was made of heavy wood, equipped with a latch that secured tightly behind anyone entering. No wind could move it. It required significant effort to open. On that particular night, it was a Tuesday in October. The weather outside was cool and rainy. The narrator was working late because there had been a funeral earlier, and the premises needed a thorough extra cleaning. Flowers to be removed. Programs collected from the pews. Father Ali had left around $8,000 p.m. to visit a parishioner in the hospital. He asked the narrator to lock the door when he finished, and said he would be back late, possibly around $11,000 p.m. The narrator nodded, seeing nothing unusual in this. He had his headphones on and was listening to a true crime podcast, which, in retrospect, seemed ironic, while vacuuming the carpet in the main hall. The church was dimly lit. Only the overhead lights were on at a low level, and a couple of lamps near the altar. Outside, streetlights flickered through the stained glass windows, casting strange colored shadows on the walls. Around 10:30 p.m., the narrator was finishing his work, putting cleaning supplies away in the basement. That's when he heard it. That long, drawn-out creak of the front door. It started quietly, like a groan, and lasted a good 5 seconds before the latch clicked. The narrator took out one earbud and froze. "Father Ali," he called out, assuming the priest had returned early. There was no answer. At first, the narrator dismissed the thought of anything unusual. Maybe Father Ali just grabbed something from his office and didn't hear him. He finished putting away the boxes and went upstairs to the main floor. The hall was empty. The lights weren't brighter. There was no coat on the hanger by the door. The narrator walked to the entrance, peering through the small window in the door. The parking lot was dark. Only his battered Toyota sat there in the rain. The door was tightly closed, locked as always. He tried the handle, locked from the inside, which meant if someone had entered, they should be inside, but no one was. He checked the pews, the side aisles, and even looked into the small vestibule where the holy water font was. Nothing. No wet footprints on the floor from the rain, no wet umbrella. Strange, but he told himself that maybe he had imagined it. Old buildings make sounds, right? Creaks from the wood settling or something. He dismissed these thoughts and went to get his jacket from the office. Moments later, as he leaned over the thermostat, preparing to switch it off for the night, footsteps reached his ears. They were distinct, as if in broad daylight, slow, weighty thuds on the wooden floor of the main hall. This wasn't a hurried scurry, or a leisurely stroll, rather. Each step sounded with heavy, measured deliberation. His heart began to beat noticeably faster. "Father, is that you?" he called out, louder this time. The footsteps immediately froze mid-stride, and absolute silence descended. Now he was on edge. The church, though not enormous, had its hidden corners, alcoves behind the altar, confessional booths, a small choir loft upstairs. He hastily grabbed a flashlight from his office desk drawer, a heavy maglite he usually used for exploring dark nooks, and stepped out. "Hey, is anyone here?" he said, trying to steady his voice. There was no reply. The rain drummed monotonously on the roof, but inside there was a dead silence. The thought that a homeless person might have slipped in earlier, seeking shelter, crossed his mind. Such incidents sometimes occurred in larger cities, though their suburb was considered quite safe. Or perhaps it was a childish prank. Teenagers often gathered nearby. He decided to thoroughly check everything before leaving the building, not wanting to lock anyone in for the night. His circuit began in the main hall, where the flashlight beam swept under pews and behind St. statues. Nothing. The confessional was empty, its doors left ajar as he'd found them after cleaning. Then he ascended the narrow stairs to the choir loft. The steps creaked under his feet, but no one was there, just dusty hymn books and an ancient organ. Descending, he checked the office. The desk was clear. No one was hiding under it or in the closet. Next was the storage room. Boxes of candles, altar cloths, cleaning supplies. Everything was in its place. He moved a few stacks, ensuring everything was in order. Down to the basement again, where the furnace hummed quietly. No signs of disturbance. This entire search probably took 15 minutes, and by its conclusion, he began to feel awkward. Perhaps the footsteps were merely the sounds of an old building reacting to the wind, or his imagination playing tricks after that mysterious creak. He headed back to the exit, keys already in hand, ready to lock up and go home. That's when it happened. A loud bang echoed from behind him. It wasn't just any door. It was the storage room door he had just checked. It slammed shut with such force, as if someone had yanked it shut. He froze, keys jingling in his trembling hand. Thoughts raced through his mind. No way. It was the wind. There were no windows in the room, and the door was heavy, with a spring hinge that closed slowly on its own. It didn't slam, unless you made it. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice slightly shaky. Silence again. Now he was truly scared, heart pounding, palms sweating. Part of him wanted to bolt out the front door, but he couldn't just abandon the church. What if someone was hurt or something was being vandalized? He gripped the flashlight like a club and slowly, quietly walked back. The storage room door was tightly shut. He hadn't closed it himself. He had left it open after checking. He listened to the wood. Nothing. No breathing. No rustling. Taking a deep breath, he turned the handle and quickly flung it open. The flashlight beam swept inside. Something hit him square on the forehead. Not hard enough to knock him out, but sharply, like a dull thud that made him stumble back a step. He cursed, rubbing his head, feeling a small bruise forming. What the hell? He frantically shined the flashlight around. The room was exactly as he'd left it. Boxes stacked, mop in the corner, no one there, no shelves near the door that could have fallen, no hanging tools or chains. The ceiling was solid, no loose panels. Whatever hit him came from inside, right as the door swung open, but there was nothing close enough to do it. He checked the door itself, smooth wood, no protrusions. He even felt around the frame, thinking perhaps a spring or a mechanism, but it was just an old door. He backed away, slammed it shut, locked it this time, and quickly got out of there. Locking the front door behind him, the creak echoed in his ears longer than ever. On the way home, he kept glancing in his rear-view mirror. The next morning, he called Father Ali and resigned without notice. The priest was surprised and asked if something had happened. He gave him the condensed version of events. Strange sounds, the inexplicable hit. Father Ali chuckled a little. He said the church was old, but it didn't have any strange history. No ghost stories or break-ins. Just a regular parish since the 1950s. He replied, "No, thank you. I found a new job cleaning offices downtown. Day shifts only." And yes, that night, even more toys flew over the fence, with greater force than before. One struck their sliding glass door with a resounding crash. In response, he and Laura installed additional lights in the backyard and ensured all gates were securely locked. He traveled extensively for work as a sales representative for a tech company, which meant Laura often spent nights alone at home. She began double-checking the locks before bed. "I don't like that guy," she confessed. "He gives me a bad feeling." Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Tuesday in July, hot and humid. He was at a conference in Austin, about 2 hours away, staying in a hotel. Laura texted him goodnight around 11, mentioning she was watching Netflix and would soon go to sleep. He drifted off early. His phone rang at 2:17 a.m. It was Laura hissing hysterically. "Someone's at the door. They're banging really hard." His heart seized. He sat up, grabbed his laptop to check the app. Time twos. Lock yourself in the bedroom and call 911 if it gets worse. Through the app, he saw Mike on their porch, illuminated by the motion sensor. He was pounding on the door with his fist so loudly that the echo resonated through the neighborhood. "Open up!" Mike yelled. "I know you're in there. Give me my kids' toys." Laura was terrified. She said he sounded drunk or enraged. Then he started kicking the door. The door frame visibly shook on the camera feed. "He's trying to break in," she whispered. He called the police from his hotel room, giving them their address and describing what he was witnessing live. "My wife is alone and the neighbors are attacking the door. Please hurry." The dispatcher confirmed that patrols were already en route. He muttered something to himself and left. That same night, as if foreshadowing future upheaval, children's toys once again flew over the fence, this time with unprecedented force and frequency. One of them crashed with a deafening crack into the sliding glass door leading to the patio. In response, the narrator and Laura immediately installed additional lighting in the backyard and thoroughly checked the security of all gates, aiming to bolster their safety measures. Due to his profession, the narrator traveled extensively as a sales representative for a large tech company. This meant Laura often spent nights alone at home. During these times, Laura became particularly meticulous about checking all locks and bolts before going to bed. She didn't hide her apprehension, saying, "I really don't like that man. He gives me a very bad feeling." Then came the night that became a turning point, forever altering the usual course of events. It was a Tuesday in the middle of July, with the air thick, hot, and humid, foreshadowing a storm. The narrator was at a hotel in Austin at the time, attending a work conference, about a 2-hour drive from home. Around 11 o'clock that evening, Laura sent him a good-night message mentioning she was watching Netflix and planning to go to bed soon. The narrator, tired from his work, fell asleep quite early. At 2:17 a.m., the narrator's phone rang piercingly. Laura's number flashed on the screen, and she hysterically whispered into the receiver, "Someone is at the door. They're pounding very hard." The narrator's heart tightened with alarm. He instantly sat up, grabbed his laptop to check the security system app. He quickly gave instructions. "Lock yourself in the bedroom immediately and call 911 if the situation worsens." Through the mobile application connected to their home surveillance system, the narrator clearly saw Mike standing on their porch. The neighbor's figure was brightly illuminated by the activated motion sensor. Mike furiously pounded on the front door with his fist, creating such loud thuds that their echo reverberated throughout the neighborhood. His voice, full of rage, pierced the night's silence. "Open up! I know you're in there! Give me my kids' toys!" Laura, inside, was gripped by genuine terror. She conveyed that Mike's voice sounded either drunk or filled with furious malice. Soon, Mike escalated from punching to furious kicks, shaking the door. The camera recording clearly showed the doorframe trembling from the impacts. Laura, full of panic,